Chapter 541 Knowledge and Secrets. The existences that turned into meteors in the sky are not just gods. There are also the essences of divinity stripped from their bodies. These essences of divinity were thrown into the bodies of wild beasts and various dangerous situations by the world. They even became the idols and treasures of some tribes or gathering places. Alka probably had some ideas in his mind when he observed these things with divinity essence. This world is really soft-hearted. Alka couldn't help but think. He deliberately found a god and observed where he fell. His once stripped divinity basically fell around where he was. His former divinity became the divinity in the wild beasts that were rampant around him, the divinity in some plants, and the offerings of some tribes. In other words, the difficulty of getting these gods back to their positions was reduced all of a sudden, in addition to the original knowledge of the gods, and the golden light spot that was still left in their bodies. These golden spots of light were not left randomly. They were things that could give these gods some self-protection power. They were specially selected. It can only be said that the eldest sons are worthy of being the eldest sons. Alka watched and thought silently. Damn ants, get out of here. The god being observed raised the weapon in his hand and slaughtered some humans who cared about him. Alka was stunned beside him. He really has a brain problem. No wonder in some records in the Great Library, many mortal scholars are very unimpressed with some natural gods, and they are scolding them between the lines. What a giant baby, retarded, a monster without moral qualities. But this god obviously met a tough opponent, because the gathering place he landed in was a gathering place guarded by warriors. The leader was even a demigod. Alka looked at it and thought that he should be the descendant of a lucky person who got the treasure and obtained divinity. In this era, divinity can be passed on to offspring through death. Then the god that Alka observed, very fortunately became the first god to die. It has only been 2 days since the gods were thrown down from the sky. Among the gods that grew wildly, there are indeed some real rubbish. No, these gods are mentally ill. Right? Alka said beside him. If you think carefully about what these gods have done in the past, it seems that you can understand it. Alka thought silently. Since he began to watch the historical phantoms of the world, the idiots among these gods have really refreshed his understanding of gods again and again. The world's indulgence was once again demonstrated. He was not really dead here. He was resurrected somewhere else. After watching like this, Alka determined that each god had about 3 chances. It was not that the mother of the world did it on purpose, but that these gods had the innate right. Their powerful souls and innate nature allowed them to be reborn. Then he just focused on watching this god, and in just 1 week, he wasted 3 chances. Then, in the disappointed eyes of the world, complete death became a part of the earth. However, Alka only saw 1 or 2 such stupid gods. Most gods, even those who looked down on humans and thought that humans were ants and could do whatever they wanted, immediately realized their situation after dying once or twice. They began to suppress their nature and integrate it into the human tribe. Alka deliberately focused some of his attention on some gods he knew. The Virgin Mary was just as he expected. Alka had noticed the Virgin Mary before the tribulation of all gods. The Virgin Mary at this time was very young, and completely different from the Virgin Mary later. Before that, the Virgin Mary rarely did anything to humans. She really regarded humans as dispensable animals, not hurting them and not paying attention to them. Facing her brothers and sisters' actions against humans, she just felt childish and strange. To be honest, the Virgin Mary at this time was a bit like a cold goddess who was aloof and quiet. Even the appearance and temperament are somewhat similar. Her long golden hair falls to her waist, she wears light clothes, and walks barefoot in a cold and lonely manner. Her face is as expressionless as ice, and her eyes are sharp and cold. She is a real frost goddess. If he had not seen the real face of the Virgin Mary, he really would not believe that the Virgin Mary looked like this when she was young. She is a goddess that strangers should not approach. Under Alka's prying eyes, the Virgin Mary quickly blended into the local gathering place, and the locals just regarded her as a powerful, arrogant and cold woman. Then the Virgin killed a beast, which contained the divinity that originally belonged to her, a golden holy grail level divinity essence. Valkyrie, Valkyrie. When the Virgin killed a beast, she obtained the divinity essence. All her actions were seen by the humans around her. They shouted and cheered around the Virgin. The Virgin just looked at them strangely and ignored them. After all, he did it for himself. Then, the Virgin did something that Alka thought was incomprehensible and reckless. It seems that she still hasn't understood herself. She is no longer in the situation of the powerful god she once was. Relying on the two Holy Grail-level divine essences in her body, the Holy Mother faced a huge beast, which was also the most powerful beast in the surrounding gathering place. She had a scepter-level divine essence that had separated from the Holy Mother in her body. Not surprisingly, the Holy Mother fell into crisis. But at this time, the warriors who had originally followed the Holy Mother began to swarm forward desperately, creating opportunities for the Holy Mother. Because this beast was also powerful, it raged wildly around, and was the biggest disaster in the area. Although it won in the end, the losses were also huge. The tribe, which was not very large to begin with, lost more than 60 warriors, and more than 20 were disabled. When the Virgin Mary won the battle, these people still cheered for her. Although there was sadness in the cheers, the Virgin Mary looked at this dilapidated gathering place. She had stayed here for quite a while. If she left, she would not care. This gathering place lacking sufficient fighting power, and young and middle-aged men will soon disappear. The cold goddess stayed. Seeing this, Alka smiled. Sure enough. Is this the beginning of everything? However, not every god can encounter such a situation. Some gods, because they themselves classify humans as ants, their bad attitudes make it extremely difficult for them to survive in human gathering places. A kind of vicious cycle has formed. However, some gods were changed like the Virgin Mary, and found that humans were different. The difference between them and humans was almost nothing except strength. It is very likely that they were their brothers created by the world. But they had no power, and could only grow up by relying on their own weakness. This gave these gods a strange desire for protection, and they became the first group of gods to establish churches, spread their beliefs, and share their power. In this way, the first group of gods who returned to the throne were born. Among them are the Holy Mother, and the four-part god whom Alka is more concerned about. Or he should be called the god of knowledge and secrets now. This human, Alka, looks like a real legend. He comes from a large gathering place, but likes to study knowledge. Relying on traps and various means, he killed a beast and obtained divinity, and relied on this divinity to strengthen his own strength and develop the gathering place. Because almost all the powerful beasts in the tribulation of 10,000 gods have divinity in their bodies, and the world does not say that these divinities must be obtained by killing the original gods. This became the biggest opportunity for mortals to turn the tables. Then, some powerful mortals killed one powerful beast after another, and the strongest one among them. He actually became a god in the same batch as the Holy Mother and the others. When the Holy Mother and the others saw this new god, they were all stunned. His appearance also made all the gods feel an extremely strong sense of crisis. Because these humans are really no different from them, as long as they have divinity. They can also become gods, and become equal to them. Such a blow was unbearable for some gods. So they rolled up. No matter what, Alka accelerated time again. Overall, the gods gradually returned to their positions in the following time. However, there were once hundreds of gods, but now only 70 or 80 remained. In this disaster, they lost at least 20 or 30 of their brothers and sisters. To be honest, Alka thought this was a good thing. Among these dead gods, except for a few who were unlucky, there were only 1 or 2 who died because of bad luck. The others are all idiots. They are the kind of pure idiots that even Alka can't stand. It's not a pity that they died. If it weren't for the world, if they weren't born gods, these idiots should have died long ago. But Alka can also see that these gods have changed a lot in this incident. From some of the experiences he has seen, many gods have magnified their hatred for humans and transferred it to the world. Of course, there are also gods like the Virgin Mary, who seem to understand the intentions of the world. Then these gods began to create their own races in the following time, imitating their mothers. They began to enrich the world, truly taking on the responsibility of the world's eldest son. They began to maintain the world, making it more prosperous. Then, it was the real golden age. Civilization, knowledge, strong people burst out. It was also here that the keys to the world were open less and less. Fragments began to appear one after another. Sometimes the span between them reached hundreds or thousands of years. Until this moment, the one who got the key this time was the first mortal to ascend to godhood. You are the one who got the secret? The god of knowledge and secrets opened his golden crystal eyes, the same as Alka's, and asked Alka. When the god suddenly spoke to him, Alka was really shocked. His immediate reaction was to check whether he was still in the historical phantom of the ancient world. No need to look, this is the historical phantom. Looking at the four-part god in front of him, Alka couldn't help but ask, "How did you do it?" The four-part god pointed to his eyes. These eyes can see through all the secrets, any secrets that happen in this world, including the future. Isn't that equivalent to being able to predict the future? Alka couldn't help but say. He didn't expect that these eyes had such a powerful function. The god of knowledge and secrets in front of him, or the four-part god, has become the most powerful existence among the gods, but he is still relatively low-key. In almost every segment, Alka would pay attention to the dynamics of these gods. You have been observing me for so long, have you figured out anything? You are amazing, to be honest, I admire you very much. Alka said beside him. He had seen the experience of this quarter god from beginning to end. It can be called a legend. Keep watching. After saying this, the quarter god seemed to have returned to his original state, as if he did not know that Alka was watching his experience beside him. Time passed quickly. At this time, the world has not yet reached the end of destruction, and the world seems to be still in the era of vitality. But the four-part god has been a god for a long time. Alka watched the four-part god become stronger and stronger, leaving all the gods far behind. Watching him experience various powerful adventures, his strength grew rapidly. And through the eyes that see through the secrets, to gain more advantages for himself. I was fooled, Alka said silently. He finally figured it out. The four-part god who just talked to him was not the phantom of the four-part god back then. It was the personal image that the god himself threw into the phantom of the long river of time. He stuffed part of his memory and phantom into the phantom of the long river of time, and chatted with him when someone was observing him. It was as if he was very powerful in this time period, and noticed the observation of others in the phantom. Then chatting with him was very real and bluffing. Haha. You must be scared. The phantom of the four-part god appeared next to Alka again. Indeed. But such means and ideas are really amazing. Anyway, Alka thought that he could never do such a thing. Really? Haha. Looking at the smile of the four-part god. It seems that he is quite happy. So you are the one who will inherit this secret in the future? Hearing this question, Alka nodded. The four-part god did not say much, but pointed to his former phantom in front of him. I am no longer as proud as I was before. You should be able to see that. Alka nodded. Indeed. Although the quarter god is now even more powerful than before. Standing at the top of the gods. He is inexplicably not as high-spirited as he was at the beginning. Alka has been observing all the way. And he observed very carefully. Because I found the problem. You know? Everything I have actually comes from the secret. You should be watching history through the treasure house of the world. Right? Hearing the words of the quarter god, Alka was really surprised. Because he was sure that the phantom of the god in front of him, who was chatting with him, was also just a phantom. It just had some independent consciousness, and could only exist in this phantom of history. Looking at your expression. I guess right. By secretly looking at the treasure house of the world. You can look back at history. Then your initial perspective must have been following the treasure house. Then do you know? I also once mastered this treasure house, and got what I wanted from it. Hearing this, Alka frowned. He had never seen such a scene before. Because he lost the key after getting it. Because what I got from this treasure house is the secret. Then naturally, you won't see me taking the secret that time, because he is hidden in the deepest secret. Hearing this, Alka suddenly realized, so that's how it is, just like him. For him, who also mastered the secret, he probably understood such a method. Everything related to the secret itself is the deepest hidden thing. I am surprised why the world at that time was willing to give me such a powerful divinity. With this hidden divinity, I can come to where I am now step by step. I see through the secret of how to be powerful. I see the secret of which divinity is most suitable for me. I see the secret of my enemy. I see the secret of becoming a god. I see. He spoke slowly here. In short, it is with this means of seeing through the secrets that he has come to where he is now step by step, surpassing all the gods. Because in the end, he can even see through the secrets of the future, find the future he wants, find what he wants to change, and be ahead of the enemy, and be one step ahead. The attribute of secrecy was developed to the extreme by the god in front of him, and was used to the extreme. Then why didn't you see your own secret betrayal? And didn't you see the destruction of the world? After listening to him say so much, Alka asked beside him. Like I said, secrecy will hide itself. I have used secrecy too much, and I have seen too much with secrecy. I am no longer myself. I have been split into two. But secrecy itself cannot see through secrecy, so I, who was split into two, concealed my own problems. Ah? Alka was stunned. Is it still possible? Thinking carefully, it seems possible. If it is split into two, then the other one must be hidden. Hidden hides itself, so that even it cannot find its own problems. Hiss, it's a bit scary. Fortunately, it was not completely split into two in the end, and the problems I found eliminated hidden. Although I did a lot of psychological preparation, I finally did it. I cleaned hidden, and then threw it out. But I know that he is a part of this world, and he will come back in the end. But what hidden did can't be undone, and the secret that should not be exposed has been exposed. The world is destroyed. The invisible old man, his face under the shadow of his hood, said silently. Alka looked at him with a strange expression and asked, "Didn't you try to make any preparations?" "Of course I did. You should have seen it from the beginning to the end. The mother of the world is too doting. As a child who is doted on by him, I am very happy, but I am also very angry. She is too doting." Alka nodded silently to this. It can indeed be called doting. You know, she is the world itself. I even suspected that she gave me the secret because she didn't want to pry into her child's secret. She peeped into the future she didn't want to believe in. Or she was willing to bear such a future. How could there be such a parent? The four-part god was extremely confused, and his tone became strange. But, as a child who was spoiled by him, I am lucky and honored. Alka stood by and didn't know what to say for a moment. So, the world is willing to be divided, and let a part of itself become its own children? Alka asked. That's right. Although it was irreversible at that time, I could look to the future. So I divided myself again and again. Anyway, it's already divided in half. It doesn't matter. Good guy. He started to play badly. I made a lot of preparations, although many of them are no longer effective. But there are still one or two of them that can at least provide you with some help, even if it's just a little bit. Now I'm going to tell you. Chapter 542 Secrets. Listening to the words of the four-part god in front of him, Alka silently pricked up his ears, and his expression became serious. In other words, did the four-part god also make some preparations? Do you know about equivalent exchange? Hearing this, Alka nodded. If you remember correctly, the so-called god of alchemy was integrated into the rules of equivalent exchange. Seeing Alka nod, the four-part god was a little surprised. It seems that you know a lot. The god who led the fusion faction at that time, the god of alchemy, mastered the divinity of equivalent exchange. I told him the secret of integrating the equivalent exchange into the divinity, the four-part god said, and Alka suddenly realized. So it was you who made those gods integrate themselves into the divinity, and give the rules a certain consciousness. Don't say it so harshly. They wanted to do it themselves, and they would definitely succeed if they were given more time. It's just that time was running out, the war was breaking out, and they didn't have much time, so I told them in advance. At most, I just helped them speed up the process. Hearing this, Alka couldn't help but ask, "Do you know about the 12 trial towers?" Yes, although I was already divided into pieces when the trial towers were built, but this plan has been in place for a long time. If you know about the trial towers, then go find them. It will bring different changes to the world, and you won't be disappointed. Hearing this, Alka said, I'm already on the way to find them. Oh, really? It seems that the situation outside is not very good. Well, the devil invaded again, the gods returned and began to invade the world. Alka silently summarized the situation outside. The four-part god nodded. It does not look good. But I can no longer provide any help to this world. One of the four gods you separated became one of the four gods outside, and is now fighting against the returning gods outside the sky. Really? That must be the simplest wisdom. Obviously, the four-part god probably understood that the one he was separated into became a god. It seems that the meaning of this one being left in the long river of history should be that it was left when the four-part god wanted to completely disperse himself. And it has never left in the long river of history. So you left a part of your consciousness here, waiting for me to come and tell me some of your plans and preparations? Alka asked, looking at the god of the world. No, on the contrary, I just said it casually. What I really want to do is to look at you, and remind you. Without waiting for Alka to speak, he said directly, after hearing what happened to me, do you still want to continue to use this eye that pries into secrets? Hearing this, Alka nodded. To be honest, this eye is very useful, and it is very helpful for the current situation. It can be regarded as his biggest trump card, especially at this time. Alka can't give up. The four-point god nodded. You actually admitted it directly. Not admitting it is hypocritical, isn't it? How can someone not use it? That's right. But as I said, you can certainly use this eye to spy on secrets, but I must warn you, you must curb your curiosity in the end. Limit the number of times you spy. And set your own rules for using this eye. Otherwise, you will end up like me. This is the inevitable consequence of this secret eye. And no one can escape it. This is nature. When you are strong enough. When certain opportunities come, it may be a good idea to give up this eye that peeks into secrets. Don't take it lightly. Don't think you can control the eye. And don't think you are unique. The fourth god said silently. He was like this before. Do you think he really didn't realize the consequences of peeping into secrets? Of course he knew. He just couldn't get rid of it. What a genius he was. Of course he felt that he could definitely control this eye. He was unique. Maybe it was a serious consequence for others, but it was no problem for him. Until later. Things became serious. The four-part god only set some strict rules for himself, restricting his use of secrets, but still unwilling to give up. Greed was slowly eroding him. Until this eye that peeped into secrets committed a very serious accident secretly, he suddenly realized and made up his mind. No problem, I have set a rule for the way I use my eyes, limiting the scene in which it is used. When I am strong enough, I will naturally give up the eye that peeks into secrets. Alka said very solemnly. Hearing Alka's words, the fourth god looked at him. The expression became a little surprised at the first moment. He could tell that Alka was not lying. That is to say, at this stage, Alka was really ready to do this. At this stage, when he was about to ascend to godhood, greed, self-confidence, and all emotions would be magnified. You are really willing to listen to advice. This may be my greatest advantage. I am willing to listen to advice. Just as the four-part god thought, Alka was also very self-aware. He did not rely on his own ability to get here, but on this golden finger. It relies on the treasure hunting system originally formed by this eye that peeks into secrets. He doesn't think he is a genius at all. If it weren't for this treasure hunting system, he might still be hanging around in the home sea now, and it would be impossible for him to leave the home sea. To be honest, he thinks he relies on this thing more than the four-part god. And he also witnessed with his own eyes how the four-part god rose step by step, and he doesn't think he can compare. Since even such a powerful existence, in the end, was pitted by this eye that peeks into what it is now. Even the world is destroyed. How can he be qualified to control this thing? If it is not useful now, and he is really weak, he might throw it away now. And the most important thing is, if this eye that peeks into secrets spreads the biggest secret in his mind, wouldn't that be the end? Not only will it harm himself, it will also harm his hometown. That is what Alka cannot accept the most. So after knowing some of the consequences of the four-part god, he has always been relatively cautious. How old are you now? The quarter god couldn't help asking. He was a little curious about what age would make this seemingly young man in front of him have such a mentality. About 40 years old, Alka said, and he was shocked. Is he so old? But according to his strength and their experience, he should still be considered a young man. So young? The quarter god was a little surprised. He was surprised that Alka had such strength at such a young age, and knew enough. I was also surprised that Alka was so young, and had already started to repair the world. I have already told you my warning. Let me tell you some things I know, and questions you want to know in the remaining time. Maybe I can bring you some useful help in the future. Hearing this, Alka immediately nodded with interest. This is what he wanted to know. When Alka walked out of the phantom of the long river of time, he returned to that point in the dream. In front of him was still a crown-level treasure, where the world treasury was. Alka put the key back where it was. After all, there was no point in holding it, unless Alka was in the world scar now. Then maybe he could use a little trick to get the key to the real world, which would be useful. And to be honest, Alka felt that this crown-level treasure was not a treasure at all. It was unlikely to be suitable for him. This thing was more of a commemoration of the past, rather than having any real practical use. After all, such a treasure house will only be useful when the world is revived and returned to the hands of the mother of the world, bringing some random accidents and changes to the world. Alka's spirit body returned to reality. Returned to his body. What happened in the dream again? You stayed in it for a long time this time. Xia Daidi next to him asked Alka, who had woken up. Hearing this, Alka smiled and shook his head. Nothing happened. But I gained a lot. Standing in the long river of the past, I saw many scenes and learned more things. I have seen the Virgin Mary when she was young. I have seen the gods when they were young. I have even seen the most powerful and mysterious four-part god. I understand the nature of my so-called golden finger. However, although I understand it, it is the power of the most powerful god after all. So Alka has not yet fully mastered or understood this thing, and how to use it. Although in his dream, he has asked the phantom left by the four-part god for some experience. Thinking of this, a silver snake representing luck appeared in Alka's hand. In his hand, the silver snake flew. And then he held it in his palm. Well, just keep going. What do you mean? Xia Deity looked at Alka from the side, and asked in confusion at the sudden action. Alka looked at him and smiled. I am doing, well, divination. Divination for our future. Divination? Xia Deity was a little confused. She didn't know when Alka had this ability. Alka didn't explain too much. Just smiled at the side. This is just an eye that peeks into secrets, some small applications. Looking at the silver coin in his hand that represents luck. To be honest, although Alka has this treasure, he rarely uses it, or feels the effect of it. After all, luck is too illusory, even though Alka can use it to a certain extent. Tell me, why is my treasure so chaotic and illusory, and it seems to have no rules to build it? Alka asked. They had discussed this issue a long time ago. Especially in the matching of treasures. The fact that treasures can be matched together, and can be maturely matched is enough to show that their treasures are suitable for each other. They can be matched with each other, and have a certain connection. And the one that has a very clear structure, and a very obvious power system is Xia Dai. Her power is the most obvious. Especially when she obtains the power of the moon. The moon and the stars, light, pressure, force speed conversion. A closer look will show that these forces are almost linked to each other. The moon and the stars, the most obvious things in the night, emitting light in the night, the pressure generated by the meteor and the moon, force speed conversion. It can be said to be very perfect. So in a certain situation, Xia Dai's power can be said to be the simplest, most direct, strongest among them. There are no so many bells and whistles, just pure strength. Especially Xia Dai, who also received help from a powerful moon goddess from another world. In addition to her, the treasures of other people can also be seen to be systematic. However, unlike Xia Dai's treasures, they are so perfect, and seem to be one body. And the one with the most disorder among them, and it is impossible to see what the connection is Alka. Luck, dreams, mirrors, space, elements. Alka has collected all the strange things. Regarding Alka's question, Xia Dai shook his head again. Every time Alka and his friends discussed this issue, no one could give Alka any useful answers. Because it was indeed confusing. The problem was that they could indeed cooperate with each other. But when these things are put together, don't you think they really look like a great wizard? Xia Dai said involuntarily. There was no such profession as wizard originally. This title basically came from various entertainment works, and some historical legends. It is used to refer to those who seem to be able to use strange powers, and are omnipotent. And Alka gives people this feeling. As if he is omnipotent. He can control various elements. Enter dreams, flip mirrors, and even control luck. What stands out is that he is ahead enough. And because of the mutual cooperation, he is not comprehensive and mediocre. Instead, he is comprehensive and outstanding enough in every aspect. Although he cannot reach the best, he is not far behind. In addition, Alka's identity as the King of Dreams makes these powers cooperate with each other, which is powerful enough. So although it was chaotic, it did not affect Alka's strength at all. But what I want to say is that I recently discovered the source of this situation. Hearing this, Xia Dai could not help but become curious, because they often discussed this matter on the ship. So when Alka discovered the source of the problem, she was of course curious. What is the source? My eyes. Your eyes? That's right. Alka did not say much. Xia Dai frowned and thought. Alka's eyes are a little strange, can see some information and things that they can't see. Xia Dai knows this. And it doesn't seem to be brought by the treasure. The people on the ship have always believed that this may be proof that Alka is the son of God. It is equivalent to the divinity that is born with divine creatures. So you mean that you originally have divinity, and these treasures that are suitable for you are actually constructed with divinity? Xia Dai thought about a direction and asked. That's probably what he meant. In fact, in addition to what Alka saw himself, he also asked about the consciousness left by the four-part god. After all, the power that the four-part god once possessed was knowledge. Alka couldn't help but recall what he knew. He actually already had the qualifications to become a god. That is, secrecy. This thing was once half of the god of knowledge and secrecy. At least it was a pyramid structure. That is, the powerful divinity formed by the 6 treasures that worked perfectly together. Of course, Alka certainly cannot ascend to godhood through this divinity, nor can he do so through this divinity. But this thing itself exists in Alka's body, and it is impossible not to affect his situation. Naturally, it also affects the treasures that he will adapt to later. The essential reason why these treasures are adapted to Alka, in addition to the fact that they can adapt to each other, it is because they can be peeped by the secret, or the place where the secret is most easily peeped. The mirror allows Alka to have a peek into another world, and allows Alka to hide himself. Dreams allow Alka to peek into the spiritual world corresponding to the spirit soul, allowing him to discover more. Luck allows Alka to touch the ethereal world and control his own luck. Elements are the basic composition of the world, allowing Alka to understand his own world and then know from it. Space corresponds to a small world, which is the best place for itself. In short, in the field where Alka is, even if there are more powerful forces to oppose him, it is impossible to suppress him. Because Alka has eyes that can see secrets, he has known the secrets through this aspect. He even has the power in this aspect, and can pry through the secrets he has seen, and will not be suppressed. This makes Alka comprehensive enough. But if this is what Alka cares about, then isn't his treasure completely built around this hidden divinity? The problem is that this hidden divinity itself has problems. He will give it up after all. Chapter 543 Rebels. So the final breakthrough point is the so-called divinity of the crown-level treasure that you need to obtain in the end. This is what Alka finally got from the 4-part god. Alka now only has one crown-level treasure left to master. To be honest, let alone master it. In fact, except for the treasure house of the Holy Mother, he has never seen other crown-level treasures. He also doesn't understand what functions this level of treasure has. But the 4-part god said, "Don't think that such a treasure can have the power to destroy the world. It actually represents a certain essence. It will make your other abilities merge into one in an instant." You mean, although my 5 treasures are built with secrets as the core, they can work together, which shows their compatibility. I only need to get a suitable crown-level treasure to connect these seemingly unrelated things together. That's right, the reason why they are connected to secrets is not that they really have any cooperation or connection with secrets. It's just because they are the easiest to be peeped by me. And I used to use Mia to often peep into the secrets in this area, and basically saw through it. The 4-part god said this with a smile at the time. So the final blame can still be put on him. There are still the last 3 towers, and we have completed the collection. Shouldn't it be 4 towers? The 2 are now standing on the deck and communicating. Poros suddenly jumped out of the water and said on the deck, "Tower 12 is the first trial tower we encountered. It is just connected to the road back to the world scar. So it is just on the way." Xia Dai explained. "Tower 11 is in a straight line with the world scar, and the trial island where they first stayed is on this line. So it is on the way, and they are very familiar with this trial tower. So there will be no problem." Jason came over and said with a smile. The voice of Dawn continued to move forward. "Time flies. It seemed that a long time had passed since they got tower number 8. Is trial tower number 9 within the range of that signpost island?" Ark asked. "It's not within the range of that signpost island. We will just pass by a signpost island when we go there this time," Zadaidi said. As they were chatting, a ship slowly approached from the sea in the distance. The ship was billowing thick smoke. Seeing this, Alka squinted his eyes and looked over. Soon, at the maximum distance, he clearly saw the ship. "It's the ironclad ship of the Holy Machine Church," Alka said. "Who attacked the Holy Machine Church?" The situation here quickly attracted everyone on the ship, and the others also returned to the ship from the small world. After all, it was a ship of the Holy Machine Church. So they naturally adjusted their direction slightly and sailed towards the ship. There are 3 ships chasing behind the ironclad ship. The signs that we have never seen before may be some forces or cults. Jason, who was standing in the observation room, said. "I'll go take a look," Alka said. "The distance is too far. If the ironclad ship is sunk by the time they get there, it will be bad. The ship is not in a good condition now." Alka drew a circle on the spot, and then a mirror appeared in front of him. Through the mirror, Alka came directly to the ship. "Quick! Quick! Load the shells. Come here. Some people. The cabin is leaking. Fix it quickly." Bang! A shell fell. It just landed on the deck and smashed a big hole in the deck. The subsequent explosion tore the hole open, causing greater internal damage. "Fire! The people on the ship were still fighting back. "Who are you?" Facing Alka, who suddenly appeared. The person next to him looked at Alka and scolded him. Then he didn't care anymore. Picked up the gun and shot at Alka. The bullet was directly held in Alka's hand. "Don't worry, my friend. I'm here to help you. Alka has confirmed that this ship is indeed from the Holy Machine Church. And the people on the ship are indeed members of the Holy Machine Church." After saying this, Alka's body exudes a faint holy light. This made the crew members, who were watching him vigilantly around him, breathe a sigh of relief, because this is obviously the power of the Virgin Mary. "Although I don't know who you are, but thank you for coming. We are being besieged by 3 ships. They are ships of the rebel organization." "Rebels?" Alka didn't ask in detail. After all, it's not the right time yet. Looking at the 3 ships behind, squinting his eyes carefully, there are no powerful enemies on that ship. The strongest one should be the captain of the ship in the middle, whose strength is about the 4th stage. The strongest member of the ironclad ship is also at this level. It seems that this ship is not a ship specially used for war, but more like a merchant ship escort, which also has a certain transportation function. So even the rock-shaking cannon on the ship is not very good. Only then will they be chased and attacked by these 3 ships. Get rid of them or destroy them? Alka asked the captain next to him, who had a black face and blood on his body. Hearing this, the captain frowned and finally sighed and said, "Restrict them, if you can do it." Hearing this, Alka raised his eyebrows. Interesting. Then he gently waved at the 3 ships in the distance. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. Going against the wind, the speed of the 3 sailing ships was immediately restricted, and the water flow below began to quickly lift the ironclad ship forward. It was as if the waves were split in the middle. This side was pushing them to flee quickly, and the other side was pushing forward to block the enemy's actions. The waves and the strong wind pushed the 3 ships to start retreating continuously, as if they were driving the ships backwards. The scene was very interesting for a while. Soon the 3 ships were pushed out of sight, and the whole process was extremely fast. Looking at this scene, the captain next to him looked at Alka next to him with some surprise. This move alone was enough to prove Alka's strength. To be able to do such a thing, then Alka must not be an unknown person. He looked at Alka carefully. Then his face became more surprised. "You are Master Alka?" Alka nodded. After all, according to the distance, they were about to reach the landmark island around the destination. It should be considered to have entered the range of the connecting sea area, so it is normal to be recognized. Not to mention that he is a member of the Holy Machine Church. "Thank you for your support." Under Alka's control, their ship soon arrived next to the Voice of Dawn. Simon was the first to jump on board. He looked at the shabby ship and waved his hand. 6 rotating square iron blocks of different sizes were wrapped around his hand. These iron blocks were entwined and rotated. Various iron materials melted and became repair materials, and soon all the damaged parts on the ship were repaired. It was like an ironclad ship being reassembled, and it looked very magical. Amazing. The captain looked at this scene and couldn't help but say, "It must be the power of the treasure. Mainly the means of this combination, as if they know ironclad ships very well." Alka looked at him and asked, "If you don't mind, can you tell me, what is the situation here now?" The captain nodded. The nearest landmark island is Hyman Island. The landmark island and its surrounding islands belong to the sphere of influence of the Kangxi Island. However, a few years ago, some people who were persecuted and oppressed by the Kangxi Island formed a resistance organization, and are now fighting with the Kangxi Island. We can only be considered to be affected, although the entire resistance organization does not have much hostility towards us. But there are always some people in it who think that the Holy Machine Church is also one of the members who persecutes them. War. Alka couldn't help but say. The first thing he thought of when he saw the scene was the god of war. This is his most common method. Before Alka saw the entire history from the long river of history, he obtained information from intelligence. However, the church member in front of him obviously didn't know much, so he couldn't ask much. But it was basically certain that it was the work of the god of war. Facing this kind of struggle between secular forces, the Holy Machine Church would not intervene. Or even if they wanted to intervene now, they didn't have the strength and ability. After all the main forces and energy of the 4 gods' church are now focused on the scars of the world and the problems everywhere. The main reason is that our ship has some resources that need to be collected and shipped to the world scar. The resistance organization, on the other hand, happens to be short of these resources. So naturally some people take risks. He looked at Alka and the others and said, "If you want to go to Hyman Island, my advice is not to go. It's in chaos there now. And it's under strict control. All resources are restricted. It's better to go directly to your destination." Hearing the captain's reminder, Alka nodded. He probably understood what he meant. Without waiting for Alka to ask, the captain took out a map and handed it to him. It was a map of the surrounding island chains, and the situation of the trial island was marked in the far outer part. He was outside the island chain, but the direction would not be a problem. "Is the situation of the church very bad now? Here?" Simon asked him beside him. He was somewhat concerned about this issue. Hearing this, the captain shook his head. "It's okay. Although the roadside island is Hyman Island, the church's headquarters is not there. To be honest, the royal family of Kanka Island is really annoying. However, the island where the church is located should have become a neutral area, and it has accepted many refugees. Resources there should be a bit scarce. So if you want to go there, it will be difficult to get supplies." After chatting for a while, and understanding the situation in the surrounding waters, they parted ways. The materials transported by this ironclad ship are to go to other linked seas to gather resources. Alka and his team had to go through the link to the middle. After just a few days of sailing, they saw the wreckage of ships drifting around the side and the sea. It seems that the war in this place is really fierce. Jason didn't know what he was thinking, and said silently. Alka nodded. "That's right." Not long after he finished speaking, they saw that there seemed to be another naval battle in the distance. The two fleets were pulling and firing at each other. In this scene, Alka and his team made a slight detour and went straight ahead. After that, this scene appeared around them from time to time. Even when passing by some islands, they could see traces of the spread of war on the islands. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Alka and his men did not plan to stay in this connecting sea area. Now they did not want to get stuck in this quagmire. They were ready to pass directly through the middle. Another ship of this kind, I really want to give it a shot. A sailor on a rebel ship, looking at the strange sound of dawn in the distance, could not help but say. The captain-like character next to him looked at him. "You want to die? Don't take us with you." "Haha. I'm just joking. Don't take it seriously. But it's really annoying. Isn't it?" They tried not to disturb ships that looked very different. Seeing these fancy ships on the sea, you can know that they must be the ships of some powerful teams. Maybe you will encounter some powerful people. If you accidentally anger these people and sink them, it will be a loss. That's why no one attacked Alka and his crew even though they passed through the center of the battlefield. After all, looking at Alka and his cruise ship, you can tell they are not good people. These people are quite sensible, Juanlu said with a smile. He thought they would be attacked when they passed through these battlefields. In the end, no one fired. After all, no one wants to provoke the enemy for no reason, right? That's right. But this god of war is really resourceful. In a war like this, how could the four gods' teachings intervene? After all, the anger that the god of war can arouse is only the anger of those who have been treated unfairly. Some nameless anger is not enough for them to start a war, and it will not make them ignore their own lives in the war. Where such a war can happen, it means that there must be some problems with the local forces. In this case, the four gods' church is already in the wrong, and they have the rule of not participating in secular disputes unless under special circumstances. Even though they know that the focus now should be on the world scar to resist the devil, they also had no power or excuse to make both sides temporarily give up the dispute. And the resistance had already begun. How could the dispute stop? Some people were even too angry and would point the finger at the church, affecting the church's support for the world scars. Alka and his team moved forward at full speed. It didn't take long to pass through the linked islands. Soon they saw the tower-like shadow of the trial island. Watching from afar. Are there people on the island? There are so many ships around? Is there an accident? Looking at the distance, Jason couldn't help but ask. In addition to the conspicuous ironclad ships on the signpost island in the distance, there are also some ordinary ships. They have seen enough signs on those ships recently. They are the signs of the resistance organization here. Now they have appeared on the trial island, which does not seem to be a good thing. Speed up. Get closer, Alka said, and the voice of Dawn began to accelerate madly. Soon they arrived around the trial island. Those ships seemed to want to organize some defense. Alka waved his hand, and the sea surface froze the bottoms of these ships in place, unable to move. Then they blocked their rock-shaking cannons. The puppet girls rushed to their ship quickly, and quickly control the remaining personnel on the ship. Looking at the island. At this time, some members of the Holy Machine Church were organizing defense. They found the buildings around the trial tower, and the people from the rebel organization were attacking. You hypocritical guys, this was once our home. Now we are just taking it back. We can't give this place to you. This is the oracle of our God, and it cannot be offended. The two sides were on the verge of a fight. However, they seemed to be quite restrained, just relying on the defense line to confront each other, and did not really fight. I'll go first. Seeing this situation, Alka turned his head and said. Then the figure disappeared directly from the spot, and instantly appeared in the center of the confrontation between the two sides. The figure that suddenly appeared in the center made both sides almost unable to hold back and open fire. However, when seeing Alka's figure, the leader of the Holy Machine Church inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Master Alka, you are finally here. However, he had just finished speaking. At the place where the rebels were at the back, someone suddenly fired a shot. As the shot was fired, all the rebels pulled the trigger in an instant. The already slightly loose atmosphere was pushed to the top in an instant. Wait a minute. Who told you to shoot? Wait a minute. Even the leader of the rebels was shocked and shouted hurriedly. However, under the sound of the gun, the sound was instantly drowned out. Already in the confrontation, both sides were extremely tense, especially for these rebels. Many of them had not received professional training before. Faced with such a situation, although Alka was a little surprised, he just waved his hand gently. A wall made of mirrors was erected next to him. All the bullets were stopped. Nothing affected him. Chapter 544 Number 9 and Number 10. The image reflected by the suddenly erected mirror wall allowed both parties to see each other's appearance. When they saw themselves, at this moment, they suddenly calmed down. Under the order of the rebel leader, these people silently put away their guns. The tense atmosphere was slightly relieved. Alka stared at the man who had just fired the first shot. At this time, he looked panicked. Why did you shoot? I don't know, maybe I was too nervous. He looked panicked, and it seemed that he knew he seemed to have made a big mistake, because his leader was standing next to him, looking at him with an ugly face. Alka just looked at him. This ordinary rebel was sweating profusely, and his body began to tremble. Don't be nervous. You were just affected, so I won't blame you, Alka said, and suddenly stretched out his hand. His 5 fingers formed into claws, and slowly grabbed and turned. At this time, Xia Daidi and others also rushed over quickly. Just as Alka's power turned, a special effect like a broken mirror appeared in the air, and then a demon was pulled out and imprisoned in place. Looking at the image of the demon, Alka had an expression of as expected. This demon was none other than the Devouring Mouth. The Devouring Mouth seemed a little surprised that he was suddenly found, but he still looked at Alka with a smile. Friend, long time no see. Your strength is a little beyond my imagination after not seeing you for so long. Alka just looked at him. Suddenly asked, have you solved the problem of your soul? I didn't even notice you hiding around here before I came. To be honest, they had not been disturbed by the Devouring Mouth for a long time on this journey. The thread that Alka and his team had planted in the soul of the Devouring Mouth a long time ago allowed them to slightly sense the clones that had been split off as demons. They knew we're in the boundless sea, and had a general sense of it. It was this ability that allowed Alka and his team to be quiet for a long time. And the clone in front of them, they obviously had no sense of it at all. Can't wait to discuss people as soon as the problem is solved. Hey friend. You seem to have underestimated me. After so many years, you have become so powerful, can't I make a little progress? The Devouring Mouth asked with a smile. If you don't know, you would really think that the two of them are good friends. Hearing this, Alka nodded his head. There is nothing wrong with what he said. Think about it. It has been many years since they planted the problem in the soul of the Devouring Mouth. For a demon like the Devouring Mouth, it has already figured out how to get rid of the problems in its soul in these years. From the looks of it, it may have reversely controlled the threads in his soul, affecting Alka and the others' judgment. Alka turned around and looked at the ugly leader of the rebels, and the rebels who raised their guns. At this time, their guns and those of the Holy Machine Church were pointed at the demons captured by Alka. You deliberately lured these people here? What's the point? Just to slightly hinder my progress? Or do you want to control them to conflict with me, and then make me and these rebel forces hate each other? How is it possible? I just want to come and see you. We are old friends, and we haven't seen each other for so many years. Of course he didn't believe this. Alka thought it was very likely because he became a god in his dream, which had a strong impact on the world scar. So the devouring mouth came to spy on Alka to see what had changed. Alka didn't believe that these demons didn't see that his dream kingdom had greatly improved its ability to stabilize reality. The strength of these demons in the world scar must have been limited, and it was impossible for them to use their power as recklessly as before. Now his arrival confirmed Alka's guess, which made Alka a little happy. This showed that the impact on the devil was much greater than he thought. Alka looked at him and said, "Now that you have seen it, wait obediently in the world scar. I will come back and chop off your head." As he said this, he gently squeezed his hand. The body separated from the devouring mouth was crushed into pieces by Alka. The soul disappeared in an instant, and Lucilia didn't have time to imprison it. It seems that he suffered a loss before, and remodeled his clone, Alka said with a smile. However, it seems that the devouring buckle has now provided a stronger defense for his soul. I just don't know if he has cleared the tiny dot they planted in his soul. After all, the soul tied by the silk thread may be just a shell of the soul, a bait that makes them think that the devouring mouth has not cleared it. But it doesn't matter. We'll know when the time comes. It's best if there is one, but if there isn't one, it won't affect Alka's plan to deal with the devouring mouth later. Looking at the crushed demon, Alka turned and stared at the leader of the rebels. It seemed that without the devouring mouth, the emotions that slightly affected them disappeared. Feeling this change, the leader's face became even uglier. But he still turned his head and stared at Alka seriously and bowed. "Thank you for your help." Then he looked at his soldiers and said, "We retreat." Looking at these rebels who left without hesitation, Alka turned around and looked at these members of the Holy Machine Church. The one who just spoke to Alka solemnly made a Holy Machine Church gesture to Alka and said a blessing. "Did this island originally belong to them?" Alka asked. The church member nodded. "It was indeed theirs before. But when the oracle came down, we were asked to temporarily control this place. So we notified them. They quickly gave it up, and later became a member of the resistance like those people. Now they may be under the instigation of the devil, and want to take back their former home." Alka thought and nodded, and then asked, "Do you need to occupy this place?" "Of course not, sir. Later we determined that you just wanted this tower, and were not interested in this place. So in fact, our approach and strategy at that time were somewhat lacking in consideration." Hearing this, Alka stopped wasting time. He passed his voice to the ear of the leader just now, and then dug out the entire trial tower in front of everyone, and threw it into the small world. Seeing this, the member of the Holy Machine Church finally breathed a sigh of relief. He and his soldiers have been guarding here for a long time, and now it is not peaceful outside, and he urgently wants to rush back to the church. So after watching Alka finish it, he said goodbye and left, driving the steel battleship on the beach. The group of rebels just now stayed where they were under Alka's message, watching the people of the Holy Machine Church leave. Then he watched Alka and his friends board the ship and prepare to leave. "This was your home, and it's still yours now. Thank you." After saying this, the leader watched Alka and his friend's ship leave. At this time in this small world, there are already 9 trial towers. This almost means that their collection of the 12 trial towers has gradually come to an end. Finally, is the masterpiece finally going to reappear in the world? Napto stared at the 9 towers in front of him, muttered to himself. You can feel his excitement. The memory training ground is still running at this time. It seems that because there are 9 towers, compared to when the function is turned on, there are 3 extra towers, and the number of loads can be greater. Now even if they enter the training ground together, it will not affect the overload. At this time, Xiaodaidi and his team had just finished training and were resting nearby. Compared to these, I am more concerned about the devouring mouth. This time, he actually only led such a group of weak rebels to influence us. To be honest, this is really strange. Hearing Xiaodaidi's words, Lucilia nodded. That's true. The rebels who just slightly blocked them really couldn't block them at all. You can't think like that, after all. The devouring mouth never thought that he would be exposed, right? He never thought that my strength would improve so quickly. So he may just want to hide in the dark and observe me. As long as he uses his power, he can be seen. After hearing what Alka said, Xiaodaidi and the others thought for a while and nodded. When they rushed over, they just saw Alka dragging the devouring mouth out of the space. Although they didn't see the devouring mouth's expression, but they should know it from Alka's words. The devouring mouth must have been very surprised that he was discovered. That is to say, he may just want to test it, hiding in the dark and observing it for a while. Be careful on the road ahead. Based on our understanding of the devouring mouth, he will definitely not give up so easily. He must be hiding something behind, waiting for us to get there. Especially now, knowing my strength, he will either give up, or make a trap that is definitely big enough. Alka said. This is what he cares about. But fortunately, the devouring mouth is slightly exposed here, making Alka and the others somewhat alert. The problem is that Alka and his team must collect all the trial towers. After knowing this, the scope of the devouring mouth is too wide. But fortunately, Alka knows for sure that the trial towers in the infinite sea will never be moved without permission. He can know even the slightest movement. After talking about this, Alka looked at Xia Dai and asked, "How long will it take you to reach the 8th stage?" Hearing Alka's question, Xia Dai thought for a moment. According to the current speed, it will probably take more than a year and a half. Maybe more than 2 years. Xia Dai gave a less accurate number. After all, this is the 8th stage. In reality, the 8th stage is a relatively important node. At this point, their strength is equivalent to the peak that ordinary people in the real world can reach. Of course, even if they don't become gods, they can still advance to the 9th stage. The difficulty at this time is not very meaningful, because at the 8th stage, the main purpose has changed from meditation to improve strength, to obtaining the crown-level treasures that are suitable for them to find and use. Because as far as Alka knows, after the 8th stage, as long as they have not become gods, the improvement of strength is unlikely to cause a qualitative change. But will it take another 1 or 2 years? Alka thought silently. Then it is almost equivalent to the time period when they are about to collect all the trial towers. The sound of dawn sailed. Time flew by. Another trial tower, under Alka's control, entered the small world from the outside. When this trial tower fell, there were 10 trial towers in this small world. Only the last 2 trial towers were left. Not to mention that the 12th one was the one they had used before, and it was the trial tower they were most familiar with. After so many years of collecting trial towers, it was gradually coming to an end. The memory battlefield was strengthened again. This time, from the battlefield of the restoration memory, one section of the memory battlefield could be separated, and only such a fragment could be captured. In other words, the large battlefield they faced could only capture one opponent, and turn it into a single battle arena. How long can you last on the battlefield recently? Juanlu stood beside the memory battlefield and asked Poro, who had just come out of the battlefield. Poro rubbed his swollen head and pointed to the stone tablet not far away. It is said to be a stone tablet, but the numbers and words on it do change. The name of Poro is clearly engraved on it, and there is a time behind it. 108. Interestingly, even for those who are above Poro, the time behind it is still 108. This means that the longest time in the trial battlefield is only 108 hours. This is because this is a fragment extracted from the Nefuto's records. Although he persisted to the end, at the end, he was basically infinitely close to death. So after this war, he became the control center of the trial tower. This change was also made to keep him alive. Although their strength was only at the 7th stage, they seemed to have been in this battlefield for too long, and had become accustomed to the rhythm and fighting style of the entire battlefield. They were able to fight steadily and cooperate with their companions around them, and persisted until the end. Their combat experience has grown rapidly over the years. The intensity of the battles every day exceeded the sum of their previous battles. Under such circumstances, how could their fighting skills not soar? Naptos also said that he wanted to preserve this stone tablet. It is said that it was Alka's suggestion. He said that if there is such a ranking, it can effectively motivate the competitive spirit of those trial participants. Really? But it seems to be true when I think about it. At this time, on the deck outside, Alka stood on the deck, feeling the sea breeze, looking at the sea in the distance. An island floated on the sea not far away. From the appearance of the island, it is clear that it does not look like a deserted island. It may be a drifting island. This may happen from time to time in the market. It is normal. Do you want to move closer? Xia Dai asked beside him. At this time, Alka turned his head slightly and looked up. The place he looked at was the observation room on the top of the tree. Jason was staring at the island inside. Move closer. Alka thought about it. As the sound of dawn approached the deserted island, it slowly stopped at a good place for easy landing. As the ship docked, everyone in the small world came out, looking at the island. It seems that no one lives on this island. Do you want to advance on this island? Alka suddenly turned around and looked at Jason and asked. Jason's strength has reached the perfection of the 7th stage. And Eurylius, who is equal to him, has been sleeping in the small world a few months ago. The 8th stage is a node. Even for an ancient crystal dragon like Eurylius, this is also the case. For the dragon race, it is also a node that needs to hibernate to grow. After this, it will be an adult dragon. Hearing this, Jason looked at the environment on the island and nodded. Okay, let's do it here. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but become curious. Although they had seen Arcana advance to the 8th stage, the way Arcana advanced was a more unexpected situation. Let's not go to the island. Just level up around here, Jason said. Then everyone got ready. The sound of dawn stopped around. The tree roots went deep into the seabed, and some were tied to the island. Soon Jason was ready. Meditation had already started, and a storm of magic had already gathered around the liquid energy. As Jason entered it, the vortex of magic became more and more intense. But compared to Alka before, it was still much better. And at this time, under Alka's suppression, the surrounding environment, except for the constantly gathering magic storm, both the sea surface and the strong wind, stabilized under Alka's suppression. As Jason advanced, Alka suddenly frowned and looked at the water not far away. There. Something is coming? It seems that Jason gathered too much magic around him when he advanced, which attracted some sea creatures. Be careful, Poirot said, staring at the situation in the sea with vigilance. It is definitely a big guy. Chapter 545 Unexpected Treasures. Awing! A loud cry. As the sea surface broke open, the huge figure emerged, and the harsh sound waves spread to the surroundings. This huge marine creature. It is huge, similar to a whale. But compared to its whale-like appearance, what is more noticeable is that there are dense holes on its body. These holes emit one proud cry after another. The cry is extremely harsh. It even seems to be attracting something around, affecting them. Even Alka couldn't help but frown, because he could feel that even he was affected by it. The space was disturbed by different situations. At this time, silent sound waves came from Julia. The silent sound waves offset the high-pitched chirping sound. And all these sounds were offset, forming a wall of sound. The waves rolled. The sea water formed an attack formed by some strange force, attacking everyone on the boat. Don't hold back. He is stealing Jason's magic. The whale monster was attracted by Jason's upgraded magic, and it was also a sea monster pursuing magic. However, the whale was too huge and powerful. Alka even felt that the whale's strength had reached the 7th stage of perfection. For a monster in the ocean, such strength was a bit too strange. He seriously suspected that there was a divine being in its body, because in Alka's eyes, it was not just the concentration of magic that had reached this stage, but the quality of magic had also reached this stage. It felt very familiar. It was a bit like the monsters of the Golden Age that Alka had seen in the Phantom of History. This sea monster is not simple. Everyone exerted their strength, and soon stopped the whale from absorbing magic power. Although the whale had not suffered any serious injuries, it seemed to feel threatened. The power fluctuated suddenly. Then all kinds of strange things appeared in the seabed and smashed towards them. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be the wreckage of various abandoned ships. It is unknown how long these abandoned ship wreckages have been in the seawater. Many of them are already covered with marine plants. These ships were broken and had completely turned into a pile of rotten wood. But most of them were connected, and their simple outlines could still be seen. A large number of them fell like flowers scattered by fairies. The sudden attacks fell one after another, hitting them. Then, the sea monster actually took this opportunity to dive directly into the water. Seeing this situation, Lucilia's figure flashed in an instant and disappeared on the spot. She appeared on the sea, raised the cursed blade in her hand, and swung it towards her lower body. Awing! The high-pitched cry was heard again. It was obvious that this blow had hit the monster hard. But even so, the monster still did not stop, but ran faster, vertically towards the deep sea. In an instant, it sank 100 meters below the deep sea. The huge size made the damage he suffered much higher. Very smart, Alka suddenly said with a smile. Is that a divine creature? Lucilia, who had returned, looked at Alka and asked. Hearing this, everyone's eyes shifted over, and Alka nodded. Yes, it is indeed a divine creature. And I also saw a scepter-level divine essence in his body. Everyone's eyes were even more confused, because if Alka took action in an instant, he would definitely be able to keep this divine creature. But Alka did not forcefully take action to keep it, but instead used a lot of strength to stabilize the wreckage of the ship that was thrown over. Let them land steadily on the sea surface. Now these debris are still floating around. What are you thinking about? This divine creature must have been left over from ancient times. And I sense the breath of the sea god on it. It may be the sea god's followers. It was just attracted by the magic power generated by Jason's promotion. This is their instinct. And in fact, when it saw Pororo, it didn't want to stay. Because of the eyes, even if Alka didn't use it intentionally, if he wanted, he could get some not-so-secret information from the monster. Therefore, these auras are the easiest medium to gain confidence. And they are easily seen through by Alka. And the most important thing is that the divine essence on it does not seem to be suitable for you. So this is actually the main reason. Looking at the information expressed in everyone's eyes, Alka smiled. There is indeed a reason in this regard. But this is just a small episode, and it did not cause them too much trouble. But the reason why I say he is smart is not because of this reason. He pointed around. Everyone looked over. Countless shipwrecks were floating on the sea surface. Some of them were even floating in the air because of the high concentration of magic power around. After all, directly above the ship, Jason was still upgrading. The surrounding magic power was still swirling. Although the situation on the sea surface was suppressed by Alka, these wrecks would not sink into the seawater for a while, because they were floating due to the traction of magic power. There are a lot of good things in these shipwrecks. He might have thrown them out on purpose. Well, it may be a way to avoid disaster by spending money. That's really smart. If you give money, you can indeed spare its life. Then Alka waved his hand. The various light spots in the wreckage flew over under Alka's control, and then piled up on the ship more and more. Many things here may have been in the sea for too long, and they are covered with various barnacles and seaweeds. There is even a thick layer of dirt. Juanlu looked at a box, thought about it, and pried it open. With a little force, the box was opened, and then a pile of gold sails slipped out. Although these gold coins were also covered with dirt, there were thousands of them in this pile. It's really a treasure. None of this is important. What's important is, Alka said, and he waved his hand. 3 items flew out of the treasure pile. They were also covered with dirt and seaweed. With a light pinch, the energy of the elements gathered around, and in an instant, the dirt on them was cleaned up. The 3 treasures appeared in front of everyone in a brand new look. Alka looked at 2 of them, and threw them into the treasury. Those 2 are Holy Grail level treasures. It's useless. Throw them into the treasury as collections. Then he looked at the only one left in his hand. He suddenly became curious. He wondered if the giant goldfish that had just escaped knew that there was such a scepter-level treasure in it. That's right. The one left in his hand was a scepter-level treasure. According to the wreckage of the ships that were just thrown out by the whale, there might be 7 or 8 of them. Judging from their appearance, they don't know how long they have been soaked in the seawater, but when they were thrown out, they still maintained their normal appearance. This hard material is enough to show how strong these abandoned ships were in the past, which also indirectly shows the existence of such ships. There must be a lot of things in their hands, and there are more or less treasures or colored gems left on each ship. It is interesting that the scepter-level treasure in Alka's hand is a cane. It is about the size of a forearm, and there is a hand bone tightly on it. That is to say, the owner of this treasure never let go until his death. This is a scepter-level treasure, you can try it. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but show a trace of confusion on their faces. This is another scepter-level treasure? This is too ridiculous. Looking at the expressions of everyone, Alka couldn't help but smile. Although it's a bit strange, there is indeed a scepter-level treasure among the debris he threw out. I don't know if it was intentional. Hearing this, Lucilia couldn't help but say awkwardly, then I shouldn't have chopped down the last sword just now. Why didn't you stop me? After all, he gave so many things, and he ran away. And I chased him, and gave him a sword. And it was cut on the soul. Although it may not have any fatal effect on such a huge creature. It hurts. The chirping sound has perfectly shown how painful the sword is. Hearing this, Alka smiled awkwardly. I didn't see this treasure at that time. At that time, he was still responsible for blocking the wreckage of the abandoned ship. He only saw a lot of light spots on it, and he didn't have time to pay attention to the color of these light spots. Okay. These are not important. Alka handed over the treasure in his hand. The few people who were still short of a treasure took turns trying. In the end, Julia was the one who was suitable for this treasure. Just at this time, Jason seemed to have completed the promotion. The magic vortex around him began to gradually fade away. Jason felt his strength improve, and came to the front of everyone with a smile on his face. Then he saw Julia holding the treasure. This treasure seemed to be stirring the emotions of everyone. Huh? Jason's face was full of confusion. Because he was concentrating on the promotion just now, under the protection of Alka and others, he didn't even know that a whale monster attacked them. Why is there suddenly an extra treasure? Where did it come from? His voice was full of confusion. Did it take him a long time to advance? That's not right. He calculated that it only took him half a day. Although he was concentrating, he still had some perception of this little time, so he didn't even have an illusion of time perception. Wanlu explained briefly beside him about the experience of everyone when he was promoted. I just advanced, and it only took me half a day. How come I seem to have missed something big? Jason said, a little depressed. Poro patted his shoulder. Actually, I should thank you. If you hadn't been promoted to become a bait, it would have been impossible to catch such a big whale. I'm not happy at all with what you said. Just then, a huge teleportation crack appeared above the deck. A huge figure rushed out from it. That was Eurylius. At this time, her body length had reached more than 20 meters, as her wings spread. The whole body is huge, like a giant monster in ancient mythology. But because of the dazzling brilliance on her body, she is extremely dazzling in the sun, like a sacred beast. It is getting bigger and more beautiful. Xia Deity said beside him. Now Eurylius, the brilliance reflected by the crystal wings on her body in the sun, is really beautiful. The dragon, which looks as big as a ship, flew down, and then turned into a human form and fell down. However, Eurylius, who fell down, seemed to have grown up in human form. If she was just a young girl before, now she has become a beautiful young girl. She fell down and was caught by Jason. Finally woke up. Julia, who was next to her, just mastered the treasure and opened her eyes. She just saw Jason and Eurylius next to her. Congratulations to you. Haha. Congratulations to you too. Now Julia has become another person on the ship who has mastered the treasure. And only the last crown-level treasure is left. What power does this treasure have? Juanlu asked curiously. After all, it took only an hour for this treasure to be obtained by accident, to find its owner, and to be fully mastered. Julia nodded, and waved the cane gently. The sound of music came. The music was as exciting as the drums of war. As the music spread, the first person to be affected was Poro. In an instant, his body turned slightly red. Even the lightning-like patterns on his body were slightly lit up. A certain violent aura was aroused in his body. They had seen this state many times, especially in the memory battlefield. Poro was in this state every time he went in to prepare for the battle, especially in the middle of the battle. How did you do it? Poro looked at his hands, and said after stabilizing his emotions. But everyone could hear that the fighting spirit in his words was very obvious, and it was almost impossible to suppress it. The power of this treasure is to trigger. It can trigger your memory, and even your emotions. Combined with my music and movement, it can instantly mobilize your enthusiasm, memory and emotions, and let you enter the state instantly. I understand. A state gain added to the spiritual level. If you add Julia's own emotional movement, and the power bonus of the movement, it is equivalent to instantly changing their state into the fierce mentality of fighting on the battlefield for a long time. For a battle, especially a large-scale battle, being able to quickly enter the state is a very important thing. The state at the beginning of the battle is completely different from the state during the battle. And this is what Julia just mastered. Obviously there are more uses. It can also trigger the enemy's emotions and memories, but this is only a relatively superficial use. According to my understanding, it should also be able to trigger the power of nature. Hearing this, everyone finally understood it. The ability of this treasure is probably to produce some kind of influence. Just like a calm water surface, a drop of water will produce enough waves. And this treasure is the drop of water that falls. Through this drop of water, he controls the generation of these waves to achieve the effect he wants. An ability that does not seem to be strong or direct, but has great potential for development. The most important thing is that it sounds very suitable for Julia. The music that Julia's various treasures match is a very easy medium to attract. With such power, her music can have an even more exaggerated impact. To be honest, even if Julia played a piece of music, and made both sides on the battlefield drop their weapons and coexist peacefully, everyone would not be surprised. Because judging from the current treasure configuration, Julia can really do such a thing. After resting on the island for a night, everyone set off again. The journey to collect the trial towers is coming to an end. As for the location of the 11th tower, Alka is not worried at all. How long will it take to reach the holy city? Alka asked. Less than half a year. Soon. But Alkashadeti and others also showed their curiosity. Because the sphere of influence of the 11th tower is none other than the headquarters of the Church of the Virgin Mary in the Infinite Sea. The grace of the Virgin Mary. The Golden Heaven. The Holy City. This is also the earliest information about the tower Alka obtained. So it is not an exaggeration to say that the entire collection process has come to an end. Whether it is the 11th tower or the 12th tower, it will not be difficult to harvest. Now they are on the way to the world scar. They just collect these 2 towers along the way. The headquarters of the Holy Mother. I really want to go there quickly to see what it looks like. Because of Alka. Although everyone believes in different gods, they generally deal more with the Holy Mother Church. Unfortunately, because it was not on the way, they could only visit this holy city on this trip. What exactly is the headquarters of one of the 4 gods' churches like? Since arriving at the Infinite Sea, they have heard too much about this information. And now, all of this will appear before them. From the text and pictures, they can see the real scene. Chapter 546, The Holy City. In this vast sea, looking around, more than a dozen ships come and go. The ships coming and going represent the prosperity here. But what's interesting is, except for some merchant ships and transport ships for transporting materials, most of the ships can be seen to be various personnel transport ships for transporting personnel. All of these ships are marked with the symbol of the Church of the Virgin Mary, or have elements similar to the Virgin Mary. From a distance, in the middle of the ocean, there is a large island there. This island is the land of the goddess, representing the joy of nurturing new life and harvest, and is the headquarters of the Church of the Virgin Mary in this boundless sea. A faint and soft light was projected from outside the clouds in the sky, and this soft light blended with the surrounding colors, looming. The voice of dawn slowly came to the periphery of this sea area. The island can already be seen beyond the field of vision. Alka and the others stood on the boat, letting the voice of dawn use vines to lift them up in the sky, so that they could see the appearance of the island faster. Holy City. The headquarters of the church. Even in such a remote place, they have already felt the fluctuations generated by the power of the Virgin Mary. These fluctuations of power, and the power contained in the light column floating down from the sky, made the surrounding sea surface glow with a light golden luster. What a stable environment. Julia felt the surrounding environment and couldn't help saying, the environment here is as stable as the home sea. It should be the power of the Virgin Mary, which dispelled the chaos around, making the environment here very stable. Jason swirled his hand in the air, bringing out the faint golden luster in the air. Not only the environment, even the magic power is mixed with a lot of holy light elements. This place has almost become a forbidden place for all evil spirits. The holy light of the Virgin Mary is not similar to the holy light of punishment. But this holy light has been integrated into the surrounding environment. Not to mention the demons. Even the cultists can't stand it when they walk into this area. The breath on the body will conflict with the surrounding holy light all the time, basically like being marked by the aperture. It was really exaggerated. As the ship sailed, a ship slowly approached beside them, and quickly sailed forward. Alka and the others looked at the ship. The ship was not a church ship, but it also adopted a certain style of church ships. The color was light gold and milky white. It had a lot of styles of the Virgin Mary Church. It could also be seen that this ship should be a personnel transport ship with large and small rooms on it. Because around the cabin, in addition to some artillery, there were all kinds of doors and windows. On the deck, many people gathered, staring at the island in the distance as if they were on a pilgrimage. Although the island was so small that it was far away, it was still far away. A pilgrim ship? Alka looked at the ship and couldn't help asking. For the saints of the Church of Our Lady, it was easy to feel the faith in the Virgin Mary coming from the ship. As they moved forward, there were more and more pilgrim ships coming and going. In addition to these, many warships of the Church of Our Lady could also be seen, transporting some knights and defenders of the faith to distant places. Some ships transporting supplies can also be seen. These fleets of transport ships to the World Scar are the most common ships that Alka and his team have seen since leaving the World Scar. Sometimes these ships can even be seen in the drifting sea. It is enough to show how many such ships there are, and how tragic the World Scar is. The support has never stopped, and the whole world is transfusing blood there. As we get closer and closer to the Holy City, That calm luster becomes more and more conspicuous. The surrounding magic power also began to be squeezed by the holy light. The sacred elements began to fill the surroundings. They were almost driving on a golden ocean. This kind of gold is not luxurious. The golden color, similar to wheat yellow, will only make people feel the rich color of autumn harvest, which is more in line with the simple mood, rather than the noble color. From a distance, they looked at the sacred island. Looking around, the island was covered with golden yellow. For this golden yellow, Alka couldn't help but smile. This golden color was very familiar to him. It was exactly what he had seen, and was very familiar with. Golden ears of wheat. However, the direction they were in now seemed to be on the back of the island. Although the island was flat, it also had slightly undulating peaks. Although not high, it was enough to block their view of the front. Finally, they came to the periphery of the island. They watched the pilgrim ship circle to the left of the back. It should be closer to the port. Alka and his crew also began to circle slowly, and deliberately slowed down the speed of the ship. In front of them were fields of golden wheat. Are these all golden wheat ears? Xia Daidi didn't understand very well, but after all, he had come from the home sea, so he looked at Alka and asked. Because she remembered that Alka's hometown was Golden Wheat Ear Island, a home island of the Virgin Mary. Alka nodded. Yes, these are all golden wheat ears, but I didn't expect to see them here. Madlisa looked at the wheat ears on the island, looked at them carefully, and then said, These plants are different, maybe the appearance is the same as what you see, but their inner parts are some kind of ancient strange creations. They are absorbing holy light. In other words, they may be some kind of higher creations. Hearing this, Alka said, The wheat ears I have seen do not absorb holy light to grow. So these should be the legendary holy light wheat ears. Zhuanlu said. Because this kind of holy light wheat ears is actually a kind of food. But Zhuanlu rarely uses it to make delicacies. Because the characteristic of this golden wheat ear is not how delicious it is, but its huge yield. And it tastes good. In the environment of holy light, it has almost the characteristics of unlimited growth and unlimited output. Look at those windmills. In the wheat fields that spread all the way to the back of the mountain, windmills can be seen one after another in these wheat fields. Spreading across the entire island, these windmills have become a beautiful landscape. Dawn sound. Move closer, Simon said. Although everyone didn't know why, the dawn sound still moved closer, almost leaning against the shore. At this time, they also realized the peculiarity of these endless wheat fields, which almost completely covered the back of the island and had no end in sight. Because the wheat ears were automatically stripped off, and then flew away. These stripped wheat ears formed a straight line in the wheat field, as if they were pulled over by some force. The nearest windmill was less than a few hundred meters away from them. The huge windmill turned slowly, and some reliefs from the church could be clearly seen on it. Simon's eyes flashed, and he was using some kind of spell that could enhance his vision. Then he patted Alka's shoulder. Look! Alka has seen it. These windmills are just like windmills in appearance, but inside, they are sophisticated creations of some kind of spells and mechanical structures. Simon explained to others, These windmills are deep underground, and form a kind of formation network around, and even in the entire wheat field. The holy light wheat ears will produce unlimited food grains in the holy light environment, and these grains will be automatically produced and peeled off, and quickly enter the windmills to be stored. This is a fully automatic grain sowing and harvesting system composed of plant machinery and spells. Perfect. Simon couldn't help but admire. Then he took out a small notebook and began to record. As their boat began to circle, they soon saw roads. These roads connected each windmill, and there was an intersection in the middle. It seemed to be a transportation station. People kept transporting the grain away. Hi! At this time, a few children suddenly appeared in the wheat field on the shore. They looked at Alka and his boat, and waved to say hello. Wheat field. Windmill. Children. Looking at this scene, Alka had an inexplicable illusion of returning to the Holy Mother's kingdom, and couldn't help but smile and wave to them. It's like coming to the Holy Mother's kingdom, Xia Daidi said, although she had only been there once. That time was enough to leave a deep impression on her. Finally, they circled to the front of the island. Here you can see many buildings. The buildings spread all the way from the port to the mountain. After all, the height of the mountain is not high. A solemn church is the management center of the goddess church. This is one of the most conspicuous buildings, because it is the landing point of the light in the sky. The road from the port leads straight to the church. The church covers a large area, with a tall spire, and a building surface made of white marble. There are detailed carvings on the wall, showing beautiful goddess images and some sacred myths. These are some details they can see on the shore. And on the shore, at the port, the most conspicuous thing is a lighthouse. If it weren't for the golden beam of light projected from the sky, and the magnificent cathedral of Our Lady, then the most conspicuous thing would definitely be this guiding lighthouse. This lighthouse is over 100 meters high. Interestingly, the shape of this lighthouse is like a tall upright wheat ear. The fruits hanging down from the wheat ear are like light sources. The place where the beam of light was projected in the sky just now. Alka and the others had not noticed the place where the light was emitted. They only discovered it now. The port town can see a large number of various colors that can only be produced in autumn. The roofs made of red maple rubble in autumn have become the choice of most building roofs. The patches of color make you feel like you have entered a maple forest. Most houses use light brown, light yellow and beige colors. The overall color harmony is in great harmony with the atmosphere of the entire island. The rich colors make people feel as if they have entered the harvest autumn in the moment they come back. Ships come and go at the port, and a special port built specifically for the transportation of personnel. This kind of ship can quickly transport passengers down from the ship. You can see these people, like a pilgrimage, slowly and steadily walking towards the huge church on the top of the mountain. Alka and his men park their ships at other ports. Obviously, Alka and his men's ships are very unique, and the port has the ability to distinguish, so there are no restrictions on Alka and his men's ships. No one even came to record. But when their ship stopped at the port, a team of church knights came over. Alka and his men jumped off the ship. Saint Alka. The knight pounded his chest, and then made the cross sign of the Virgin Mary. Alka made the same sign and nodded, as if to greet each other. Finally, I have waited for you. Sirs, please follow me. We have prepared a place for you to rest. After that, two of the soldiers led Alka and his men towards where the church was. But just as they arrived outside the port, the captain of the leading soldiers thought for a moment, turned his head, and looked at Alka and his men and asked, Saint, do you mind not taking the Pilgrim Avenue? Pilgrim Avenue? Alka was a little confused. It is the main road leading to the church. Almost all pilgrims will take this road, step by step to the Cathedral of Our Lady on the top of the mountain. The devout believers believe that walking on this avenue, they will be watched by the Virgin Mary, to examine their own character. Hearing this, everyone nodded. But thinking of the flow of people on the avenue just now, Alka shook his head. No problem. It's okay to take the side road. That's good. The soldier was obviously relieved. It seemed that even they themselves felt that walking on the main road was very uncomfortable. After all, it was really crowded. And the believers walked slowly, almost moving forward. Then, they started walking. And some roads around the residence and commercial streets began to detour. Alka and the others followed behind and watched the surrounding scenery. The soldiers leading the way also deliberately slowed down their pace. Golden wheat ears can be seen between almost every house or around it. Some children ran past them while playing. Is it my illusion? Why are there so many children? Juanlu asked. Some children seemed to know the soldiers leading the way in front, and greeted them or hugged their thighs. One of the soldiers said with a smile, Yes, there are many children around the Cathedral of Our Lady, because there is the largest orphanage here. They are all brought by believers, even members of various churches, from all over the infinite sea. Hearing this, everyone nodded. This is considered a feature of the Church of the Virgin Mary. Generally speaking, in addition to the ability to quickly produce food, the biggest feature is the orphanage. After all, the Virgin Mary has a certain power to give birth to new life and cultivate children. Therefore, almost all church forces, even around the church, have orphanages. In this infinite sea, orphans and homeless children are not uncommon. All church members are committed to collecting these orphans and raising them. In fact, this is also the source of most of all church members. In addition to the descendants of the church itself, the rest of the personnel all come from these orphanages. And some children sent by believers. There are a lot of food in the surrounding shops. To be honest, there doesn't seem to be anything that looks very practical or expensive on this island. They are all very ordinary products. But there are an unusually large number of people, coming and going. As they headed to the church, they also looked at the flow of people on the main road. It was scary to look at it. And when these people moved upward, they seemed to be crawling and extremely slow. It looked a bit tortured. Are there so many people every day? Jason couldn't help asking. If that's the case, then these guards who maintain order are too hard-working. It's a high-intensity job every day. But the soldier in front did shake his head. That's not the case. It's the harvest festival tomorrow. It's the most important festival for the Virgin Mary. It's also the best time to worship the Virgin Mary. At that time, even the child angels of the Virgin Mary will come and send blessings. So it's a very important festival. After hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. So that's the case. No wonder there are so many people. It turns out that they just arrived at this time. In that case, we are quite lucky. We just happened to arrive here at this time and can participate in this festival. After hearing Xiaodaidi's words, the leading soldier nodded. It seems that the time they came is indeed very coincidental. Chapter 547 Harvest Ceremony. Is this church so big? There was no obvious comparison when they saw it at the port before. When they really came to the foot of the church, they realized that the height of the church was outrageous. The highest point of the church must be at least 200 meters above. Standing here, it is like a small city. It is like a giant fortress standing on the battlefield. The spire of the high tower, various elements of the Virgin Mary are mixed in this huge building. At this time, they were almost bathed in the golden light being cast from the sky. The temperature around was neither hot nor cold, but warm under the golden light. Especially the main door of the church, the height of the door must be at least more than 10 meters. The door was painted with the figures of the Virgin Mary and the heroic legends in the scriptures. Alka and his companions followed the soldiers to the side door. Passing through the side door, the two soldiers said goodbye and left. Alka and his companions stood on the side and looked. Inside was a huge dome hall, or a giant dome chapel. Rows of seats, extending densely to the gate. The seats were full of people. An old man in simple church clothes, holding a holy book in his hand, was speaking on the stage. After each speech, the people in the rows of seats left in an orderly manner from the side doors on both sides. Then the next group of pilgrims entered, sitting around very quietly. In this sacred place, they maintained the most basic silence. Alka and the others stood on the side, until another round of pilgrims left. The old man on the podium left. Others took his place. At this time, a weak knight standing next to them spoke. Archbishop is coming down, please follow me. Then he led them forward through the glorious corridor next to him. According to Alka's understanding, there is no such position as the Pope in the teachings. The highest position is actually the Archbishop. Just like the highest position in the home see is also the Archbishop. At first, Alka was a little confused, but later he understood. The church where the Archbishop is located basically manages several surrounding sees, not just one connected see. And in the Holy City, the headquarters of the church, there are normally 3 archbishops. They are in charge of different things, and then discuss them. There will also be a bishops' meeting every few years to decide some things. The highest position is the 6-member meeting selected from the archbishops. Basically, they judge and formulate the direction of some churches. 6-person meeting. 3 people take turns. Simple and effective. And because there is really a Virgin Mary at the top, there is no so-called power corruption. To be able to sit in this position is to truly fulfill the will of the Virgin Mary in mind and body, based on communication with the Virgin Mary. Some of the ideas of many bishops even have some influence on the Virgin Mary herself, correcting her ideas and making them more perfect. To be honest, every one of these archbishops can be described as a saint. But just the communication with those soldiers on the way here. Now most of the things in the Holy City are managed by the archbishop named in. It's not because of how powerful he is, but because the other 2 archbishops have too many things to do. They need to go to other places to do things. After all, the whole world is not peaceful now, and they are also very busy. They quickly walked through the corridor and came upstairs. A wheat-ear knight took them to a hall. But in the end, only Alka, Xiaodaidi, Jason, and Lucilia stayed, because other people were not very interested in meeting Archbishop. They were taken by other church staff to visit the entire cathedral. Several people knocked on the door and walked in. At this time, on a desk, Archbishop, who was just seen, was busy at the desk. There were books piled around him, and various orders that needed his signature. There was also a secretary on the left who was assisting, and an assistant on the right who was looking at Alka and the others and smiled apologetically. It seems that he is really busy. Alka and the others did not disturb him. They just found a seat nearby and waited quietly, until Archbishop finally rested for a while and drank a sip of water. He turned his attention to them. He stood up and walked in front of several people. He nodded to everyone and crossed his hands. Welcome everyone. He looked at Alka with a scrutinizing look. Alka also looked at the archbishop in front of him. To be honest, he saw 1 red, 2 orange and 3 gold flashing on the archbishop. He had collected all 6 treasures in a triangle. Maybe he was already in the ascension ceremony. His strength was also at the 9th stage. He had almost reached the pinnacle of normal mortals in this world. He was even about to break through this pinnacle. A truly powerful person. He looked at Alka. Then he nodded. You are a very powerful young man. Over the years, I have been listening to your stories and intelligence. Hearing this, Alka nodded and smiled. To be honest, he didn't know Archbishop Anin very well. He even didn't know much about the famous people and systems of the entire Holy Mother Church. The trial tower is still under the control of the teachings. It's not far away. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait until tomorrow to leave. Tomorrow is the Harvest Festival. It is also a kind of fate that you can arrive here today. Maybe it is the guidance of the Holy Mother? Alka nodded and said, we have this intention. Hearing this, Archbishop Anin nodded, then looked at Alka and thought for a while and asked, do you want to host this festival? Hearing this, several people were stunned. Then they all shook their heads. What a joke. To be honest, apart from the so-called Harvest Festival in the home sea, they have never participated in it, let alone hosted it. And this is the Holy City. The headquarters of the Church of the Virgin Mary is also the largest celebration site for the Harvest Festival. So many believers come here for pilgrimage. It is a bit too outrageous to let them host it with their inexperience. Young people should exercise more really. But since you refuse, forget it. Archbishop Anin murmured. Then he looked at Alka. Thank you for your contribution to the World Scar. If it weren't for your actions in the dream, I don't know how much the World Scar would have paid at that time. What do you mean? Alka asked with some confusion. To be honest, he didn't receive any information in this regard. Looking at Alka's expression, it didn't seem to be fake. And explained, when you ascended to the godhood in the dreamland before, it was quite a big deal. Although only a few people knew about it, the timing of your ascension to the godhood was a bit coincidental. Just at that time, the demons that were about to launch a general attack were suppressed, and time was bought for defense. If it weren't for your suppression during the ascension, the former anti-demon wall would have fallen. Hearing this, Alka nodded. So that's how it is. But it's true that he himself didn't know that his promotion from the 8th stage to the 9th stage would be the standard for dream ascension. It was a coincidence. Although the anti-demon wall has fallen. Ah? This statement surprised Alka and the others. What's so surprising about this? You should have expected this. Is it so hard to accept? Although they expected this, the news of the fall of the magic wall did not come at the expected time. So they thought they had taken some defensive measures and survived. There is nothing we can do about this. At least you bought them time to set up a more solid defense line in the rear. Alas, the road ahead is bleak. I don't know how to walk on this road. Archbishop Anin murmured. Then, as if they had finished resting, they sat back in their seats and started to get busy. After Alka and the others chatted briefly for a while, they said goodbye and left. Soon, the church staff took them to the resting place. However, no one came back. They were still wandering around the church. So they started to visit this sacred cathedral earlier. However, as mentioned before, this sacred cathedral was indeed unusually busy. And it was not Alka's illusion. He found that many civil servants had some disabilities. Obviously, these people were all retired from the front line. Alas, the next day, as soon as the sky brightened, the sound of the festive atmosphere rang out outside. The music celebrating the harvest spread throughout the island. Alka and the others also got up early. Under the guidance of the church staff, they sat inside the church. At this time, no one knew how it was done. The wall that was originally the gate in front of the cathedral actually disappeared completely. It was equivalent to connecting the hall in front of the entire cathedral with the square outside. In the square, whether it was pilgrims, members of the Chamber of Commerce who happened to stay here, or residents of the island, they were all crowded outside. Only heads could be seen, and people could even be seen sitting in the residential buildings and windows near the church. People around. Almost all the people on the island gathered here. And in the early morning when the sun just rose, although the sky did not change at all, this was still the most important time of the harvest festival. Alka and the others were sitting inside the church. A middle-aged man who should be an important member of the church stood on the stage. You can see some scars and bandages on his body. Then he began to speak. Listening to the speech, Alka and the others understood. The content of the speech was nothing else. It was just talking about some crises facing the world, and the difficulties experienced on the front line, and then thanking everyone for their support over the years. Finally, it was the children in the orphanage. Dressed in pure white, they formed a choir and began to sing. They sang the songs of the Virgin Mary, some kind of festival songs. And in the accompaniment of the music, Julia was standing in the middle. You should know that among all those who like music, Julia's reputation has long been spread. After all, her works have long been spread with the help of the Four Gods Church. As the prelude fell, the children singing sounded. Julia seemed to be preparing for a big wave. A phonograph appeared beside her, followed by a huge harp. She began to play. She activated all her treasures. The sound of the music spread out. It also expanded the voices of the children. In an instant, the children's chorus and the sound of the music rang out across the island and even spread to the sea. This was a song representing the Virgin Mary. Under the influence of the music, the Virgin Mary seemed to project more holy light, and golden spots of light slowly fell from the sky over the entire island. I don't know if it's an illusion. Even the golden wheat ears on the island inexplicably rose a level. Everyone closed their eyes, sunk into the sound of the music, and was moved by their own emotions. Now this place is almost full of believers. Their faith began to gather. For nodes outside the world, the node representing the Virgin Mary inexplicably shone brightly, transmitting strong energy. Inexplicably reinforced the entire protective membrane. What's going on? The betrayer gods, who were invading the world from the inside, were puzzled. Even the new gods, who had just joined the node, and the other four gods were somewhat puzzled. Why was there so much energy coming from the direction of the Holy Mother? Where did it come from? Let alone them, the Holy Mother herself was a little surprised. The recent busyness in the sky made the Holy Mother almost forget that today was the annual harvest festival. For the Holy Mother, once a year was not a long time span. She had not cast her eyes there for a long time. The strong energy coming made her cast her eyes on the island again. Not just her. The other four gods and the flower fairies, as well as those gods who had already ascended to the throne and joined the defense system, cast their eyes over. Then, they saw the scene on the island at this time. It seemed to be under the leadership of Julia. With the cooperation and inspiration of Julia's new treasure, everyone's faith in the Virgin Mary increased to the highest point. The condensed faith turned into a powerful force. In the center of the Virgin Mary's faith, it was transmitted to the Virgin Mary. At this time, the Virgin Mary also fed back part of this energy. The golden dots of light seemed to become more numerous. If I'm not mistaken, that's a believer of life. Right? It seems to be a saint. It's also a mermaid. The flower fairy looked at Julia and said she had seen Julia. Ha ha, life must be pissed off, and the sea god must not be happy either. Ha ha ha. These two gods are indeed like that. Julia is a believer of life, and still is now, but she behaved like this because of the current atmosphere. When will Julia do the same thing on the day of growth? The sea god was the most unhappy one. Because Julia, who caused all this at this time, was a mermaid. Although the mermaid was an intelligent life in the ocean, and was indeed created by him in the beginning. But the problem is that in the end, marine creatures, like mermaids, were all taken away by life, because of some experiences, and all became her believers. Now it has almost nothing to do with him. However, this scene from the harvest day of the Virgin Mary seems to have opened up some new ideas for the gods. At this time, the holy city. As the song ended, the crowd could not recall it for a long time, and the sound of the music became weaker and weaker, but it still floated in the air, until everyone completely recalled it. At this time, Archbishop Anen was already standing on the stage. It is another harvest day of the year. Now, let us sing a hymn to the Virgin Mary. Praise the harvest, praise the new life. Let us welcome the gift from the Virgin Mary, thank her for her grace. As the words fell, the believers on the island began to chant prayers to the Virgin Mary, and was also connecting with their faith rituals. Welcome the arrival of this year's Virgin Mary angel. She will bring the Virgin Mary's grace. It's like this every year. It's just that this year these believers seem to have a little more faith. Maybe it was brought by the sound of the music just now. Everyone was watching these rituals from the side. In Alka's eyes, this ritual really connected to the Virgin Mary's kingdom of God. It really conveys the message of prayer. Let the words of prayer of the crowd reach the ears of the Virgin Mary. Then the light beams falling from the sky began to gather on the top of the hall of the central church. A faint golden light began to gather. The expressions on the faces of the believers became more and more pious. However, although the faces of the church staff were still pious, they were not too surprised. It seemed that it was like this every year. The figure gathered by the golden light became similar to the size of a child. A child in a robe fell in the golden light. A little girl. Huh? Alka knew her. Chapter 548. Start the return journey. The little girl who fell in the golden light was none other than the one who came to pick Alka up every time he went to the kingdom of God. The one who asked him to call her sister. When the little girl came to reality, Alka roughly understood her position. If he was not mistaken, the position of this little girl was exactly the one held by the Virgin Mary in every picture and every statue. Whether it was a statue or a picture, the Virgin Mary usually stood in the wheat field. She usually holds a baby boy in her left hand and a little girl in her right hand. This is the most classic image of the Virgin Mary, and it is also the most widely used image. Unless there are some special circumstances, most statues and paintings will be of this image. Is this the child angel? Alka never thought that it would be her. When the figure of the girl appeared, the expressions of everyone present became extremely pious. Finally, the girl flew over the heads of all the believers present, spreading glory. These lights fell on the believers, which was a gift to them. As the lights fell, they could clearly feel their physical fitness improving. Then the child angel returned to the dome of the entire church, floating there quietly. At this time, Archbishop came out and began to announce the end of the ceremony. Then the festival celebration of the whole city began. People in the square began to leave one after another, until the believers in the square and inside had almost completely left. The gap connecting to the square outside was slowly restored. It was the same as when Alka and the others came yesterday. At this time, the child angel in the center of the dome, who seemed to have turned into a statue, blinked her eyes and looked around quietly. After making sure that all the believers had left, she immediately flew towards Alka. Hee Alka, why are you here? She floated in front of Alka and asked with a smile. Then she opened her hands. Looking at this scene, Alka clearly felt that countless dazzling eyes were piercing her body. Around. Whether it was the priests in the church, the wheat knights, or the knights of the church, or even Jason, Julia, and others beside him. They were all looking at him. Faced with such a situation, Alka could only sigh helplessly. At least she didn't run over the moment, she just spread the grace or showed up. Right? This is already very good. Silently took a step forward, and held the girl floating in front of him with one hand. So this is what you said, the important work you will have? Alka asked. In the Holy Mother's kingdom. She sometimes said that she also had an important job. She was not idle every day. Alka thought that she was just looking after the babies from time to time. Or, she led the children from time to time. The girl nodded. How is it? It's very important. Right? Yes. It is very important. But I didn't expect it. Then the girl's attention shifted to the companions next to Alka. She seemed very curious about Alka's companions. Are these your companions? Alka nodded. The reason why the girl was curious about them was mainly because Alka sometimes chatted with her about her experiences in the kingdom of God. Then the girl's eyes fell on Lucilia. After all, Lucilia was like a doll now. Seeing this look, Lucilia silently jumped off Xiaodaidi's shoulder for some reason, and became the size of a normal human soul. Hello. Hello. Hearing the girl greet them, everyone also greeted them. Then she giggled, flew out of Alka's arms, flew to Xiaodaidi and hugged her. I know you. Mom said she liked you very much. This surprised Xiaodaidi a little. Hugged the little girl and rubbed her cheek with her face. This behavior made the girl very happy. Are you really a jinx? The girl looked at Jason and asked. Jason was a little confused when he heard this. And then he reacted immediately, staring at Alka with a murderous look. Then she shook her head. How is it possible? It's just Alka slander. Then the girl went around asking questions to everyone, mostly about what they had experienced. She seemed very curious. But maybe it was because of the nature of a child. She wanted to hug this one and that one. She also surrounded Lucilia, seemingly liking Lucilia inexplicably. Ah, have I been outside for so long? I have to go back, the girl said suddenly, as if she finally remembered something. Then she thought about it. I still have some energy in me, I will bless you. She kissed Xiaodaidi on the face. The remaining energy in her body was imprinted on her body, becoming a simple blessing. She kissed everyone one by one. Goodbye, see you next time. The girl laughed, then flew to the dome, disappeared in the beam of light. Everyone looked at each other. Alka said silently, Since we have also participated in the celebration, I think we'd better leave the church first, walk around outside and leave. Everyone also felt the gazes around them, and nodded in agreement. Then he fled from the church. At this time, Archbishop was sitting not far away. As one of the 3 highest archbishops, he certainly knew that Alka was not the Son of God. It was just that compared to the Church of the Holy Mother, he was more special. It was not as mysterious as outsiders, or even some insider said. But today was different. He was also a person who had been to the kingdom of the Holy Mother, and had personally met the Holy Mother. He certainly knew who this child angel was who was summoned every year to give those believers the Mother's grace. Almost every member of the 3-member council would see this child angel when they went to the kingdom of God. But today, what he saw today, he couldn't help but sit there and think. So, is Alka really? He didn't dare to guarantee or confirm it. After all, although they knew that Alka was not the Son of God, the Virgin Mary did not deny it. Right? He began to doubt a little. Archbishop? The assistant next to him shouted. The Archbishop came back to his senses and shook his head, stripping away the strange thoughts in his mind, nodded, and continued to be busy. Outside, Alka and his group left the cathedral and headed for the town below. Along the way, they could clearly see the festival celebrations. The most eye-catching thing in the celebrations was the various foods and delicacies sold in the surrounding shops. After all, the theme of the Harvest Festival, in addition to the festivals related to the Virgin Mary, was naturally about eating. After eating some of the delicacies they were interested in, they waited for Zhuanlu to buy some ingredients. And then, they returned to the ship as night approached. This trial island is within the island chain. At our current speed, it only takes half a day, which means we can reach our destination at midnight tonight. Xia Daidi looked at the map, planned the journey in time, and said, "Really? Then go full speed ahead." After saying that, Dawn Voice stepped on the waves and quickly moved forward into the distance. Tonight, no one slept. With the help of the damn blue moon in the sky, finally, they saw in the distance the tower-shaped black shadow that appeared from the darkness, from the moonlight. The trial island with trial tower number 11 appeared in front of them. Looking at the island, everyone was watching on the deck. "Ah, how many years?" Jason suddenly asked. "What?" Zhuanlu didn't react. Alka said beside him, "How many years have passed since we left the World Scar and started collecting the trial tower?" "About 8 years." Xia Daidi kept calculating the time. It was not much different from the time they expected. In fact, it could have been faster. But the time when Alka was promoted slowed them down a little. "Yes, it's been so long. And we finally came to the 11th trial tower. This is the last unknown trial tower they collected. The trial tower number 12 was the first one they encountered. From now on, they will return to the World Scar. On this straight return route, they can also harvest the trial tower number 12. As the ship slowly approaches, it can be seen that on this trial island, the abandoned houses have long been demolished and replaced with new buildings. It has long become a small town. There is already a group of wheat knights waiting around." After handing over to them, Alka lifted the trial tower and placed it in the small world. At this time, the 11 trial towers had almost completely formed a circle, with only one gap left. By then, the 12 trial towers would appear perfectly. To be honest, handing this task over to you may be the most correct choice I have made in the past tens of thousands of years, Nathos said with a smile as he watched Alka place the 11th trial tower. Hearing this, Alka looked at him and teased, "You have good vision. The 11 trial towers are only the last one left. After tens of thousands of years, the last legacy and glory of my God will appear at that moment." Nathos sighed. Even though he had no face and no expression, Alka could still feel the strong expectation for the future from him. Alka left the small world and returned to the sound of dawn. "Come on, everyone. The last leg of the journey. Start the return journey." "Oh!" Jason screamed. The dawn sound left the trial island. On the deck, Alka and Xia Daidi studied the world map in their hands. The world map of the Infinite Sea was obviously the kind of map that only marked the landmark islands. They changed the guidance flag on the rudder that had never been used. This guidance flag did not point to the Southern Cross Island, but directly to the World Scar, just as they had planned long ago. Now they just needed to go straight to the World Scar from here. On the way, they will pass through the Broken Sea, the first place they arrived when they came to the Infinite Sea. Passing the Southern Cross Island, they will arrive at the Trial Island and get the Trial Tower number 12. Finally, they will go to the World Scar. This last section of the journey is also the longest one. From the Trial Tower number 11 to the location of the Trial Tower number 12. It will take more than a year. After that, they will need to spend more than a year to reach the World Scar. After all this calculation, it still took 10 years. As Jason entered the 8th stage, Aurelius went into hibernation for the last time and fully grew into an adult dragon. From this stage on, it was time for everyone to advance to the 8th stage one after another. When they just left the Trial Island where Trial Tower number 11 was located, Xiaodaidi had already started to advance to the 8th stage. But this time Xiaodaidi's advancement place was no longer the outside world. As usual, the best time for Xiaodaidi to advance was a dark night with only starlight, or only the moon hanging in the sky. But it's not possible now, because the traitorous moon goddess has returned. Since that time, the moon hanging in the sky has completely turned into the blue moon. It's not that the moon in the past will not appear in this world, but it will still appear. But the blue moon, relying on its own understanding and the distance to the boundless sea, overlapped in front of the former moon and moved together. It completely blocked it. You have to know that this moon goddess, who once betrayed the world, is not a good person. Especially there are some conflicts between Alka and the god. Alka has also seen the actions of the moon goddess in the long river of history. To be honest, somewhat disgusting. In this case, promoting to the 8th stage in the real world is tantamount to attracting the attention of the moon goddess, looking for an opportunity to target them. So Alka made Xiaodaidi's promotion place become a small world. The small world is a piece of space debris attached to the scar of the world, but this fragment is large enough, so large that it can accommodate a giant island. Under Alka's operation, the small world at this time has long been transformed into a place like a normal continent, with various landforms. Under Alka's control, he could already control this fragment of the world, move along the boundless sea to find a good position, and let the light of the moon shine on the world, and block the damn blue moon by the way. Today is the place where the scar of the world can shine on the light of the moon. For the promotion of Xiaodaidi, Alka instilled enough magic power in an area, the last area where the moon can be seen, because it was Alka's world. When Xiaodaidi in front of him advanced in it, the impact on the surroundings was minimal. Even the storm brought by magic did not exist, because under Alka's control, these magic powers had completely gathered in that area, making the air in that area thick as if there was an invisible liquid area. The former moonlight still favored Xiaodaidi. After sensing that Xiaodaidi in this direction was advancing, he generously projected his moonlight over, gathering on Xiaodaidi. This resulted in Xiaodaidi's overall promotion being relatively quiet. As time went by, he quickly advanced to the 8th stage, looking at Xiaodaidi, who had completed the promotion in front of him. Except for the silver long hair that once emitted a faint moonlight glow, his eyelashes had completely and thoroughly changed to the same color. It looked like it couldn't be changed back. He had the cold and elegant temperament that belonged to the moon. Congratulations. Hearing this, Xiaodaidi smiled and hugged Alka, and they returned to the deck. Calculate the time, the next one is Porwaro. It should be less than 1 or 2 months. If calculated this way, if the time is right, they may all advance to the 8th stage at the number 12 Trial Tower. At this time, it seems that he knows the specialness of Alka's small world. The white moon is still blocked, but he intentionally or unintentionally gathered his light in the direction of Alka's small world, so that his moonlight can nourish this world. Good man. The voice of dawn is still sailing on the sea, sailing on this last section of the journey, waiting for the arrival of the final destination. Chapter 549, Trap number 12. Wait for the storm on the sea to dissipate. When the vortex of magic power dissipates, Juanlu advances to the 8th stage and lands on the deck. Now, among the people on the ship, except Simon, everyone has advanced to the 8th stage. It is a little faster than Alka expected, because they are about to enter the broken sea. They have been sailing on the sea for almost a year. Everyone has also entered the 8th stage one after another. Simon, how long will it take you? Alka looked at Simon next to him and asked. Due to the appearance of the decomposition block, Simon once again shifted most of his energy to the research and construction of the machine. This made his speed slightly slower than everyone else, but it was not much different. It will probably take more than 2 months. Hearing this, Alka nodded. That means it can be completed before the Trial Tower number 12. Jason stood by and said, Now I finally understand why crown-level treasures are so rare. Until now, we have not seen any crown-level treasures specifically. Hearing this, everyone nodded. That's true. In theory, the 6th stage can master the crown-level treasure. The 8th stage can begin to fully master the crown-level treasure, and begin the stage of the Ascension ceremony. However, until now, they don't have even one crown-level treasure. Alka now knows. There is information about the red light crown-level treasure. There are only a few places in total. It can be determined that it is easy to obtain. The earliest one separated the Zahai from the Flower Fairy Land, the area where life and death meet in Zahai, where a giant dragon with certain power in the realm of dead spirits died. There is a crown-level treasure confirmed there. Based on the environment, it is likely related to the power of dead spirits. Then, there is the World Scar. In the area of the World Scar, Arka knows 2 things that can be confirmed. One is the lighthouse. The other is the World Treasure House that Arka has already obtained in his dream, and through him, he saw the Phantom of History. This is a treasure that is no use for the time being, except for its commemorative value. Thinking of this, the silver snake appeared in Alka's hand again. He caught it in his hand and flipped it up and down. When Alka was promoted to a god in his dream and mastered the secret, he used this silver snake representing the element of luck for divination. This time, he will definitely get a crown-level treasure suitable for him. But now the journey is almost coming to an end. But the result of the divination remains unchanged. Continue sailing forward? It didn't take much time. They soon entered the Broken Sea. This damn place really makes people feel at home. Alka stood on the deck, looking at the vast sea in front of him. Staring at the sky, he suddenly smiled. Dawn Sound, do you remember this place? The sound of music came from the hull, but the music was full of doubts. Obviously, Dawn Sound didn't remember this place either. Lucilia on the deck heard this and turned her head to look at him. Julia, who was practicing music on the other side, also looked over, wondering what Alka was talking about. This is where we first came. Remember? It was from here that we fell into the boundless sea from the forward channel. Are you sure? Lucilia jumped onto Alka's shoulder, looked around and said, to be honest, with the vast sea and the unchanging sky, it is difficult to tell whether there is even the slightest difference between here and other places. Of course I am sure. Alka pointed to his eyes and said, his eyes have seen the traces he left here. The desire for his new world still lingers in the air around him. Although it is a bit mysterious to say this. But after all, it is a peek into his own secrets. If Alka wants to, he can even reverse this space into a mirror, and then reverse time to watch when they first fell. Thinking of this, a huge mirror appeared around, as if it was really reflecting this area. Then the mirror shrank and condensed into a round lens. The inside of the mirror reflected the phantom of the real world, and then Alka put it into the treasure house of his dream. Back to the place where he started. Of course, he had to record it well. At this time, something happened on the sea. The waves seemed to have set off a tsunami, but it was completely different, turning over with the sound of dawn, and then driving on the ocean in the sky. Because of the chaotic space in the Broken Sea, the unique ocean conditions, the familiar feeling came over me. Now I believe that the place we just passed by may really be the place we first arrived, Lucilia said, standing on Alka's shoulder. Soon the ship sailed forward. An island was seen. Looking at the island in the distance. Broken Island, ah, I miss it so much. Alka couldn't help saying. Other people on the ship also came to the deck one after another. The island ahead. It was as if he had returned to the past. The ship passed by a few hundred meters from the shore of the island. Looking at the island, Alka thought for a moment, and suddenly threw a ball of light toward the island. The ball of light dispersed, and then disappeared. What did you lose? Jason asked. Controlled the ruins on the island, and completely destroyed and closed the harmful ruins. After all, this area was a sharp corner of the island in his small world, and was separated to form an island. From the Vastva people's data, Alka and his friends had long known about the relics left on the island, which were the experiments represented by the temple ruins. Alka naturally knew which ones were harmful. So since we were already here, it didn't matter if we helped out. Next is the Southern Cross Island. Counting it up, this should be our 3rd time here. Right? Xiaodaidi said as he thought of something. Alka nodded. Counting it up, it was indeed the 3rd time we came to the Southern Cross Island. The first time, they were forced to leave because of the general. The second time, they returned for revenge and the first scepter-level treasure. And now, the 3rd time, They went around the world a little and came back. It took about half a month to a month. Under the full speed of the dawn sound, the island of the Southern Cross will soon appear in their field of vision. Something is wrong. Alka sat on the deck, frowning. He had an inexplicable premonition that something bad had happened. This made him a little annoyed. He wanted to use his eyes to spy on the secrets to find out what the reason was. In addition to this inexplicable premonition, he also found something wrong. Although the Southern Cross Island is a bit remote, it is a landmark island after all. Right? Yes. Hearing Alka's words, Xiao beside him nodded. Why? Don't you feel strange? Why are there no ships coming and going? We are now approaching the Southern Cross Island. In a little while, we may be able to see the outline of the island in the distance. But there are no merchant ships coming and going? This is too abnormal. When you say that, Jason stood up and was about to say something, then stood there in a daze looking at the distance. Everyone looked over immediately. The horizon, the outline of the Southern Cross Island appeared in front of them. However, the first thing they should see should be the lighthouse with a flashing red cross star. But now, they only saw a round tumor there. They were very familiar with this thing. There was no doubt that the flesh and blood thing was exactly what they had encountered before, and the flesh and blood nest from the god of rebirth that they had finally cleared. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression not only became serious, but also became extremely ugly. Perhaps it felt their emotions. The voice of Dawn increased its speed and sailed quickly towards the direction of the island. Soon it arrived at the flesh and blood island that almost completely included the Southern Cross Island. Looking at the flesh and blood nest on the island, however, what caught their attention more was that, right in their direction, there was a living ship made of flesh and blood. The ship was slowly sailing towards them, and standing on the deck of this ship were the faceless flesh and blood monsters transformed from cultists that Alka had faced in the flesh and blood nest. Enemy of my god, Alka. My oracle is here. The faceless blood monster in front of him, who seemed to be the leader, was saying, but before he finished speaking, his body began to split. Some scarlet runes and magic circles appeared on his body. Looking at the runes and magic circles, Alka frowned, because they were very familiar. Still old friends. Under the rendering of the runes and magic circles, the body of the faceless flesh monster cracked, and then a demon came out of his body. The flesh and blood of the surrounding faceless flesh monsters were completely melted into the body of this demon. Looking at the appearance of these cultists, it seemed that they themselves did not know. The demon touched his head, spread his wings, and stretched his muscles. Ah! Alka. We meet again. He bowed gracefully, and then gestured to the blood and flesh nest behind him that covered the entire island. How is it? Do you like this last gift? I prepared it to celebrate the end of your voyage. Alka's eyes had completely turned into golden crystal pupils. He looked at the devouring mouth in front of him, and at the blood and flesh nest behind him. So? How did you cooperate with the gods of those betrayers you hate the most? Alka asked. Obviously, the devouring mouth was very patient at this time. This cannot be called cooperation, but mutual benefit. I want to kill you, but you know you are a genius, and you have the soul I desire most. The value of your soul is shining, making my greed almost come out. But like I said, I can't do anything to you. You are beyond my understanding of this world. You are increasing your strength very quickly, you make very precise choices, and you are very clever in timing. Since I met you, I have never found any good opportunities. Every time I set a trap to wait for you, you would use more power than I expected, and crush my remaining traps into slag. And your dream power? Does it make your companions unable to dream? I can't find a chance to invade your team. To be honest, this makes me very frustrated. I hate this feeling very much. This reminds me, I finally succeeded in blowing up your world, but I got nothing, or even worse. This feeling is not good. I really don't like it. He turned his head and looked at Alka, with his eyes full of rage and anger and the desire to kill, without concealment. Only at this moment, Alka could feel that the devouring mouth in front of him was not a devil from hell, but a demon from the abyss. The chaotic desire to kill was so blatant. Suck. The devouring mouth took a deep breath, calmed down his emotions, and exhaled a breath of gas with sparks. Your visit has let me know what you are going to do. But I can hardly find any opportunity. At this time, those damned gods who betrayed the world and were insidious enough came back. The stubborn guy among them was actually looking for your trace. I learned a little about the situation, and we hit it off immediately. At this point, the devouring mouth smiled. So you chose a place for him that I would definitely go to. And let him wait there. Right? By the way, you also turned everyone on this signpost island into a bargaining chip that I would not escape. Plus the tower that I must collect. Use these chips together to ensure that I will not escape and must fight him. Oh, you are very smart. You saw through it so quickly? Swallowing Mouth said with a surprised smile. Why are you so sure that I can't kill him? I can kill him the first time. And I can kill him the second time. I like your confidence. But so what? This is the best opportunity and method I can think of. There will always be certain risks in setting traps and strategies. As long as the results and risks are bearable. It doesn't matter. Isn't it? Humph. Alka snorted and laughed. Stop talking nonsense here, take me there. When I win, you wait for me in the world scar. Even if I rush into hell, I will chop off your head and extract your soul. The devouring mouth smiled and controlled the flesh and blood sailboat to sail ahead, taking Alka and the others to the trial island where Alka and the others had been. Standing on the deck, he looked at Alka and said with a smile, if possible, I'll wait and see. And on the boat, everyone looked at Alka with a serious expression. Don't look at me like that, I still have some confidence. Why? You have to know that, although the limited time body of the god was killed by you last time. But he will come again this time. Obviously he has made sufficient preparations. I don't even know how long they have been preparing for this moment, and you know, your condition cannot allow you to exert your full strength. Xiaodaidi looked at Alka from the side, and said very solemnly. And there is a devouring mouth next to it. Damn it! These traitorous gods are all treacherous villains. They will definitely not fight you so easily. They will definitely set many traps for you there. Jason also reminded him. Everyone was talking about the risks that Alka would face this time. It was self-evident. At worst, we could just give up the tower. This tower was strong enough. Unless the world was broken, it was basically difficult to destroy the tower that was connected to the rules. It is even difficult to move. That is to say, this trial island and this trial tower will stay here forever. Alka can first find a way to obtain a crown-level treasure, to stabilize the connection between his real body and his dream soul. Use his absolute strength to crush these insidious things. Not now. Risking almost 100% fatal danger to step into the conspiracy and trap set by a demon who destroyed the world and a god who betrayed the world. It's okay, I know this new god. Although he betrayed the world, it was because he was too arrogant to betray the world. This is Alka. What he saw in the Phantom of History. Chapter 550 Treasure Secret Battle. After a few days of sailing, they followed the flesh and blood ship in front of them and headed towards the trial island. Although they passed through the broken sea along the way, they hardly saw any ships. The entire sea was empty. Alka seriously suspected that the information here should not be transmitted to the outside world. After all, the broken sea is located in a remote area. Even in the infinite sea, it can be regarded as the border of civilization. Although there is a church of the Virgin Mary on the island. As the Virgin Mary's brother, this newborn god definitely knows how to temporarily block the Virgin Mary and the four gods from knowing the information here. At this time, everyone gathered on the deck. In the far distance ahead, the trial island can be seen. The shadow formed by the black stone pillars is so conspicuous. There was silence on the ship, until they followed the flesh and blood ship in front and arrived on the island. The moment the devouring mouth jumped off the ship, it absorbed the flesh and blood essence of the flesh and blood ship into its body. He looked at Alka with a smile. But Alka ignored him. Instead, he looked at the situation on the island. The town ruins in front of him were still the same as before, but this time, there was no triangle to receive them. And the trial tower behind the ruins. Its outer surface was wrapped with dense flesh and blood fascia, which stretched into a thin film. And in the center of the film, a figure alternated his hands and stuck to it like a sculpture. It was the newborn god who was naked, but had no gender characteristics. He seemed to sense Alka's arrival and opened his eyes. When he saw Alka, a smile appeared on his face. The flesh on the fascia on his back turned into silk threads and began to wrap around his body, until the entire flesh film condensed on his body. It turned into flesh muscle armor, and the thin film flesh wings on his back. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Alka. At this time, on the boat on the shore, the sound of dawn constructed vines one after another, and Xiaodaidi and others stood on the vines, looking at the situation on the island with a clear vision. Although they wanted to join in, they were stopped by Alka. This battle The fairer it is, the better it is for Alka. So Alka didn't even let any of them add buffs to him. Alka opened his eyes and looked at the newborn god in front of him. Even without the ability to see through secrets, he could still clearly see the divinity in the body of the newborn god in front of him. 1 red and 2 orange light spots, the energy source of the body composed of 3 top treasures. It was really extravagant. Or in Alka's opinion, it was extravagant beyond measure. In fact, what made Alka most curious was, where did he get that red crown-level treasure from? To be honest, he didn't quite believe that this was something that a cult that believed in the god of rebirth could have. Even the 2 orange treasures surprised Alka. I asked you to come here, because I wanted to fight you again. The god of rebirth looked at Alka and said. Alka nodded. To be honest, there was no surprise at all. Seeing Alka's expression, which seemed to have known it for a long time, and was not surprised at all, the new god couldn't help but smile. As for why Alka knew it, of course, it was because he had seen the phantom of history. And this new god was also a god that Alka paid more attention to. According to his past growth experience and past, he knew his personality, especially the tribulation of 10,000 gods, which had a great change in his personality. But the interesting thing was that the new god, from the first time Alka saw him to the tribulation of 10,000 gods, his personality had hardly changed much. Before the 10,000 gods tribulation, this newborn god was almost identical to the Holy Mother. He was indifferent to any life in the mortal world and was very cold. But compared to the Holy Mother, this newborn god was more proud. So when the 10,000 gods tribulation came, he felt boundless humiliation, even though the world that gave him humiliation was the one that created him. Then he relied on his warlike nature and slaughtered all the beast forces and tribes that had obtained his divinity alone. This is why he betrayed. Because he felt that his strength at that time had no great relevance to the world, he had snatched it back by himself. Being proud, he naturally would not allow a mortal like Alka to easily kill his descended body. Then he looked at Alka, and then looked at the distance, standing in the sky through the vines, watching them fight Xia deity, and the devouring mouth not far away. Although I don't mind having an audience, but obviously people like you can't be watched. The god of the new life suddenly said while looking at the devouring mouth, and then stretched out his hand to pinch it. The devouring mouth seemed to have known the nature of the new god of gods, and was not surprised at all, watching the flesh and blood on his demonic body being peeled off. Before he died completely, he said, I hope I will never see this Alka again. Then the soul that constituted the clone escaped. Don't you catch that soul too? Alka asked casually. No, he will be the witness of the result. Whoever sees him again next time will be the winner. After that, the god of rebirth looked at Alka. In order to allow you to fight me with all your heart and soul, even with all your strength and to the limit, I have prepared some prizes that you may need. He waved his hand. An item was wrapped in flesh and blood, and was attached to the outer wall of the trial tower through flesh and blood. That is a crown-level treasure, which is perfect for the prize of our battle, isn't it? No, it is already a luxury, Alka said. He really couldn't figure out where the new god got another crown-level treasure from. And why didn't he put this crown-level treasure into his body as well? If I kill you, I will get more than just this one. Hearing this, the new god couldn't help but laugh. Interesting. Very interesting. You are indeed not an ordinary mortal ant. If possible, then of course all these in my body are yours. The strong and the victor deserve everything. After laughing, his face returned to calm, looking at Alka and said, although I am not immortal, I know that emotions are important to you mortals. So, for the sake of fairness, I did not do anything to those mortals on the island. I just locked them in the nest of flesh and blood. If I die, they will naturally be able to come out, and if you die, they will naturally not be able to survive. After saying that, he suddenly looked at Alka and said, make a mirror. Although he didn't know why, Alka just waved his hand beside him, and another mirror appeared on the wall of the trial tower. The god of rebirth waved his hand at the mirror, and a light spot fell into the mirror. Then the mirror seemed to become a display screen, and the picture that appeared was the Southern Cross Island where they had encountered the devouring mouth before. At this time, the blood and flesh nest on it was still slightly tempting. In addition to these, if you beat me, I will tell you about the fatal weaknesses of those gods, and leave the surroundings of this world. No longer participate in any disputes with this world, and I will even return what I have taken out of this world. As he said this, the blood and flesh on his chest began to bloom. And then 3 gaps appeared. 3 treasures wrapped in bloody flesh threads appeared directly in the gap. 2 of them were scepter-level treasures. The one in the center of the chest above was the crown-level treasure. It was a triangular crystal, or a product similar to crystal. Blood-red flesh threads, like red gems, could be seen spreading inside the triangle. At this time, these three treasures were not restrained, but under the input of magic power, they showed their brilliance to the fullest. Even Alka was deeply attracted at the first sight. He was attracting all intelligent life to master him. He had a strong attraction to intelligent life. But Alka restrained himself immediately, looking at the new god in front of him. He frowned and said, "You seem to be a little too generous?" He gave Alka a crown-level treasure, did not harm those mortals, and even told Alka the weaknesses of the gods in the sky that they needed most. And the most incomprehensible thing is, the act of returning the divinity that was once snatched from the world. There is nothing incomprehensible about this. Do you know how many gods have betrayed? He looked at Alka and asked. 63. Alka replied. These betrayed gods. Not all of them are born gods, and many of them are gods that appeared after the catastrophe of all gods. They are either sons of gods or mortals. For various reasons, they also chose to betray the world. And these 63 are the ones who managed to survive in the end, the number who seized the divinity of the world and left. There were more who betrayed. Many of them died in the dispute with the camp that protects the world. The names of these 63 confirmed ones are all written in the book. No, there are 66, 3 of them were traitors, he said with a smile. But these are not important, even if they are traitors. They left after the victory, and most they are just pretending to die. Of these 66, do you know how many are still alive now? How many? 28. The god of rebirth said with a smile. It's not easy to survive in the outside world. Is it? But most of them died at the hands of their own people. Those sons of God, and those mortal gods, who thought they could travel with us were the first to die. Manrudas attacked them immediately, and snatched away all their divinity. Manrudas is the god of war. Speaking of this, the newborn god suddenly paused with a smile, looking at Alka and said, this is why Manrudas became the supreme being immediately. The dozen or so gods, who are still eyeing the destruction of this world are all such beings. Most of the divinity in them, or the main existence, was snatched from this world. Once this world revives, they will be in danger. So they are absolutely unwilling to face such a problem. And those who betrayed, but are no longer interested in this world, such as me, it is because the divinity that was once snatched is no longer our main source of power. And even if it is abandoned, it will not cause much damage. Hearing this, Alka frowned, because this was almost a clear indication from the new god in front of him. He almost showed them the weaknesses of the gods now, and the weakness of Mandaris. The most important one, based on what he knew in his mind. Combined with the method he learned from the stranger before, he could know the fatal weakness of Mandaris. What you are saying now? Yes, it is the information I told you. I don't like Mandaris. He is a complete villain and coward. God of War. Heh, what a ridiculous title. Aren't you afraid that these words will be heard? Or spread out? The newborn god smiled and shook his head. This place has become an invisible blind spot in the eyes of the gods. I chose the battlefield specifically for you. If you win, you can naturally start saving the world with this information. If you lose, what's wrong with listening to it? After saying that, the two of them took a step back tacitly. Alka also roughly understood that the reason why this newborn god participated in this incident was not really to destroy the world. Betrayal after the catastrophe of the gods, the damage to the world has eliminated his hatred. From his words, we can know that there are many people who betrayed the gods like him. The subsequent growth has no relationship with the world. Now that all of this has been returned, even if the world successfully recovers, it will not affect them. They have completely cut off from this world. So the battle with himself is just a means of return. It just so happened that Alka bumped into it. The surroundings became silent. A serious atmosphere began to spread around. And then even the blue sky in the sky changed. The air pressure became lower. Perhaps it was the momentum coming from the two people, which caused the creatures in the surrounding sea to flee. They are about to start, Poro said outside the island. The aura coming from the island attracted him, and his fighting spirit was very strong. I just don't know what the two people on the island just said, because they didn't hear it at all. All the methods used were inaudible. Being able to stand outside and observe with the naked eye was the best they could do. All kinds of waves could not be transmitted to the internal waves. This showed that the interior had been shielded to some extent. To be honest, I am worried, Lucilia said. What are you worried about? Jason asked. Zadaiti also asked, Are you worried that Alka is not a match? After all, the opponent is a god. Although Alka had explained to them briefly, this god was a god who would be absolutely fair if fighting with mortals. Because of his pride, when he faces mortals, he has to use insidious or stronger power to suppress them, which will shatter his pride. But they are still worried. No, I am worried that Alka will use the power from his dreams that he cannot use in order to win the battle, Lucilia said. They all know that Alka has the biggest trump card. That is the absolute strength brought by his dreams. That is the power of a god. But the problem is that Alka's body in reality does not even have a crown-level treasure. How can he have the power of a god? If he carries the power of a god, then the weak link between his real body and his spiritual soul might disappear. Alka will also lose his carrier in reality, and completely become a creature and god in a dream. This is what Alka has always resisted. He has always refused to become such an existence. Everyone was silent. 6 element cards have appeared around Alka. The magic of the two people collided in the air. An invisible wall formed in front of both parties, and collided with each other. The invisible force collided, producing a collision sound, and had a very obvious impact on the surroundings. The sound of the collision brought a tearing sound. It began to spread around. The already chaotic sea area became more and more chaotic. The violent waves rolled around. The impact on the space caused the waves and the sky to roll back. The order around became more and more chaotic. The people on the boat had to allocate some strength to temporarily suppress the surrounding environment, at least not to affect them, so that they could not see the battle between Alka and others. The magic power was still colliding. The energy gathered and almost collided tightly. The collision produced an unknown lightning composed of magic power. And Alka's eyes also turned into those golden crystal pupils. The new god looked at these eyes. He could feel the familiarity of the eyes. He seemed to have seen them at some time in the past. But he couldn't remember where he had seen them, and what kind of existence these eyes were. He had to be more vigilant. The divinity in me is the power I used before, which means that I am the new god of this world. But to be fair, my current strength and the strength of my body are only the peak of mortals, and cannot reach the level of gods. You are the same now, aren't you? The body of a mortal. The soul and spirit of a god. Come on, be upright. The voice fell. The collision of magic power dissipated in the fragmentation and lightning of the collision. Cracks appeared in the surrounding space, as if the air had cracked. The fascia composed of flesh and blood expanded in an instant. Instantly, the entire island was covered with flesh and blood fascia, and flesh silk formed a spider web-like structure. Facing such a scene, Alka's power had already spread around. The world in the mirror turned over. He was forcibly pulled into the world in the mirror. He was allowed to enter his main battlefield. And the flesh and blood main battlefield that had just been set up in the outside world was stripped away. At this stage, it depends on who has deeper power, and can seize the venue that is more favorable to him. Create an area with advantages for yourself. This can bring the greatest benefit to the subsequent battles. Chapter 551 Victory in a Bloody Battle. In the mirror world, a large amount of pink mist formed a mist-like gas, like a spike, and inserted into the body of the new god. The spiritual energy produced from the dream quickly began to affect the spirit of the new god. It even made it difficult for him to control his flesh and blood body, making his mind dazed, making him feel a kind of blockage. Controlling his body, it was as if there was a layer of membrane. At such a moment, Alka appeared behind the new god through the power of space and mirror. 6 illusory element cards were attached to his back alternately, and disappeared before the attack made of flesh and blood arrived. He returned to a position far away from the god of rebirth. It would be too dangerous for the flesh and blood body of the god of rebirth to stay around him for too long. In terms of close combat, Alka did not think that he would be a match for the god of flesh and blood. Alka looked at the huge gap on his arm. Although he had escaped quickly through the speed of space and mirror, the attacks of flesh and blood still caused damage to him the moment he left. Because the flesh and blood broke through the space at that moment, and pierced into his body, causing a large piece of flesh and blood to be missing. The power of the flesh and the aggregated energy generated by the elements immediately repaired the flesh and blood. And the god of rebirth immediately gave up his entire back. He felt the power of the chaotic elements coming from behind him. The pulling force generated by the flesh and blood made him disappear instantly. He appeared above at an extremely fast speed, and had knocked a gap in the space of the mirror. After all, the current feeling of obstruction prevented him from perfectly and meticulously controlling his power. The powerful force condensed from flesh and blood. With the help of the inside and the outside, the space of the mirror was immediately damaged, and the back that he broke away from turned into ashes after breaking away. It was not that it turned into ashes after leaving him, but that it was directly extinguished by the power of Alka attached to it. Or it could be said that the chaos caused by the composition of the elemental power caused its real matter to be shattered in reality, deconstructed into ash. Just pulled into the mirror world, it was quickly cracked by the other party. The power in that body is much greater than the body that was only made up of a scepter-level treasure before, even though it is not as advantageous as the scene inside the flesh and blood nest before. Once the mirror world was destroyed, Alka was also forced to come to the real world. What greeted him was the dense flesh and blood attacks from all around. Alka instantly disappeared from the spot and began to avoid its attacks. A large amount of fog filled the surroundings. Soon, the entire surface of the island was covered. In addition to strengthening Alka's meticulous control of the surroundings, the fog can also slow down all attacks. This slowdown comes from the mismatch between behavior and movement ideas, which is in the rules. Faced with such a situation, the surrounding blood and flesh threads were densely packed, and then Alka's position was immediately discovered. The spear condensed by blood and flesh immediately pierced through his heart, before Alka could react at all. Each spear of flesh and blood was too fast and too strong. Alka's body was destroyed instantly, and then a radius of extremely lethality was created around it. The flesh and blood tentacle thrown by the god of rebirth was blown to pieces. But immediately, another one grew out of the god of rebirth, an identical one. Alka's figure appeared in another place. A real clone made of elements? It's so real. This surprised the god of rebirth, because during the War of Gods, he had never seen such a similar operation. This means that Alka's divine combination had not been combined into a god before. Come to think of it, Alka's current strength was once a well-known existence. The chaos in the surrounding space made the sea water turn upside down. I didn't know where the sky was. I could only see that the island seemed to be wrapped in a water curtain. Alka stretched out his hand and pulled it down. The sea water in the sky immediately became spikes and pierced straight towards the island. The moment the water flow fell, it was frozen into ice, and then pierced the entire island in an instant. The water flow that covered it even spread across the island. The diffuse water flow and water vapor immediately froze the flesh and blood into ice sculptures, and then shattered. In an instant, the surrounding flesh and blood environment was cleared. The moment the flesh and blood environment was cleared, the spear in the hand of the god of rebirth was directly inserted into the soil. The neural network formed by the flesh and blood threads began to cover the surface of the island underground. Nerves appeared inside the underground of the entire island, and the fascia of the flesh and blood, and the surface was covered with a layer of skin. Under the quick operation, the island came alive. The sea curtain in the sky immediately twisted downward under Alka's control, and then turned into an iceberg floating in the sky. Alka stood on the iceberg and left the island. Looking at the island below, the rocks on the ground turned into chunks of flesh and blood. The fascia on the flesh and blood, the blood vessels adhered, and a giant monster grew from the surface of the flesh and blood. Or, the whole island became a living flesh and blood monster. Then the flesh and blood rose higher and higher, and on a raised tentacle, the god of rebirth stood on it, and looked at Alka at eye level. The entire trial island became a flesh and blood monster, and the trial tower became a black ornament on the flesh and blood monster. On the flesh and blood island, two hands like towers stretched out, and the hands gathered together and turned into a curved blade of flesh and blood. Alka stood in the air, and the ice stone platform under his feet, and the sea water floating in the sky behind him grew the same fists. Then the fists turned into solid ice blocks, and collided with the flesh and blood blade below. It was like a collision between mountains. The two blades of the flesh and blood collided with each other. The powerful force and the energy reaction contained in them caused a crackling sound around them. One after another, cracks appeared in the space. A large amount of sea water dissipated along the cracks in the space. The coldness on the fist spread to the flesh and blood, and the flesh strands on the flesh and blood blades were spreading into the sea water, and even wanted to turn the sea water into pus in the flesh and blood. Alka immediately turned the sea water behind him, and on Xuanquan's arms into ice cubes. All the flesh and blood inside, and the fists of flesh and blood were frozen, and collapsed in an instant. The power of space and storm lightning mixed with it. The shattering power, and the flesh and blood turned into fragments in an instant and disappeared. The blade fists made of flesh and blood. Only the arm part remained. Only then did Alka notice. The space cracks around it had been filled. But what filled them was the flesh membrane of blood and blood. The cracks in these spaces had spread out structures like blood vessels. And then one eye after another opened. Densely packed eyes filled the air. Hundreds of them, staring closely at Alka. Frozen. The moment these eyes saw him, space froze. Alka's thoughts froze in an instant. It was as if time had stopped. His body was shattered. He was pierced into a pulp by densely packed bloody spikes. And the pulp disappeared on the spot. Alka's figure appeared again not far away. This time, it seems to be a real body? Seeing that Alka's real body had finally come out, the god of rebirth said with a smile. Maybe? Alka said. The figure disappeared. The surrounding environment. A large number of elements began to become active. The overactive elements affected the effect of flesh and blood on the surroundings. The temperature began to rise. But it seemed that the temperature was falling again. The degree of chaos caused the lightning storm to gather inside. Alka began to try to regain control of the surrounding environment. The new god was about to stop him, but suddenly found that he could not move. The only difference was that his mind was very agile, and he could clearly feel his limbs. But he just stood there and could not move. Even the flesh on the island of flesh and blood seemed to be solidified. You are not the only one who can fix it. The compression caused by space and chaotic elements completely wrapped the flesh and blood around it and fixed the newborn god in the center with strong external pressure. This is the power generated by natural chaos. However, this also intensified the chaos around. Cracks in space began to appear around. Alka controlled his own power. He guided the naturally generated space cracks around the newborn god. The space crack that appeared immediately used its own power to crush the flesh and blood of the newborn god. The exaggerated destructive power left only the head of the newborn god's flesh and blood in an instant. Then the head also fell into the space. However, at this time, the space cracks everywhere seemed to have been infected by the flesh and blood, and turned into structures like wounds or mouths. There were even lips and teeth growing on them. These mouths opened. The newborn god crawled out again. All mouths opened. And more than a dozen new gods crawled out of different mouths, looking exactly the same, and even possessing strong power. The flesh bodies of these new gods began to fly towards Alka from all directions. Faced with such a situation, Alka had to start retreating, controlling a large amount of seawater. One by one, they formed into ice spikes. Using the surrounding seawater to directly control, it was faster and more powerful than his power to create elements remotely. However, such an attack alone seemed unlikely to have any effect on him. Looking at one of the bodies that had rushed in front of him, Alka slapped his chest with his backhand. The element card formed by energy was attached to his chest, and then exploded. A part of his chest was immediately missing, and the flesh and blood inside turned to ashes. And the number of the opponents was too large, and their recovery ability was too strong. Even if Alka used his powerful destructive ability, the flesh and blood would still grow rapidly. Bang! A violent chaos explosion. Alka himself was blown away. One of his hands had become a bloody mess, and there were wounds all over his body and waist and abdomen, which also formed a dissolving effect. And the group of flesh and blood bodies that surrounded him, only a few were left. These flesh and blood bodies refocused to form a new god. He looked at Alka. He frowned. This is already your limit. Why don't you use the divine power in your soul and spirit? You don't seem to respect this battle. His face was very ugly. To be fair, he used the most powerful force he could use in this world. No matter how powerful he was, only his real body would die, but his real body could not die. And the most powerful force he could use in this world was matched with Alka in front of him. He was in a good state now, but the force Alka used was completely incompatible. Especially now, he was almost completely suppressed. The soul power that should have been used was not used, and the power used in the dream was also used superficially. According to his understanding, this should be Alka's strongest power. Alka did not answer, but continued to control the power to operate. I thought you just wanted to know more information, to understand my fighting style. But now, you seem to need enough pressure before you are willing to use it. The god of rebirth did not say much, and raised the spear in his hand directly at Alka. The wings of flesh and blood behind him suddenly opened, and then turned into silk threads inserted into the air. He seemed to be tired of playing around, and wanted to use his strength to force Alka to use his full strength. Eyes appeared one after another in the surrounding space. This time there were more than last time. There were thousands of eyes of all sizes arranged around, staring at Alka from all angles and directions. These eyes were not entirely human eyes. There were all kinds of cat eyes, eagle eyes, and even compound eyes of insects. Mouths appeared one after another. Human lips with 2 rows of teeth. And mouths of various creatures appeared. These mouths were either open or closed. You could see the faceless faces in the gaps of all the open ones. Inside each mouth, it seemed that a new god could crawl out. Finally, one after another, limbs composed of arms emerged from the air. The new god changed the surrounding environment in an instant. A large number of eyes made Alka stay in place. Scattered thoughts. Those arms grabbed Alka's limbs and tightly strangled him. The lips began to bite down on Alka's bloody flesh. Some of the faceless people inside began to change, and faces crawled out from inside. This scene was extremely terrifying. It was as if they had fallen into an illusory world of horror. It was hard to imagine that this was happening in reality. Seeing this scene, the people on the boat finally couldn't bear it anymore, and they were ready to rescue Alka by force. But they suddenly couldn't move. An invisible mirror blocked their way. Alka's power. At this time, Alka, who was unable to move and distracted, opened his eyes again. Invisible waves spread out in all directions. The densely packed eyes closed. The mouth suddenly opened and closed, and even drooled. The arms that were holding him also fell limp. They were not destroyed, but they fell asleep under the powerful force. Alka stood in the same place again. The pupils in his eyes were still the golden crystal. But his face, it was covered with misty oil paint like in a dream. You could even see an image of illusory crystals on Alka's head that looked like deer antlers. That's right. Looking at Alka, who seemed to be completely renewed and whose power had soared, the new god smiled, because he felt enough pressure. The power from the dream was so strong that it kept pressing the surroundings. The pressure from Alka. Alka looked at him with golden eyes. 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes. Then he looked at the crooked trial tower on the back of the flesh and blood island below, and the crown-level treasure wrapped in flesh and blood. His body carries the power of his entire spirit and soul. The pressure suddenly rises. As time goes by, his body will become more and more broken, until it completely collapses in 5 minutes. This process is irreversible. He must kill the new god in front of him within 5 minutes, and then get the crown-level treasure, and finally absorb it. This way, at least his body will not completely collapse. And there are indeed red spots flashing inside. 5 minutes? Good. Come on. The new god laughed. As long as the battle is fast and strong enough, 5 minutes will be enough to decide the winner. He is willing to use all his strength to fight Alka in such a time. He also roughly understands why Alka is unwilling to use all his strength. So he can't understand mortals. Why do you think the body is so important? Lost world, Alka said. He stretched out his hands, and his 5 fingers opened into a palm. The entire island and the surroundings were forcibly dragged into the world of dreams by Alka's power in an instant. In less than a second, the surroundings became bizarre and strange in the dream. Countless giant dream creatures wandered around. Alka's crystal throne appeared behind him without knowing when, and let Alka sit on it. Invisible pressure once again oppressed the new god. Now, attack and defense reversed. Memories and passion appeared on the face of the new god. This made him seem to return to the scene when he was forced to be weak and snatched his divinity from those beasts. The eyes around him were forced to open again. Bloodshot eyes began to spread, and some eyes even exploded. The lips of flesh and blood began to twist and bleed. The arms twisted, like the corpse of a demon. The new god himself turned into a monster made of flesh and blood. The arms in the surrounding space stretched out. The power directly penetrated Alka's body, which was sitting on the throne. Facing these attacks that penetrated his body, Alka ignored them and sat on the throne. The power of the spirit began to oppress. The god of rebirth tried to fight for his eyes, not to let the strong power affect his spirit and blood loss. One after another, his eyes began to blur, and there were constant explosions in the air. The lips seemed to be torn and dissipated. The arms were broken and pulled up. Countless attacks were still coming towards Alka. The god of rebirth was still holding on. He was still attacking frantically. Or it could be said that both sides were constantly attacking each other, and gave up any defense. He saw it, even if Alka forced his power to be carried on his body. But the body under such pressure could not move on the throne. It was not that Alka did not want to hide, but he could not hide. He was using the strong dream spirit power to trouble the strange elemental ability and attack him. Now, it depends on who falls first. Facing those attacks, most of Alka's body was in an illusory state, but the attack was too strong, so he would still suffer real damage from time to time. Alka opened his eyes. Golden light was shining. Relying on his broken body, Alka knew he could not hold on for much longer. He had to win the battle before his body was completely broken. He had to use a fatal attack. See through the most fatal weakness. The power burst out in points. Finally, Alka, with blood holes all over his body and a broken body, stretched out his only remaining broken arm and opened his hand to face the direction of the God of Rebirth. And the eyes of the God of Rebirth also burst open at the end. The body began to dissipate. I hope that when I see you next time, you will have succeeded. Then in the astral world use it. It completely dissipated. Alka instantly lifted the island in the dream into reality. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and a large number of internal organs gushed out from the wound. Alka's body. Less than 1/3 remained. Chapter 552 Mastering the Crown Treasure. The voice of dawn kept circling around the island that sank into the dream. Everyone's various perception skills kept fluctuating towards the range in front. To be able to forcibly drag the entire island into the dream, he must have used the power in his dream. Before he became a god in the dream, he couldn't do such a thing. Jason said to everyone beside him. This sentence is self-evident. From the performance just now and the last dream, it can be seen that Alka decided to receive the power in the dream. This means that Alka's body is gradually collapsing. Even if Alka's body has reached the 8th stage, it still cannot reach the level of carrying the soul and power of the gods. However, it is a better way to sink the island and oneself into the dream, which can relieve the power of the body. It should be able to delay the time of using power. At this time, Xiao was looking at the hourglass in her palm. Although she was worried and nervous, she kept suppressing and forcing herself to stay calm. The pale moonlight kept radiating around her. The cold moonlight kept suppressing the emotions of the people around her, allowing everyone to stay calm enough. 3 minutes have passed. The time in the dream is no different from the reality. Time is running out. Lucilia has turned into a normal hybrid state, and said beside her, according to my previous estimate, once Alka carries all the souls and spiritual power in his dream, his body can only last for 5 minutes at most. But the problem is that once it exceeds 4 minutes, his body will have serious problems. Use potential to trigger, I can burn his potential, so that his body can hold on. Madlisa said beside him. It has come to this stage, it doesn't matter whether he burns himself or not. Maybe burning himself is better than his body collapsing. So Madlisa plans to wait until she sees the specific condition of Alka's body, to decide what kind of potential development to use. So there are 2 minutes left, he must come out within these 2 minutes. Xiao took a deep breath. But these can't solve the problem, Simon said beside him. Indeed, this can't solve the problem at all. It just prolongs the time that Alka's body can last. The ultimate solution to the problem must be a crown-level treasure. The body structure of the newborn god used a scepter-level treasure before. This time it must be a crown-level treasure. Right, Jason said. The meaning is self-evident. Regardless of whether this treasure is suitable or not, it must be forced to be mastered by Alka first, to stabilize the status of the body. After a brief exchange, they have made a decision. Eurylius used the clouds to lift everyone to the sky above the island sinking area, waiting for the island to emerge from the dream again. As for Alka's failure, they didn't think about it. Because this is Alka's biggest trump card, when it sinks into the dream, the newborn god will face a god in a dream with the strength of a mortal. Xiao looked at the hourglass in his hand, watching the time slip away bit by bit. The moonlight on his body became stronger and stronger. Here it comes! Julia felt the changes in the surrounding environment. It was like a twisted space transformation. The island resurfaced in reality. What came into their eyes was a shabby island, covered with cracks and holes. But the flesh and blood covering the top had disappeared, leaving only the black tower. The figure of the newborn god could no longer be seen. The moment the island appeared, everyone moved. Alka, whose body was in tatters, had less than half of his body left, sat on a stone chair. He closed his eyes. Although the holes on his body were being repaired, he only had half a leg and one hand left. The rest of his chest and abdomen were full of holes, and missing pieces of flesh. Blood and internal organs were leaking around. Alka's body was still repairing itself, but it was almost completely powerless. The speed of repair was less than 1/10 of the blood that was being lost. A bunch of green needles pierced Alka's body, and the blood stopped instantly. Then a blood-red flame ignited on Alka's body, and his potential was stimulated. This was already the level below burning himself. Lucilia turned into a soul and drilled into Alka's body. She needed to build a bridge inside Alka's body to stabilize his soul. Vines emerged from the ground and completely replaced the stone chair made by Alka. The vines gave off a strong life energy, which was infused into Alka's body. The two surrounded him. The damaged parts of Alka's body were quickly repaired. But that was only a superficial repair. Alka no longer had the strength to speak. He couldn't even break the weakness of his body. And even the tone of his soul couldn't be transmitted. He could only stretch out his hand and point to the black tower. At this time, a silver light flashed in front of Alka. The person who appeared was holding a bunch of things in his hands. 3 items that looked like items, and 1 item that looked like a crystal with liquid in it. Xia Daidi instantly locked onto the 3 items piled up on the island. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be the things left after the death of the god of the newborn. As for the crystal wrapped in liquid, Xia Daidi sensed it the moment Alka stretched out his finger. Then he took it from the surface of the tower. However, when Xia Daidi saw the 3 treasures he was holding, his heart sank. She was afraid that these 3 items were all scepter-level treasures. The problem was that Alka didn't need a scepter-level one. That crystal. Use that crystal. Xian didn't know when appeared next to him. Hearing Xian's words, Simon immediately took over and picked up the crystal wrapped in liquid, and then various mechanical structures rose directly from the side and began to operate on the spot. Since Alka's body had almost no strength, he had to control Alka's body. He placed the crystal on Alka's chest, and then embedded it. After seeing this scene, Eurulia seemed to understand something, and the layers of crystal wrapped Alka's body completely sealed into crystal. Xia Daidi threw the things in his arms to the ground with both hands, and asked Alka in the crystal, Is this all right? Xian stood around the crystal and looked around for a long time, and seemed to be listening to something. Then he nodded. No problem, this is all right. Hearing this, Xia Daidi fell to the ground in an instant. The moonlight emanating from his body also dissipated. There was no need to use external forces to force everyone to calm down. If I hadn't known that Alka's soul and spirit had become a god in the dream, I would have thought he was dead when I saw him like that just now. Jason, who was still frightened, couldn't help but say beside him. Alka's appearance just now was too miserable. He no longer looked like a human body, if it weren't for the fact that his head looked intact. Madlisa's face turned pale, and when she was about to fall to the ground, Papaloro behind her immediately stepped forward and carried her away. Julia looked at it. She has consumed too much magic power. She needs to rest for a while. Madlisa also nodded. Although Alka's body was triggered by the potential just now, it did not completely die for the time being. But that body was almost no different from an empty shell. In addition, it was already a strong body. Madlisa could only pour life energy into it frantically to repair it, and maintain it at the fastest speed. When everything was done, she felt the lack of magic power in her body. So Alka won in the end. Juanlu said. Of course. This is obvious. After everyone recovered, looking at Alka in the crystal, they could only wait silently by the side. Eurulius didn't know when he left, and when he came back, and he was holding a mirror in his claws. Everyone heard the noise, turned their heads, and looked at the picture in the mirror. The scene in the mirror was the Southern Cross Island. But the flesh and blood on the island had disappeared. The residents of the island can be seen. Those residents are very confused. They are arguing with each other, saying something. It seems that there should be no great danger. It seems that this is also one of the bargaining chips. Juanlu said. Everyone is waiting outside. Alka is in his soul space. However, he can only feel his body vaguely, and Lucilia has become the sole thread between him and his body. Is this useful? Alka's soul asked. Lucilia's voice appeared beside Alka's soul. I can only use myself as a bridge like this, so that you can barely control your body. Are you sure there is a crown-level treasure outside that can increase the strength of your body? If there is, Alka's body strength can quickly rise to the level of barely carrying the soul and spirit strength, so that the connection he maintains here will work. Because letting go now, it is equivalent to letting go completely. Alka's body will perish, and the connection will be broken. But Lucilia's persistence is limited. After all, she is holding up the soul of a god. This is fundamentally different from her current state. So during the period when she can persist, Alka's body must reach a stage of sufficient toughness. That is to master a crown-level treasure. Let the power of the treasure raise the strength of the body. And let Alka's soul return to the body. Yes, I have asked Xian to wait outside. Just send a message, and you can quickly activate the connection. Let me control my body better. It only takes a moment. After hearing Alka's words, Lucilia stopped talking and focused on her connection work. Soon, Xian's voice came. It's okay. After hearing this, Lucilia immediately activated her own power, and the silk thread became stable in an instant. And her soul and Alka's soul were almost attached together. With Lucilia as the medium, Alka quickly took control of his body. Under his control, the magic power entered the gem on his chest, and instantly activated it. At this time outside, everyone saw that the gem on Alka's chest and the crystal was shining. That would happen when the treasure was mastered. Alka is mastering the treasure. Xia Dai, who had been paying attention, said in surprise. This meant that the arrangements they had made so far had not gone wrong. Everyone took a few steps back, and then carefully stared at Alka in the transparent crystal, and the gem on his chest. As Alka grasped the treasure, invisible waves swept around. But the interesting thing was that no one noticed it. So mastering a crown-level treasure didn't have any effect on the surroundings? Jason said with some surprise. He thought that using a crown-level treasure would have a more exaggerated effect on the surroundings than a scepter-level treasure. No. Look around. Julia's eyes widened, as if she felt something very exaggerated. Hearing this, everyone looked around. Island. The island under their feet floated in the air. No. It was the seawater that carried the island that disappeared. At this time, a semicircular depression appeared in the seawater around the island. The seawater in this depression was gone. But this situation only lasted for a few seconds, and the seawater returned in an instant. It was as if it had never disappeared. Disappeared? Or was it just hidden by some kind of illusion? Jason asked in doubt. Julia shook her head. It disappeared. But now it's back. She just felt it. It was really gone. Not some kind of illusory deception. Just finished speaking, Juanlu shouted, my treasure is gone. The 3 small balls that always floated around him disappeared. Not only did the balls disappear, but his stick-like treasure was also gone. But the problem is that although the balls are outside, the stick is inside his body. A treasure disappeared. Taken away from the body? However, everyone just noticed that the treasure is back. For a time, Juanlu thought that his feeling just now was deceived. And it did not disappear. Then the things around them kept disappearing and returning. Vision, equipment, air, temperature, and the sky. Strange things, and things they had not discovered, kept disappearing and reappearing, until the light disappeared. Cracks appeared in the crystal. Crack. With the sound of breaking, the crystal shattered into pieces, and Alka stood up from it. Lucilia got out of his body in an instant, and turned into a soul. Looks like he's in good condition. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately gathered around. Thank you. Alka looked at everyone and said with a smile, next time, don't do such dangerous things. Hearing this, Alka smiled. I know you have a lot of questions, things you want to ask and want to know. But wait for me for a while. Let's get the business done first. Alka said with a smile. Then he closed his eyes and stood there. Although he had just mastered a crown-level treasure. But after all, he was operating remotely, he needed to use his soul, and the body he had regained, to repair it properly. After quickly eliminating some hidden dangers, Alka opened his eyes again. It's fine now. So, is this treasure suitable for you? Xia Dai asked beside him. To be honest, I was a little confused. Is it just right? Because everyone just saw Alka holding the treasure, there was no rejection. They thought Alka would suppress the power of other treasures, and forcibly master this crown-level treasure, to deal with the current emergency. But the performance just now was perfect. Hearing this, looking at the expressions of everyone, Alka said, you should know the chaos of my treasure system. Everyone nodded. Everyone knew this. The system is chaotic, but there is a vague adaptation to each other. This means that there are not many higher-level divinities that adapt to this chaotic system, but there are also several. Alka said with a smile. Then he pointed to his eyes. These are what he saw with his own eyes. He stretched out his palm. In his hand emerged the crystal that had just been embedded in his chest. This crystal was translucent, flickering as if it would disappear halfway at any time. This is not actually a treasure, but a divine essence. The external manifestation of the divine essence of the crown level is a solid crystal-like object. Just like the Holy Grail level is a spherical color, the scepter is a very strange shape, the crown level is a solid crystal. So, you directly master the divinity. Without using a carrier as a medium? Simon asked beside him. Alka shook his head, because the crown-level treasure is not an illusory existence, but a solid object. If my strength is at the 6th or 7th stage, then I will definitely not be able to bear the direct divinity. So I need a carrier. Even if I am at the 8th stage. If I don't master 5 treasures of other levels, it will not be enough to bear it. But I am in the 8th stage, and I have collected all the other treasures. Then I can directly use my body to carry the divinity and fill in the last piece of the puzzle. After listening to Alka's explanation, Simon nodded. He probably understood. It's all about the strength of the body. As long as your body is strong enough, you will be a treasure just like those divine creatures in the Golden Age. For example, like Aurelius. Chapter 553, Taking, Not Stealing. Have you decided to use the crown-level treasure you have now to form the terminal of the entire system? Xiaodaidi looked at Alka and asked. This is a very serious question. After all, Alka has said that the chaotic system formed by his first 5 treasures can give him a certain degree of choice when choosing crown-level treasures. In other words, perhaps there are many crown-level treasures that can form a whole system with his first 5 chaotic treasures. This is a very luxurious thing. For others, it is good to have it. It just fits. It is simply the favor of the goddess of luck. What else can you choose? Do you have any choice? But they are different. Now the 12th trial tower is in front of them. As long as this trial tower is put in, then they will fulfill their promise and collect all 12 trial towers. They will have a certain ability to find the scales formed by the alchemist's equivalent exchange. To exchange Alka's crown-level treasure for other ones. No need, this treasure is also one of the compatible treasures, and after I mastered it, I found it very useful. Alka said with a smile. He had already seen the divinity that could adapt to his 5 treasures with his own eyes. If the conversion is carried out, there is a great probability that it will not be as good as the one in his hand. After hearing this, Jason immediately asked curiously, so what is the function of this treasure? They just experienced the situation when Alka mastered the treasure. Things kept disappearing and reappearing. They hardly even noticed it. Hearing this, Alka could no longer hide the smile on his face. He was obviously very satisfied with the crown-level treasure he got. Yes, take. Take? Hearing this, everyone was completely confused. That's right, it's the essential rule of the world, the crown-level treasure is so direct to the essence. Alka walked over and stretched out his hand, and took the things out of Jason's pocket. Just take it like this. Looking at this ordinary scene, the people who had just experienced the change immediately understood. So the ability that made our things disappear without our noticing before was taking? Xiaodai asked. Alka smiled and nodded. Hearing this, the expressions of everyone became a little strange. Jason said, what's the difference between this and stealing? Or isn't this stealing? Hearing this, Alka's smile became stiff. Then his expression became serious. He solemnly corrected, I said, it's taking, not stealing. After hearing this, Jason understood, shrugged and said, okay, you said take it. Then take it. Although everyone thought that this was stealing. Sneaking around without my consent, making my things disappear without my noticing. Isn't that stealing? Everyone couldn't help but think. The changes they just experienced were not stealing, even if they were replaced by taking. But what does this have to do with your other treasures? Lucilia asked in confusion. Although she had not experienced what Xiaodaidi and the others had just experienced, she was still confused. Is there any connection between this thing and Alka's other treasures? Isn't it still very confusing? So this is the point. Even I didn't think of it. Alka seemed to be waiting for someone to ask. Then he looked at everyone and said, have you heard a word? What word? Pororo asked very cooperatively. Fishing in troubled waters. Never heard of it. Everyone shook their heads. Although I haven't heard of it, I can roughly understand what this term means. Lucelia said. After all, this term is just like its literal meaning, very easy to understand, and you can instantly understand what kind of scenario it is used in. So, I can only get what I want when the situation is chaotic enough. So isn't this still stealing? Or rather, this is stealing. People thought silently in their hearts. Then they silently switched from take to steal in their minds. Alka continued to explain. If you want to steal, take something, there must be a medium, or a way. I must know where the thing I want to take is, and how to take it, right? Everyone nodded. That's the truth. Alka stretched out his hand, and a crystal ball of dreams appeared in his palm. This thing was the first thing Alka mastered, and it gave Alka the power to travel through dreams. Although I don't really need it. This treasure can allow me to take things from the dream world and the spiritual world. But it's right that I don't really need it. Because in the dream world and the spiritual world, Alka can just rob. But it can also help Alka in this field, allowing his power to be even more exaggerated. Then, Alka put on a mask on his face. A mask like a mirror. Mirror, the opposite of reality, the reflection of reality, allows me to take illusory and false things. As the transformation progressed, Alka made his treasures appear one by one. Lucky Silver Snake represents luck, represents the ethereal, invisible, intangible power. It allows me to take these ethereal things. Element Card represents the element interface, and also represents the basis of real matter. It allows me to directly take the material belonging to the real world and the power of nature. Small World represents space, represents those objects hidden in the cracks. It allows me to ignore space, jump through space to take those things that are usually in different spaces or out of sight. In short, although these 5 treasures each cannot reach the extreme of their respective fields, but it can indeed represent different fields. And only one representative field is needed, allowing Alka to reach into the environment of a certain field scene. Then his crown level treasure. It can reach into different fields, which represents an illusory hand. Take. Or steal. There is enough medium to take the things in the area that is enough to block the range of this ability. After Alka's simple but detailed explanation, everyone understood. Frowning and thinking, Xiao looked at Alka and said, "Doesn't that mean you can take whatever you want now? That means you are not invincible. Take whatever you want. When the enemy attacks, just take away all the enemy's treasures. Then why fight? It's not that exaggerated, this is just a vision for the future, it's not possible now." Alka smiled awkwardly and said, "This is just his vision for the future use of power. He painted a pie for himself. Now he has just collected all the treasures. And this crown level treasure has just come into his hands. How can he take whatever he wants? At least he has to wait until he merges these powers together. And then he can ascend to godhood to do such a thing. To take things, you have to wait until you are defenseless before you can take them. To take things by force, that is not called taking. That is called robbing. Besides, there are more hidden and more subdivided areas that I mentioned. And I can't do anything about it. For example, Alka said and looked at Lucilia. For example, the soul. For example, the soul, he had no way to deal with it. He thought that dreams were related to the soul, but he was wrong, the dream was simply the spiritual world. It was just because Alka's soul was strengthened by the spiritual world, in fact. The entire dream world had little connection with the soul. There were many more, such as the realm of death, and so on. Alka could only ensure that his treasures were related to most things, which allowed him to pick up many abstract concepts. "Then can you take someone else's treasure now?" Jason asked. "What did you say?" Alka asked, shaking the thing in his hand. A ring appeared in Alka's palm without knowing when. It was one of the fusion rings on Jason's hand. Jason looked at his empty fingers, his face full of shock. He didn't feel anything just now. When did it happen? He didn't feel anything at all. "Damn it. It's a steal. You damn thief." Alka smiled and threw the ring over. Jason took it and put it back on his finger. He looked at Alka with a scrutinizing look. "You are really scary now." In the face of such words, Alka didn't care at all, but turned to look at others with a smile. Seeing Alka's eyes, everyone retreated cautiously. "Hey, what do you mean? I won't steal your things." "Who knows?" Julia said faintly. As soon as she finished speaking, she frowned cautiously. "Are you stealing my treasure? Look, it's easy to crack. As long as people are alert, it is easy to detect something wrong," Alka said. "So your ability can only steal when the enemy is off guard? Why is it called stealing?" Alka stopped pretending and said directly, "This thing is indeed called stealing." Hearing this, Xiao frowned. "Wouldn't it be easy to make others alert? Then your advantage would not be great. If it is just a simple crown level treasure, then it is really difficult for Alka to steal the enemy's treasure in front of others. When others are alert, he can only make some preparations when preparing to fight the enemy, and steal the enemy's things secretly. In this case, it is hard to defend. And when Alka is not seen, almost no one can defend. But the problem is that there are other treasures combined. This situation has been greatly improved, because Alka is not just stealing some treasures normally. He can steal some abstract concepts of the world. Alka grabbed it casually in front of everyone. A faint light spot appeared in his hand. As he waved it, The surroundings were filled with light. Under Alka's control. These lights gathered into a beam-like attack and shot into the surrounding sea water. Seeing this scene, Xiao felt that her treasure was still there. And if you just steal the treasure, you can't steal it and master it immediately. What you just stole was light? What I stole was the control of light, Alka said with a smile. This is the control of the real natural elements based on the element cards. But you still need to practice more and master more. I will definitely give you a big surprise when the time comes. Everyone nodded. In any case, they can be regarded as seeing the power of this crown-level treasure that Alka now possesses. Just meeting and stealing a treasure secretly, it is already very unacceptable. Not to mention other things. After talking about these, Alka looked at the image in the mirror and confirmed the real situation in the image. The image in the mirror was naturally the situation of the Southern Cross Island. Then Alka looked at the last trial tower in front of him. With a light grab, the trial tower disappeared in front of everyone. Alka stole it. Or it can't be considered stealing. Because the trial temple originally gave Alka control of the trial tower. Otherwise, Alka would not have moved the trial tower. Then, Alka turned around and looked at everyone and said, "Let's go." You don't put it in the small world. It's okay. I'll put it in after I get on the boat. And I'll steal it now. Is it still possible? Jason said in surprise. They can still steal like this, then what is the state of the stolen things now? Some of them can't understand. But they didn't ask too much, because they saw the more exaggerated side of Alka's power. It was weirder than they thought. Everyone left the trial island. Back to the Voice of Dawn. Before leaving, Simon picked up the closed triangle in the ruins. But there were a lot of damages. It seems that the end is not good. We can only see if it can be repaired later. Then everyone entered the small world together. Now is the display of their achievements in the past 10 years. When Alka came to the gap in the circle of trial towers, Napto's figure appeared. He looked at the gap, looked at Alka's arrival. He had already felt that the last trial tower disappeared, which meant that Alka had already got it. He wanted to witness the scene. Or everyone who came in was witnessing the scene. Alka opened his palm. The last trial tower appeared. It slowly fell in the gap. In this way, the 12 trial towers were connected in a circle. Finally, the scene in the past finally appeared again. Naptos murmured as he looked at such a scene. Alka looked at him, waiting for his next move. Naptos calmed down for a while before saying, "Are you sure you want to put these 12 trial towers here? Or do you want to put them somewhere else? After you decide where to put them, we will start to connect the 12 trial towers, and then his true ability will be fully demonstrated. It also means that he can no longer move. Unless you blow up the world again." Hearing this, Alka shook his head and said, "Then don't worry. The 12 trial towers must not be placed here. As for where to put them, Alka must discuss with other church leaders. This is not a problem that he can decide at will. Because these 12 towers were not collected by their team alone. Except for a few of them, where they participated in the power. Most of them were just equivalent to collectors. It was like running errands. And only Alka could do it. But that didn't mean Alka's contribution was great. Naptos nodded. His figure disappeared. He needed to bring the good news to the instructors waiting in the temple. Alka and his group also left the small world and came outside. "So, are we going back now?" Xiao Dai asked. Alka shook his head. "No. You still forgot something important." As Alka spoke, 3 items appeared in front of him. Which were the 3 items Xiao Dai had collected before. Because of the things left behind by the death of the newborn god. These 3 treasures are 2 scepters and a crown. Ah! Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. They never thought that there was a crown-level treasure among these 3 treasures, and the other 2 were also scepter-level. At most, they thought there was only 1 scepter-level treasure. They never thought there was a crown-level one. "So if you don't come, you will come with 2 at once?" Alka nodded and said, "Don't be surprised. These 3 treasures are the divinity that the newborn god once snatched from the world when he betrayed the world. Now he has returned it." Returned it? Xiao Dai was a little confused. This means that Alka and the new god had a communication that they were completely unaware of. After all, when Alka and the others were communicating on the island, everyone could only see them talking. But they had no idea what they were talking about, and no information could be conveyed. They could not see anything except what they saw with their naked eyes. So they did not know what kind of deal the 2 had reached on the island. After hearing this, Alka remembered that he didn't seem to have explained it to everyone. Then he began to tell everyone about his previous communication with the new god. After the communication, Pororo's expression was a little strange. So, he is still a good god? After all, in Pororo, it seems that this new god follows fairness, especially the fairness shown in battle, which makes him very admired. Hearing this, Alka smiled and shook his head. Don't think too highly of him. It's just that his pride makes him disdain any extra means. And the reason why he is so generous is that the things he took from the world will only become a burden to him. Why do you say that? Jason, who had just finished listening to Alka's words and had no time to think about it in detail, asked. Chapter 554 Demon Fleet. Look at the infinite ocean from a more macroscopic perspective. This is a broken and painful world. The world's consciousness, in the pain of being broken, falls into eternal sleep. In general, the infinite ocean is equivalent to the intermediate stage in the process of the former world being completely repaired. It has been pieced together, but the gaps between the pieces have not been completely healed, because in these gaps, there are still various bacteria and viruses causing trouble. It has been tens of thousands of years since the world was broken and pieced together. During these tens of thousands of years, among the 4 gods who remained and pieced the world together, 2 have become the highest beings in the star world. They are the Virgin Mary and the Sea God. Below them are the wise men and the lives. They are only slightly inferior to the Virgin Mary and the Sea God, but they are still the top ones. For tens of thousands of years, they have obtained the fragments of the mother's explosion and pieced them together. When they were weak, hiding and wandering was not something that a weak person could do. The experiences brought by this are also unimaginable to ordinary people. Of course, splicing a world and making efforts to repair the world also have rewards. The current strength of the 4 gods is also closely related to their efforts to repair the world, which is also the gift they deserve. And now, the 4 gods plan to go one step further. They hope to restore the world from its current intermediate state to its original state. That is, to make the world's consciousness no longer suffer from the unimaginable pain, and truly recover. At this stage, all those who harbor malice towards this world will no longer ignore it. The first priority is to bear the brunt. It is the cancer in the gaps of the splicing, and the rotten flesh standing on the biggest wound. The demons from the abyss. This is an internal threat. The 4 gods need to maintain the barrier outside the boundless sea. Add to the original rejection the task of resisting demons and clearing the cracks in the abyss falls on the mortals of the world. In the past 1,000 years, they have done a good job, until the rift widens and more demons arrive. At this time, external threats also come. The gods who once betrayed cannot watch the world return to its original state. This is unacceptable to them. Thus, 3 forces are formed. The 4 gods who protect the world and restore it, and the life on the infinite sea. The demons who control the world, and pull the world into the abyss, and who are the most threatening and causing chaos inside the infinite sea. The gods who once betrayed the world, who destroy the world, and divide it into pieces again, and who no longer have any ability to recover. The party that has the upper hand is naturally the party that protects the world and the world itself. But the problem is that those who control the world are inside, and those who destroy the world are outside, under internal and external troubles. Their advantage is the smallest. The second is the demons who control the world, and their chances of winning are the greatest. Finally, there are the betraying gods who destroy the world. This is why the new god will return the power that was once obtained from this world. Whether the 4 gods win or the demons win, keeping this power in the body will only become a hidden danger. And obviously, through the communication and guidance of the god of rebirth. Even in the team of betrayers, they are not united, but have their own thoughts, and only come together because of the same interests. The biggest threat to others is obviously the god of war, and all the gods around him who devour brothers and sisters. Even if they win in the end, they will continue to devour their former brothers and sisters, and incorporate the power from the same source into their own bodies. So no matter what, it will not be a bad thing for the god of rebirth to return his former power, especially since this power may have reached a stage where it is dispensable to him. Alka thought so in his mind. The purpose of the new god itself conveys a message to them. That is, the rebellious gods who threaten them from the outside may not be too big a threat, as long as they resist them outside the world, and then cleanse the demons inside, and start to quickly repair these cracks. They will fall apart. But these 3 treasures have auras on them, so they need to be thrown into the dream to clean them up first. Alka said, and threw the treasures into the dream. But what's interesting is that although these 3 treasures have auras, they are not as full of auras as before. This means that these 3 treasures were actually taken out of the body of the god of rebirth and stored outside a long time ago. The excited people had to calm down and wait for time to pass. Now, it's time to return to the world scar, where we may be needed, Xiao Daidi said. In total, they haven't received any information from the outside for more than a year. They only knew that the anti-magic wall lasted for 7 or 8 years, with the efforts of many parties more than a year ago, but was finally destroyed. That is to say, at least half of the scars in the world may have been completely included in the sphere of influence of the demons. This is very dangerous. This means that the demons have more outlets to the sea. On the sea, the demons may also have more powerful forces. As for the specific situation, they are unlikely to know. And these are all based on their speculation, and some information that Alka learned from time to time in the bubbles in the dreamland. According to the distance and the road we have traveled before, according to our current speed, it will only take about a year to reach the world scar. Xiao Daidi calculated the distance and said, their dawn sound had just left the trial island. Alka, who was standing on the deck, heard this. He just smiled. No need to be so troublesome. As soon as this was said, everyone looked at Alka. It was obvious that Alka might have some means to allow them to quickly reach the world scar. Because the world scar is a place Alka has been to before. He even stayed there for many years, and improved his strength by several stages there. And now, Alka has become a god in the dream, and has collected all the treasures in reality. It is time to start the ceremony of ascending to godhood. With Alka's current strength, it is no problem to say that he is the first person under God. He is definitely the strongest person in the mortal world. So what other tricks do you have, right? Lucilia sat on Alka's shoulder and looked at him and said. Alka smiled and raised his right hand. As his 5 fingers opened, the people who were already aware of the changes around them clearly felt something. Then a huge portal appeared in front of the voice of dawn. The portal had a dreamlike twisting color. You stole the order? Julia asked uncertainly with a look of doubt. Hearing this, Alka turned around and smiled, looking at her and gave her a thumbs up. You are so sharp. It was Simon's turn to accept it. No. Why was the order stolen? Let's not talk about this for now. Why is there no chaos around when the order is gone? Alka pointed to the huge portal in front of him. Because I just stole the order around the border of the portal. I just stole it but didn't occupy it yet. The order still exists. Do you understand? Although it was a bit awkward, convoluted, but Simon still frowned and nodded. He probably understood it. The order is still there. It was just stolen. Stolen doesn't mean it disappeared. So there is still order there. Thinking of this, not only Simon, but also the rest of the people, also probably knew that Alka's ability had become outrageous. Is this the power that a crown-level treasure can bring? Jason muttered to himself. No. This is not the power that a crown-level treasure can bring. This is the power that the combination of 6 treasures brings, Alka said with a smile. The most intuitive thing is that it has elements based on reality, and spatial power based on space, plus stealing and reverse mirrors. These 4 abilities can only be combined to produce a concept. That's why Alka said that all 6 treasures seem to have no connection. But when combined together, they can produce a huge reaction. The sound of dawn slowly sailed into the portal leading to the dream. As the whole ship fell into the mirror, Alka grabbed it immediately. The portal disappeared, and the order was returned by Alka in an instant. At this time, the sound of dawn was already sailing in the dream. As soon as it appeared in the dream, Alka's power was immediately fully displayed. The illusory power was put on the sound of dawn, and now it was an illusory ship that could freely sail in the dream. A twisted passage appeared in front of him. This was the fast passage that Alka had used before. Formed based on dreams, the surrounding dream scene stretched backwards crazily. Then the puppet girls on the deck began to mess around, swaying. It was obvious that the changes in the surroundings made them unable to control their bodies. Alka stretched out his hand, and a thin film covered the ship. Everyone on the ship immediately felt much better. At this distance, how long will it take us to travel? Xiao Dai asked. Very soon. It will only take about half an hour. The ship traveling on the fast track of the dream made the surrounding scene extend backwards. And there was no scenery to see at all. All you could see were the phantoms that flashed by quickly. As for the creatures in the dream, who would be so blind as to provoke such things? After all, they were gods in the dream. Time passed quickly. The phantoms that stretched backwards around them gradually stabilized. And then the speed of the ship returned to normal. And a portal appeared in front of them again. However, The image displayed in this mirror-like portal is a sea. The sound of dawn rushed out. The air with the sea breeze rushed into everyone's nose again. Sniff. Pororo shrugged his nose, frowned and said, "The smell in the air is wrong, I smell sulfur." The sulfur smell is obvious. Either there are volcanoes around, or there are demons around. And their destination is the world scar. It is clear what is around. Look around. Where did you set your position? Jason couldn't help but turn his head and look at Alka and said, "I can only set my position in the sea area I have been to before. If I didn't know the situation of the world scar, I would definitely set my position directly on the world scar. Who knew there were so many demon ships around?" Alka said and looked around. Just as he said, they seemed to have accidentally drilled out of the sea, and then came to the center of the demon fleet. Yes, they were surrounded by a demon fleet, something that never existed before, but now it is sailing on the sea in such a dignified manner. These demon fleets were randomly built from strange steel that was heated by melting. But compared to the past, these ships were almost like ironclad ships. You could even see the artillery weapons of various naval battles. Haha, some little human shrimp broke into my fleet. A huge demon stood on a huge demon flagship, roaring loudly. Alka turned his head and looked at him. The average strength was about that of an 8th level demon. He felt the degree of chaos around him. This is on the sea. They haven't even seen the world scar yet. But the level of chaos around them almost reached the feeling in front of the anti-magic fortress. "What should we do now?" Lucilia asked, sitting on Alka's shoulder. Alka looked around. Although it was a fleet, there were about 6 demon ships. "Of course. Fight your way out," Alka said with a smile. Except for the 8th stage demon on the flagship, there were no more demons in the fleet at this time, only 7th stage and weaker demons. The voice of Dawn quickly raised an elemental shield. 6 elements plus strange power, layer upon layer upon layer upon itself. Those crystal fruits flashed with brilliance and continuously supplied energy. At the same time, all the lava cannons on the demon ships fired. A large number of shells wrapped in lava flew directly. But obviously they hit the shield and did not penetrate. And Alka and others on the ship flew out directly, each of them selectively jumped onto different demon ships. When Alka jumped onto the flagship, the demon captain of the fleet froze in his tracks. Obviously, this was the first time he had encountered someone who boarded an enemy ship in a naval battle. And he boarded a demon ship. This was unheard of. "I decided to remove your brain when I eat you, so as not to affect my smart brain." The demon looked at Alka and said. Hearing this, Alka's expression darkened. He was actually mocked by a demon for having an abnormal brain. "Haha, fight!" This 4-meter-tall demon spread the demon bat wings behind him, raised the double axes in his hands, and jumped directly towards Alka. The huge body and his attacking posture are very imposing, and they come directly at him. The other demons on the deck did not join the battle, but raised their weapons and shouted joyfully, like the audience in the arena cheering. Alka also felt the attack of this demon, which was indeed like an arena. "I can't escape. I must fight him." Facing the attack, Alka held his palm empty. And then a pair of huge axes appeared in his hands, and he chopped them in the opposite direction. "Huh?" The demon in the process of jumping and slashing felt unusually familiar when he looked at the pair of axes. As the two of them collided, he realized that the axe in his hand had disappeared. What he held in his hand were actually 2 stone sticks. The ordinary stone sticks were chopped into pieces by his own axe in an instant. And then the axe blade chopped on his shoulder. The huge force made him retreat repeatedly. Looking at the gravel in his palm and the wound on his shoulder, there was confusion in his eyes. "Damn human, you dared to steal the weapon of the great Apatow." The demon roared at Alka. Hearing this, Alka shrugged helplessly and threw the axe in one hand over. "Okay, I'll give you one back. You use one and I use one, that's fair." The axe was thrown and caught by the demon named Apatow. Looking at one of the axes that was lost and recovered, the demon thought for a moment and said, "Okay, human, I recognize you." Then he roared again. Red blood lines emerged from his body, and the demon horns on his forehead expanded, turning into a bull horn. Alka could feel that its body's strength suddenly surged, imprisoning him, making the power that he had to fight against him become stronger. The demon bull kicked hard. The whole ship couldn't help but sink a lot into the water. The huge force caused a deep dent in the deck he was originally occupying. This ship was actually made of solid steel. The huge force represented the ultimate speed. In an instant, the axe fell on Alka's head. However, what he met was Alka's smile. Bang! The whole axe produced a huge explosion. The huge force blew the demon that had just rushed over back directly. The element of chaos exploded, and the demon's hands and face were blown to pieces. Even the chaotic elements on the wound were still hindering the body's ability to recover. Alka raised the axe in his hand and didn't give him a chance. In an instant, he jumped to the side of the demon and chopped off the demon's head with the axe. Despicable man! Before the demon finished speaking, his soul floated back into the abyss. I haven't fought the demon for a long time, and I forgot to tie up his soul first. Then he looked at the body of the death demon. I asked you to take it. So you took it? Why are you so naive? Chapter 555 Return to the World Scar. This demon fleet was destroyed like a dead tree in rotten wood. The demons on those ships were no match for Xiaodai and others. I don't know if they were venting the anger accumulated in their hearts or other emotions. The fighting style of Xiaodai and others was extremely wild and destructive. When Alka came to his senses, except for the flagship under his feet, the other 5 demon ships were sunk one after another. Eurylius even flew into the sky, and then crashed directly down, making the final move. Some demons were still standing on the wreckage of the sunken ship, dragging out the battle with everyone. As the battle progressed, the surroundings became more and more chaotic. Okay, they are all dead, that's enough, Alka said loudly and hurriedly. Then he left the flagship under his feet. As he left, the entire demon flagship was immediately annihilated in the explosion of the elements. Alka had already appeared on the deck of the Voice of Dawn, and everyone returned one after another. Looking at the expressions on everyone's faces, you can tell that they have vented their anger this time. Xiaodai stood on the deck and said, "Are these demons stronger than when we left?" "I feel that way," Julia said. Alka simply told everyone what he had discovered. You should know that most of the demons on the demon ships that were able to leave the world scar and sail through the gap in the middle to the outside world were not very strong. Because the farther away from the world scar, the stronger the suppression of strength. But now it is obviously not the case. Even the outer sea has become like this. Not to mention the demons inside the world scar. No wonder the support from all over the world to the world scar has never stopped. A ship is coming. Xiaodai seemed to feel it and said, then turned his head to look in a certain direction. As they fought, the fog gradually dissipated, and a fleet came over. This fleet consisted of a flagship and 8 frigates behind. A total of 9 ships made up the battle fleet. And the appearance of this ship was very strange. Like a special combination of the Church of the Holy Mother and the Church of the Holy Machine. There were even plant cannons from the Church of Life on it. And the deep-sea priests following the fleet could be seen. It was obvious that this was a joint fleet formed by the power of the Four Gods Church. Looking at this strange fleet, Jason said, it seems that in the years since we left, the changes in the scars of the world have indeed exceeded our imagination. There was no such thing before. Or they had never seen such a thing in such a long time, since they came to the infinite sea. As the fleet slowly approached, Alka also drove the Voice of Dawn, and slowly approached. Whose ship is that? On the deck of the flagship, the leader of the fleet asked. A clerk next to him looked through it carefully for a while, and then looked at the Dawn Sound not far ahead. Although there is no obvious sign, but with such a strange shape of the ship, if I am not mistaken, it should be the ship of the Compass Eye treasure hunting group. Compass Eye? Seeing the captain repeating, then he thought of something and asked, Arca's team? Yes, sir, it is their ship. Hearing this, a weak knight next to him couldn't help but say, but according to the news from the church, it will take them at least 1 or 2 years to return to the world scar, and this is if there are no accidents. And the captain of the fleet obviously knew more, and said faintly, but the problem is that an accident has occurred. Notify everyone to stay alert. Although I don't know why, the captain's order was quickly transmitted. Although the fleet was still approaching slowly, the people on the deck had already been alert, and were ready to fight at any time. Xiaodai on the Voice of Dawn also obviously felt it. They are alerting us. This is normal. After all, we came back at the wrong time, Alka said. And if more things are taken into account, the death of the God of Rebirth means the disappearance of the flesh and blood of the Southern Cross Island. If nothing unexpected happens, the Church of the Southern Cross Island will definitely use the highest level of information transmission to report what happened above to the headquarters, or directly to the Virgin Mary. Because of time, Alka was also sure that the problem of Southern Cross Island had been solved, so he did not return, but came directly to World Scar. No matter the time or other factors, they did not match. Naturally, this fleet would be alert to them. Under Alka's control, the voice of dawn slowly stopped, and indicated a safe state. And the fleet in front slowly surrounded the voice of dawn in an encircling posture. Then the flagship came to the side of the voice of dawn. Are they really Alka and the others? Looking at Alka and the others on the deck, the captain of the fleet has confirmed that they are real people. So what is the problem? Alka smiled and jumped directly from the voice of dawn to the opposite deck. Anafel? Long time no see. So you are in charge of this fleet? Yes, the captain in front of him is an old friend of Alka and the others. The Holy Blade Saint who is active in the anti-magic fortress, Anafel. At this time, Anafel's strength has reached the 8th stage, and the treasures on her body have not increased. But her momentum is stronger. She still wears her distinctive metal eye mask. So why are you here at this time? And the wreckage of the demon ships around. And what about the demons? Did you kill Apatau's demon fleet? Listening to the question of the Holy Blade Saint, Alka smiled and said, one question at a time. Answer your last question first. If the Apatau you are talking about is a demon that fights with double axes and has blood-colored lines that strengthen its body strength, then it should be me who destroyed it. Did you destroy a difficult and important target as soon as you came back? Annabelle said with a smile, and then crossed her hands. Welcome back. May the Virgin Mary bless you. I am also very happy to be back. Alka crossed her hands and saluted in return, and said with a smile. Then Anafel looked at Alka and said with a smile, our mission this time is to stop Apatau's fleet. But since you have eliminated them once and for all, our mission is also completed. We can talk about any problems later. This is not the place to talk. Alka nodded. Then, he returned to the voice of dawn. He joined the fleet and began to follow the flagship back to the voyage. As they sailed, Alka soon saw the distinctive fast channel around the world scar. And on this fast channel, Alka and his friends saw the most ships in their lives. Not counting the ships that were sailing fast on the channel. There were dozens of ships around that were heading to the channel. You can even see the densely packed ships in the distance, like ants gathering. That means there are hundreds of ships within the field of vision. This is already a very exaggerated number. But looking at the expressions of the members on the decks of other ships around, you can tell that they have long been accustomed to it. It makes sense when you think about it. Although the world scar occupies a large area, and the surrounding sea area is also large. But you have to know that countless forces and islands in the entire infinite sea are sending various personnel and material resources to this area. It is normal to have so many ships. Alka and his companions even saw a fleet like the one they were in now. There were 5 or 6 special ships of this size heading in different directions. There were also 1 or 2 ships that should have completed their missions and returned, with a lot of damage and wounded on board. Seeing this, Alka observed more carefully. It was found that many ships indeed had signs of damage. Obviously, for this kind of cruise battle fleet, there is a priority right of exercise. As they approached, the surrounding ships gave way, allowing the fleet to head to the fast lane first, and then began to return at a very fast speed on the fast lane. AKA's ship was very distinctive even here. Many members on the ship noticed that this ship, which was completely out of the fleet style, was very conspicuous. After all, whose ship didn't have a huge tree like an umbrella on its sail? For example, the elemental crystals formed by the tree. Under the sunlight, reflected very beautiful light. The whole ship was so bright. In addition, the fame left by Alka and his crew after sailing around the world. The appearance of their ship has spread all over the world. Many people on the ship recognized it. As they sailed on the fast channel, Alka and his crew soon saw the world scar from afar. And now the scene of the world scar from afar already made them feel completely unfamiliar. The volcano that rose into the sky was very conspicuous, because it was still billowing thick smoke and floating in the sky. There was no such exaggerated volcano before. And the disturbance of the black space in the volcano area can be clearly seen. That is the scope of the expansion of the world rift, which is large enough to cause environmental impact. From a distance, the island looks like a doomsday scene. You can even see the battle between legions around the island. The only safe area is the area they are heading to now, where there is an area extending about 90 degrees from the island. All the ships entered the island from this funnel-like place. They were getting closer and closer. This funnel-like place occupied their entire field of vision. Amazing. Looking at the area in front of him, Jason was completely stunned, and couldn't help muttering to himself. Or it was not just Jason, even Alka and the others couldn't help but stand there. They had only been away for less than 10 years. but they felt completely unfamiliar with this place. A long strip of coastline has been completely transformed into a port area. That is to say, all the places they can see belong to the port. Densely packed ships are lined up in these ports. Countless ships come and go, forming perhaps hundreds of waterways, like densely packed ants carrying goods. It looks chaotic, but there is full order, developing efficiency to perfection. You can even see many marine creatures waving beacons of power in the sea to guide the direction of these ships. What kind of scene is this? It is totally unimaginable. The entire coastline extends upward, forming a huge city that stretches as far as the eye can see. In the center of the city is a tower. It is called a tower, but it is more like a cylinder that is hundreds of meters long. This tower cylinder is not just one, you can see more cylinders at the limit of the entire distant vision. It is just not as high as the one in the middle, the power is connected to each other, forming an extremely powerful protective array. There were dense airships flying in the sky. These airships were obviously not used to transport supplies. They were filled with various weapons. There are thousands of ships gathered here. Simon simply counted and was very surprised. Not to mention that these ships were of different sizes, some even reached 200 meters. 200 meters? Why is it so big? Especially this ship was heading towards them. Like a giant fortress, passing by them. It's spectacular. Isn't it? As if she knew they hadn't been back for a long time, Anafil came to their deck and said. Alka nodded. Indeed. It was too spectacular. This was an exaggerated scenery he had never seen in his 2 lives. This ship is not the biggest one. The biggest one has not come back yet. That is the real spectacular. Anafil said with a smile. Soon they were about to reach the port. And the port they entered was obviously a military port. All the ships around were of various warship styles, except for the foregone fusion of their fleet. There were more styles, and even special ships designed for special operations. The ship was full of holy light, so it was special for demons. As the ship docked quickly, all kinds of boatmen began to upload, inspect and repair it. Alka and his ship also docked on the side, following Anafil and the others to the island. Or rather, we landed on the shore. The most obvious feeling when we landed on the shore was that there was no demonic aura around us. It was obviously because of the wear-resistant barrier formed by the towers. As soon as he came up, Alka disbanded the team. Then he came to Anafil alone and said, I now need the highest leaders of all the 4 churches on the island to host a meeting. Tell them that I am back. And I have completed my mission. Anafil obviously also has a certain understanding of Alka's mission, but I don't know if she knows it comprehensively. She nodded seriously. Then she waved. A clerk came over. Arrange a place for them to rest. Finally, she looked at Alka and said, I will complete these things before tomorrow. If nothing unexpected happens, the meeting will be held at dawn tomorrow. I will send someone to inform you then. Alka nodded. Followers Siadaiti and others, and the clerk went to their resting place, and took a look at the changes around them. Annabelle left in a hurry. Soon the news of Alka's return reached all the high-level officials. At this time on the island, the leader of the Holy Mother Church was one of the 3 highest archbishops. That is, he was the same as Archbishop and he was in charge here in recent years. Archbishop Ectomo, should we pass the message immediately and start presiding over the meeting? The assistant next to him asked. The Archbishop nodded. Notify the information, tell those people, they must come to the meeting tomorrow. And tell them that there will be strict inspections during the meeting. And do not bring anyone who does not meet the requirements. The assistant nodded. And after a while, he came back. The time and place of the meeting have been decided. Do you need to inform Lord Alka and the others now? The Archbishop shook his head. No. They don't have time to listen now. You can just inform them an hour earlier tomorrow. The assistant nodded. As the Archbishop said, Alka really has no time and energy to listen to any notifications now, because they just returned to the residence prepared for them. Alka received a notice from the Virgin Mary. In short, the 4 gods want to see him. The moment this news came out, Alka couldn't help but be nervous. Chapter 556 Talking with God. When Alka opened his eyes, he was still standing in the eternal wheat field. But this time he was no longer in the depths of the wheat field, because just a few hundred meters away, he saw a magnificent castle. If nothing unexpected happens, this castle should be the building that appears in the wheat field every time. It's just that every time Alka comes, the building will change a little. This is the first time he has seen such a large castle-like building. After all, every time there are various very down-to-earth agricultural facilities. And this time, The one who greeted him was no longer the familiar girl, but the Holy Sword agent, Minix. She looked at Alka, who was coming over, nodded silently. Come with me. Then she took Alka to the fortress. You can feel her silence, but you don't find it strange or interesting. Alka turned around and looked at the castle. There was nothing special about it. It was just an ordinary city. They came to the hall together. As soon as he entered the hall, Alka felt a strong breath. Since he became a god in his dream, he had never entered the kingdom of God. When he entered the kingdom of God this time, he not only clearly felt that he could easily enter and leave the kingdom of God, but also felt the restrained breath of the gods in front of him. In the past, he would not be able to feel it at all. And when he stepped into the building, he seemed to understand why he appeared directly in front of the building this time. And he did not need someone to take him out of the depths of the wheat field. He also knew why he had appeared in the depths of the wheat field. Because his soul was weak at that time. His spirit was not strong enough. And he needed to come here step by step. This was an adaptation process. Because the area where this building was located was the center of the kingdom of God. This seemed to be some kind of uncontrollable and irreversible protective measure. Alka was no longer a baby or a child in this building. In the hall in front of him, the Virgin Mary stood in it and looked at him. Alka took a few steps forward, nodded, and bowed. Virgin Mary. The Virgin Mary looked at him and said, although your body in reality has not yet ascended to the throne of God, your soul and spirit in your dream are already the throne of the King. From now on, you don't need to bow to me when you see me. This is the most basic etiquette. This is mutual respect and cannot be refused. Hearing this, looking at the solemn face of the Virgin Mary, Alka nodded and stood up a little straighter. Indeed, after becoming a god, when Alka came to the kingdom of God for the first time, he clearly felt many changes that he had never felt before. For example, he could clearly feel that this so-called kingdom of God was a spiritual world based on reality reflected in the virtual world. It is a bit like a dream world, but it is more realistic than a dream. Whether it is a soul, a spirit, or a real body, it can walk here. A very strange area. It is completely bound to the Holy Mother, and it is almost the domain she controls. Looking at this kingdom of God, Alka probably has a certain judgment in it. For example, the kingdom in his dream can be equivalent to an alternative kingdom of God, because it is the kingdom of dream creatures. The difference from the kingdom of God is probably that it is not suitable for the existence of concrete things in reality. The kingdom of God is equivalent to the kingdom in the dream with this function added, and highly bound to the individual. After all, the kingdom of kings in the dream is called the kingdom, because it is not completely bound to the individual. Perhaps it should be out of respect or other reasons. Alka himself can feel that. He can easily get out of this Holy Mother kingdom at any time. Your growth is beyond my imagination. I never thought that you would grow into a god in such a short time, the Holy Mother said with a slight sigh. Perhaps for Alka, his experience has spread over several decades. It is not a short period of time. But the problem is that for a god, several decades are just a blink of an eye. And no god can grow up in a few decades. Of course, maybe there was, but it was a very long time ago. So long ago that even gods feel it is far away. For example, Alka knows the former owner of the power hidden in his eyes. Your growth rate reminds me of a friend. Friend? Alka was a little confused. Well, a mortal who became a god, and the first mortal in the world to achieve godhood. His achievements even far exceed all natural gods. Hearing this, Alka probably understood who the Virgin Mary was talking about. But is this quarter god still a friend of the Virgin Mary? Alka didn't know much. After all, the Golden Age lasted for hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years. Alka almost skipped all time periods, and only captured some important time periods to watch. If the world had not been destroyed at the end of the Golden Age, how glorious this world would have been. From your expression, you should have known. What a pity, the Virgin Mary said. After all, this quarter god should have been the strongest in the camp that protected the world. It's just that he was always mysterious all day, until he disappeared in the end. No one knew what he did. Ignoring this topic, the Virgin Mary looked at Alka and said, my brother is looking for you again, right? Alka nodded. I can feel him leaving the boundless sea and heading for the astral world. I can also feel his divine return, and it looks like he will never come back. But the Virgin Mary's expression was emotionless, as if she was talking to a stranger. After saying that, the Virgin Mary looked at Alka and said, your body is severely torn. Hearing this, Alka nodded in silence. This is the price. Not just the price he paid to deal with the new god, but the price he paid along the way. As a real creature, he has become the king of dreams since the beginning, which has led to the soul and spirit energy in dreams always exceeding the body. Even for Alka now, it is difficult to suppress him. He gave Alka a power far beyond his peers, and gave Alka the power of the king of dreams. But all this has a price. And this price is completely insignificant to most people. But it is more concern for Alka. Naturally, it is the separation of body, mind and soul. A rupture that cannot be repaired. Especially this time. Even if it is repaired with the efforts of everyone and himself, it is just a patchwork. With a little force, it can be easily torn apart. But this is also a rare and perfect opportunity. The Virgin Mary looked at Alka and said with a smile. Without waiting for Alka to ask, she explained directly. For most people who want to become gods, or those who have already become gods, their problem is that the power of the soul and spirit merges into the body. Because they have no channels, or in other words, compared to improving the strength of the body, the improvement of the soul and spirit can't keep up with the pace. They can only choose this way when they become gods, and consider slowly filling such problems after becoming gods. After hearing the explanation of the Holy Mother, Alka nodded in understanding. Because this is indeed normal. After all, compared to improving the spirit and soul, it is indeed much simpler to improve the strength of the body. The spirit and soul just don't hold back. Even if it is a bit of a hindrance, there is no need to worry too much. But you know that everything has a price. The price is that it will be difficult and troublesome to fill the strength of the spirit and soul later. Although the strength of the spirit and soul is not up to standard, it is indeed at the level of a god. Hearing this, Alka can probably understand. Increasing the strength of the spirit and soul, although the strength is the same, one soul is the soul of an ordinary person, and the other soul is the soul of a god. The strength of the two is the same, but the time and cost required to improve are obviously different. Because the status is different. But my current split is very serious. It's not the time to think about those things. Alka couldn't help but say. He couldn't even relieve the split and synchronize the body and soul. It was completely meaningless to think about these things. This would definitely become an obstacle to his ascension to God. Hearing this, the Virgin smiled at him, and then touched his head like a mother. Silly boy, I said that there is certainly a way. But at this moment, the Virgin's surroundings were shining with clusters of light. Alka instantly felt that these clusters of light came from the power of other gods. The conversation was interrupted, and the Virgin Mary could only smile helplessly at Alka and retract her hand. In the light, the images of gods appeared one after another. Alka finally saw the appearance of other gods. The body was blue like the water element, with muscles all over the body, and the body was like a perfect sculpture, with a short white beard that spread to the earlobes. Holding a trident, wearing a crown. A very classic image of the sea god. Judging from his appearance, he should be middle-aged. But he looks serious and frowned. And he doesn't look easy to mess with. Next to him, there is a beautiful and quiet girl, wearing a simple dress made of vines, green leaves and flowers. She stands barefoot, without any decorations on her body. This should be life. On the other side, there is the image of an old man, wearing a hood, and only his face can be vaguely seen in the dim shadow. Moreover, this facial image was very familiar to Alka, and it was at least 80% similar to the appearance of the four-part god. In addition to the images of these three gods, there was also an image of another god. The one who came out was naturally a flower fairy wearing light clothes and a shawl. Unlike other gods, the flower fairy was indeed quite lively. Looking at Alka, she smiled and waved to greet him. But this was obviously not all the gods of the outer defense line. Because as far as Alka knew, there were some new gods who had ascended in the past 10,000 years. Are you Alka? A serious but fiery voice. The one who spoke was the phantom of the sea god. Hearing this, Alka nodded. The sea god looked at him. Alka could clearly feel that the sea god's sight was like a scanner, and it was very piercing. Not bad. Alka thought he would say something bad, but it turned out to be this kind of slightly praising words. Hearing this, the flower fairy next to him covered her mouth and couldn't help laughing. The sea god glanced at her with a sidelong glance, with a look of disgust in his eyes. Don't be surprised, Alka. This old man is just like this. If I'm not mistaken, he should be thanking you for letting his useless son free. Hearing the words of the flower fairy, the sea god's irritability became even worse, and he glared at the flower fairy and said, Don't call me an old thing, especially you. Is this the point? Alka was a little confused. The question he refuted was completely different from what he thought. Life smiled at Alka, nodded, and said hello. As for the wise man, Alka just felt that his eyes under the hood should be looking at him. At this time, the flower fairy and the sea god were still mocking each other. The Virgin said, "Okay, we don't have much time. Here we are going to discuss where the masterpiece of the Ascension Society should be placed. Wouldn't it be fine to put it on the Origin Island?" The sea god said directly. Life shook his head. "No. It's too conspicuous there." "That's right." At this time, the wise man said, "Just put it directly on the scar, which is the most dangerous and the safest place. There is no place safer than there now. And later on, we can rely on the attraction of treasures to attract more people." Obviously, the wise man had already thought about this problem, and had already given a better option. When he finished speaking, the gods couldn't help but think about it for a while, and nodded. It was very efficient to quickly decide on the location. Alka was a little confused. He could probably hear that the gods were probably thinking about where the 12 trial towers should be placed. "I just don't know what their words refer to." "You don't understand, right?" The flower fairy came to Alka's side without knowing when, looking at him, and said with a smile. Alka nodded. The so-called Ascension Society is actually Chittik, the small circle of alchemists in the past. You should know this. Alka nodded. Chittik is the abbreviation of the name of the god of trial. The purpose of this secret council is to hope that their will can be given to the eternal existence of rules. They are more concerned about whether their will can be passed on forever. And the Origin Island is the center of the infinite ocean. It fixes the entire ocean. After saying this, Alka can probably understand what these gods are talking about. Okay, now we should talk about more important things. So, do you think your child is capable of such a responsibility? The sea god looked at Alka, then turned to look at the Virgin Mary and asked. I believe in him, and you should believe in him too, the Virgin Mary said. When Alka opened his eyes from the sofa, the people around him immediately surrounded him. The curiosity in their eyes stared at Alka without concealing it. Their curiosity was self-evident. Seeing the curiosity in their eyes, Alka shook his head helplessly. I did see the 4 gods. Hearing this, the curiosity in everyone's eyes became even stronger. They were already urging Alka with their eyes to quickly tell him about the images of the 4 gods he saw in the kingdom of God and his feelings about them. Okay, I'll tell you what I saw of them and how I feel about them. Alka began to tell everyone about the other images of the 4 gods he saw, the relationship between them, and their conversations. All details and unimportant things. He just talked about whatever everyone was interested in. After that, Alka spread his hands and said, There's only so much time, so I only know this much. So what did they talk to you about? Jason asked curiously. Alka thought for a while, and then summarized and said, He talked about where the 12 trial towers should be placed. He also talked about why they didn't know there were 12 trial towers before. It can be regarded as answering our long-standing questions. It was through us that the 4 gods knew about the 12 trial towers, and the functions they can bring when they are connected together. Then he emphasized and said that regarding these demons of the world scar, they are indeed somewhat powerless. Because in the astral world, it is not just the rebellious gods who are watching covetously, but also many evil high-dimensional beings who harbor malice towards this world. After listening to Alka's general narration, everyone nodded. Doesn't that mean we don't have to attend the so-called meeting tomorrow? After all, the 4 gods have already decided where to put the 12 towers. Jason said. Stupid. The meeting is not for us, nor for the 4 gods' church. It is for the people of other big powers to hear, Lucilia said while sitting on Alka's shoulder. This is indeed the case. The 4 gods have already decided where the tower will be placed. This meeting is naturally for the big powers that are involved. Let them prepare, and explain to them. As for inviting Alka and others later, it is naturally to let Alka and others show their presence. After all, these 12 trial towers were proposed by them, and they started to search and collect them. Finally, they will take it out and store it, and show it to everyone. According to the inside information that Alka knows, almost all the major forces do not know what these 12 trial towers can do together. They only know that the function of combining them may be very powerful. This is also the secret kept by the 4 gods. Otherwise, there will be more problems in collecting these 12 trial towers. If those evil cult gods and demons knew the specific uses of the 12 4-linked towers, how could Alka collect them so easily? Although in order to keep these 12 towers, the local churches also paid a certain loss and price. Chapter 557 The location of the 12 towers. So why put such an important thing here? Both you and us have gone through a lot of trouble to convince those damn fools. This is the scar of the world, and the devil may break through at any time. Won't the tower be occupied by the devil at that time? A spokesperson of a force, after hearing the decision of the Four Gods Church, slapped the table and said angrily. Just when the meeting started, the Four Gods Church had already explained where the 12 trial towers would be placed. They all agreed that it was too unsafe to place the 12 trial towers here. Alka sat on the side of the conference table, and Siadaiti and others stood behind him. The conference table was full of representatives of various forces, and some people who came to attend the meeting followed behind them. Hearing this, many members of the forces nodded. The Archbishop of the Holy Mother Church looked at the speaker and then said, "This is a joint decision of the Four Gods, and don't hold on to luck. This is the only place where we have the ability to stop the devil if this place falls. Although only a small island was lost, I must tell you that the loss of this place means that the destruction of the world has entered the countdown. If you don't have the ability to go outside the world, just do your best to defend this place." This was said bluntly and extremely nakedly. But obviously, everyone present knew about this, but they sat back in their seats with grim expressions. The demons we are facing now are already numerous. But for real demons, the number is just like that. The limit of the number of demons is not the number of demons they can invade, but the territory they occupy, and the range of defense lines that need to be attacked. The cracks in the abyss can continuously transport demons to the front battlefield. It seems endless, but in fact, the area they occupy is the limit of the total amount of demons they can transport. Because of the characteristics of demons, you can't fill the occupied area with demons, because in that case, before they have time to attack the enemy, the demons will have already started to fight each other. This is the chaotic nature of the demons. Even with the current number, the consumption between the demons may be half of the consumption of attacking humans. This is the sea. If this island falls, the number of demons will continue to pour out of the cracks day and night without stopping. By then, even if the rift leading to the abyss does not expand at all, the number of demons they will face will increase exponentially and begin to spread across the entire boundless sea. All islands will face the threat of being attacked and destroyed by demons, and the entire world will be in chaos, which will not be much better than the broken fragments of the world. Because it is originally an ocean world, it is difficult to organize an effective defense. Once the demons are released back to the free ocean, the world will almost suffer from the demons, and the demons will have a greater advantage until the world is destroyed. Not to mention that the gods outside the world are still watching covetously, being able to trap the demon and the demon's rift on the island early. On this small piece of land is already the effort of the Four Gods and their luck. Now the demons on this island are like cancer, but the cancer cells have not spread yet, and they can still be blocked. But once you give up defense, the cancer cells will spread to the whole world like a tide. At that time, you can only wait for death slowly, or die in a desperate war. Even your soul will not be at peace, and you will become the food of the demon, the coin of the abyss, and be born again from the abyss, becoming a chaotic demon. It is precisely because these major forces are aware of this matter. That is why they will do their best to resist. Okay, instead of caring about where these 12 trial towers are placed, why don't you listen to what functions these 12 trial towers can bring? The wise elder of the Holy Machine Church looked at them and said. Everyone nodded. The predecessor of these 12 trial towers is a building built by several gods in the Golden Age. Hearing this, the representatives of various forces were a little surprised. They really didn't expect that these 12 dark towers have been passed down from that era to the present day. This means that the functions of these 12 trial towers will be very outrageous. Just like their names, they will test anyone who enters the tower. But even if the 12 towers are not collected, they will test the people who enter. A representative of a force said. Because one of the towers was under their control before. They have a good understanding of these trial towers. That's just one. When all 12 are gathered, their functions will be amplified and more powerful. That is, after passing a certain trial, it will provide a suitable treasure for free to those who pass the trial. As soon as the voice fell, it was like a bomb dropped on everyone present. The representatives of all forces exchanged noisily. Provide a treasure for free? What kind of treasure? Can the crown level provide it? Are there any requirements for those who take the trial? All kinds of questions came at me. But you have to admire the representatives of these forces. Each question hits the point precisely. Silence. A marine creature slapped the entire table with a slap, and said loudly, "This is the storm priest of the Sea God Church." The representatives of these forces actually rarely see members of the Sea God Church at this level, because they rarely attend such meetings. If they come to attend, it means that the meeting is very important. This is some deep-sea monster. A marine fisherman variant. To be honest, it looks much more imposing than Pororo. Of course, it is also much more ferocious. You would not think it is an intelligent creature. You would only think it is a monster that kills without blinking an eye. But it is indeed effective. And everyone present immediately quieted down. Let our treasure master answer these questions for you. The archbishop smiled and stretched out his hand at Alka. Alka was suddenly called. And he could not help but sit up straight. He thought they were just here to make up the numbers and show off. People from all forces also turned their attention to Alka. And all of them showed a kind smile on their faces. They had never shown such a brilliant smile to the archbishops of the Four Gods Church. There was no way. They might not ask anything of the Four Gods Church. But for a treasure craftsman like Alka, they would really ask anything of him. After all, the treasure craftsman in the whole world had only heard of Alka. He was powerful. And he had the support of the church. So he could not be provoked. If you can't force them, you can only please them. Alka coughed, cleared his throat and said, "I believe some of you should know that in the trial tower, there are actually some powerful people who have survived from the Golden Age. They were once loyal believers of the gods, who built these 12 trial towers. You can call them instructors from now on. From their mouths, we can know that the functions of the 12 trial towers and the trial towers themselves will not be cancelled. It can even train the strength, will, and even the spirit of those who are stronger. Compared with training, there is another kind of trial that is targeted at the weaknesses of the individual trialists. Stage 4, and those below Stage 4 can obtain the Holy Grail level treasure after participating in the clearance trial. You don't have to pass the level, but you must let the instructor and even the trial tower see that you have the will to make progress. From Stage 4 to Stage 6, you need to pass more than half of the trial towers, and you can obtain the scepter level treasure. To be honest, the requirements are much higher than Alka's previous clearance requirements. However, there is no limit to the number of treasures you can get by passing the level. As long as there is one person, it counts as one. Alka, the total number of treasures that can be given is only one. After hearing Alka's words, a representative of a faction slightly understood the technique and then said, "Although it is a bit offensive to say this, I am indeed a little curious. Where do they get so many treasures? Or are these treasures actually limited in number, first come first served?" The treasures are unlimited, as long as you can pass the trial. But these treasures are different from the treasures we normally obtain. They have the same ability, and can bring the same benefits. But they will not be passed on to future generations. When the owner dies, the divinity in the treasure will automatically return to the world itself. It is equivalent to you passing the test. And it is lent to you through some technology that once existed and the generosity of the world. Don't think about stopping this process. This is a rule that is inevitable. After hearing Alka's explanation, everyone understood. As for how to complete this process, they understood it very well without asking any questions. After exchanging some details with each other, everyone nodded with satisfaction. So where should the 12 trial towers be placed? Alka asked. The members of the Four Gods Church looked at each other. And then they pointed to an area on the map. In simple terms, it is a circle around the huge stone pillar in the center. There can be no other buildings in the center. It must be an open space. This is also related to the function of the building. Alka retorted beside him. Hearing this, they had to replan the storage place. Finally, they simply put it in the center of the entire city. As for the administrative capital in the center, it was directly demolished and moved to other places. Anyway, for these powerful treasure controllers, building a building is not a piece of cake. It was done as soon as it was said, and the notice was issued soon. The administrative capital was moved to the surrounding area, and then a huge square was vacated in the center, and all the buildings in the entire square were quickly flattened, turning into an extremely wide open space. The huge open square attracted many people to watch. Everyone wanted to know what the purpose of leaving such a large square in the center was. It seemed that they were going to do something big. You should know that the current port city covers an absurdly large area. And the city's area is almost the largest in the Infinite Sea. After the rapid expansion of the city in the past 10 years, it has become the largest city in the Infinite Sea. The population gathered here is at least millions. And the number of powerful people gathered here is countless. Both quantity and quality have reached the extreme. After only one day, the preparations were completed. Alka was a little surprised. The next day, he came to the square. Standing in front of this empty square, several times larger than the space required for a football field. And there were many people around. All of them wanted to know what was going on here. The churches did not stop it too much. It was meaningless, after all. It would be so conspicuous after it was done. Alka clenched his hands and came to the center of the square. Under the gaze of countless eyes, he took a deep breath. Then he opened his hands. The 12 trial towers that he secretly held in his hands immediately appeared. Suddenly, 12 black towers appeared, and everyone around was startled. They all stepped back. Then, the 12 black towers were arranged in a circle in the order Alka collected them. With a rumbling sound and smoke, the towers were seated. Naptos appeared in front of Alka again. He looked around. This place is really annoying. I smell the breath of that damn demon. Are you sure you want to put it here? Alka nodded. It seems that your generation is really courageous. Good job. It is obvious that Naptos probably understands the situation to a certain extent, he exclaimed. Then he looked at Alka and said, help me clear all the people in the center of the tower siege. Alka nodded, and then told the information to others. All the people in the center area surrounded by the towers retreated to both sides, and more people gathered around. After all, the 12 trial towers suddenly appeared in the center of the city that was just emptied yesterday, naturally attracting everyone's attention. Alka even felt that it was not just these people's eyes. He couldn't help but look at the sky. Even the eyes of the 4 gods were cast down. Even the eyes of the gods, who had abandoned the world. Even the eyes of the demons could not help but fall here. I am determined to make progress. Like a golden energy body of elemental life, Naptos chanted a prayer to the god of trial in the center of the square. Then the power of the 12 trial towers began to connect with each other. Alka could even clearly feel the connection between them, even deep into the ground, deep into space, even deep into his own dreamland. Bound to the rules of the world, firmly fixed in place. Alka finally knew why he couldn't move, because it had almost become a part of the world. Or it is already part of the world. If you don't blow the world to pieces, how can you move it? After taking deep roots. These deep roots are to connect the rules of time that are distributed everywhere. After connecting to these rules, the originally dark appearance of the 12 trial towers, the traces of time washing away began to disappear. The situation that Alka had seen in the Nafutosa records appeared. The sculptures with different meanings reappeared on the surface of the trial towers. Suddenly, Naptos' voice appeared in Simon's voice. Simon, I remember you have a guidance machine that has not been repaired yet, right? Simon nodded after hearing this voice. Throw it to me. Simon casually took out and threw the half-repaired but not yet repaired triangle from his space ring. Naptos took it, and then seemed to infuse some emotion and power into the center of the triangle. Then the damaged part of the triangle was reconstructed. He recovered. Okay, I need to rest for a while. The next guidance will be handed over to it. After saying that, Naptos disappeared. The triangle seemed to have regained consciousness and floated in the center. It looked at the 12 trial towers around it and trembled all over. Alka and the leaders of various forces and the church leaders gathered in the center. Alka, thank you. The triangle floated around and said, it was a mechanical voice, but the gratitude in the mechanical voice could be felt. He was not thankful for saving him, but for seeing the scene that only existed in his mechanical memory. Alka smiled and said, let me introduce the trial tower to you. The triangle turned around, shook its body, and then began to talk. The rules were still the same. For example, the trial tower was divided into 2 modes, training and trial. A person could only take the trial once. When was the best time to take the trial? And at what stage of strength? Obviously, he knew more this time. And the frequency of instructors appearing in this training will no longer be as difficult as before. Because the 12 trial towers have been refreshed, their essential functions will no longer require certain qualifications as before, but will be open to everyone. As long as they have certain qualifications, they can be trained. More instructors will wake up from sleep, and once again fulfill the will of the gods that they believe in, and pass it on. Soon, in the fierce competition, the first batch of 12 places were selected. Alka looked at it. The strength of the 12 places ranged from 16 stages, with 2 people in each stage. It was obviously used for experiments. Alka smiled and stopped caring about it. After all, the 12 trial towers were of little use to them, but they were of great use to the whole world. Alka was more concerned about the fact that the auras on the 3 treasures obtained from the god of rebirth had been eliminated. It should be that the god of rebirth himself had already started to eliminate them, or they had not been used for a long time. The aura on them was temporarily contaminated when he and Alka fought. This also indirectly shows that the god of rebirth had already stripped off these divinities. Chapter 558 Repair and Body. Alka looked at the 3 treasures in front of him. They were triangular gems of the crown level. Inside the triangular red gems were strands of things that looked like filaments of flesh interwoven densely. Does this crown level treasure have a carrier? Xiaodai asked curiously. Because Alka had used a crown level divine essence before, so they were actually a little confused. Because the divine essence that Alka used at that time had a real carrier, an external gem. In fact, the crown level divine essence does not need a carrier, or it is already solid. I suspect that most crown level treasures are gems embedded in a solid, borrowing the power of gems. Alka said beside him. So this is actually a divine essence? Jason asked beside him. Alka nodded. Whether it is the crown level treasure in my hand, or the other 2 scepter level treasures, all 3 of them are the power of the once reborn god. But now, for this world, there is no so-called new god. After hearing this, Lucilia suddenly thought of something and said, that is to say, these 3 treasures are actually related to each other, and can be fully mastered by one person? Alka nodded. That's what he meant. In this way, there are a total of 6 treasures, and the 3 most difficult ones are collected. Then, there are only 3 Holy Grail level treasures left, which are very simple compared to the 3 suitable Holy Grails of the scepter and the crown. For Alka and his friends, it can be described as easy. At this time, everyone's face showed a trace of entanglement, because the problem now is already obvious. Alka and his friends actually have enough Holy Grail level treasures. The number has reached more than 20. Now in front of them are 3 ready-made treasures. Even if they don't have enough suitable Holy Grail level treasures in their collection, it won't be too difficult for them. But the problem is that the treasures of everyone present have basically formed a certain system. At this time, when changing treasures, the experience and combat skills gained must be returned to a certain extent. Even if all treasures are collected at once and the ascension ceremony is started, they will still spend a lot of time to get familiar with those treasures, and even turn them into their instinctive treasures. Don't worry about it. Alka looked at everyone, shook his head, and said with a smile, for others, if they have such an opportunity, they will definitely choose it without hesitation. But for us, their unhesitating choice is a loss. We have a better solution, don't we? If someone else has the connected crown and 2 scepters, he will definitely abandon the treasures in his hands without hesitation. After mastering these 3 pieces, he only needs to spend some time to find the remaining 3 Holy Grail level treasures. Maybe the treasures he switched are enough for him to exchange, and he only needs to wait for a while. As for the time spent on mastering these treasures, it was not within their consideration at all. But for Alka and the others, it was the opposite. You seem to have forgotten one thing, that is, the scales that can be exchanged for treasures after collecting 12 trial towers. After hearing Alka's words, everyone remembered. So don't feel bad. Then he picked up the 2 scepter-level treasures in his hand, and handed them to Mathlisa and Lucilia respectively. These 2 treasures are suitable for the 2 of you, which is quite lucky. He was too lazy to pretend now. He could see these things. The people who had been sailing with Alka for so long had long gotten used to it, and there were no surprises. Now, in addition to the crown level, only Zhuanlu and Simon were missing a scepter-level treasure each. At this point, Alka looked at Zhuanlu and Simon, and golden crystal pupils appeared in his eyes. He smiled. You 2 don't have to worry, you should have a chance soon. Hearing this, the 2 probably knew what Alka was talking about. After all, they were the only 2 who were missing a scepter-level treasure each. But hearing Alka's confidence, Simon looked at his eyes seriously. It seems that your eyes can see more and more exquisite things. Alka just smiled and didn't explain much. Xiaodai pointed to the remaining triangular gem and said, Does it mean that there is no more treasure of this crown level suitable for us? Alka nodded helplessly, which was indeed the case. But fortunately, they had a way out. Libra that can be exchanged. Even if it is a crown level treasure, it can still be exchanged for something suitable for them. Before that, you 2 should master the treasures in your hands first. The 2 nodded, looking at the items in their hands, and began to master them. I don't know if it is because of the hobby of the new god. The carrier of the treasure in the hands of the 2 is also a triangular gem. It's just that the shape of the triangle, the color inside, and the appearance are slightly different. Obviously, he should have made them according to his crown-level treasures. The most interesting thing is the material of this gemstone. Simon has never seen it before, and can't even tell it apart. It is obviously a material unique to the Golden Age. However, this does not affect the two people's mastery. In order to prevent the treasures from affecting each other, let's do it one by one, Alka said. The main thing is that these two treasures are compatible with each other. If two people master them at the same time, the fluctuations may cause some bad things. Lucilia nodded, and then the two looked at it. Lucilia was ready to master it first, as her magic power was infused into the gem in her hand. The surroundings immediately began to change, and the changes were too obvious. In front of everyone's eyes, the strange power affected an empty chair next to them. In their eyes, the empty chair turned into one strand of silk thread after another. These silk threads intertwined with each other, and then woven into a human-shaped body. It can be seen that although it is woven with silk threads, the body still has the texture of wood. Alka looked at the body. Interesting. Simon, do you feel familiar? Simon studied the body more seriously after hearing this. After looking at it carefully for a while, he seemed to have thought of something. Soul puppet? Yes. The many spells inside and outside are the characteristics of the soul puppet, aren't they? Jason couldn't help but ask curiously. So what is the ability of his treasure? Don't worry. Wait until Lucilia has mastered it herself, and then reveal it to us, Alka said with a smile. Jason curled his lips when he heard this. Julia guessed beside him. These three treasures were once the treasures of the God of Rebirth. According to the ability and power of the God of Rebirth, it can be basically confirmed that they are things related to flesh and blood. And now the fluctuations caused by the treasures have affected the wooden bench, making it like a woven puppet. Could it be constructing something? Constructing something that can carry the soul? Everyone thought about it after hearing this. This treasure is indeed very suitable for Lucilia, because Lucilia's treasure is indeed highly related to the soul. In addition to the space dagger, Lucilia mastered this treasure very quickly, and it took less than 20 minutes. This can be regarded as the fastest time they have mastered all the scepter-level treasures. It is enough to show that this treasure is highly compatible. Lucilia opened her eyes, and her eyes flashed with surprise, looking at the wooden puppet made of wood next to the wooden stool. Lucilia waved her hand, and then the puppet turned into a wooden stool again. Looking at everyone, Lucilia said directly, "My treasure is to shape the body. Just as you think. To shape a body that can perfectly carry the soul. No matter who it is. Wood, stone or flesh and blood can shape it." After Lucilia finished speaking, the power that came from nowhere began to gather around her, and these powers kept turning into blood-colored silk threads. Soon, the girl in the emerald green dress stood in front of everyone. Lucilia's soul fit perfectly inside. Looking at her fair hands and her skin, Lucilia touched her face. She rushed over and hugged Alka, rubbing her face against his cheek. Then she stretched out another hand and pulled Xiao over and sandwiched her between their faces. Great. Lucilia's surprised laughter showed her happiness. She first reshaped a body for herself. Everyone couldn't help but smile, and felt happy for Lucilia. It really suits her. Not just in terms of power, but no matter how happy they are, it's now Matt Lisa's turn to master the treasure. After everyone chatted with Lucilia for a while, then they looked at Matt Lisa. Matt Lisa nodded and smiled, got up and swam to the front, then showed the treasure in her hand. The magic power flowed into the treasure along her arm, and the light radiated. The light once wavered and swept around, but there was no change around. Xiao keenly noticed some subtle changes, and kept looking around. "Do you feel anything?" Alka asked. Xiao nodded, then pointed to the sofa not far away and said, "The sofa has a missing leg. A gap. But it has just been repaired. There is a missing corner at the bottom of the flower pot over there, which has just been repaired. Not only these two, many damaged places in the room have been repaired." As soon as the two finished speaking, they heard a cry of pain from behind. Turning around, it was Simon. It was unknown when he took off the mechanical structure and the holy weapon on his arm. His bare arms, the previously cut sections, suddenly began to grow. But it was obvious that such growth was not pleasant, but it was indeed growing. Soon a pair of brand new arms grew out in front of him. Of course, the color of the skin was obviously different from that of his shoulders, indicating that This section was newly grown. Alka opened his eyes. He could see. The waves swept by the treasure were all gathered in Simon's hands. So the impact on the surroundings was just to patch up some details. It seemed that there was no change. This seemed to be the unconscious guidance of Matt Lisa. So this treasure is growing or repairing? Julia quickly reacted and asked. Alka didn't hide it, and nodded with a smile. Simon looked at his hands, shaking them back and forth. He could see the newly grown hands had long fingers. But he was obviously not used to it. Although they were real flesh arms, he had actually gotten used to the mechanical arms. Or rather, the time the mechanical arms had been with him was longer than his original flesh arms. Of course, it would be better to have real hands. It seems that I need to spend some time to get used to it, Simon said with a smile. He could feel his happiness from his smile. Soon, Matt Lisa had mastered the treasure and opened her eyes. She noticed Simon's arm at a glance. Alka asked curiously, You just mastered the treasure. And you can repair the defects of an 8th level person? To be honest, that's quite amazing. Who knew that? Matt Lisa shook her head. No. I just used the fluctuations of mastering the treasure. The fluctuations when mastering the treasure are the most original power of the treasure. Only when you fully master the treasure can you achieve the same level of effect, right? Alka and Simon both nodded. The two of them have done the most research on treasures. And the conclusion is indeed like this. Many times, the fluctuations generated by mastering a treasure on the surroundings are much more exaggerated than the abilities exerted by the person who has just mastered the treasure. Because that is the range of fluctuations that the treasure itself emits to the surroundings when it is mastered. After mastering the treasure, people must be familiar with it and master it thoroughly in order to achieve similar effects. In other words, the repair of Simon's arm just now was the perception of Matt Lisa when she mastered the treasure. So she deliberately triggered it. After all, although this treasure is said to be a repair, it is more of a repair of flesh and blood. Otherwise, it would not be suitable for the sequence of flesh and blood. Among all the people present, Simon's arm was the one that needed repair the most. And it was very obvious that he could easily lead it over. So he tried to control it. And it just happened to succeed. If Matrisa were to get familiar with it, she would have to spend a year or two to completely master this treasure. Anyway, today is definitely a day worth celebrating, Juanlu said with a smile. The two partners gathered all the treasures. And they were all very good and very suitable. A disabled partner had his original hands. A partner without a body gained flesh and blood. Each of these things is a happy thing. Have a party, Jason said loudly. Good. Alka also agreed with a smile. As for finding the instructors to ask about the scale and the conversion of the crown level treasure, there is no rush at all. It's not urgent to do it tomorrow. It's almost dark. Everyone cheered and began to prepare. Then the girls also started to help around. After being busy for so long, they really need a good banquet to relax. They have been busy for nearly 10 years, and have just made a small trip around the infinite sea. They have completed the task, increased their strength, and dealt with the crisis, and now have harvested enough results, and there are even greater results waiting for them. So before the biggest harvest, it would not hurt to celebrate. The banquet was held in the small villa where they lived, the team directly under them, until the unchanging sky was covered by the curtain of night, and the annoying blue moonlight sprinkled down. Everyone lay around. In order to make them drunk, Juanlu specially brewed an extremely powerful wine, and sublimated it. So even they were drunk and their heads were dazed. Lucilia, with a slightly drunk face and a faint smell of wine on her body, kept slapping Alka and Zayadai. It seemed that she was urging the two of them to do something. Both of them were a little drunk. Looking at Lucilia shook her arm, then pinched the flesh on it, and pulled it. Then she smiled at the two of them. The two looked at each other. They probably understood. A crack in space appeared under their feet, and the three of them disappeared in an instant. Entered the small world. Chapter 559 Use of Libra. It was not until the dark curtain of the sky and the annoying blue moonlight disappeared for a long time. Alka and the others gathered in the living room of the room again. At this time, everyone was looking at Alka standing in the center. And Alka had already gone to the trial tower to learn some of the information they wanted. According to them, they have a guiding spell and a matching spell. It is used to summon a door to the alchemist's hidden place. It is said that his Libra is stored there. It must be summoned within a 50-kilometer radius of the 12 trial towers. It is equivalent to using the power of the trial tower to activate it. So the gate that is summoned is also called the Libra Gate. Alka told everyone the news he had just asked. What are you waiting for? Come on, I can't wait any longer, Jason said anxiously beside him. Hearing this, Alka nodded. Then he stood there, stretched out his hands and raised them horizontally, palms facing up, and slightly higher than his arms, which were raised horizontally to the top of his head. It looked like a balance. After maintaining this posture, Alka began to chant. He began to use magic power to quietly control magic power, and a long string of spells appeared in front of him. This was some kind of very ancient and top-secret text, but obviously, Lucilia could recognize it completely. Looking at the long string of spells that appeared. Pay and you get and you pay. It's probably similar to the motto of equal exchange. Gain and loss. Then the spell lit up, and the magic gathered in front of them. The vast white mist gathered in front of them. And then in the white mist, an ancient door appeared in front of them. The whole door seemed to be forged with bronze, and the pattern on the door was extremely simple. In the center of the double door was a Libra pattern. In addition, the whole door did not have any decoration or information except for some ancient atmosphere. Alka looked at the door and exhaled softly, then walked forward, put his hands on the door, and pushed it forward with force. With a creaking sound, the door was slowly pushed open to reveal the passage leading to the inside. Then Alka turned his head and looked at everyone. Everyone followed Alka into the door. They seemed to have entered a closed hall of a stone building. The most conspicuous thing was a huge scale in front of them. The base of the scale went straight into the ground. The two sides of the scale appeared on the ground, and there were beautiful murals around. Other than that, the whole hall was empty. Lucilia looked at the murals around her. She was more interested in them. Alka was also looking. This mural is composed of 10 different pictures, which should be connected. A quick look at it shows that it is likely to tell the life of an alchemist. The first mural starts with a person refining something, holding a stone stick and a stone bowl and pouring medicinal materials, and the materials look simple. The second mural turned into an illusory figure, shouting at a large group of people. Among the crowd was the person in the first mural. The third mural showed meteors falling from the sky, and many people were watching below. The meteors fell on the earth. The fourth mural showed many stars, and then rose from the earth to the sky. You can see human figures among these stars. Among them was the person pounding medicine. The fifth mural, the figure on the picture turned into the person pounding medicine in the first mural, looking at the sky and seeming to realize something. The sixth mural shows a person pounding medicine teaching, and below him is a large crowd of people. The crowd is wearing simple linen clothes. The seventh mural shows a person pounding medicine discussing something with a group of people. Judging from the clothes of these people, they should be of the same level. The eighth mural shows a person wearing a black hood, talking to the person pounding medicine. The ninth mural shows a person wearing armor, holding a sword and shield, and starting a war. The war should spread over a large area. The 10th mural, which is also the last one, the man who pounded medicine was floating in the air with legs crossed, emitting light, and behind him was a scale. The whole mural was connected into one line, a coherent story. Everyone was watching Lucilia interpreting it. Soon she said, "If nothing unexpected happens, this man pounding medicine should be an alchemist, the so-called god of alchemy, the equivalent exchanger. That is, the leader of the circle of the god of trial." The first scene shows him pounding medicine. Maybe learning alchemy, Lucilia said. I don't know what the second scene is about. There is no sign at all, but I saw many signs of gods on it. Should it be some kind of meeting of gods? She said uncertainly. Alka added, the second scene is the mother of the world scolding the gods at that time. The third scene is the scene of all the gods being demoted from the kingdom of God to the mortal world. And the fourth scene is that some gods have completed the trial and ascended to the kingdom of God again. And some of them are mortals who have gained power. These three scenes are a series of events, and Alka has seen them with his own eyes, and has learned about them in detail. So he began to help supplement. When he saw these three paintings, he had already thought of it. After hearing Alka's answer, not only Lucilia, but everyone else looked at Alka, as if they wanted to ask him how he knew it. After all, compared to Lucilia, Alka is not someone who likes to read books. Your eyes? Xia Dai asked. Although it may be different from what Xia Dai thought, the answer is almost the same. Alka nodded, but explained, when I became a god, I looked at history through my eyes. Hearing this, everyone probably understood that the history Alka looked at might be the history of the Golden Age. But he could only confirm the history of these three scenes. Lucilia nodded to show that she understood, and then continued to speak along with Alka's words. The fifth scene should be about the alchemist's understanding of some rules, perhaps equal exchange, or his willingness to accommodate himself to the rules. Anyway, it means that this is his understanding, a very important understanding, which changed his behavior. The sixth scene is about him preaching in the world. Do you see those people below? The clothes they wear are the clothes of the earliest batch of alchemists. So they are not the former gods or something like that, but normal mortals. Act 7 is interesting. The people he talked to were not his believers. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be the gods of the Ascension Society. Alka heard the word Ascension Society again, and looked at Lucilia in surprise. Xiaodai asked, "What is the Ascension Society?" "It is the secret organization created by the god of alchemy, including the god of trial. They are all members of this organization. The purpose of this organization is to give rules to their own will, to exist forever in the world, to make the rules change according to their will." "I'm a little curious about how you know," Alka asked. "Didn't you read it? There are accurate records in the Great Library. And the former Crystal Dragon King is also a member. It's just a peripheral member, mainly communicating with them, not a core member, and not ready to integrate himself into the rules." Everyone shook their heads. They really didn't read it, after all. There are so many books in the Great Library, how could they finish reading them? They basically just read the books that are related to them, and that they are interested in. "I am ignorant. But I can't see the eighth act. It should be very important, but I don't know who he is talking to," Lucilia said. Alka added, "The one he is talking to is the four-part god. The god worshipped by the Vasva people." "How do you know?" "I don't see any relevant signs," Lucilia said. "I have seen him in history. And the wise man is a god separated from half of the four-part god. The other half was spread to the world, giving all mortals wisdom. In short, meditation is from this way." Alka directly threw out a heavy piece of history. Everyone looked at him in surprise. After thinking for a while, Alka continued, "Whether it is the alchemist's equivalent exchange or the 12 trial towers, they are actually the work of this four-part god, the source of the crisis of the destruction of the world. You can actually count it as his doing. In order to make up for his mistakes, he has been making some preparations and repairs. This picture is him telling the alchemist how to make his will blend into the rules. It speeds up the process of the Soul Ascending Society blending will into the rules, at least to achieve this requirement before the world is destroyed. It is precisely because of the combination of these rules with will that the last 12 trial towers were completed. Although these can be regarded as part of the credit of the four-part god, they are actually different from the operating scenario he imagined. He thought that these things could have been used at that time to prevent the world from being destroyed. But he didn't expect that they were not used at all. Instead, they were used now to protect the world from being repaired. It can be said that it was a blessing in disguise. After all, he no longer had the eyes to see through the secrets at that time. And naturally, he could not see through the changes in the future. Hearing Alka's words, everyone around him began to sort out the information that Alka had said in a daze. So the 9th act is actually the war started by the god of war. And the 10th act is the situation where the alchemist becomes the first to incorporate his will into the rules. Alka directly finished what was written on the mural. Everyone had probably digested some of the information. As for some questions they wanted to ask, they would talk about them later. There were more important things to do now. Following Alka, they came to the bottom of the huge scale. "How do you use this thing?" Jason asked. "Just use it directly. But before that, we have to see who will use it." He waved his hand, and the red triangular gem that appeared in his hand did not know when. A crown-level treasure. Yes. Now, except for Alka, everyone among the crowd is eligible to use this treasure to exchange for something more suitable for themselves. So who should be asked to do it? Looking at the expressions of the crowd, Alka said, "Don't be so humble here, let's just let luck decide." As he said that, a silver snake representing luck appeared in his hand. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed everyone. Although everyone did not feel any change. "Did you steal anything from us?" Julia asked Alka in confusion. "What do you mean by that?" "I mean to take," Alka emphasized. And then explained, "I took a little bit of your luck." Alka then opened his hands, and the invisible luck was wrapped around the lucky silver snake. Now the silver snake representing luck is wrapped with the luck of each of you, and everyone's luck is kept equal. Then he looked at the silver snake in his hand and thought for a while. The silver snake turned into an 8-sided dice in his hand. Each side had a portrait of each person printed on it. Now it depends on who is facing up, and the person facing up will use it. After saying that, he looked at everyone. Everyone thought about it and nodded, indicating that it was meaningless, and it was indeed very fair, leaving everything to luck. Then let luck cast it now. As he said that, Alka threw it forward, and the dice was fixed in the air. Luck exploded under the dice, and it was the luck of several people that pushed the dice upward. Throw the dice in the sky. This time everything was left to luck to judge, because Alka did not use his power to influence the leader to turn. He did not even use his own power to throw. Instead, he let luck turn by itself. Everything was left to the boundless fate. When the dice turned, the several people present felt the attraction brought by the turning of the dice. That kind of boundless connection. They all felt it. With a crisp sound, the dice rolled on the floor in front of him, until it slowly stopped. The head portrait revealed above was Lucilia. "Ah? It's me?" Lucilia was a little surprised. Then she said with some discomfort, "But I just mastered a scepter-level treasure yesterday." Alka looked at her, and said with a smile, "But this does not affect you from mastering another crown-level treasure today, right? It's just a little troublesome, but don't refuse the favor of the goddess of luck. This is a rare opportunity. Maybe this time you will get something that is perfectly suited to you." Hearing this, everyone nodded. "Yesterday I mastered a scepter that suits me very well. And today I have the opportunity to master a crown. It means that luck will allow Lucilia to master all the treasures today and start the road to becoming a god. I shouldn't refuse." Looking at everyone's eyes, Lucilia took a deep breath and nodded. She walked forward and took the triangular gem from Alka's smiling face. "What should I do now?" Hearing this, Alka said, "Put the red gem on the random side of the scale. Remember to go to any side, and follow your first thought." Lucilia nodded and walked to the right, and placed the red gem in her hand on it. "Now stand in the center of the scales, and do the actions I just did. And recite the words I just recited. And use magic to show the words I just showed again. The ritual of opening the door of the scales is the ritual of using the scales." Lucilia nodded after listening. She took a deep breath on the spot and assumed the previous posture. He chanted something, and the spell and the words formed by the spell appeared in front of him, forming a long string. As the spell appeared, the Libra seemed to be activated. An invisible light appeared on the other scale of the Libra. The triangular gem on the other side was also wrapped in the light. Above the world, what did the gods feel? They looked around, but the problem was that they didn't find where the hidden thing flew to. Only the Virgin Mary. Her figure appeared in her building, looking at the huge baby room. As if she felt something, she couldn't help but smile brightly. In fact, it wasn't just her. All the gods who were protecting the world smiled, because it meant that something important had found its owner. Chaos will disappear again, and order will grow again. The Virgin Mary murmured. This is a good thing for the world, and for them. At this time, in the middle of the scales, Lucilia finished her gesture, and looked at the ball of light on the left. The ball of light dispersed. The thing in the center was revealed. It was a spherical gem. There was one black and one white in the round gem, which switched to each other. Then it immediately turned into a ball of light, and it crashed directly into Lucilia's body, without waiting for Lucilia to control it. This divine essence didn't seem to need Lucilia to try to control it, and it couldn't wait to be controlled by Lucilia. Huh? Alka was extremely confused when he saw this scene. Is it so suitable? Do you need to be so impatient? Are you a crown-level divine essence? It seems that if you are a step slower, you will not be able to master it. Very confused. But Lucilia closed her eyes the moment the treasure hit her, floating gently in the air. She has already begun to master the treasure. It seems, it is indeed something extraordinary, Zidaitis said, while looking at Lucilia floating in the air. The others also stared at it intently. So, what exactly is this treasure? Chapter 560, The Ferryman of Reincarnation. Lucilia stood there. She seemed to be thinking about something. The people around did not disturb her. It was obvious that the treasure in Lucilia's hands was not an ordinary god. Jason looked at Alka from the side. The meaning was self-evident. Don't worry. When Lucilia figures it out, she will tell you naturally. I didn't see it completely just now, Alka said. He just paid special attention to the treasure in Lucilia's hands, because the fluctuations were strong when he grasped it. And Alka didn't look at it completely. He only saw a rough idea. Just this little bit. Probably made him feel very powerful. At this time, Lucilia seemed to come back to her senses, and looked at everyone. There was no joy on her face. Nor was there any irritation. But she scratched her head in confusion. It seems that this treasure you obtained makes you a little distressed? Xiao looked at her and said. Lucilia nodded. Then, before everyone noticed, Lucilia's body suddenly changed. Her soul left her body again. And the body she had constructed fell to the ground. The soul gradually disappeared in front of everyone. The moment the problem appeared, Alka had already opened his eyes to see through the secret. He went to check what the problem was. The moment Mathlisa fell, she had already controlled her body and checked it immediately. The soul is gone. There's nothing around. Sadidi said with a serious expression. Her silver wave kept sweeping around. Lucilia just disappeared in front of them. Is it the power of the treasure? Eurylius asked uncertainly. She seemed to see more than others. The golden light in Alka's eyes gradually disappeared, and her pupils returned to normal. Looking at the eyes of everyone, she nodded. She couldn't help but smile. Let's wait a while. This is a good thing. He waved his hand, and a row of sofas appeared around everyone. And then Alka sat on it directly. He acted unusually leisurely. Seeing Alka's look, it was clear that it was not a bad thing. Everyone could not help but feel relieved and sat down to wait. By the way, your sofa, Jason was about to ask. But Juanlu next to him covered his mouth. Looking at the two people, Alka rolled his eyes and said, it was not stolen, but dragged out from the small world. You should see it clearly this time. Xiao asked with a smile. Alka nodded. I did see it clearly. It is an incredible thing. I have never thought about it before. Just after he finished speaking, Lucilia, who was wrapped in vines and lying on it, suddenly gasped and opened her eyes. It gave people a feeling of suddenly waking out from a deep sleep. You're awake. How do you feel? Matarisa, who was sitting next to her, asked immediately. Lucilia waved her hand, and after taking a few breaths, she returned to normal. But Mathlisa still checked it, and nodded to everyone after confirming that there was no problem. At this time, Julia frowned, and suddenly asked, under normal circumstances, shouldn't you enter the body in the state of soul? Why did you wake up directly from the body this time? She didn't doubt whether the body was Lucilia's soul. She just felt that it was different from before. At this time, Alka walked over, bent down slightly, and hugged Lucilia tightly. Congratulations. Congratulations, you are completely resurrected. Resurrected? No one except the two of them understood this sentence. Looking at the doubts of the crowd, Alka stared at Lucilia and said with a smile, you come to explain it to everyone. Lucilia's voice sounded, you should know that. My initial state was just a soul, right? Everyone nodded. This was indeed the case when I first knew Lucilia, and it was Alka who woke her up. I didn't die a normal death. In our family, everyone is born to be a toucher. Those who are stronger and more talented can master treasures. Only I, because of my natural defect, can't even leave the wheelchair. At that time, the people in the family, although they didn't bully me or look down on me, I could clearly feel that they treated me as a non-existent person. At that time, I was lonely and began to immerse myself in the library, keeping company with books. The more books I read, the more I understood, and I just kept reading. I don't know how long I read, until I began to understand some books related to the soul. At this point, Lucilia suddenly smiled. Although it may sound a bit conceited, my natural defects did not hinder my talent. I soon discovered that this world was a little different through my own research on the soul. At least it was different from some rare records in the past, and the long-standing records and myths. At that time, I didn't realize that the world was destroyed or something like that. I only know that the soul is very free in this world. I use my talent, my body without magic power, and some materials with magic power carriers to form a soul array. But because of the lack of magic power, the array was uncontrollable, and I died in this experiment of my own. At this point, Lucilia shrugged, at least for the family members. This is the case. But in fact, after death, the research was successful, and my soul was free. But because it is an ordinary soul, I can only temporarily deposit it in a stone that can carry and repair souls. You will know what happened after this. After this, she naturally fell into the sea, and drifted with the sea, and came to the home sea. By chance, it fell into Alka's hands, and then Alka activated it through magic. At this time, Alka suddenly asked, do you feel that the current position of your soul is very awkward? Hearing Alka's question, everyone nodded or shook their heads, but they all showed enough doubts or confusion. This is the doubt that Alka encountered when he came to this world. When he was in the home sea, he felt that the state of the soul was a little strange. Not his own soul, but those ghosts and the like. Too free. The first time he saw a soul was when he saw the mother of this body when he prayed for the Virgin Mary, riding a small boat on the Styx. It should be going to reincarnation. But now he knows, it is also possible that he has come to the kingdom of the Virgin Mary. After all, they are born believers on the home island. But later Alka found something wrong. Whether it was Lucilia or those souls that were bound to the place by the power of the treasure or other things. These souls have a strange state of staying when they want to stay and leaving when they want to leave. The only thing to deal with is the distortion of the soul. If they don't find a carrier, the soul usually has a certain range and can't leave too far. And it is very easy to be affected by the surrounding environment. If you want to leave too far, without the help of other forces, that only requires a carrier. And the carrier will affect the soul, thus causing distortion. This should be the function of the earliest soul doll, to reduce the resulting distortion. Later, it was improved by Alka and others. And finally a perfect body was constructed through the ability. This is actually equivalent to an alternative resurrection, just like Lucilia. However, Alka knew vaguely the power of this technology at that time. But they concealed it and did not spread it, because this world has problems. And until yesterday, Lucilia mastered shaping and shaped a perfect body of flesh and blood for herself. Let her body and soul match perfectly, just like the body she once had. But Alka knew. This strange soul existence is really strange. The only explanation is that the world has been destroyed, and then there will always be some problems in the splicing. Just like the chaos of the endless sea. Alka simply thought that reincarnation should also have problems. That's why most souls act like they are free, which is very abnormal. Later, through understanding, for example, what they know after reaching the sixth stage, it confirms Alka's conjecture. After this world is destroyed and reshaped, even the souls of the lives living on it may sometimes be caught and thrown out. Obviously, there is a problem with some reincarnation mechanism in this world. Alka believes that at least for the four gods, they must have their own coping methods. For example, Alka saw the Styx illusion manifested by the Virgin Mary. He also asked Lucilia about his own thoughts, and asked about Lucilia's past. Interestingly, he was the only one who felt puzzled. Others on the boat felt that Lucilia's state was strange, but not incomprehensible. This means that this state has lasted too long, and it should have existed since the world was spliced together. This world lacks a strong enough reincarnation. It's like if you know a little bit about souls, you can stay. The souls in the library in this small world are the best proof. They didn't stay by the power of the treasures, but by the research of soul scholars. The treasures only provided the necessary energy. After all, there were too many souls left in an instant, and they also guaranteed the immortality of the souls. Alka still thinks it's a bit too outrageous. If there are treasures or even treasures related to them, it will be easier to stay. But now Lucilia is different. Lucilia is like a new life, becoming a real living person. Others may not be able to see it, but Alka's eyes can clearly detect the difference. This is not a living soul in a suitable body. The crown-level treasure I have in my hands is the reincarnation. This kind of thing can also be mastered? Eurylius asked in confusion. Because of the inherited memory. She is more respectful of reincarnation and souls than everyone else. Because in the Golden Age, such authority was too strong. Unlike the current reincarnation collapse. Although I was also surprised. It was indeed exchanged for a crown-level treasure. And I mastered it directly. Very, very easy. Lucilia said silently. This is indeed a powerful ability, no matter how you look at it. At least in terms of its function and importance. It is much more important than Alka's crown-level treasure. But the problem lies here. It is so important that people wonder how it could be controlled by anyone. Shouldn't it belong to the world? Isn't that equivalent to the god of death? So now you can kill anyone you want? Jason suddenly asked. And he couldn't help but think of Alka in his mind, the ability to steal anything from anyone he wants. So are all crown-level things so outrageous? Looking at everyone's expressions, Lucilia knew they had misunderstood, and waved her hand and said, "It's not that exaggerated. If the stage from the death of the soul to the rebirth is compared to a road, my ability is equivalent to being at the end of the journey. Compared to the concept of death at the beginning, my ability is more inclined to rebirth when combined." Although Lucilia was explaining, the crowd could only hear the general idea, and they really didn't understand what the specific situation was. For example, the process of death What exactly is the process, they may not know. How to say it, it is not within their research scope. But at least they know roughly. The process of the dead soul to the afterlife is a very, very long road, and now Lucilia is only equivalent to the maintainer of the latter part of this road. This road can accommodate many gods. Xia Deity looked at Lucilia and asked, "This should be a very remarkable ability. It is also very suitable for your treasure, very compatible, and even allows you to be perfectly resurrected. Then why do you seem so distressed until now?" Xia Deity was very puzzled. This should be a happy thing for a person. For example, Alka, who fully knew the ability of this treasure, was very happy for Lucilia. Because I'm busy," Lucilia suddenly said. This sentence made everyone confused, and they didn't understand her meaning at all. There is a problem with the reincarnation of this world. Now that my treasures are combined, they can open the road to becoming a god. This road to godhood is very smooth for me. As long as I am willing, I may be able to become a god in less than a year. Everyone was even more confused. You didn't say such a thing just now. Isn't this a good thing? Lucilia, the second one to master the treasure, will be the first to become a god. One step or many steps ahead of everyone else. The so-called road to godhood. The simple understanding is to let the divinity of your 6 treasures be fully carried in your body, master their abilities, and integrate them with each other. The 6 mutually compatible divine qualities will be combined to grant a powerful authority. The combination of divine authority can condense the godhood and ascend to the throne of God. A new god is born. Starting from the 8th stage, both the soul and the body have reached the standard. At this time, as long as the 6 mutually compatible divine qualities also reach the standard, the journey can begin. Since each person's divine qualities are different, the effects they want to achieve are different, and naturally the length of the road to godhood is different. But 1 year is still a bit exaggerated anyway. The lack of reincarnation, in addition to the world being broken and pieced together, is due to the sleeping world consciousness. Although the reincarnation still exists, it is full of loopholes and extremely weak. Both the world and the souls longing for rebirth are waiting, longing for the birth of a person who can repair such ability. But the divinity of reincarnation is still in the world, it cannot fly out by itself. And now our exchange has become an opportunity, and it just happens that I am the one being exchanged, and I am extremely suitable for this divinity. Naturally, this divinity could not wait to fly out. Due to the world's thirst, I only need to devote myself to the work now to repair the reincarnation and participate in it, so that I can naturally ascend to the throne of God very quickly. Because what I need to do in my work is to constantly consolidate my divinity, to help me master it, and let me understand it deeply. It will even speed up this process. If it were not for the need for such a process of adaptation, I might have become a god in charge of reincarnation right now. Lucilia said helplessly. Everyone only needs to think carefully to know how huge the workload is. How big is the endless sea? We don't know the exact area. We only know that it is very big. Although they are all islands, there are many, many lives on these islands. Just the human race, conservatively estimated to be hundreds of millions. Don't even count the 4 safe, more populated areas in the 4 Gods Sea. The only consolation may be that the 4 Gods Sea with the largest population can still be used for reincarnation under the construction of the 4 gods. And I don't need to go there to repair it for the time being. The implication is that the reincarnation in the 4 Gods Sea is still problematic. But it is at least better than this area of the endless sea. And it is still not as bad as it could be. And the voices of the 4 gods just rang in my mind. They told me to hurry up. As she spoke, Lucilia's face was inexplicably filled with laughter and tears. It seems that not only the world, but even the 4 gods are looking forward to the arrival of such a god. Lucilia's arrival even made the 4 gods happy, and they couldn't wait to urge her to work faster. Hearing what you said, it's obviously a good thing. Why do I feel so, uncomfortable? Jason complained silently. The whole world is looking forward to a reincarnation god who can work quickly. When this god really comes, the mess that needs to be cleaned up, it's a headache just thinking about it. A really huge mess. Alas, I have to get busy. Lucilia said silently, it's obviously a happy thing. But why? Why can't I be happy? Chapter 561 Let's work, God. After understanding Lucilia's situation, everyone turned their attention to the scale in front of them, which can exchange divinity. Jason looked at the scale, and suddenly said, I suddenly feel that this may not be a good thing. Why do you say that? Simon suddenly asked. Think about it, if we put the existing divinity on it, and then exchange it. We will definitely only exchange crown-level treasures, right? Jason looked at Simon and said. Simon nodded. For them, it must be used to exchange for crown-level treasures. Then have you ever thought that there are many cases like Lucilia in the whole world? Otherwise, the 4 gods and other gods would not be so busy that they could not spare any time to solve the problem of demons, or even provide help. Even if we don't think about it. Just look at our experience along the way, just think about our past life, and you will know the degree of chaos in the endless sea, which is not even comparable to the home sea. You can see that everything is in tatters. This time it's not just Simon, others also nodded. They also know a little bit of the inside story. The 4 gods really want to help, want to solve the problem of demons, but the external conditions do not allow it. Is it possible? There are still many problems, which require a god to be responsible for control. Control and solution when the world consciousness is asleep. Just like reincarnation in this case, if you exchange. As long as it is suitable, the divinity that is needed will definitely rush out at the first time. Then we will most likely exchange for the suitable one when we exchange later, but it must be the divinity related to the aspect that the god needs to work on now. After listening to Jason's theory, everyone nodded. It is a very tricky angle, but you have to admit that it is true. After all, Lucilia is a precedent. They also saw it with their own eyes. The divinity wanted to elevate Lucilia to a god immediately. And this first divinity that rushed out is indeed suitable, but it is indeed the most lacking in the world now, and once it is mastered, it requires the most labor. In simple terms, this world lacks cattle and horses that need to work. Although these cattle and horses that need to work are gods. You can't just think about the disadvantages, you can think about the advantages. Xia Dai suddenly said with a smile. There are definitely many advantages, but you must have different ideas. Jason looked at her. Xia Dai nodded. We now know that the road to becoming a god is a more troublesome thing. But it is precisely because the world needs gods. Even the creatures above need such a god to quickly control the situation. So is it possible to become a god in this period of time? And it will be very, very easy to become a god in the situation as you said. Because the other gods in the whole world are backing you up, and they are naturally helping you. You can easily become a god, without going through thousands of hardships and dangers, and it is easy to make yourself stronger after becoming a god, because the world needs it. Hiss, indeed. Jason touched his chin and nodded. This is called gain and loss. But for those of them who need to become gods, it will not be a bad thing. This is even a rare opportunity. The sooner you become a god, the greater the results. The premise is that the world will not be destroyed. Alka smiled, and suddenly asked, Do you know the spells and spells to enter here? Everyone nodded. They still have some memory, and they will remember it after reading it once. That's good. Then let's go out. As they said this, they walked out through the portal again. When they left, the Libra gate closed. After coming out, Lucilia looked even more worried. No. Everyone is urging me in my head. As if they can't wait for me to start working. Stop arguing. Shut up. Lucilia suddenly yelled across the air. Obviously she was talking to the countless voices in her head. It was even a natural sound. Everyone was immediately startled. Shut up silently, and took a step aside. At this time, Lucilia's mind seemed to finally be quiet, and she sighed silently. After looking at everyone, he set his sights on the puppet girls, who were wandering around the hall and playing. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. Then he thought of something and looked at Alka. Alka, I remember there are still a large group of souls in the Great Library. Right? Many of them were scholars, who once studied souls. Alka nodded. Indeed. There are, and they have always been in the small world, and are temporarily the administrators of the Great Library. If you don't mind, let them go to me, hee. Lucilia came over, holding Alka's arm, looking at Alka with her eyes blinking. Seeing this expression, Alka could only say, although they are loyal to me, they are free. And you can only go to them to discuss it. But I personally definitely agree. At least it is much better for them to follow you to repair the world than to stay in the library and do nothing. Hee. I was waiting for you to say this. After saying this, Lucilia's figure immediately disappeared from the spot. It seems that you are really busy. Julia, who has always been lazy, couldn't help but feel entangled when she saw this situation. Her favorite thing to do every day is to play the piano in the sea breeze. Except for routine training and meditation, she is almost always lazy. If she is suddenly busy like Lucilia, she may go crazy. After everyone chatted for a few words, Lucilia came out again. It's done. Hearing this, Arca silently sensed his own little world. You kidnapped all the souls? Lucilia not only kidnapped the scholars and knights in the library, but also the ignorant souls in the periphery that were once invaded by the abyss, and then successfully stripped away the abyss. That is to say, in his little world, there is not a single soul left. Lucilia smiled and nodded. Then she looked at the puppet girls, who were still playing around in the room. Gather! Gather! Hearing this voice, all the puppet girls hurried over. They didn't understand the situation for a moment, and thought something had happened. Lucilia looked at them. Suddenly she said, Now, you are all employees of the great ferryman Lucilia. You will sail on the Styx. Each of you will have your own boat. Sailing on the Styx, guiding those souls who need to cross the Styx. In the future, the puppet knights will be completely corrected, becoming the Styx ferrymen. We will dedicate our strength to the order of the world. We will become the ferrymen on the Styx, the guardians of souls, for the glory of the mother of the world. Lucilia gave a long speech inexplicably, but it must be said that she is indeed the leader of the puppet girls. As soon as her voice fell, she immediately mobilized the emotions of all the puppet girls. They all followed and shouted loudly. It didn't matter whether they understood or not, they just cheered. Good. Very energetic. Now follow me. Lucilia winked at Alka and others. With a light stroke, a white bone door rose slowly in their living room in the daytime. The door was made of different bones, and you could see bones of different races and lives on it. The door slowly opened, and the creaking sound was even harsh. When the door opened, the breath of the soul came to their faces, which was extremely piercing. They could even hear the sound of flowing water coming from behind the door. In such a soul breath and strange flowing sound, they felt as if their souls were being pulled out of their bodies. A tattered cloak with a light gray color and a hint of green appeared on Lucilia, and the hood was lifted and put on her head. The cursed sword appeared in Lucilia's hand, but the shape of the sword was changing, turning into a huge sickle. You said you're not the Grim Reaper, Jason shouted. What's the difference between this and the Grim Reaper? I'm a ferryman. This is just a pole, Lucilia argued. She made a face at the same time. Then she led the puppet girls and the souls she sent to an unknown place into the gate. And then the gate closed. Everyone could no longer feel Lucilia's presence. Alka was also a little surprised. Although she could understand what Lucilia said about being busy, she didn't expect to be involved in the work of maintaining world order right after she came out. What should we do now? Juanlu suddenly asked. Let's go to the front line. We can only go to the front line to relieve the pressure on the front line now. Even though Lucilia was devoted to the more important task of maintaining the reincarnation order of the world, they still had 8 strong men in the 8th stage. This is still a powerful force. Once deployed to the front line, it will greatly relieve the pressure on the front line. Hearing this, everyone nodded. This is indeed the way it should be now. Then open a door and send us over, Jason said. Alka shook his head. We don't know what the situation is like at the front line. What if I send you directly to the demon area? What should we do? These days have been too busy. They have only been back for 2 or 3 days. They haven't had time to learn about the situation at the front line. The city of return should still be there. Let's go directly to the city of return, Simon suddenly said. Hearing this, Alka had to nod. The city of return is indeed very close to the front line, and it is still there now, because if it is not there, they will definitely know. Alka opened the door on the spot, and everyone followed him, passing through the door and arriving at the city of return. However, when they saw the city of return, they were all stunned, because what they saw was not the city of return, but a huge fortress that reached the sky. The surrounding walls were 40 to 50 meters high and extended beyond the end of the field of vision. The huge shape of the city of return was even more exaggerated than the anti-magic fortresses they had seen before, especially the city defense equipment on it, various elemental artillery, and various towers that condense spells and energy. This is just like a war fortress, not the city of return at all. There are all kinds of supplies parked around, buildings, people and wounded people coming and going, and the sound of shouting and killing is still ringing in my ears. Is there any news from other areas? A soldier covered in blood, with a bandage on his right hand, watched Alka and the others pass through the portal, and hurried over to ask. He didn't even notice that the portal looked different, because one of his eyes was already bandaged. Looking at the situation around him, Alka shook his head. We are not here to deliver messages. We are here to fight against demons on the front line. The seriously injured soldier nodded after hearing this. Apparently this was very common. Over there, see that big tent over there? All those who come to support the holy war can report there. After saying this, he ran away. There were busy soldiers everywhere around. Even if Alka and his team came through the portal, no one cared, because everyone was too busy. Of course, passing through the portal is obviously not a rare thing here. Various wounded people were constantly carried by unknown single machines passing by them. So, the city of return has directly become a fortress on the front line? Simon said. The scene around here couldn't be more conspicuous, because they have also seen the vast people. Bang! A loud noise came from the ear. Everyone couldn't help but look over. Directly in the distance, the sky-high flames rose and hit the city wall. It seemed to be resisted by something, but it still produced a powerful explosion sound, and huge smoke and flames rose into the sky. But what's interesting is that only some of the busy soldiers around turned their heads to pay attention. And it seemed that they had just arrived. The others were still busy with their own things. Apparently, this kind of thing has become the norm. Let's go to the tent first. Although they obviously didn't need to go there. They could learn about the situation there first. Or find some people to make arrangements. After all, they didn't know anything about this place. Soon everyone passed through the crowd and came to the tent. There are many people queuing here. Alka noticed. The people who came to support were divided into two types. One type came by themselves, and the other type was the troops raised by certain forces. Those raised troops were sent directly to the front line, and were obviously allocated in advance. And those who came to support would be allocated according to their strength and the current situation. This huge tent spread over 1 kilometer. However, Alka and his team had just walked in, and seemed to be recognized by someone. A priest in church robes came over. His white robe had long turned black, and there were some blood stains on it, and it was obvious that he had no time to change or clean it. Is that Master Alka? I didn't expect you to come so soon. Please wait a moment. He asked Alka and the others to sit down beside him, and then he left in a hurry. He should have called someone who could arrange for Alka and the others. Alka and the others sat in the corner of the tent and waited. Speaking of which, I have a question, Juanlu asked. Arka, aren't you going to pursue your path to godhood? Poro looked at Arka, and suddenly interrupted, be a thief? TSK, Arka blinked. Damn it. I said I'm not a thief. But I don't need to do it for now. I need a time that is long enough for me to become a god in an instant. Hearing this, everyone knew that Arka might have his own plans. And they didn't say anything more. After all, they didn't know what the road to godhood was. They were not qualified, so they couldn't provide any useful advice. And those who could provide advice were already busy with the road to godhood. And Alka's ability was that of a thief. They didn't know how to become a god. Could it be stealing something? Stealing something important. It was better not to ask nonsense. They didn't wait long. A figure crashed into the tent. When this person came in, you could still smell the blood and sulfur on him. There was still a bloody smell left over from the battle on his body. It was obvious that he should have just retreated from the front line and had not yet recovered. Looking at the person coming, Alka smiled. The person was their acquaintance. He did not dislike the dirt on his body and hugged him. Greyfar, long time no see. Looking at the middle-aged general in front of him, his expression was still serious. But after looking at Alka and the others, his serious expression was still forced, but he managed to force a smile. Of course, it is better not to smile. It has been a long time since we last met. I have heard about your success, but I didn't expect you to come to the front so soon. Why don't you take a rest before coming? Greyfar said. He was no different from before. His strong strength made the short 10 years leave no trace on his face. But now, he was indeed covered with stains. Blood, the smell of sulfur, and the hot lava dried up and stuck to his armor. The whole person seemed to have just escaped from the pile of demon corpses on the front line. You have to know that in the past, beings like Greyfar would basically only fight demons of the same level. But now it is obviously different from the past. The strong men from all over the world have come to support. Greyfar has naturally moved from the top echelon to a slightly lower position. Of course, he still belongs to the top echelon of strong men. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm here to see you in this image. No, this is the front line. I roughly know why you're here, but you have to know that you're too strong. It's definitely impossible to arrange you together. You will be arranged in different positions as before, but this time it may be busier. Everyone nodded. Of course they knew. It's not the first time to come to the front line to resist the devil, Not to mention that it's more severe than before. That's good, time waits for no one, every moment is important, I'll arrange it for you right away. Chapter 562 Frontline. So, you can start the road to godhood? It was the first time that Alka saw such a complicated expression on Greyfar's face. Just now, Greyfar needed to arrange suitable positions for everyone, so that they could play the greatest role in such a severe situation. However, when he asked about Alka's current strength, he got Alka's answer. The first person under God. The meaning of this sentence is self-evident. This means that Alka can start the road to godhood at any time, or is already on the road to godhood. However, if he is on the road to godhood, he will not have so much time to fight on the front line, unless Alka's road to godhood is related to this. Hearing Greyfar's words, Alka smiled and nodded. It's really enviable, Greyfar murmured. In Alka's eyes, Greyfar is now the same as him. But he lacks a crown-level treasure. Even a being like Greyfar doesn't have a crown-level treasure. So you can imagine how rare crown-level treasures are in this world. Okay. It seems I have to put you in some very important positions. Don't worry. It's best to be in a place where you can cause the greatest damage to the demons. And the enemies are preferably the strongest among the demons. I have some ideas I want to accomplish. Hearing Alka's thoughts, Greyfar nodded. Then he looked at everyone. Strange. I remember there was a little girl. I think her name is Lucilia. Why can't I see her? When he asked this question, Greyfar felt that his expression would turn bad. He thought he might have touched the sore spot of Alka and the others. Maybe this girl has. After all, Alka and the others have been sailing for 10 years, and the dangers they encountered when they traveled around the world were unimaginable. And sometimes he could get some news here. Hearing this, looking at Greyfar's expression, Alka smiled and shook his head and said, "It's not that serious, she is just on her way to becoming a god, helping the world become a better place." Greyfar's expression recovered slightly, but immediately became more surprised. Huh? Then he took a deep breath to calm down his emotions. Normal? This is normal after all. It's Alka and the others. He tried to find a reason for himself to accept it. Let's not talk about this for now. I'll start making arrangements. It's better not to continue chatting with Alka and the others, lest you get hurt. Matlisa, your position is in the field hospital, which is very difficult, and the number of wounded there is increasing all the time. Hearing this, Matlisa nodded. No problem, leave it to me. Greyfar nodded, then waved his hand. A soldier who came with him immediately stepped forward, nodded respectfully to Matlisa, and took her away. Then came Pororo. It was obvious that he was assigned to the position where he had to deal with the most brutal enemies. Jason and Eurylius were in the support team. After all, the battle line was long and large. Zidide was directly on the wall of the front battlefield. Simon was naturally assigned to the defense area where the Holy Machine Church was located. The specific work was assigned to him by the members of the Holy Machine Church. In general, it was mainly because Greyfar didn't understand these mechanical things. Julia was also in the enhancement team on the front battlefield. Juanlu's position is awkward, so he is also placed on the front defense battlefield. Finally, there is Alka. He is also on the front defense battlefield. The main reason is that the fortress and the surrounding wall area are very large. Alka's position will be to deal with the enemy's head generals. In fact, Zidide and their positions are roughly the same. They are all fighting against the powerful enemies of the demons. As soon as Alka was arranged, he came directly to the front wall, where fighting is going on all the time. Various wounded were dragged down the wall by various strange machines or incomprehensible things for treatment. There were corpses everywhere, and there was no time to collect them. It can be seen that the ones responsible for collecting them were some kind of transport robots. On such a battlefield, they didn't even have a good way to transport these corpses decently, because the decent transportation was all allocated to the wounded. The screams and fighting were everywhere. Alka looked up at the sky slightly. The energy shield was always open in the sky, and the waves were constantly spreading around. The attacks from outside were raining down. Fireballs like lava, all kinds of indiscernible negative energy. Here, it was like purgatory. Alka grabbed through the air. A large number of various wounded, who might be able to be treated, immediately disappeared from the wall of the front line and appeared beside him. Seeing this, a large number of machines immediately surrounded them. They dragged these wounded and flew down. Master Alka? You're back? A wounded man obviously recognized Alka and said with surprise. Alka turned and looked at him. This was Abasva, and he was in possession of a treasure, with a strength of about the 4th stage. He smiled at him. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared, he was already above the head of a demon. A spear made of lightning appeared in his hand, and he threw it down fiercely. It was like a lightning bolt falling. There was a loud bang. The spear made of lightning immediately pierced the demon flying below, and directly fixed it under the city wall. Then the lightning expanded. A large area of lightning spread all around. The group of weak demons climbing the wall below, along with the demons that were penetrated, turned into ashes in the lightning. One after another, pink balls wrapped something and disappeared on the spot. Alka dragged them directly into the dream world. At this time in the dream, the huge furnace tower was operating rapidly, with Alka wreaking havoc outside. Countless demon souls were continuously thrown into the furnace. Arka? It seems that the arrogant guy is dead, which is really funny. The devouring mouth appeared in front of Arka without knowing when. The moment he appeared, he could feel that his body could not move. Everything around him seemed to be moving away from him and disappearing. The confinement effect achieved by the disappearance of the concept of space made the devouring mouth, who had never experienced such a situation, feel a little strange. But even in this situation, the devouring mouth was still not panicked, but smiled at Arka. A fake body? You are such a coward. Cowardly demons. Don't hang around in front of me. Although Alka's voice was not loud, it was transmitted accurately. And with his special structure, everyone could understand it, including demons. Such a voice made all demons turn their heads and look at Alka involuntarily. Alka grabbed the neck of the devouring mouth with one hand and said loudly, "I am Alka, the demon slayer." Devouring mouth? It is just a cowardly demon who dares not even show his true body in front of me. And you are the same, all cowards. Speaking of this, Alka crushed the devouring mouth's body with his hand. And the soul fragments that were about to disappear, Alka did not grab them to let such feelings and anger return to his body. It is unknown whether the devouring mouth was angered, but Alka's arrogant words obviously angered all the demons present in an instant. Looking at the demons rushing towards him, Alka grabbed with both hands, and a spear of energy formed by the elements appeared on each hand. He threw it out again and again. Each spear could pierce a demon. The exploding elements would affect a large area around and kill a large area of demons. Soon most of the demons knew that this human was not something they could afford to offend. Then they found a more serious problem. The souls of the demons killed by Alka did not return to the abyss, but disappeared. The reason is self-evident. Except for those completely reckless demons, many demons silently distanced themselves from Alkala. Is it him? Yes, if my feeling is correct, the corresponding dreamland is highly connected to him. Several tall and strong demons, standing on a rock in the distance, talking to the arrogant Alkala. Does he seem to have a grudge with the devouring mouth? The demon's words clearly carry some leadership status, and from his appearance, it is clear that he is a noble in the abyss. A humanoid body about 4 meters tall, with a strong and muscular body, covered with noble lines from the abyss. A pair of beautiful and majestic horns, rising from his forehead. A pair of wide bat wings covered his back. And he was wearing a purgatory armor made of abyss iron. In the orange-yellow demon's eyes, although there was anger, there was also wise calmness. According to my understanding, the devouring mouth may never have taken advantage of him. Instead, it has been at a disadvantage. Until now. Hearing the words of the subordinate next to him, the tall demon nodded and stared at Alka. That is to say, if he dies, it will be of great benefit to our attack on this world. Right? On the other side was a strange demon body that looked like a black shadow. Facing this demon, he obviously did not have that kind of respectful attitude, but just nodded. Yes, according to my research, he should be one of the dream kings of this world. But the problem is that even if you kill him here, his soul and spirit will return to the dream. It will not affect the dream kingdom at all, since the body is not important. Why does he still keep such a powerful body in the outside world? For this world, isn't there a big obstacle between dreams and reality? He was a little puzzled. Fowler, although this world is broken, it was once one of the most powerful worlds in the astral world. Moreover, the breaking of the world did not cause any great damage to its spiritual world dream. If it were not for this obstacle, the powerful creatures in the dream would be able to eat us to the end, and even our souls could not return to the abyss. So it is just an obstacle. These powerful ancient creatures are not fools. The demon in the shadow said with a mockery of the noble demon next to him. The noble demon Pharaoh was not angry, but just nodded slightly. But no matter what, destroying his real body will definitely be beneficial to us. Right? The demon in the shadow was still observing Alka. Then Alka, who was in the battle, felt their casual wave. The space where these demons were located was immediately shattered, and a strong explosion occurred. The subordinates next to Farrell used some kind of ability to put the two people and themselves in a solid ring, which hindered the power of the explosion. Seeing this, Alka no longer paid attention. Those demons were too far away. Strong elemental explosion. To be honest, this kind of power reminds me of the chaos demon in the abyss. The shadow next to him said, the ability used is similar. This human named Alka uses the natural explosion produced by the mixed chaotic power, which is no different from the ability of the chaos demon. So he didn't even use his most powerful dream power? The shadow nodded. Farrell looked at his men beside him and asked, what do you think the power of the explosion just now was? Lord of Chaos, Your Highness. It seems that it is not easy to get rid of this human. The black shadow next to him said, his real body is very useful. It can reflect the kingdom in the dream and strengthen the suppression of chaos in this area. I suggest that you find a way to get rid of him. Farrell just smiled and said, what does it have to do with me? It was not me who discovered this world and led the way to break through this world. I just came to take a look. Hearing this, the black shadow demon next to him said no more, but his disdain could be clearly felt. Who would believe it? On the other side, in the obsidian hall of the crater, here gathered the demons who first seized this world. Devourer's Mouth, you have disgraced us, coward. Heh. Devourer's Mouth just chuckled, and didn't bother to pay attention to the demon. Although he looked calm on the surface, based on the emotions of his soul that had just returned, he was also very angry now, but he would not show it, because that would only make him more embarrassed. Instead, he looked at the demon sitting on the throne. Salanster, the demon who once robbed him of his leadership position. He still occupies the leadership position among more demon lords. If this world is breached, he will have the greatest contribution, and he will be promoted to the Demon King immediately. The problem now is, there are bastards who shouldn't be involved. What should we do? Salanster didn't seem surprised at all, and said without panic, Valor is a coward, he is just here to see if this world has a chance to be breached. If there is, he will contribute, and get a share of the credit. If I am weak, he will not hesitate to take my position. If there is no chance, he will leave without hesitation. Very wise. Isn't it? Just like you. But obviously he can't take my position. It won't be long before he knows that. This world will fall into our hands. He naturally wants to get a share of the credit. You have to admit that he is a very good helper. That's it, let him stay here for a while. I am more curious about how he knows the news of this world. Now let's talk about other things. Your enemy is back. According to what you said, he has obviously become stronger. So strong that you have to shrink here. Even if you are facing ridicule and humiliation with a full heart of anger, you have to shrink here. You are scared to death now. This sentence made the face of the devouring mouth gloom. Although what he said was true, the devouring mouth did not think that in this world. In this hellhole, he could exert his full strength. His full power is no different from that of a god. But the problem is that the protective shield built by the four gods in the outside world makes it impossible for him to exert the power of a god. And he is the real body. If he fights with Alka's disgust for him, his soul will 100% be captured by Alka, and the end is self-evident. He doesn't want to have such an end. It's embarrassing. But it's better than death. Humph, you are really a coward. Salence chuckled, but didn't say anything more. If he wasn't a coward, he wouldn't have been able to take the leadership position. Then he had to find a way to stop Alka. After all, Alka's ability to harvest demon souls on a large scale was too annoying. The main problem was that as long as Alka was here, the suppression of chaos would be weakened. They felt it clearly a few days ago. They didn't understand the reason at that time. But when Alka appeared on the front line, they naturally knew the reason. In any case, Alka's life was a troublesome thing that blocked them. Chapter 563 Soul Wilderness. What a mess, Lucilia said helplessly. She had 6 treasures in her hands, and the combination of the 6 treasures gave her the right to control part of the world's reincarnation mechanism. Whether it was the 4 gods, the world, or the lives that longed for reincarnation, they all couldn't wait to let her start working. She did start working, and began to repair this world, making the order of this world a little more stable. There was no way, for the repair of reincarnation, only she could do it now. And after the repair, the order of the world could further overwhelm the chaos. But when she came here, she realized how big a problem the reincarnation mechanism of this world was. She was in the hall in the center of the sticks. In the dark and cold world, there were wandering souls everywhere. The sticks dried up, and it turned from a huge river like the ocean into a stream. It was crowded with souls who had passed away. There was no passage, no guides to lead the ignorant souls and guide the souls to walk. They could only cross the endless wilderness and the dry river surface, enter the area where the sticks still flowed, wade into the river, and reincarnate. The efficiency of the entire reincarnation is extremely low. This is why the population of this world will never increase. According to the records of the Great Library, in the Golden Age, the population was close to infinite. According to the statistics of scholars, they only counted a large area, where about 8 gods were connected. In that area alone, the population of intelligent life reached tens of billions. This world is infinitely huge. Now that it has been broken, not only has the population decreased sharply, but there is not much land left for survival. The souls who passed away naturally gathered in this area, and as time went by, they slowly reincarnated. Lucilia stood in the dilapidated Soul Palace, looking at the records stored in the Soul Palace, which came from the world's instincts. After the world was repaired, the world's population was about 5.6 billion. Ah, there are still so many? Lucilia didn't dare to imagine how many people there were before the world was broken. You have to know that the number of ordinary mortals who can survive in the world can be described as 1 in 10 or even 1 in 100. And repairing is also a very long process. During this process, it is amazing that these people live on the fragments of a completely chaotic and damaged world. In this case, there are still more than 5 billion people after the fragments are put together. Lucilia simply can't imagine it. She can only continue to look at the records. From this record, Lucilia got a glimpse of the past. She dared to guarantee that there were definitely more than the 4 gods who were repairing the world at that time. According to the records, there were at least 7 or 8. Just as she was lost in thought, a female soul appeared behind her. Hello. Ah! Lucilia was startled, and her figure immediately disappeared from the spot. Then she wore a black cloak, holding a huge sickle, and looked at the woman who appeared in the place she had just left. A soul. The soul was full of cracks, and the cracks even spread to her face, making the originally beautiful face appear strangely beautiful. She just smiled at Lucilia. Hello. Who are you? Why are you here? Shouldn't this place be empty? And ordinary souls can't come in. Hearing Lucilia's question, she just smiled and said, My name is Menasha. Menasha? I've heard of this name, let me think. Lucilia began to quickly mobilize the memories in her mind, and then finally thought of it. Are you the former, Golden Age Soul Guardian girl? What she did was probably the same as Lucilia now, in the second half of the soul process. A natural god. But aren't you dead? According to the records of the Great Library, this soul guarding girl is the focus of those who intend to destroy the world. Even under the protection of the Holy Mother and others, she was still assassinated. The god who assassinated her was the one who often assassinated Alka in the memory battlefield. Yes, that's right. But my mother loved me deeply. Even if I died, she still put my fragments together and kept them in this soul palace. Became a lonely recorder, she wanted me to record her death, the girl said quietly. Lucilia gradually let go of her overly vigilant state, maintained normal vigilance, and began to communicate with her. In short, this girl was one of the earliest victims in the War of Gods. But the world at that time put her together again, because all her power was taken away and destroyed. Either she was resurrected as an ordinary person, or she existed here. In that era, resurrecting as an ordinary person, there was only one way to die. So she became a recorder in the Soul Palace and lived with the world. She finally fulfilled her responsibility and recorded the death of the world. However, the Virgin Mary and others put the world together, and she was also put together. In this case, Lucilia asked the gods, and it was indeed the case. The identity of the girl and her harmlessness were confirmed. I know that people outside are trying to repair my mother. Is there anything I can help you with? Lucilia nodded. I am going to repair the mechanism of reincarnation. Do you have any ideas? Of course. No problem. I have a clear record here. She took out a small notebook, but in essence it contained infinite records. The record records everything from her death to the breaking of the world, and from the world being put together to the present. This is not a simple record. But if Lucilia wants, it is as if the knowledge and the situation at that time appear in her mind. This is a kind of record based on memory. Indeed. You are of great help. Lucilia thanked. I am very happy to help you. Just like helping my mother. She is in pain. And you are alleviating her pain. As she spoke, a notebook reappeared in her hand. Perhaps it records the mother's rebirth. You can continue writing. Lucilia also looked at the record above. The record above started from the time when the world was spliced together. It recorded some of the processes of repairing the world after the World Cup. But it was interrupted at the part where the world's consciousness longed for death because of pain. Seeing this, Lucilia nodded. Yes, you can start recording. I can help you observe the situation in the real world. This way you can record more. Really? Thank you. With the help of this girl, Lucilia's work progress began to move forward frantically. In addition to the souls and puppet girls she brought with her, she also selected some powerful souls in this densely packed wilderness of souls and made them staff members. If you wanted to become a member working on the sticks, you would have to make a lot of efforts. And you had to be a believer. But now everything is in ruins. And everything is kept simple. So there are naturally not so many rules. Under the operation of the two, one boat after another was built. It started at the source of the sticks, where the ferryman began to pick up souls on the other side. They were transported from the other side to the wilderness of souls. Then Lucilia began to divert the sticks, after all. The current sticks was too small, and it was flowing everywhere in twists and turns. The remaining river water was gathered together, and finally formed a big river. It finally looked like a river. More soul craftsmen began to build some functional buildings that were needed. Some powerful souls began to go to the real world to take away those dead souls. Expel those evil creatures that tried to devour souls. Kill those evil lives that blasphemed the intentions of the dead and transformed the souls. The order of reincarnation between life and death began to be repaired. Of course, this is a very long process, which needs to be done step by step. But every time we advance, we can see that the world has become better. Damn it! Damn it! Why is chaos suppressed again? Our strength is weakened again. And the progress of the attack has been tightly suppressed during this period. A powerful, huge demon roared in the lava hall. It has been several months since Alka and his companions arrived at the front. Although Alka and his companions, several powerful people, joined the battle on the front. The arrival of 8 top-level warriors at once, each with their own unique skills, greatly eased the pressure on the front. Finally, many people were able to take a breath, but it actually had little impact on the demons, just slightly troubled them. It just caused them more losses. But for these demons, they are not afraid of these losses at all, because there will be countless demons to fill these vacancies immediately. But since Alka appeared, the degree of suppression of chaos has become more and more serious. Their strength began to be gradually suppressed. If they continue to be suppressed like this, wouldn't their efforts over the years be in vain? What is more terrifying is not the death of demons. But after many demons killed humans, the harvest of souls decreased. Because of the damage to this world, in the past, many demons were not in a hurry to harvest the souls of humans immediately after killing them. Instead, they waited until the battle or the surrounding battles were over, and then slowly took away the souls from the bodies of the killed humans. This was a rare delicacy for the demons. But now, for some reason, these souls disappeared after the humans were killed. In the fierce battle, there were not so many situations for the demons to absorb the souls quickly. This made many brave and fearless demons start to become lazy. There are so many demons willing to not fear death. They came here because the souls here are the easiest to harvest. And the quality is not bad. Almost every harvest can be harvested completely. But now it is not only difficult to harvest, but sometimes it is not harvested completely. This is completely different from the previous harvest. But the problem is that the difficulty of the battle has not decreased, but increased. How can the demons bear this? If this is the case, then why do they have to invade the world in this hellhole? It further intensified the battle and chaos between the demons. That Alka must have done something again. Since he came to the front line, nothing good has happened, isn't it? Not only that, even those humans have become stronger for no apparent reason. If Alka were here, he would definitely cry out that he was wronged. What does this have to do with him? Find a way to kill him, Serenster said as he sat on the throne. Hearing this, a demon below said bluntly, "It's easy for you to say, why don't you kill him?" The appearance of this demon looked a little miserable. Not only was there a missing horn on his forehead, but also an arm. The one who caused this loss was none other than Alka. Logically speaking, with his physical strength and recovery ability, He should have recovered from such an injury long ago. You know, he is a demon lord. But the problem is that he just didn't recover. Because he could feel that his horns and arms were still there. But they were not on his body. This feeling was very strange. This damn human must have a strong sealing ability. He must have sealed my hand by cutting it off. I watched him put my hand in with a mirror. My hand hasn't grown out yet. But I can still feel it. Do you understand? He was not only talking to Selendi, but also to others. After all, Alka had been so arrogant before. And he stood in the same position in every battle afterwards, waiting for the demons to kill him. This situation naturally made the demon lords very unhappy. And he was the first one to deal with Alka. The battle was fierce. But he initially thought that he could not die in Alka's hands, and at most, he could not kill Alka. But he did not expect the consequences to be so tragic. He directly lost a head and an arm. This was an extremely exaggerated loss for a powerful demon like him, who was good at close combat. It also made other demons reluctant to face Alka. You will not die, but if he seals some parts of you, that will be uncomfortable. Demons are the least skilled creatures at sealing, and are also the easiest creatures to be sealed. It was as if they were born to be restrained by the various seals of each world. And each world seal had its own unique features, making it almost difficult for demons to deal with it. Of course, they were also very good at breaking the seal. If any demon lord had not been sealed, he was not worthy of being a demon lord. Then lure him out, and we can fight together. The demon who looked noble in armor suggested. It was the demon who had arrived in the past 1 or 2 years. Fowler. Uh-huh. No one is stupid. The devouring mouth glanced at him, and said directly, Of course I know that no one is stupid. So they have to think of a comprehensive solution. Right? Of course. Stupid people can't think of it. Cowards are even worse. Tell me, Salen said while sitting on the throne and looking at this pharaoh. Let's see what he thinks. Since Pharaoh came here, he has been paying close attention to Alka. This Pharaoh's proposal at this time obviously shows that he has decided to intervene in this world, and wants to share some of the credit. Why not let the Devourer be the bait? He is the most suitable one, Pharaoh said without hesitation. Bullshit! The Devourer cursed directly beside him. This is obviously asking him to die. They still haven't figured out Alka's ability. The Devourer doesn't think he can handle that powerful sealing ability. If these damn guys get the credit for completing the task, then he will lose it. How could he agree? He doesn't think that when he is sealed, these colleagues will leave him a share. Although these demons agreed with such a proposal, they obviously did not have the ability and qualifications to force the Devourer. After all, as long as he was unwilling to be a bait, it would be useless to kill him. What if I can let you exert your full strength? Or even make your strength reach a higher level? Would you be willing? You have the Abyss Core? The Devourer squinted his eyes and said, Yeah, that's right. Such a valuable thing. You are willing to give it to me? Just to let me be a bait? The Devourer stared at the Law Fowler in disbelief. The demons present had no doubt that this pharaoh could take out the Abyss Core. His power and status allowed him to possess such an extremely precious thing. But the interesting thing was that this thing was not so precious that it was not worth using as bait for others. After all, this plan might not succeed. What are you thinking about? Of course, there are limitations. I can give it to you, but I will set up a precise contract. Just like the devil's contract. You can only use it when you are about to die, and we have indeed lured him. Make sure the plan succeeds. Make sure you don't take my things and run away. What is there in this world that makes you worth this? Salen suddenly asked while sitting on the throne. Hee, what if I say, this is the mission given to me by the Abyss? As soon as these words fell, all the demons suddenly realized. So that's it. That makes sense. Why is this demon nobler than them? It's because of his bloodline and ability, which allows him to directly connect with the Abyss. The Abyss prefers to entrust them with some important tasks. And once they complete the tasks given by the Abyss, the rewards they receive will be much greater than those of the demons. So most of the demons are envious and jealous. If it is to complete such a task, the Abyss Core is just for use. Chapter 564 Friendship Between Demons. The first ray of sunlight in the morning was extremely dazzling. It was like the light of noon shining through a window, and projected onto the wide bed through the thin gauze curtain. Accompanied by the dazzling light, Alka blinked slightly, waking up from the bed reluctantly, and gently lifted the 2 white arms on her body. It can be seen from these 2 arms that they belong to 2 different women. The tender moan from the ear made Alka smile and reach out to touch it. It's okay, you two go to sleep first, Alka said with a smile while looking at Lucilia and Ziadite on both sides. Then he got out from the middle and began to put on his clothes. The two of them drowsily hugged each other and continued to sleep. Lucilia rarely came back last night. Alka and Ziadite also stayed at the front line and killed too many demons. So the two decided to take a rest at the same time, accompanied Lucilia back to the villa in the city-state to rest for a night. Of course, after not seeing each other for a long time, the fire was naturally hot. It was a little crazy. Before leaving the door, Alka waved his hand and cancelled the soundproof spell in the room. Then Alka disappeared. He appeared directly around the trial tower. At this time, many auxiliary buildings appeared around the trial tower. People were coming and going inside, people were constantly registering, and people were constantly coming out of the trial tower. Some people were smiling, some people were frowning. Everyone with a smile on their face could see that they were shining with the brilliance of treasures that could not be hidden at all. It was obvious that they had obtained the first treasure of their lives from this trial tower. As for the limit on the number of people, after the 12 trial towers were combined, the functions had long been improved. It's a very vibrant scene, isn't it? A slightly mature and older voice sounded from the side. Alka turned his head and looked at the person next to him. Master Kimberly. The person next to him was the person in charge of the main affairs of the Seat of Life here. The position in the Seat of Life is the same as the rights of the 3 rotating archbishops. He is called the Master of Life. This Master of Life wears emerald green clothes, which are dotted with some thorny vines and blooming flowers. Some subtle wrinkles can be seen from the corners of her eyes. Other than that, it can be seen that she is a mature and charming woman. Since you collected the 12 trial towers, more and more warriors have volunteered to come here to support, of course. Many soldiers on the front line have also greatly improved their strength. All these can be counted as your credit. Hearing this, Alka smiled and shook his head. You are too flattering, this is everyone's credit, we are just running errands. Since these 12 trial towers began to operate a year and a half ago, a total of 200 treasures have been brought to us. This has greatly improved our strength, and made the front line no longer precarious. Hearing this, Alka was a little surprised. He didn't expect that only a year and a half had passed, and the trial tower had already recognized 200 trialers. Are you surprised? You know, there are 5 scepter-level treasures in it. This time Alka was even more surprised, and blurted out, there are 5 people who have passed more than half of the trial towers. Of course, but there is no need to be surprised, after all. These 5 members are well-known strong men in each force. And you have to know that the trial tower was only built a year and a half ago. Those who passed it first were those with strong strength. Right? They have been wasting time in their respective stages, and have accumulated for a long time. So they can naturally achieve the spirit of advancement. Hearing this, Alka nodded his head. It was true. Just as they were talking, the sky that had been unchanging suddenly dimmed. The sun and the moon appeared. Looking at this scene, Alka raised his head, and then frowned in disgust. Not only Alka, but also Master Kimberly next to him. These traitorous, despicable gods. It seems that the offensive on the front line will be intensified again. Would you mind giving me, an old man, a ride? Master Kimberly suddenly said to Alka with a smile. Hearing this, Alka smiled and nodded respectfully, and finally drew a circle to the side. Let me correct you, Master, you are not an old man. People who don't know would think we are siblings. As he spoke, the mirror in front of him distorted and turned into a simple portal. Master Kimberly smiled brightly, and said, "Ha-ha. No wonder you were favored by those 2 outstanding girls." As they spoke, the 2 of them walked into the portal together, and quickly came to the front line. At this time, the sound of a battle was heard outside. From the sound of the attack, it can be judged that the enemy is strengthening its offensive. Kimberly nodded to Alka, and with the help of the vines, she quickly left the place. Alka looked up at the sky involuntarily. At this time, half of the sunlight in the sky was directed to the moon, and then disappeared. The moon shone down with her pale blue light. This scene of the sun and the moon shining together was not only on the front line, but also illuminated the entire endless sea. The already chaotic endless sea was further agitated, and its intention was self-evident. At this time, the crack in the scar of the world leading to the abyss would also take this opportunity to spew out more abyssal breath. These abyssal auras will strengthen the demon's strength. At this time, the attack will be the most fierce, and it will also cause the most damage to the human side. Looking at the full moon in the sky, Alka frowned. I don't know who gave the idea, but I have to say, it hit the point very accurately. Because in this situation, no one can do anything to her. And this scene of the sun and the moon shining together has continued for half a year, almost every few days. Obviously, the moon goddess is still looking for some tricks, trying her best to project her moonlight into the sky every day. So Alka came to the city wall with an unhappy mood. Standing in the center of the city wall, looking at the endless group of demons below. When Alka stood up, a large number of demons took a detour. Seeing this situation, Alka got used to it. In the past, he would find some demons that performed very well on the battlefield to kill. But today he was in a bad mood and was affected by the moonlight in the sky, and was ready to make a big move. A streak of starlight streaked across the sky. Xia Deity appeared beside Alka, also frowning and looking at the sky in displeasure. When Alka was about to make a big move on these demons, Xia Deity suddenly smiled at her and whispered something in her ear. Xia Deity nodded, and then the two smiled at each other in tacit understanding. Xia Deity turned into starlight and rushed into the sky and disappeared into the clouds. Alka raised his hands high. In the sky, the originally white clouds began to roll and turn black. The sky, which was already a little dark, gradually became darker and darker. Some people couldn't help but look up. They saw that there seemed to be some shadows behind the clouds. Suddenly, the clouds broke apart. What was revealed was the uneven stone surface. It was a meteorite, a huge meteorite. From the star realm, Xia Deity found a meteorite that was richest in various elements and dragged it down. Then Alka sensed the meteorite and began to control it with a large amount of elemental power, to ensure that it would not be destroyed by various factors when it fell. Pulling this meteorite was madly consuming Alka's magic power. As the huge sphere broke through the clouds, some weak demons were suddenly frightened and began to flee frantically. The demons below became more and more chaotic in their chaotic actions, and even collided and trampled on each other. Some soldiers on the city wall could not help but stare at the sky blankly. I can't figure out why such a powerful attack suddenly came. But at least they can see that the attack is going to the demon formation below, which is fortunate. Strange. Will this stone absorb magic power? I feel that my magic power is fading very slowly, although it's not much. An officer with strength at the 5th stage scratched his head and said with some doubt. His friend next to him cut a demon in half with a knife and wiped the blood off his face. After taking a few deep breaths, I seem to feel the slow loss. But compared to the intense loss in the battle, to be honest, it was a little hard to detect, because the loss was slow and small. I think so, I felt it too, but it's just a little bit. So don't worry about it. Hearing this, the officer next to him nodded. That's right, but who summoned this meteorite? How much magic power does it cost? I don't know. It's the strong men on the front battlefield anyway, who cares, at least they are on our side, the more demons die, the better. That's right, brothers. Kill! Kill! The members of the rear team followed their captain and rushed towards the demons with fluttering wings that came up. The moment these flying demons saw the meteorites falling from the sky, they determined that they could no longer fly back and could only climb onto the city wall. The slow consumption of magic power appeared in normal places. But since the amount of loss was not large, it was difficult to detect in the battle. Only those who were resting could feel it slightly. If someone could observe these magic powers carefully in this chaotic environment, they would find that they were silently flowing into Alka's hands. In Alka's hands, they became the key to controlling the meteorites falling from the sky. Alka had to use up almost all of his own magic power to pull such a large meteorite from the astral world. But that didn't stop him from borrowing a little from everyone. They were all destroying demons, so he believed they wouldn't mind if he borrowed a little. A large amount of magic power was dispersed among everyone, and it would become very, very little. However, with such an ability, except Alka, few people could use it so easily. A fierce scarlet attack pierced through and pierced the meteorite ball. Then a crack appeared in the meteorite ball, but the small crack was not very useful for the huge meteorite ball. I'll do it. At some point, Saras appeared in the camp behind the demons. The powerful demon exuding a wild aura, holding the giant sword floating in his hand. A large amount of abyssal aura began to wrap around his head, and the huge wild horns even emitted light. Black, purple and red auras wrapped around his huge sword. He swung fiercely at the meteorite in the sky. A huge energy blade flew into the sky. Almost everyone on the battlefield could see it. The air blade collided with the meteorite ball. At the moment of collision, the air blade exploded into a dense mesh of energy blades, instantly cutting the entire meteorite ball into pieces. The fragments fell all over the sky, and there was smoke and dust scattered around. Although there were many fragments, due to the smaller size, and becoming more dispersed, the lethality to those demons was much less than before. The demons below began to cheer. But at this time, Alco showed a bright smile on his face. How could he think that no one would stop such a big meteorite from falling? Or it would be embarrassing if these demons didn't stop him. What is that? A 6th-stage archer put down the huge bow in his hand, and looked at the sky with narrowed eyes. Due to the scene just now, everyone's eyes were focused on the sky, so he noticed something wrong in an instant. What? A beam of light fell from the sky. The archer pointed. The soldiers next to him looked carefully in the direction. At this time, Poro, who was standing not far from the two, also saw it. He opened his mouth and showed a mouthful of sharp teeth. So this is what they are thinking. What? You will know when you see it. In Poro's ferocious smile, a beam of light appeared in the smoke and dust. The beam of light was like white moonlight, and it seemed as if there were stars twinkling in it. If you get close, you can see that it is the figure of Xia Deity falling straight down from the sky. She stretched her right leg backwards, making a posture of hitting the ball violently. Finally, her figure landed on the rubble that was falling downwards. The beam stopped in an instant. Hit! A loud shout. The whole battlefield could see it. Because the originally scattered smoke and dust were completely pushed away by an unknown force in an instant. A violent shock appeared in the sky, and the shock wave was like a pot lid. Swish, swish, swish. Under the exaggerated hitting action that suddenly appeared at the top. The rubble seemed to be endowed with strong kinetic energy, and each one was like a cannonball falling from the sky. The speed of the falling stone accelerated instantly, and then disappeared from the spot. The dense rubble in the sky fell into the battlefield of the demons, like a rain of missiles. Before the cheering demons could react, they were hit by the rubble falling from the sky. In an instant, countless demons were turned into meat paste after suffering heavy casualties. The meteorite fragments that collided with them turned into fragments at the moment of impact, and shot towards them. Moreover, the destruction of these rubbles would produce elemental explosions, and Alka would not simply pull them down. A large number of demons began to fall and wail. Perhaps if these demons were allowed to escape directly, many of them would still survive. Now the death and life would be even more tragic. Instantly, a large open space appeared under the city wall. There was only the boiling blood and some meat paste. And the lucky, surviving demons were wailing. Oh, 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 oh. Cheers came from the city wall. Sarast, who was standing behind the demon, had no expression on his scarlet face. He is indeed a human who makes people want to tear him into pieces. And the devouring mouth next to him just smiled and watched the show. He was very happy to let his colleagues feel what he had felt before. You can start preparing for the action. I really want to chop off that human's head myself and extract his soul. I'm happy to help. Valor stood by, suddenly bent over and said with a smile. But the shadow-like demon next to him reminded him, killing him will only make him return to the dream, and become the king of the dream. You are unlikely to be able to extract his soul. At most, it can only destroy his body. Saras passed by him, and just glanced at him for what he said. The devouring mouth laughed out loud without any image beside him. Valor also chuckled a few times. Among the demons present, no matter who made a fool of himself, the other demons were very happy to laugh at him, to entertain themselves, and to make fun of their colleagues. If they had the opportunity to chop off the heads of these friends, who shared the same views, they would also be very happy. It would be best if they could replace them and plunder their power. The friendship between demons is so simple and unpretentious. And exciting. Chapter 565 Stealing Divinity. Alka sat on the throne. On his head was the crown of his dream. With his back against the throne in his dream, he looked at the demon in front of him. In front of Alka was a huge mirror, and sealed in the mirror was a powerful demon with the strength of the 7th stage. The reason why he was so powerful was that among the demons of the 7th stage, he was also one of the top ones in terms of strength. At this moment, he looked like he was sealed in the mirror intact. It can be seen that the entire mirror is very solidly constructed. Because it is not just a mirror. You can see various forces supporting it from the back. The solid force formed by the elements and space is attached to its back, and even adds a lucky revelation to this mirror. Only in this way can such a 7th stage demon be perfectly sealed in the mirror. Shadow Robe stood next to Alka. Your Majesty, you have been looking at this demon for a long time. Hearing Shadow Robe's reminder, Alka nodded. I was thinking, How can I find a way to teach that damn moon in the sky a lesson? So you showed the cage of this demon, and you have been looking at it all the time. So you were thinking about something else? Apao thought silently in his heart. But he still said very conscientiously, Your Majesty, I must remind you that although you are the king in the dream, you have not yet ascended to the gods in reality, and the moon goddess is a powerful goddess who has existed since the Golden Age. It was not a tactful statement, but it was the limit of what Apao could say, and the meaning was self-evident. Let Alka wake up. Now he is not qualified to attack the goddess. I don't want to do anything to the goddess. I just want her to borrow something, so that she won't shine in the sky every day. Before, the moon goddess only shone in the sky every few days, but now she shows off in the sky almost every 1 or 2 days, disturbing the order of the endless sea. This makes the already unstable front line even more chaotic, and the casualties are getting more and more serious. You have to know that with the formation of 12 trial towers, World Scar needs a stable front to accumulate enough strength for the rear. A sufficiently stable environment can allow the trial tower to continuously produce sufficiently powerful personnel. These people need time to grow. The longer the time, the less consumption, the more beneficial it is for Alka and others. Because the 12 trial towers are enough to bring them the opportunity to push back the demons, and even close the Abyss Rift in one fell swoop. And recently Alka also felt that he seemed to be targeted. Every time, some demons would forcibly hold him back. And the strength and abilities of these demons were specially customized for him. They did not seek to hurt Alka, but only to avoid causing excessive damage to other demons. It didn't matter if 1 or 2 were sacrificed from time to time. Alka recognized that 2 of the demons were leaders in the demon group. Probably demon lords. You have to know that among the demon heads in the past, there were only 3 demon lords, and Devouring Mouth was one of them. Although with the expansion of demons, the number of demon lords has reached 7, and it seems to have reached 9 recently. But it is still rare. He said 2 of them directly for me, just to hold me back, which is very respectful to him. Do you want to steal the divinity of that goddess? Alka glanced at Shadow Robe, and then nodded helplessly. Yes. Yes. Steal her divinity. Otherwise, she will emit her disgusting light in the sky for no reason. That damn son of a bitch. Alka couldn't help but swear, because this moon really disgusted everyone in the scar of the world. The main point was that it disgusted Xia Deity, because although the moon that appeared in the daytime could not do anything to Xia Deity for the time being, it would suppress Xia Deity's moonlight. It was very disgusting. If that's the case, then I'm sorry I can't help you solve your problem. After all, he didn't have the divine power to steal things, and he really couldn't understand how far Alka could go. And now, Alka has been hiding his divine power to steal things very deeply, and basically no one knows about it. No hurry, I'm just thinking about it. Before that, I have to try my other ideas first. Alka stood up and came to the mirror, looking at the demon in the mirror. Obviously, this mirror is not like the previous mirror that can make the demon inside unable to see the outside, but it can make the demon inside clearly see the situation outside, including Alka outside. The demon just raised his eyes, and glanced at Alka and ignored him. It is obvious that he has been locked in this mirror cage for a long time. How long have I locked him up? Alka suddenly asked. Mainly because Alka had locked up many demons outside, and used them as consumables. So he didn't know much. Moreover, these demons look too similar. You have locked up this demon for 3 months. Oh, so long. Alka muttered as he looked at the demon in front of him. If you want me to die, if you want to take my soul, hurry up. You damn human. The demon looked at Alka and cursed. Hearing this, Alka said, compared to your companions, your language seems a little, well, too civilized. The demon who heard this no longer paid attention, closed his eyes, and leaned quietly in the cage in the mirror. Shadow Robe next to him glanced at Alka. He wanted to remind Alka that the demon cursed very badly at that time. But now he seems to have accepted his fate of death, and is tired of cursing. My strength has improved recently. I pray that I can get what I want from you. Otherwise, I will have to capture more of your compatriots. Oh, then I hope you can capture more. Hearing this, Alka shrugged helplessly. Then you should pray that I can succeed, because then, more of your compatriots will be in trouble. As he spoke, Alka's eyes turned golden, and then he stretched out his hand, and began to grab the demon in the mirror. New power poured into the mirror. The demon, who was originally a bit of a loser, suddenly widened his eyes in fear. What did you do to me? What are you taking from me? The demon, who was no longer afraid of death, suddenly panicked and became terrified. Finally, he felt it. No! Give it back to me! Give it back to me! The abyss will not let you go. Then came the increasingly ugly curses. One by one, the space chains locked the demon's body, but Alka was obviously unmoved. As he grabbed, a large amount of abyss breath gushed out of the demon's body, filling the entire cage. And a ball of something flashing with a disgusting smell was pulled out of his body. Impao stood by and stared at this scene with wide eyes, if he had eyes. He knew the thing that was pulled out very well. It looked very similar, very similar. You know, Impao has a position responsible for stripping the divinity from the treasure. He also has his own research on divinity. He believed that he was not wrong about what was pulled out by Alka. It was some kind of divinity. Or something similar to divinity. But it is definitely not the essence of divinity in this world, because the divinity of this world will never be compatible with this demon. And now, Alka actually stole the demon's divinity from the demon's body. But the current scene looks more like a robbery. The demon struggled frantically, almost using all the strength he could use now, and the whole mirror was shaking wildly with his strength. And the divinity also had several threads, like breath objects connected to his body. As Alka pulled slowly, the ball of light that looked like the essence of divinity was getting farther and farther away from the demon, until the last thread of soul energy broke. Ah! At the moment of breaking, the demon screamed miserably. His whole body turned into ashes. His soul turned into a pile of soul-like objects in disorder, and his mind disappeared. Alka looked at the divinity that was caught from the mirror. I don't know when. Around the stone where the throne was located, there were almost dense defensive mirrors that blocked almost all perceptions. In addition, in the dream of another world, the abyss is unlikely to be able to sense the situation here. Your Majesty, what you have in your hand is. It was the first time that Alka saw Shadow Robe lose his composure. Calm down, my friend. This is a divine essence from the abyss. It doesn't look much different from what we have here. Yes, but the question is, how did you take this thing out of his body? Shadow Robe was puzzled. It's simple. I killed too many demons. When facing these demons, I always study how to kill them all. Once I used the power of dreams to forcibly drag a demon into the dream, and then killed him. In this case, I found that something left his body before his soul, almost at the moment of his death. Alka said, pointing to his eyes. The eyes that can see through secrets made Alka keenly aware of this escaping force at that time. Later, Alka began to look for it intentionally. He actually found it. It was an energy body that would only appear in powerful demons above the high-level demons and escape. That is, stage 7 and above. Alka seriously suspected that the thing was the essence of divinity. Although it was wrapped in a strong breath of the abyss, Alka sometimes still felt it from some gaps and clues. Since these demons have divinity in their bodies, although it is the essence of divinity of the abyss. But since the abyss can rob others, can I steal a little bit? After all, I have such ability. Right? Of course I want to try it. So I have been testing. Under what circumstances can I get it? Speaking of Alka, looking at the divine essence in his hand, he pointed to the soul remains in the mirror cage in front of him. It seems that I succeeded, Alka said with a smile. But it is very difficult. Alka seemed to be very interested now, and wanted to explain. First of all, you have to stay away from the abyss as much as possible, preferably as far away as possible, until he can't detect this demon at all. We must also try to wash away the connection between this demon and the abyss. You know, I have been watching this demon for a long time, and have been stealing the breath of the abyss from him. That is why he has become weak now, and looks a little civilized, because the chaos in him has decreased. Shadow Robe didn't understand it at all. What does it mean? Can chaos be stolen? Or the ultimate chaos from the abyss? This can also be stolen bit by bit. I don't understand. What is wrong with this world? But fortunately, Shadow Robe has no expression on his face, and no facial features. Just a black shadow, so Alka can't see his expression. By the way, I have been experimenting with his compatriots until today, and my strength has been integrated more perfectly. How is it? My results are amazing. Aren't they? Impao nodded involuntarily. And it was true. His Majesty was indeed amazing. And he was extremely courageous. He dared to think and do. He really wanted to say that Alka was a natural thief. No. A great thief. What? Your Majesty, you are like a great thief who steals the sky and changes the day. Which really surprised me. Alka smiled. But it can be seen from his expression that he was very happy, because he was also very satisfied with his results. Looking at the divine essence in his hand, Alka wrapped it with the power of space, and then placed it in Shadow Robe's hand. Although it was stolen, it is obvious that we can't use it. Once it is taken outside, it will definitely be taken away by the abyss soon. So I leave it to you to study. You can study it however you want. It's best to come up with a way to hide it temporarily, or even integrate it into the world. Alka smiled and patted Shadow Robe, and then his figure disappeared on the spot. Shadow Robe looked at the divine essence in his hand, and suddenly became very energetic. Because this is really interesting. Alka appeared in the outside world. He still had a smile on his face. The reason why he could steal order and steal chaos all came from the lucky breath on his lucky coin. Because the order, chaos, and the breath of the abyss, just like luck, belong to the kind of illusory things. The devil is invading this world, and the abyss is also invading this world. Invasion means backlash. Although the devil and the abyss don't care, as the demons stay longer and longer in this world, they are more and more assimilated by this world. The chaos from the nature of the world and each world makes it easy for demons to invade the world. But they will be suppressed differently because of the order of the invaded world. The more chaotic the world is, the stronger the demons are. Because the more chaotic the world is, the closer it is to the abyss. It also makes the demons who exist in the chaotic world for a longer time more integrated into the world. Of course, the demons don't care. After all, as long as this world is taken down, it will become part of the abyss, and he will return to the abyss along this part. This is a very normal process. As long as you have an in-depth study of demons and the abyss, it is easy to find this problem. Even the Four Gods Church had the same theory a long time ago. And according to statistics, most demons are unlikely to survive for too long in the case of attacking the world. Of course, the strong ones go out. This is the basis for Alka to steal the essence of divinity from these demons. This is also the experience he has researched in order to steal the essence of life. Come on, Abyss, I will definitely knock your teeth out. Alka couldn't help but laugh. Now he has taken an important step from 01. Just need to slowly expand to more. As soon as he finished laughing, his good mood was disturbed by the blue moonlight in the sky. Looking at the blue moonlight in the sky, Alka's scalp couldn't help but wrinkle. Inhale, exhale. Before that, I have to find a way to teach this bitch a lesson. Take a deep breath, Alka said with gritted teeth. The blue moonlight mixed with the sun scattered around him, making him feel uncomfortable. It didn't have any effect. It just made him feel very disgusting. It was like the body was dipped in some syrup. Sticky and unbearable. This damn moon goddess. Is she a toad? Pororo, who walked towards Alka at some point, cursed loudly. He was obviously very unhappy. We must find a way to teach him a lesson. I have to think about it now. Alka agreed, and then walked towards the city wall with Pororo. However, Alka was thinking about the moon goddess all the way. He even forgot about the fact that he had just stolen a divine essence from the abyss in his dream. Of course, he was still thinking about how to steal the divinity of the goddess. It would be best if he could steal the fatal essence, because this was his only way to influence the gods. Is there any way? Suddenly, the words of the god of rebirth rang in Alka's mind. Most of the divinity in the gods, who were still willing to continue to destroy the infinite sea, came from this world. So they were very eager to destroy this world, so that their divinity would belong to them forever. Well, it seems that we can find a breakthrough point here. Alka seemed to have a good idea and began to think more carefully. Chapter 566 Theft Plan. In the vast dream world, the environment here is distorted. Various colors are splashed in the air, scattering and rotating at will, making this place look bizarre. In this dream world, the spiritual world of intelligent creatures, every empty place has an area where bubbles gather. A certain area, a huge white mist snake that covers the sky and the sun, is entwined in this area of the dream world. The coiled white mist snake is so large that people can't see its boundaries at all. The white mist on the white mist snake was emitting to the surrounding area, and he curled up into a ball, as if he was sleeping. At this moment, a small mirror portal appeared next to the white mist snake. Compared with his body, the mirror portal was so small that it was invisible. Alka teleported through the portal, looking at the white mist snake in front of him. He teleported to the place next to the head of the white mist snake. The huge head, which looked like a meteorite falling from the sky, slowly turned and faced Alka. Alka? Hearing the unique communication method of this dream creature, Alka nodded. looking at the giant snake in front of him. Lying here, it is repairing the limited space crack corresponding to this area through dreams. Not every spliced crack is as huge as the world scar and connected to the abyss. The crack in the world scar is because it was the origin of the world being blown up. And the pain comes from the scars on the body. The crack in the world scar leading to the abyss is the most exaggerated wound, and the wound is even crawling with rotten flesh and blood-sucking monsters. The rest are some small cracks. The mist creatures, and the kings in the dream are mostly repairing these cracks. You seem to have something to ask me? The voice of the white mist snake was transmitted to Alka's mind. Alka nodded. The reason why he came here was to find the white mist snake. I have some doubts that need your answer, Alka said. Hearing Alka's words, the white mist snake just looked at him quietly. Alka, who is relatively familiar with these mist creatures, said directly, I want to know if the world has a certain degree of control over the divinity in those gods? If there is no such control, then these gods who betrayed the world are unlikely to want the world to be completely destroyed, because they are afraid of the feeling that this divinity does not belong to them. Asking the white mist snake is the best way, because he is the first life at the beginning of the creation of the world, older than the natural gods. It is these spiritual worlds that have produced life first, which makes the world have the idea of creating life itself. That's right. The voice of the white mist snake echoed in Alka's mind. But this control can be dealt with. Hearing this explanation, Alka nodded. He knew all this, but just wanted a definite answer. Whether it is in the Great Library or in his history, he can learn from it. The rebellion of the gods, the world saw it. She just did nothing out of love for her children. The information leaked from the past secrets is the last step to completely control these treasures. That is to destroy the world, so that its divinity completely loses control and completely belongs to these natural gods. But before that, the divinity in their bodies has a master after all. Although they stole these divinities through some means, unless the world tears its face and forcibly takes it back otherwise, those divinities are difficult to recover. But the world is unwilling to do so. This is the most helpless point for the gods, who protected the world at that time. After all, whether they are the gods who protected the world or the gods who rebelled against the world, they are all children of the world. According to Alka's speculation, such forced withdrawal may cause some extremely serious harm, and even cause these natural gods to die completely. The voice of the white mist snake sounded in his mind again. As the destruction of the world is spliced again, the control over these divinities is getting lower and lower. At most, he could influence the performance of these divinities through control, but it was unlikely to forcibly take them back. Although the white mist snake didn't know what Alka wanted to do, asking such a question was obviously not a trivial matter. So he deliberately reminded him. He didn't want this strange compatriot to have problems like this. Hearing this, Alka nodded. But he had already got the answer he wanted. As long as this control could slightly affect these gods, it would be enough. All he needed was a trigger. Then he looked at the white mist snake in front of him and suddenly said, if I want to borrow this control from the world, will she be willing to lend it to me? Hearing Alka's words, the white mist snake looked at him strangely. But he still said, if you have the ability to steal this control, I believe she will definitely be willing to lend it to you. Especially in this situation now. Alka nodded in understanding. He certainly has the ability to borrow it. He is just afraid that the world will not be willing to give it to him when he borrows it. That would not be good. After all, he is not a child of the world in essence. Adopted. Maybe, Alka thought silently. But I have to remind you, no matter what method you use to borrow it, you must face the vast and sea-like painful consciousness of the mother of the world. The white mist snake clearly knows how dangerous the vast and sea-like painful consciousness is to the lives of these real worlds. Facing this situation, Alka is relatively understanding. He couldn't help but ask, how long do you think I can last in my current state? You are a king in a dream. A god in a dream. According to our sample, you should be able to hold on completely, and will not be drowned by this ocean of pain. But at the same time, you are a real creature, and you have a perfect connection between your body, soul and flesh in reality. Although it is not very stable and a little broken, it is still connected. Although we deliberately created an example like yours, it is also an individual case. It is just fate guiding us. There is no other situation that can answer us. So we don't know? Alka nodded. After standing there and thinking for a while, he said, I will start to touch the world's ocean of sorrow here, when I am about to be drowned and immersed in it. Can you save me? No problem, the white mist snake said without hesitation. After all, for these extremely powerful dream beings, The ocean of sorrow is nothing. They are extremely powerful spiritual world beings. The resistance to all kinds of damage from the spiritual world is almost at its maximum. They can even shuttle through the ocean of pain, and even help the world share this pain at first, until the pain accumulates more and more. After hearing the answer from the white mist snake, Alka finally felt relieved. Finally, he slowly closed his eyes, and let his consciousness go deep into the world of dreams, and began to flow into the ocean of sorrow in that world. He had simulated it before, and if he wanted to steal the world's control over divinity, he had to let his consciousness touch this ocean of sorrow. How long he can endure is the time limit for him to steal these controls. So he must know his limits. This problem is the main problem for him to come to the white mist serpent. His consciousness slowly immersed in the ocean of sorrow in the world. The moment he entered, Alka's image changed a little. There appeared illusory antlers on his head, and some illusory images of the spirit appeared on his body. These are all symbols of his dream life form. It can help him resist the erosion of the world's ocean of sorrow. As he immersed himself in it, the sorrow and pain like the vast sea of smoke poured into his mind. This time, he would not be affected and drowned as quickly as before. Alka could feel it, but he would not be directly affected by it either. The white fog snake outside looked at the scene and waited quietly. Time passed slowly. After about 10 minutes, Alka began to sink. The moment he fell, he was pulled out. Then Alka opened his eyes. Why did you fail just after entering? In such a short time. Can you steal the rights of the world? The doubtful voice of the white mist snake appeared in Alka's mind. Didn't he hold on for 10 minutes? Suddenly he changed his mind and thought. For these spiritual beings with a lifespan of almost eternity, what is the difference between 10 minutes and a moment? He nodded helplessly. That's enough for me. Really? That's good. But your mental strength is too low. Are you asking too much of your baby? The white mist snake was silent. Thinking carefully, it's true. It seemed like yesterday that Alka became the king of dreams. To them, Alka was just a powerful dream life that had just been born. You're right. It seems I'm too old. In front of the new anti-magic wall, the overwhelming demons continued to attack. The humans on the wall could only barely resist. Every time the demons attacked, they would leave a large number of corpses on the wall. In addition to most of the demons, there were also many humans. It was by this extreme consumption of numbers that the humans were defeated. The chaos caused by the sun and the moon shining together in the sky made the demons of the world scar feel like fish in water. Has our plan been exposed? Asked a small and skinny demon. His body was like a layer of red skin attached to a skeleton. In addition, he is tall and looks like a bamboo pole, but there are many sharp barbs protruding from his body. Hearing his words, the devourer stood next to him. The two demons looked at the wall, and the area they were looking at was the area that Alka often defended. I don't think so. Maybe he is just busy with other things recently. After all, such beings can't always be at the forefront. Right? Hearing the devourer's words, the barbed demon nodded and said nothing more. The two were talking about Alka, whom they had not seen for a long time. Since the bait plan was about to be implemented, they began to make some modifications and arrangements on the details. Such work can only be handed over to those powerful demons who have less chaotic emotions in their minds and can at least calm down. As the swallowing mouth of the bait, if you want to succeed, you naturally have to think of a way yourself. However, I don't know why, when their plan was just beginning to be implemented, Alka began to appear on the city wall less often. It just appears from time to time, and the time it stays is not fixed, and the interval is also chaotic. This situation makes many demons think that their plan has been exposed. They have to make the plan more secretive and more thorough. The devouring mouth, who is thinking about something, turns to the other side. Fowler, when will you give me the abyss core? If it weren't for this thing, the devouring mouth would definitely not be used as bait. Don't worry, my friend. It's not easy to bring that kind of thing out of the abyss rift without being noticed or exposed. You have to slowly take it out bit by bit. It takes some time to wait, so don't worry. Haven't we signed the contract? That's the contract you wrote. Are you still afraid that I will do something? Pharaoh looked at the devouring mouth with a little sarcasm and said with a smile. After all, the behavior of the devouring mouth makes the demons look like the devil. The two are enemies of each other. Naturally, most demons like to use such situations to ridicule the devouring mouth. Humph, then you'd better hurry up. Our target might run away anytime. Why are you in such a hurry? It's just right for him to run away. It's the same effect if he leaves here as if we killed him. I wish he could get out of here as soon as possible, and it can save us time, Fowler said. After all, Alka is here, which has eased the chaos. If Alka leaves here, wouldn't it be the same effect if they killed Alka? The devouring mouse said no more, because he wanted more. He wanted to crush Alka's soul directly. Even the existence in the dream. He wanted Alka's complete death. Somewhere else at this time, Xia Daidi had just come out of the bathroom, cleaning off the dirt and black blood left over from the fight with the devil. There was still a trace of moisture on her hair, and she came to Alka's side in close-fitting clothes. You seem to have something to ask me? Xia Dai asked, hugging Alka. Alka hugged her and nodded. That's right. Don't you think that damn moon goddess in the sky is too annoying? Xia Daidi nodded. She is indeed annoying. But we can't do anything to her. Right? The Holy Mother and the others can't do anything to her. She is just fulfilling the duties of a moon. But she has just changed the time a little bit. This is the disgusting part. After all, she is also a local. And she knows the world well enough. Her divinity was also brought out from this world. And she is naturally close to this world. I have been thinking of a way to teach her a lesson. Now I have come up with a good idea. I have some ideas in my mind. What method? Xia Dai asked with some surprise. If there is a way to teach this damn moon goddess a lesson, she is very happy to participate and contribute. Alka simply sorted out her plan and said it. After listening to Alka's plan, Xia Daidi frowned slightly. To be honest, she didn't know much about this aspect and had no idea whether this plan would work. So he looked at Alka with doubt on his face. Alka nodded. Don't worry, there is a high chance of success, but of course it won't be 100% successful. Then is there anything I can help with? Xia Dai asked. It's very simple. Can you contact the moon girl? Although she is not the moon of this world, she is a very powerful moon. Isn't she? And in the tens of thousands of years without the moon, she has been shining her light on this world from time to time, which also makes her have a certain connection with this world. Although she may not want to. At least she has the ability to influence the moon goddess to a certain extent. Right? Xia Daidi nodded. The moon girl, who allows her to use the power of moonlight here, without being affected by the moon goddess, does have the ability to influence the moon goddess here. But the problem is that she also has her own responsibilities. And she is not a god in this world. So even if she can influence the moon goddess, she can't help the boundless sea forever. But if she only helps once or for a while, she will definitely be very happy. And she does have such an ability. Can you contact her and ask her to provide some help? By the way, when is it most likely to affect the moon goddess? This time, the goddess must pay the price. It would be best if she could no longer let her moonlight shine on this world. Alka was also ready to ask the moon girl which kind of divinity in the moon goddess body was most likely to be the key to affecting this world. Because Alka believed that for the moon goddess, there would definitely not be only 6 kinds of divinity in her body. That was only the number required for the most basic ascension to the goddess. For these powerful natural gods, who have survived for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, the divinity in their bodies has long exceeded this number. It would be best if Alka could steal a fatal divinity in an instant to completely affect her. Chapter 567, Stealing the Sky and Changing the Moon. In the small world outside the world. For the small world, a scepter-level treasure, its ability is to control this space outside the world. If the boundless sea is a sea, and this small world outside the world is equivalent to an island. This island is closely connected to the boundless sea, and there is no problem in considering the two as part of each other. After all, such similar spaces are not rare. Various interlayer spaces without control are also the favorite places for many powerful beings to hide things. At this time, in the small world, Alka and others are standing here. However, there are only Alka, Xia Daidi and Lucilia in it. The reason why Alka and Xia Daidi are here is naturally because they are ready to start their own plan today. Give the moon goddess in the sky a little lesson. Whether it succeeds or not, it can ease the hatred in their hearts. If successful, it will solve the current chaotic situation of the sun and the moon shining together once and for all. Eurylius and the others really want to see the whole process, so if you are able, you can record the whole process. Xia Daidi said with a smile. After all, in this operation, Jason and the others really can't provide any help. So naturally, they are still staying on the front line, resisting those demons. However, in the outside world, the sun and the moon are still shining together, and today the light of the moon is radiating even more fiercely. At least they could observe the sky to know whether Alka and his team's actions were successful. As for Lucilia, she just came here to take a look during her break. It has been 2 years since Lucilia started to manage the Soul Palace and transport souls to reincarnation. During these 2 years, the transportation of souls and the whole process started to work. Although it is not as perfect as before, at least there is a simple order. This simple order has added a lot of order to the world, and even relieved a lot of pressure on the gods above the world. This also allowed Lucilia to ascend to the throne of God a year ago. She became the first god in their team. However, the scope of Lucilia's name is still the souls above the Styx. There are also some scholars who have studied souls and these death reincarnations and have learned about the changes that have taken place in the world in the past 2 years. However, it is not known that a new goddess has appeared in the Styx. A god appeared silently, but quietly, and no one knew. How can the girl of the Styx have the leisure to watch our actions? Alka looked at Lucilia next to her and teased. Lucilia was now barefoot, and her wrists and ankles were all wearing matte silver bells that seemed to have no reflection. They were tied together with ropes like mist. With every step and every movement, you could hear the crisp sound of ding ding ding, and this crisp sound penetrated into the soul, and made the soul calm and unable to help but follow her actions. Why don't you pay your respects to the Styx girl when you see her? Otherwise, I will throw your soul into the dry land and walk into the river, Lucilia said with a smile. Hearing this, Alka bowed respectfully. Yes, respected Styx girl. Styx girl is not a title that was spoken by anyone, but a divine name that the world automatically gave to Lucilia. Anyone who tries to understand Lucilia will first obtain this title, and Lucilia's real name will gradually disappear behind the title of the girl. As long as Lucilia is willing, she, who has now ascended to the throne of God, will be able to erase her name from anyone's mind, unless the person who knows her name is a being of the same level as her. Speaking of your ascension to God, we actually didn't know about it. It's a pity that we didn't see the process of your ascension to God, Theodotes said, while holding Lucilia's hand. After hearing this, Lucilia herself couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. To be honest, I didn't even know about the process of becoming a god. I was so busy that I didn't notice it at all. After I was done, if Melissa hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known I had become a god. This unconscious process of becoming a god made Lucilia feel embarrassed. After all, it was such an important process. But she didn't notice it because she was too busy. This is why she didn't tell Alka and the others that she had become a god. Because Alka and the others would definitely scold her for not letting Alka and the others know when she ascended to the gods, and not observing this very important moment. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Don't you have important things to do? The two nodded. Then Lucilia went back to the side and quietly began to watch. It was rare for her to have time to rest. She came here just to prevent accidents. After all, she was already a god. At this time, Alka and the others began to turn their attention back to the business. But what they both needed was to wait quietly. At this time, they were not standing on the flat ground of the small world, but on a stone pillar that was 1,000 meters high. The round stone pillar spread from the ground and went straight into the sky, and the three of them were on the top of this stone pillar. At this time, Alcatel deliberately changed the environment of the small world tonight, so that they could clearly see the moonlight hanging in the sky. But for the small world, there are indeed two moonlights. One is the cold moonlight of the moon girl, which is also the brightest moon in the small world, and you can feel the cold moonlight every night. The other moon was the moon of the moon goddess, which was emitting a hint of warmth and was faintly visible, because this moon did not deliberately spread its light to the small world. It could only be seen because the small world was attached to the infinite sea, so it could be detected. Suddenly, they felt that the cold moonlight of the moon girl began to become stronger, and at this time, the two knew that the moon girl had begun to act, especially the first link of Alka's plan. First, the powerful power of the moon girl needs to be used to create interference to affect the moon goddess. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Alka began to use some means to get closer to the direction of the moon goddess in the mezzanine. It was not a real approach in terms of distance, but a more abstract approach. As the moonlight became stronger, it was obvious that the cold moonlight began to affect the blue moon beside him. It seemed that the time had come. Alka immediately made his figure illusory. Siadetti and Lucilia looked at Alka next to them, and felt that although Alka was beside them, she seemed to be going away, because Alka was leaving in a certain sense, approaching the moon goddess. Now he was like a thief, sneaking closer, close enough. At this time, on the battlefield outside, Jason, sitting on the back of the Aurelius dragon, froze a demon into pieces with a crystal bullet, and then looked up at the sky. There were 2 moons and 1 sun in the sky. This strange scene, on the contrary, aggravated the chaos around. The demons became more frantic. 2 moons? If I remember correctly, that moon is the moon from the past. Right? Have Alka and the others started their actions? Jason's voice could not help but reach Eulilius's ears. Eulilius rolled in the air, looked at the sky, then adjusted his position and continued to fight the demon. That should be right, Alka and the others have started their actions. This is not your world. Why do you keep interfering? The moon goddess looked at the illusory figure of the girl in front of her, with a slightly arrogant and mean face, and frowned and said, "Although it's not my world, I've let my light shine in this world for 10,000 years. Right? Besides, Ollie Lusman and I are friends. If you don't want to lose your moonlight, leave this world. Maybe you can still keep your life?" The moon girl said with a smile. Although the 2 gods seemed to be communicating here calmly, their mutual power had already manifested in the outside world. The power of the 2 moonlights that appeared was excluding each other, facing the moonlight of the powerful moon girl, although the moon girl's original body, the moon, is not here, but in a very far place. But just the moonlight she projects, the moon goddess has to deal with it seriously. Although she is a natural god who has existed since the Golden Age. But she is not a powerful god. She looks proud, but she is indecisive, relies on the strong to survive, always seeking shelter. Being deprived of her divine power by the world was her darkest moment. She is neither the first batch of gods, nor the second batch of gods, but the last batch of gods to ascend to the throne. It's not her own fault. It's her beauty, and some means of controlling people's hearts. She inserted temptations into the power she once fell, so that the large power and the castle could help her obtain those divinities, and let her return to the throne of God. However, the first thing to do after returning to the throne of God is to wipe out the power of this city-state from the map, so that her mortal self disappears without a trace. And the moon girl in front of her can become a good friend of the saint. A supreme friend is naturally not a weak person. Being able to shine her own moonlight in this world that does not belong to her is not something that any ordinary life can do. She is also a supreme being in the star world. When the 2 moon goddesses were fighting in the air, I don't know when the flower fairy appeared around. Her figure appeared beside the 2. "You can't shake me." Looking at the flower fairy coming over, the moon goddess said. The moon girl can fight with her, because the moon girl is also the moon. The bodies of the 2 were not here at all. They were just some kind of phantoms fighting in the air, using moonlight to squeeze each other's living space. The main thing was to fight for whose moonlight could shine on the boundless sea. The flower fairy just smiled, then looked at the goddess of the moon and said, "I suddenly remembered something. And I don't remember who told me. He said that when you were deprived of your divine power, you gave birth to a child with a powerful mortal. At that time, you had no experience, were afraid of fighting, and afraid of death. You relied on your own means and beauty to seduce a mortal and have sex with him, relying on his strength and his people. He helped you regain the divine power. During this period, you even gave birth to a demigod. Interestingly, we didn't know anything about these things, but I suddenly remembered that you destroyed a mortal country at that time. You wouldn't wipe out your own child as well, right?" The sudden words made the moon goddess' pupil shrink, and the power of the moon was suppressed in an instant. She reacted immediately and began to defend. Some of her deepest secrets were dug out in such a blatant way. "Why do you know?" "No, this kind of thing is not important anymore." After the previous panic, the moon goddess reacted in an instant and said it indifferently. If the world had not been destroyed before, if this news spread, whether it was her believers or other gods, they would look at her with strange eyes. But now, it obviously doesn't matter. And at this time, Alka, who came with the flower fairy, had already begun to influence the surroundings when the flower fairy was talking. He began to use his power to steal the control of the world. He stole the world's control over divinity. And the target was the moonlight. Only by subdividing it again and again, he could have a greater chance of stealing it. Obviously, he did steal it. However, a lot of grief began to sweep his mind. And there were only 10 minutes. Looking at the control he stole, Alka didn't know which one he wanted. So he could only use the control over the moonlight directly and secretly. Of course, it was used roughly. The moment of control, Alka's eyes showed golden pupils. The divinity in the moon goddess was clearly revealed. However, due to the control, only some of the divinity was loose. There were 3 orange light spots at the scepter level, and 1 red crown level light spot. A total of 4 light spots were loose. In other words, they were all related to moonlight. At this time, it was the flower fairy who finished her words. The power of the moon girl began to forcefully overwhelm. Under the pressure of the two, the moon goddess had almost no time to care about other things, and her attention was completely used to resist the two people. Coupled with the trance of the mind, she finally revealed a flaw. Take a deep breath. Alka grabbed in the air. If you want to grab a big one. The moment she grabbed the thing in her hand, Alka immediately disappeared from the spot. What's going on? What did you do? The moon goddess reacted immediately. The flower fairy smiled and disappeared on the spot. And the moon saint immediately strengthened her strength and began to give up the full strength competition and disappeared on the spot. At this time, the moon goddess no longer cared about her own moon. She cared about what was missing in her body. The moonlight of the night disappeared. Her moon no longer radiated bright light. Her once most core divinity disappeared. The goddess's expression became ferocious. And she was almost crazy. Her strength was declining. Damn it, you thieves, you bitches, I will. The entire star world was resounding with the harsh curses of the moon goddess. Then she calmed herself down. She withdrew from the competition with the moon girl. In the sky of the boundless sea, 2 moons disappeared one after another. Did Alka and the other succeed? Jason couldn't help but say as he watched this scene. But Alka was very anxious at this time. He was holding a round moon-like gem in his hand, which was shining brightly. This is exactly a divine essence. It is the top crown level. But it is entangled with the strong breath of the moon goddess, and is forcibly taking it back to the moon goddess body. It is obvious that the moon goddess outside the world is fighting with Alka for his control. After all, this thing was stolen by Alka. To some extent, it still belongs to the moon goddess. Alka looked at the gem, his eyes flashing with golden light. He was looking at a deeper secret. Now he has a bigger idea, so that he can solve the problem once and for all. Then, without hesitation, he turned to look at Xia Deity. Quick! Ask the moon girl for help. And take this crown-level treasure. Xia Deity was puzzled, but nodded immediately, holding the moon gem tightly in his hand. Soon, through her connection, the phantom of the moon girl appeared beside the two of them. He saw the moon gem in Xia Deity's hand at a glance. You actually got it. But it seems that it will be taken back soon. The moon girl reminded. After all, this is something that was stolen. And the donor is looking for it now. Not to mention that there is a thread connecting it. Once it is taken back, their action this time will fail. It can only be said that the moon goddess was frightened. And she will definitely not dare to be as arrogant as before. But this is not the result Alka wants. Can you please help Xia Deity? I plan to let her steal the throne of the moon goddess now. The throne of the world has been vacant for a long time. And it is longing for a new god. The whole world will help her to ascend to the throne of God. Let her become the moon now, rise to the sky and illuminate the world. Hearing this, Xia Deity couldn't help but turn his head, staring at Alka with wide eyes. There was no such link before. The moon girl looked at Alka, and then at Xia Deity and nodded. With your strange power, maybe it can really succeed. You can give it a try. I am very interested. Chapter 568 New Moon. Hold on. Brothers. The moon has disappeared. In the sky, the scene of the sun and the moon shining together disappeared, leaving only the eternal sun that never changes hanging in the sky. The defending soldiers have never been like today, looking forward to this unchanging silent sun. As the sun and the moon disappear, the overpowering chaos is slowly fading. The demon's strength has returned to the normal stage of the past, and the breath of the abyss that permeates their bodies has also begun to slowly fade away. What's going on? A demon lord stood behind the attacking camp, staring at the sun in the sky and asked. According to their agreement, the sight of the sun and the moon shining together should become more and more normal, until it happens every day. It is used to strengthen their strength and enhance chaos to resist the increasingly powerful effect of order. We attack and they counter. This is normal. Just like they are strengthening order, and we are destroying order. It just depends on who has stronger ability, and whose method is better. Another demon lord standing next to him said. Speaking of which, under the level of demon lords, the demons are almost clearly divided into 2 categories. One category is the demon lords, who have brought the attributes of demon chaos and their reckless personality to the extreme. The other category is the demon lords, who still have the attributes of demon chaos. But they suppress their reckless personality and allow themselves to think calmly. Does that mean our plan has failed? These damn gods are really unreliable, the demon said disdainfully, spitting out a mouthful of lava to the side. Regarding this, the more rational demon lord beside him nodded in agreement. Those betrayers are all unreliable guys. Only a coward like the devouring mouth would be suppressed by these guys, and become like this. At this time, we must also mock this coward. Now the devouring mouth has almost become a laughing stock for these demon lords, and is used as a negative example from time to time. On the other side, in the small world, the breath of the stolen divine essence is being stolen by Alka. He was stealing the personal aura that once belonged to the moon goddess from the divine essence. Since the divine essence had already left the moon girl in Alka's world, with the help of the moon girl, the personal aura on it was easily stolen by Alka. Quick now! At the moment of stealing, Alka immediately returned the divine essence to Xia Deity, letting her start to master it immediately. Xia Deity took it, and let her magic power begin to flow into the divine essence. The moon girl let her moon hang in the sky of the small world. The huge moon almost occupied half of the sky, as if it would fall at any time. The surging moonlight enveloped the entire small world, almost dispelling all the moon goddess's perception of this world. Now she could only anxiously turn around in the outside world. In this situation, she could not sense the situation of the divine essence that Alka had stolen from her body. Zadai's power quickly grasped the divine essence, and with the help of the moon girl, there was no fluctuation that affected the surroundings. Then Xia Daidi's breath began to replace it. At this time, Alka let go. The personal breath from the moon goddess that he stole floated out. But at this time, it could not be squeezed in at all, and could only slowly dissipate in the air as time passed. You can even steal this kind of thing. It's really interesting, the moon girl said while watching Alka's behavior. At the same time, she silently kept a watch in her heart. This ability to steal things compulsively is a bit scary. If you don't keep a watchful eye at all times, it's easy for Alka to steal things without knowing it. Alka is not strong enough now, and he has not even become a god yet. But it is inevitable that he will become so in the future. You know, he has not become a god yet, but he can steal the divinity of the gods. Although he has the help of others, he already has this ability, which is very incomprehensible. What if he can steal other things with divinity? What's even more outrageous? The moon girl has already determined that this young man named Alka will become famous in the star world in the future. In response to the moon girl's words, Alka just smiled. Then the moon girl looked at Xia Deity and said seriously, "Now is the most important moment. You need to replace the moon in the sky with his help. Push out the moon in your world, and you will become the new moon. Your moon will hang in the world, and the light of the moon outside the world will be blocked by you. Our ability to help you is limited, but your chance is great. You can only rely on your own efforts." Xia Deity, who had just mastered this treasure, nodded vigorously. People outside have already discovered it. Let's do it now, the moon girl said beside her. Outside, the moon goddess called her colleagues. Among them was the god of war. The moon is one of the most important ways for them to interfere with this world, and they can't let such a way have problems. The moon is inherently easier for them to create a channel for invasion. Shine. We will help you resist other problems, the god of war said. With other gods, they immediately set up a line of defense outside to prevent interference. At this time, Xia Deity turned into a starlight and rushed into the sky. The illusory figure of the moon girl also disappeared on the spot. Alka and Lacilia also returned from the small world to the real world. They soon arrived at the front line. There seemed to be no changes in the sky. At this time, Alka's eyes saw many auras colliding in the area outside the sky, just like the conflict between gods a few years ago. This time it was more obvious than before. It was obvious that the Holy Mother and the others had also taken action. The sky. Look at the sky. Some people pointed at the sky and shouted, and the others were attracted to look up at the sky. Then, they saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. 3 full moons hung in the sky in the bright daylight, representing the moon girl, the white moonlight that accompanied the world for thousands of years, representing the golden age, the pale blue moonlight that betrayed this world, and never seen before. But it is undoubtedly the new moon of Xia Deity. This round moon is as bright as a mirror, and it emits the brightest light despite its smallest size. Pure light, without any attributes. Even around the moon, you can see bright stars twinkling. The light of the stars is reflected on the white round moon, emitting brilliant colors like the Milky Way. Her colors are the most beautiful and brightest. And she is also the closest to the world. Of course, it is not because it is stronger than other moons, but it can be seen from its size. It's just because the moon of Xiaodai is closest to the world. She is in the sky, just behind the clouds. The biggest white moon, in a distant unknown place, just projects its image in the starry sky. The blue moon that used to be outside the world, through its connection with this world, projects its image. And now it is even more difficult for the blue moonlight to shine into this world, because the factor that represents the moonlight of this world has been stolen by Alka. 3 moons of different color shine at the same time, in a more hidden place that Alka could see. The 4 gods and the gods who rose up were constantly interfering with the blue moon's invasion of the world's light. The white moonlight was also interfering. The god of war did not attack, but was also resisting the interference. What's wrong with you? Why is your light so weak? An unknown masked god asked the goddess of the moon who was emitting light. This light was obviously too weak, not at the level she should have, giving people the impression that she was not exerting any effort at all. The relationship between them was just a bond of interest, which made him very unhappy. The other gods also turned their heads to look at her. The god of war stared at her with a serious look and said, "What's the matter? Did you encounter anything? Otherwise, he would not have called them suddenly. And suddenly there would be such a big conflict." The moon goddess struggled for a while, and had to sigh and said, "My moonlight was stolen." Which means the divinity of the moonlight was stolen. These gods suddenly couldn't understand each other. What does it mean to be stolen? What can steal the divinity that has accompanied these natural gods for so long? Stealing from the body? How can there be such an outrageous thing? The first reaction of these gods was to disbelieve. "If you don't mind, show it," the god of war said. The rest of the gods also stopped their actions to block the interference. After all, if the moonlight had really been stolen, their blocking now would have no meaning. Even the goddess in front of him, the importance will be greatly reduced. Because in this battle, the moon goddess will definitely lose under the attack, even if she is more familiar. The moon goddess looked at the gods in front of her, after a long time. She seemed to figure it out, silently letting her divinity shine on her body. There is indeed one missing. It was really stolen. How did you do it? None of these traitorous gods laughed at the moon goddess, because if it was really stolen, then the problem would be much more serious. An existence that can steal their divinity. It is enough to make them alert, or even avoid in fear for a while. It is precisely because of the possessiveness of the divinity and power in their bodies that they have come to this day. The moon goddess sighed, and slowly told the gods what she had just encountered. That is to say, you felt it the moment it was stolen, right? A goddess wearing a lot of jewelry asked the moon goddess. The moon goddess nodded. She did sense at the moment it was stolen, and added, If I had not been completely focused on the problem at hand because of the situation at that time, I would have definitely discovered it. Then my divinity would not be stolen, and what? The god of war asked. And he stole the power wrapped in my divinity, a little like. My mother took back our divinity. What? Impossible. The fall of this sentence caused a great reaction among the gods. That was their nightmare that they would never get rid of. That was the reason they gathered together to rebel. When the moon girl said this, they certainly could not accept it. Enough, calm down. The god of war roared angrily, and then began to think calmly. I remember there was a beast that could steal things. Right? A god suddenly said. He was talking about the Golden Age. In that era, all naturally powerful creatures had more or less divinity in their bodies. Following his reminder, one god seemed to have thought of something and said, I remember. It was the mouse. Right? But didn't I remember that he was killed by the god of the new life a long time ago? Wait. As the name of the god of the new life appeared, these gods immediately realized something and looked at each other. The god of the new life was not in the same group with them. Or they didn't expect that the god of the new life would come here with them to destroy the world. However, his performance over the years has confirmed that the god of the newborn is not destroying the world with them, but just wants to see how his sister is doing. He has left before. For the god of the newborn, their relationship is not very good, and naturally there is no ability to stop him. We only know that he seems to have failed in his invasion of the world. In other words, this divinity that can be stolen was given by him? I knew that we should have worked together to kill him and take away his divinity. Instead of letting him come here with us, now the problem is big. Right? Work together to kill him? Do you think he is a fool? The gods soon began to quarrel. The moon goddess asked at this time, can such a thing be done by just one divinity? If it can be done, It is impossible to come out now. It would have been famous in the Golden Age. Of course not, but you also said that he must have borrowed the power of his mother. And just like us becoming gods, he can't just use this one divinity. There are other divinities to cooperate with, and it has even become authority. Maybe the person who stole your divinity has already become a god. Okay, now our main problem is to find out who this person is, and you all have to stay alert. The god of war said, and his figure disappeared at the origin. The others also disappeared as they spoke. Only the goddess of the moon had an ugly face, and didn't know what she was looking at. She was already thinking whether her return this time was right. Without the moonlight, she couldn't even make her own moon appear above the world. Then her role will be drastically reduced, and she will become a burden in this team. Although most of her divinity is related to this world, and was snatched from other gods. She was afraid and cowardly, and had already prepared the final retreat. What if their goal failed? What if her mother recovered and took back her divinity? The fear and humiliation she had suffered in the past made it impossible for her to bet all her chips on one thing. In her divinity, there is an authority that she reaggregated after the mother of the world was shattered. It was condensed by herself. It came from the fear of uncertainty in the future. Although she would become weak after stripping away all of it, and only having this one authority left. It means that these things belong to her, and no one can snatch them away. She already wants to leave. She already feels that their chances are slim this time. In the statement just now, she hid the most crucial point. Although the person who stole her divinity used the mother's authority, and the mother's power. But she sensed the mother's will from the mother's power. That was a sadness she had never felt before. She was very familiar with this sadness. In the catastrophe of all gods, when the mother of the world stripped their divinity, everyone thought it was anger. And only a few people felt sadness in this anger. It's the same as what I feel now. So, if the mother of the world does not care, the sadness accumulates to a certain limit, and it is very likely to return to the situation at that time. For stripping or even self-destruction. By then, the divinity in their bodies would most likely be taken back when they both perished, or even lose its effectiveness. The mother of her own world could do such a thing. As she thought about it, she became more determined. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at the endless sea. She looked at the new moon. Maybe she could make a deal. Thinking of this, her figure gradually disappeared from the spot. She now needed to find an existence that could serve as a bridge, so that she could communicate with those people or gods in the endless sea. At this time, after a day, the boundless sea has entered the night. But the moon hanging in the sky in the night is no longer the white moon, nor the moon emitting blue light, but a brand new moon. This moon is as bright as a mirror, and is accompanied by stars. The soft light spreads to the world. Let everyone feel the comfort they have never felt before. Chapter 569 Big Net. How is the plan going? Serenster asked while sitting on the throne. He couldn't help but have a hint of urgency in his tone, because the current situation is becoming increasingly unfavorable to them. Although they still have complete suppression power and sufficient advantages. But now the enemy has begun to slowly form a new and effective resistance. Found their advantages. This is a very bad start. Past experience of invading the world lets Serenster know clearly. If you want to completely occupy and destroy the world, you must advance all the way. Especially when you are determined and start to exert enough power to destroy the world. If you stalemate, you will only fail and suffer a lot of losses. You will also lose the favor of the abyss. Once those who resist gain a certain advantage and see the dawn, they will burst out with hope that even the demons find it difficult to resist. They will burst out with a strong resistance to resist the invasion. Once the advantage becomes greater and greater, their resistance will become stronger and stronger. This will make them think that strong resistance and sacrifice are effective. It is necessary to give these people a heavy blow at this time, to dispel their resistance, so as to lay the best foundation for the future. Such an opportunity is just around the corner. Salence was keenly aware of it. Alka's performance on the battlefield over the years has almost reached a remarkable level, and has become a rising star leading the battlefield sentiment. His arrival has indeed made the situation on the front line better and better, even if many situations are not entirely due to him, but in this state. Almost everyone would think that it was because of his arrival that the situation became better, and attributed some merits to him. Some merits did come from him. Once Alka was killed at this time, even if it was just his real body, it would give the defenders a heavy blow in both their hearts and their strength. Invading the world is not just about brutal destruction, but also about the destruction of the spiritual and mental level. What followed was naturally the prosperity of chaos, which would also overwhelm the emotions of these defenders, looking at the open-air obsidian palace. And now is the right time. The light from the new moon in the sky made the demons, whose strength would be enhanced at night, even more suppressed. This new moon made the demons sick. Now they are not only suppressed during the day, but also at night. Those traitorous gods in the sky are just trash. I really don't know how these trash destroyed the world. And for his question, the demon lord standing below, look at me, I look at you. To be honest, they don't know how the plan is going. They are not silenced or subordinates, but partners. Each of them has their own thoughts and their own goals. Who cares about this thing? Fowler, who doesn't look like a demon, said in gray armor, this depends on how the devouring mouth is prepared. I'm ready here. As he said, he opened his hands. A strong breath of the abyss emanated, filling the entire hall with the smell of the abyss. All the demons could not help but show a comfortable expression, a sense of homecoming, and in his hand was naturally the very important abyss core. However, they could feel the trace of the will of the abyss still remaining on the core, but they did not dare to show a greedy look. Hearing this, the devouring mouth looked at the abyss core. As long as the contract is signed, I can do it anytime. The devouring mouth stared at the abyss core and said directly, then let's do it now. Everyone is a witness. He held up the abyss core and came directly to the front of the devouring mouth. The devouring mouth felt a little weird. He didn't expect Farrell to be so anxious. Looking at him with narrowed eyes, he couldn't help but grin. It seems that you are very anxious? Hearing this, Farrell stared at the devouring mouth and even all the demons present with an indifferent face and said, I am very anxious. I don't believe you don't know what it means. If you don't want the abyss to hate you, then cooperate with me. His voice was blunt, but it did not cause the surrounding demons to be disgusted. This is indeed the reality. Fowler came here with the mission of the abyss. Even Fowler himself doesn't know why the abyss urged him to eliminate such a powerful human. Even if he is indeed powerful, he is just a mortal, a god who is about to ascend to the gods. It is not worth it for the abyss to value him so much. Or it is not worth it. But the abyss is urging him, so he can only speed up. The rest of the demons can only cooperate. No matter how chaotic they are, they cannot vent their recklessness and anger on the abyss. The recognition and respect for the abyss are their only positive emotions. All demons are eager to gain the recognition of the abyss, and fear the abyss's rejection. The contract was drafted and signed under the observation of the demons. It was still the kind of devil's contract that made them hate it. On the other side, the god dressed in black robes, like an assassin, said, if nothing unexpected happens, he should be the one who stole the divinity. An illusory image appeared in front of him, and the image in the image was Alka. He? Did he do anything? I don't know, but those demons are now targeting this mortal, and have made many plans and arrangements around this mortal. A mortal? Interesting. The god of war looked at the image of Alka and couldn't help but say, being able to make those demons target him like this, it means that Alka has really blocked the demons' advanced speed. This is enough to show that Alka is not a small character. Then go and communicate with those demons, tell them, we are happy to provide some help in targeting this mortal. I believe they will also be happy to provide some information. Unconsciously, the net targeting Alka has been set up. It is covering Alka. At this time, Alka was sitting on the city wall, staring at the beautiful moon in the sky. Jason and others were sitting next to him to rest. Juanlu raised his glass and said to the sky, a toast to Xia Dai. If it weren't for him, the night wouldn't be as peaceful as it is today. Although there were still shouts and screams on the city wall next to him when he spoke. It was much better than the previous night, because Xia Dai turned into the moon, which strongly suppressed the demons at night. As a result, even if the demons were numerous, they were not willing to launch a large-scale attack at night. Instead, they put more troops in the daytime. Although the pressure during the day increased, at least they had some time to rest at night. This increase and decrease seemed to be the same, but it relieved the mood. Jason put his arm around Alka's shoulders and said with a smile, are you lonely at night now? Hearing this, Alka glanced at him. Now Xia Didi is the star and moon Valkyrie, and Lucilia is the Styx girl. I am so happy. The news that Xia Didi became the new moon goddess spread faster than Alka thought. Because compared to Lucilia, Xia Didi's followers on the front line actually already had it. The moment Xia Didi replaced the moon goddess in an instant, these people who had already believed in Xia Didi became her followers in an instant. These followers also clearly knew that this new moon was the former Moonlight Valkyrie. Of course, now they call her the Star Moon Valkyrie. They started to promote it without leaving any room for doubt. In addition, this new moon, it did bring advantages to the front line to a degree visible to the naked eye. Naturally, the number of believers increased, and the reputation spread in a visible way. Even a small church appeared in the fortress. The Valkyrie sculpture inside was made by Alka. Alka also became the companion of the Star Moon Valkyrie. Wherever he went, people would look at him or bow to him, which made him feel very strange. "Do you think I am a gigolo?" Alka asked. When he said this, everyone only saw a black shadow in a gray robe, holding a sickle, passing by them with a long string of souls, and nodded and bowed to Alka. It was obvious that this black shadow, like the god of death, was Lucilia's subordinate or employee. It might be the soul of someone in Alka's small world, or a doll girl. Jason and others watched the black shadow, like the god of death, carrying the souls of the soldiers who died today on an invisible soul boat to cross the Styx. He turned his head and looked at Alka. "Don't tell me, it really felt like that." Alka took a sip of wine. Although that was the case, Lucilia and Sia Dedi had indeed begun the journey to godhood. Just as Lucilia said before, Sia Dedi was forced to ascend to the god because of Alka's help and theft. Fortunately, Sia Dedi had already mastered it a long time ago, because her treasures were highly compatible, and the end point of the cooperation was very obvious. So the process of ascending to the god was quite perfect. Of course, it was also inseparable from the help of the Moon Girl and the experience stolen by Alka. But this also means that Alka will not be able to see Sia Dedi and Lucilia for a while, because both of them are busy repairing the world order. "Here's yours," Alka said as he took out a palm-sized key and handed it to Jason. "What is it?" "A souvenir. Just keep it safe. It will be useful later." "Mysterious," Jason muttered. But he still carefully put the key away and put it in his pocket ring. After a brief chat, everyone dispersed and returned to their respective positions. Although the attack intensity of these damned demons was reduced at night, they were still attacking. Who knows when they will suddenly start a forced raid? Alka sat on the edge of the city wall. The little demons below were constantly being destroyed in the disordered lightning and various energy states. At this time, his eyes turned into pupils like golden crystals. He couldn't help but smile. It's really an unexpected harvest. Are these gods going to get involved? I can't wait. His eyes saw the prophecy of crisis for himself. Where the crisis came from, it's self-evident. The betrayed gods and the big net woven by those demons almost covered his head. If he still can't see the big net with eyes that can see through secrets, the four-part god will jump out of his grave and slap him twice. But this is the moment Alka is waiting for. He will hit those who are involved in hunting him hard in one fell swoop. Lay the foundation for world victory. Let it sublimate at this moment. "Come on, let's start. I can't wait any longer," Alka said. His golden eyes looked at the endless darkness ahead. Time flows. The war is raging. The strong abyss breath that erupted from the abyss rift almost spread throughout the island, and the billowing smoke rose into the sky. Where are the elemental crystals? It's almost not enough. Hurry up and ask the logistics to bring more. The master who was controlling the elemental tower was roaring. The lack of elemental crystals will weaken the protective shield and reduce the energy attack on the demons. The last batch is already behind. It will be delivered soon. The assistant here shouted. The surroundings were full of the sound of various explosive energies flying around. On such a battlefield, they could only shout loudly to be heard clearly. As for the technique of using magic power for close-range voice transmission, it would waste magic power. It is unnecessary, and it would only cost a few more words. That's good. Wait, what does the last batch mean? The old man with a white beard suddenly slapped the table in front of him and asked loudly. The young assistant next to him said helplessly, "The elemental crystals have been used up in the attack in the past 2 days. Now the last batch in the city is on the way." But it is only the last batch. How can the supply be cut off at this time? I don't know. It is said that it is because the cultists in the outer sea have been frantically attacking various transportation materials during this period. Among them, elemental materials were robbed or ships were sunk, or the transportation time was slowed down. Hearing this, the old man roared in anger, slammed the table constantly, and cursed the families of the cultists crazily. But now, he could only curse. No matter what. Let's transport the elemental crystals first, and tell those dogs who don't know how to save to use them frugally. Elemental crystals are not meant to be wasted. Hearing this, The assistant next to him rolled his eyes. You just asked us to increase the power and give those demons a good shot. But now you are asking us to save money. But he could only nod and go down quickly. At this time, in the central main tower of the front line, all the archbishops of the Four Gods Church gathered here, as well as the most powerful and leading personnel of each force. Have these damn betrayers of the world, those damn evil gods, and these demons colluded again? An old man with a long beard and a somewhat slovenly gray robe asked angrily. A wise elder from the Holy Machine Church. Sitting next to him was a more decent old man, one of the 3 rotating archbishops. Isn't this something that has been clear for a long time? It's just that they seem to have made some arrangements recently. There were various information materials in front of them. And these high-ranking people were equally powerful. Many of them also had traces of fighting on their bodies. It was obvious that they had just fought outside. Such a fierce battle outside has lasted for 2 days. The demons came in waves like a tsunami. More and more demons were gathering. And the attack seemed endless. Even the demon lords began to show up. They had just fought with those lords. Supplies were in short supply, and support was temporarily suspended. Because as early as a month ago, transportation routes around the world were disrupted and destroyed by those damned cultists. Obviously, it was for this moment. But the problem was that they didn't know what the goal was this time. Obviously, if they wanted to attack in one fell swoop, this force would not be enough to destroy the defense line that they had built for 10 years and gathered most of the world's resources. That would be too much to underestimate them. It didn't seem like they were attacking them in full force. But they were making some targeted arrangements. If they were to consume their manpower in one fell swoop, this move would be considered a success. But it shouldn't be that serious. So what was the purpose? They couldn't figure it out. So the brief meeting ended. They once again came to the city wall to resist those damn demon lords. At this time, Alka was on the front line. With a wave of his hand, he cut off the arm of a demon, and then his body dodged the attack of the following enemies, like a phantom. He threw the demon's arm into the sealed space, as if it was sealed, but in fact, his arm was stolen. This was Alka's temporary method of concealing his means. After all, stealing and sealing seem to feel the same, as long as Alka doesn't return it. Who knew the enemy had grown another arm? He actually gave up the concept of an arm, and through some means that Alka didn't know, he made his arm grow again. It seemed that he was really targeting him. He chopped off the head of another demon that was harassing him, and then took out the soul from his head. Just as Alka continued to fight, a figure that had not been seen for a long time appeared in front of him, and the scarlet blades came up and rushed towards him like raindrops. He scattered all the blades. He looked at the demon in front of him. The coward has appeared? Is today some kind of demon's courage day? Chapter 570 approaching. Alka dodged the attack from the devouring mouth. The bloody attack exuded a strong smell of blood, so strong that it made people sick. Although Alka dodged, the attack hit the back of the demon behind him. The scarlet liquid merged into the demon's body, immediately melting the demon into a pile of bloody magma. It exuded a disgusting smell. Looking at this scene, Alka narrowed his eyes. Rare, so rare. What appeared in front of me was not a fake body, but a real body, Alka said while looking at the devouring mouth in front of him. It's not that he hasn't seen the devouring mouth before since he came to the world scar for so long. But every time Alka faced the devouring mouth used various fake bodies instead of the real body. Since he came here, the devouring mouth has never appeared in front of Alka in its real body. You are not the only one who is getting stronger, my friend. Now it's time to solve your problem once and for all. The devouring mouth looked at Alka and grinned. The grinning action revealed a dense array of teeth. Then a large amount of abyssal aura emanated from his body. Not only was the aura emanating, but even the appearance of the devouring mouth had changed. The originally small and elegant horns on the forehead of the devouring mouth began to grow upward and fork. A pair of huge horns grew out, becoming extremely hideous. There were even barbs around the orange-yellow demon's pupils. The most disgusting thing was that there were some fine wounds on his body. If you look closely, you can find that these fine wounds are like the mouths of worms. This is the prototype of the worm mouth he used to teleport. Then the demon bat wings behind the devouring mouth opened, but the demon bat wings also changed. You can still see the structure of bat wings, but it is a little different. It looks a bit like the flapping wings of insects. The devouring mouth at this time, it is like a fusion of demons and insects, even more disgusting than before. If this is the state of becoming stronger, you have indeed become stronger in terms of disgustingness. Alka said. Reach out and grab. The invisible elemental power turned into an arm and appeared from behind the devouring mouth. It seemed that only the power of the elements was used. But Alka also grabbed the invisible luck. It can be seen that the devouring mouth has a lot of favor from the abyss. The abyss is watching him. His luck is mixed with the favor of the abyss, and is firmly fixed on his body. While seeing this scene, Alka knew in his heart. The time has come. Behind the devouring mouth appeared the huge worm mouth that he used every time to teleport, and swallowed the elemental arm condensed by Alka, and swallowed it whole. In the air around them, giant mouths of worms appeared one after another. Worms emerged from the giant mouths one after another. The mouths of these worms were like round meat grinders, and their bodies were ejected. Alka's figure immediately disappeared from the spot. The devouring mouths chased after him relentlessly. In addition, the entire front battlefield fell into a very fierce battle. Haha, what's your name? I've liked you for a long time. A huge demon, the demon's body was not blood red, but more black. The wings behind him were unusually wide. And the demon's body was about 5 meters tall. Like a huge machine. He was wearing armor that looked like magma cooled and solidified. And in his hand was a huge battle axe that needed both hands to swing. He laughed and chopped down fiercely with the battle axe. The one fighting in front of him was Pororo, who was as big as him and looked even more majestic, like an ancient giant beast. He was wearing metal armor that was spliced together. There was wanton lightning spreading all over his body, and his speed was totally inconsistent with his body size. The gathered storm gathered on his body, wrapped around his outer body, and formed an even outer armor. The arm formed by the gathered storm swung upwards. It collided violently with the axe, and a thunderous sound was produced at the moment of collision. A lightning bolt fell from the sky. The lightning bolt struck the two people directly. However, Pororo directly absorbed the lightning, and then transferred it to the other party through the collision between the two people. The opponent could only bear it. But it was obvious that these lightnings would not cause much damage to this powerful demon, because this demon was a demon lord. His strength was obviously stronger than that of Pororo, who did not have a crown-level treasure. In the current environment, the strength that each demon lord could exert in the mortal world basically reached the level of the first under the gods. It was equivalent to a mortal who was ascending to godhood. Another axe chopped down. Pororo was defeated. I like you very much. You look like a beast in the abyss. Why don't you accept the favor of the abyss? You will immediately gain the same power as me. Look at this power. How powerful. The demon lord's axe was wrapped with orange-red lava energy. He stepped forward and stepped on the city wall. He chopped it down fiercely. Pororo could only cross his hands to bear it. The whole body was sunk into the city wall with a huge force. A huge depression appeared on the ground. A large amount of abyss aura surrounded the two people, seemingly ready to infect Pororo at any time. It must be said that the wildness that Pororo usually showed when fighting demons was indeed very favored by the abyss. The abyss aura was always entangled in the environment where Pororo fought. As long as Pororo was willing, a large amount of abyss aura would instantly invade his body, elevating him into a powerful demon. Demon? TSK? Pororo said disdainfully. Then, there was a roar. His eyes turned scarlet. Violent lightning began to gather around. There was no one around the two who could participate in the battle, and it became extremely dangerous. The raging storm enveloped the two, and thunder roared in the sky, and struck down madly. Pororo's body flashed with blue light, and lightning gathered on his body. Haha, that's it. The demon on the opposite side was not surprised but happy, and scarlet lines began to appear on his body, and a luster like lava appeared. He raised his battle axe, and rushed directly towards Pororo. Pororo soon fell into a disadvantage. At this moment, the destroyed city defense machinery around him began to shake, and then formed into a strange weapon. It suddenly flew over and hit Pororo. Then it got stuck on his shoulder, and formed a strange structure. Following Pororo's lightning absorption, it became a structure like an electric light cannon, gathering and firing the energy of lightning, and instantly hitting the demon in front of him. The demon focused on the battle with Pororo, and faced with the attack that was suddenly not under Pororo's control, but was somewhat unable to resist. This demon could predict Pororo's fighting and movements, and easily respond to them. With his own powerful strength, he could easily suppress Pororo, making it impossible for Pororo to fight him. Now, Pororo suddenly had mechanical energy attacks that were not under his control, and he did not know which bystander was controlling him and began to harass the demon. At least Pororo could start to fight back and forth with him in the battle. and with the cooperation of the machine, he began to recover his disadvantage, and at least he would not be suppressed all the time. Thank you, Poirot said. The source of this power is self-evident. It is naturally Simon. Suddenly, a circle of worm-like giant mouths appeared around the two of them. The one who came out of the giant mouth was naturally the devourer. The moment he came out, he glanced at the demon lord next to him, and then disappeared instantly. Alka's figure came along the mirror in an instant. It was obvious that the devourer was also beginning to lose, and fled across the battlefield, trying to influence Alka. Alka, who was chasing, felt the battle next to him. He stretched out his hand and blew up the demon lord next to him. Then, he disappeared. It seems that the defense force on your side is having a hard time? Why don't you stay and help them? Devouring Mouth asked while dodging. Through the rapid shuttle across the entire defense line just now, both of them clearly saw the current situation. The defenders were at a disadvantage. More city defense equipment lost energy and ammunition and became useless. The battle on the entire front line was extremely tragic. It felt like the front line was crumbling. Everyone has his own mission, and my current mission is to make you disappear, Alka said. He imprisoned the space around the devourer, then stole the distance between himself and the devourer, making himself appear next to the devourer in an instant. The translucent energy blade formed by the elements in his hand instantly penetrated the devourer's body. I don't know what tricks the devourer used to escape the confinement of space and appear in the distance. However, the enlarged wound on his stomach did not disappear. The power of the elements was raging, preventing his wound from healing. What skill did you just use? Devouring Mouth asked Alka with some confusion. He felt that he knew Alka well. After all, they had been targeting each other for so long. However, even in this situation, he could not tell what skill Alka suddenly used to appear around him. It was not a space shuttle skill, nor a speed-up skill. Alka seemed to run to his side in an instant, which was very strange. Just like walking over naturally. Is that what you mean? The voice came from the direction next to him. The devourer's eyes widened because Alka appeared next to him again, using the same method. There was no energy fluctuation at all. He had no idea how to detect and respond. The energy blade swung. This powerful blade was almost unstoppable. It instantly cut through the various shields he had built around him. It also left a long wound on his body. The energy blade made of mixed elements is almost Alka's favorite weapon. The chaos caused by the mixed elements can not only break most of the body's defenses, but also easily penetrate the shield made of chaotic energy. It can cause powerful penetrating damage to anyone. Throwing it out can also cause the chaotic mixed elements to produce an unstoppable explosion. The devouring mouth dodged again. But this time he no longer stayed in one place, but kept moving his position. While moving, Alka was able to look at his frowning expression. Obviously, Alka's technique just now frightened the devourer. Are you trying to understand how my power is formed? This is not easy. You may need to think about it carefully. To be honest, if it were not for hiding, Alka really wanted to shock the devourer in front of him. Now the enemies, who clearly know his stealing ability, are the traitorous gods. As for whether they told the demons about their abilities when they cooperated with them, they only needed to see how the demons acted when they targeted them. Alka's eyes, that could see through secrets, could easily see through his secrets. Who knew it? He didn't even need to look deliberately to detect it. It was obvious that, as Alka had thought before, whether it was the demons or the gods, although they cooperated with each other, they wished that the other party would suffer heavy casualties. So even if the gods knew about his ability to steal, they didn't understand it very well, and they had no intention of telling the demons at all. Devils rarely encounter strange abilities like this. So the devourer is a little confused now. The distance between us disappeared in that moment? It didn't shorten, nor did you suddenly cross it, but it disappeared, the devourer said. And this was his conclusion in this short time. Alka smiled and moved. This time, the devourer did not stay in place. The worm mouth he often used appeared from under his feet and swallowed him. Watching the devouring mouth disappear again, Alka's body suddenly began to retreat. If you count carefully, you can see that the distance of retreat is exactly the sum of the distance he just stole. This is just him returning the distance he stole, because he stole his own distance. So when he returns the distance he stole, he will retreat inexplicably. After the figure retreated, the same round mirror appeared under his feet, disappeared on the spot, and quickly chased after the devouring mouth. The chase appeared in various places on the battlefield, and every time Alka teleported over a long distance, he would cause serious damage to the surrounding demons, and then continue to chase towards the devouring mouth. Also let Alka know that every place was indeed uncomfortable. The strength of each demon lord was too strong. They simply didn't have that many people here to deal with it. But fortunately, night was coming soon. Once it was night, the strength of the demons would be weakened. Even the strength of the demon lords would be weakened. As long as they can hold on through this day, they will be able to defend. Obviously, the soldiers and generals who defended the city also knew this clearly. Madlisa left the field hospital in the rear. Her figure appeared on the battlefield. She began to quickly give first aid to the wounded on the battlefield. The wounded she chose were all strong members. For example, the Holy Blade Saint, and Greyfar and other beings of the same level. For most people, it is difficult to treat them. There were too few healers of the same level as them. In addition to Madlisa, the only healer of the same level in the entire battlefield was Kimberly, the Life Master of the Seed of Life. Madlisa came to the front line, and the top battle was relieved. Madlisa. Pororo's voice suddenly came. Madlisa looked over. At this time, Pororo was extremely miserable, with wounds everywhere, but the demons fighting him were not much better. His whole body was extremely damaged. Unleash my potential. Hearing this, Madlisa knew what he meant. After observing the situation, she immediately stimulated Pororo's potential. Selective stimulation made Pororo's strength and speed increase instantly. Instantly suppressed the demon in front of him for a short time. Beat the demon and make it retreat step by step. This is the first demon lord whose strength is suppressed on the battlefield. Even the devouring mouth that has been running away is not as miserable as him. It seems that all the demon lords have noticed this scene. Why don't you run away? Alka said while looking at the devouring mouth. The devouring mouth, which had been running for a long time, stopped again. Because I have accumulated enough strength, the devouring mouth said as the energy in his body suddenly burst out, and he began to rush directly towards Alka. Seeing this situation, Alka took out the energy blade in his hand. Taking advantage of the moment when the devouring mouth rushed over, he pierced it directly through his heart. Are you going to die? No. I will take you with me if I die. The devouring mouth, which was pierced through the heart and chest, said, and a large number of worm mouths appeared around it to swallow the two at the same time. Chapter 571 on the execution platform. Alka was swallowed into the giant mouth of the teleportation worm in an instant, and he came out the moment he was swallowed. This worm itself is just a very simple and fast portal entrance. It is just very easy to be manipulated by the swallowing mouth. For Alka, who also has the attribute of space, it is very easy to remove the abnormality. So he left here in an instant. The moment he left, although the distance was still moved, but the distance moved was very short. It was only outside the city wall, only 100 meters away from the city wall. You rushed over here without caring about your life. Just to teleport me here? Alka looked around and said in confusion. At this time, on the chest of the devouring mouth, the energy left in the scar was still hindering recovery. Blood like lava kept flowing out, looking much more miserable than Alka. But he still smiled. Only this little distance is enough. The moment the voice fell, the small area of several meters where the two were located was cut and then converted. Power from other directions. In a trance, Alka and the devouring mouth disappeared from their original places and appeared in the distance, surrounded by a group of demons. However, those demons were all weak demons, the most powerful of which was only at the 5th stage, and they surrounded them in a circle without any intention of attacking. Alka could feel it. The space around him was almost solidified into a completely unshakable existence. Order reached its peak here. And there was also the breath of the abyss maintaining the surroundings. These are very strange. Relative scenes appeared in front of him. Various protective layers appeared around. This is the best, solid cage built by the devil, preventing anyone from going out from here, and preventing anyone from entering here. Poro on the wall, under the development of potential, violent lightning and storms raged. Finally, the devil in front of him was smashed into pieces. However, no body fragments were left, and they turned into phantoms with the death of the devil and disappeared. Simon, who felt this scene, widened his eyes. There is a problem. These demon lords are all illusions formed by their power, and do not really exist. When he realized that he had called out, all those who were struggling with the demon lords looked at their opponents at the same time. These demon lords just grinned, and then disappeared. Looking at this scene, the wise elders from the Holy Machine Church saw through the clues in an instant. It is a phantom of strength condensed with pure magic power and strength. It takes a long time to condense. It uses some very sophisticated techniques. Obviously, this is not something that a demon can do. But it is a phantom that can only be created with the cooperation of demons and the assistance of our existence. This phantom is almost as powerful as the original body. But it takes a very long time to form this phantom. And it can only be used for a period of time. The most it can do is delay the same level. The body will be weak for a long time. It will disappear after the problem is discovered. This should be some unknown weakness. The purpose is to let them find that this extremely realistic clone has no flaws, unless one of the clones is eliminated. Those evil gods? The Archbishop murmured. Obviously, this is the result of cooperation between the evil gods and the devil. But what is the purpose of creating these phantoms? Greyfar asked, puzzled. Make this kind of phantom, and once one of the phantoms is eliminated, they will find Dwani. Then it was discovered that it would cause strange phantoms to disappear together. This must have some purpose. Arca. Arca is gone. The giant dragon beast flew over and said, and then landed and turned into Eurylius and Jason. Arca, who was fighting with the devouring mouth just now, disappeared with the devouring mouth. Under normal circumstances, Arca would pass through the mirror portal and appear in front of everyone in an instant. And the fact that it could fight with Arca for so long means that the devouring mouth is the real entity, not an illusion. Arca is missing? Could it be? Everyone couldn't help but think of something. It couldn't be that this attack was just for Arca. Right? That was a bit too strange. Why? Some people didn't understand. But the leaders of the four gods, Church and Jason, and others had already turned ugly. Some people who didn't know the reason saw the ugly expressions of these high-ranking people, and knew that Arca might be really important to the front line. At least much more important than they thought and understood. At this time. In the space prison that imprisoned Arca and the Devourer. At this time. The Devourer was in tatters. The horns of his head and the bat wings behind him were torn to pieces, completely useless, and there were broken limbs everywhere around him. The Devourer leaned against a stone pillar, almost dying. Arca stood beside him and looked at him. So you are willing to die, and you want to hold me here at the cost of your life? It's strange, isn't it? Demons are not creatures that are willing to sacrifice themselves, and you are even less likely to be such a creature. The Devourer sacrificed himself, just to let Arca come here and imprison him. If it were a decent race, it would be possible to make such a sacrifice. But the problem is that these are demons. Chaotic, reckless, selfish and self-centered are their natures. And the demon in front of him is even more so. Arca didn't believe that he would sacrifice himself for himself and become a bait. He was seriously injured and almost dying. But he suddenly smiled. Ahem. Ha. You will die in my hands soon. I will tear your body and soul into pieces in front of everyone. My humiliation will be washed away at this moment. Ha. The Devourer laughed, laughing wildly. It was obvious that the backup plan he prepared for himself was already in use. But the strange thing was that Arca did not take advantage of this moment to kill the Devourer immediately. The Devourer was obviously ready to let Arca come up and kill him, so that he could increase his strength and restore his true attitude, and give Arca a surprise. After coughing twice, the Devourer looked at Arca strangely. Why don't you take this opportunity to kill me? This may be your only chance. Arca smiled and said, Why not? Show me? The devouring mouth frowned. He stretched out his hand tremblingly, and then suddenly widened his eyes. There was panic, fear, and confusion in his eyes. Everything flowed in his eyes. He had never lost his composure like this before. And his expression was panic and almost crazy. Impossible? This is impossible? What's going on? Why? Feral! You damn! The devouring mouth almost lost his mind at this time. He thought that Feral had done something to make him lose the core of the abyss at this time. However, before he finished speaking, he saw what was in Arca's hand. It was a round object wrapped in a transparent mirror. It was emitting a strong breath of the abyss. It was the abyss core that originally belonged to him, and was hidden in his body. But it appeared in Arca's hand at some point. Is this your last trump card? Your last reliance? Arca looked at the thing in his hand, turned his head, and stared at the devouring mouth and said with a smile, Give it back to me. Give it back to me. The devouring mouth was almost crazy. Seeing the devouring mouth like this, Arca suddenly felt bored. The opponent who once made things difficult for me has now become like this? Why not make yourself look decent at the end? I don't know if Alka's words woke him up. The devouring mouth gradually calmed down. He leaned on the original stone pillar and looked at the sky. Then he lowered his head and stared at Alka. When did you take it away? Have you found that your soul has been manipulated? The things left in your soul are hidden very deeply. It has only one function, which is to make you daze for a second. But this 1 second is enough for me. Hearing Alka's reminder, the devouring mouth immediately understood. The thing he thought of in an instant was, of course, what Alka and the others did to his soul many years ago with the remaining souls of their clones. But he didn't expect that it was all a cover-up. And in the end, it was just to leave an invisible thread in his soul. To make himself daze for a second when necessary? It was this 1 second that allowed Alka to steal the abyss core that he had been hiding deep in his body, which he himself had not even discovered. Because he had never thought that the abyss core in his body would be stolen, never thought about it. That trance for a second even made him not notice it at all. You knew I was leading you? You came here willingly? You knew there was a trap here? Faced with such a question, Alka did not answer. But he walked over with a smile, pierced it with his elemental weapon. Then he began to extract his soul. Heh, we were tricked by you. The voice was intermittent. But the devouring mouth suddenly grabbed Alka's shoulder with its hand. With some power coming from nowhere. Give me a chance to see them. Their fate. Hearing this, Alka rolled his eyes helplessly. You have to admit that at this time, the chaotic emotions among the demons made them think of watching their colleagues fall like themselves. Even if they died, they had to take a look, and seemed to want to mock them a few times. Alka could see it. A large amount of negative energy was absorbed from the soul of the Devourer. After meeting Alka, the Devourer, who was so proud and arrogant that he considered himself the best among the demons, had been a laughing stock. The accumulated negative energy made him eager to go crazy. This madness made him want to see those who laughed at him, and fell into the same situation as him even if he died. Alka reached out and dug out one of the Devourer's eyes. He poured all the souls he had extracted into the eye and sealed it with glass. Just use your one eye and take a good look. You are also the motivation for me to urge me on. Without you, my strength will not grow so fast. He grabbed the remaining body, turned it into residual energy, and threw it into the furnace of the dream world. The eye was also thrown into the dream by Alka, thrown in an area with a fixed time, to prevent the soul in the eye from escaping. When that moment comes, Alka doesn't mind letting his eye's soul see the last scene. After doing all this, Alka sat there, watching the demons outside the space cage staring at him. Soon, the demons took detours, because a total of 8 demons with powerful auras surrounded the prison, staring at him in the cage. These were the remaining 8 demon lords. Where is the devouring mouth? Salence asked curiously. Logically, when they came over, they should have seen the devouring mouth completely controlling Alka, instead of seeing Alka sitting there alone and relaxed. Hearing what Salenster said, Alka stood up slowly, patted the dust off his buttocks, then pinched an eyeball with 2 fingers, and shook it in front of everyone. Here, the demons looked at the eyeball. It was undoubtedly the eye of the devouring mouth. You killed him? How did you do it? Valor stood outside and asked incomprehensibly. Obviously, Alka should not have this strength. Once the devouring mouth uses its full strength, the god will be strengthened to a certain extent. Although Alka is powerful, it is obviously not at the level of a god. It is obvious that Alka has no intention of answering them. Waste is waste. Coward is coward. And they are all losers until the end. A demon said. Just call him a failure in the future. Failure after failure. And at the last death, the devouring mouth won the title of loser. Now it's your turn, human. Salenster stared at Alka and said. Alka looked at them. Congratulations. You won a game. Then the question is, who will get the honor of taking my life? Which brave warrior will come in? You can't be so cowardly that you want to beat me together. Right? Alka said with a smile inside. Upon hearing this, 2 demons could not help but want to go in and fight Alka alone. You idiots. Go in together. Don't give him any chance to escape. Salence said and walked in. The other demons followed reluctantly. A bunch of cowards. Alka shrugged and said. But at this time, Feral suddenly stood up and said, in this last chance, I ask you, are you willing to surrender to the Abyss? The Abyss will make a promise. The moment you fall into the Abyss, it will covet your status as a lord and give you a ride. The level of the Abyss will be your territory. And when this world falls into the Abyss later, you will also be able to get a piece of the area you want. The lives of the gods who betrayed you will also be taken by you personally. The first person to react to this was not Alka, but the demon lords next to him. Although dissatisfied, they could only hold it in. This was obviously a promise made by the Abyss himself. It's a very generous promise. But I refuse. Alka said. Don't think that your soul will return to the dream. And you will have nothing to fear. The reason why we made such an arrangement is naturally to ensure that even your soul cannot return to the dream. Farrell stared at Alka and said word by word. Their traps had been upgraded after the addition of the betrayer gods. From destroying the body to killing it completely. Alka looked at them. He spat with disdain. Then come on. He rushed up first. The fortress on the front line was organizing people to search. But at this time, under the wall in front of them, there was a distortion of space. This distorted picture naturally caught everyone's attention. As the space distorted, a space was switched. A large group of demons appeared instantly, and in the center of the demons were 8 demon lords. They surrounded a platform, and stood around the platform facing the fortress. In front of them was a hell-style execution platform. Alka was hung on it, in the shape of a cross. His hands were pierced by hell chains, and tied to the cross, and his legs were also pierced. It seemed that for the sake of the dignity of the strong, his imprisonment was just like this. Even his soul was bound in the flesh. The sky was shaking. The phantoms of the 4 gods appeared in the sky, including the flower fairy, including the new gods, who had ascended to the gods in the past 10,000 years. Correspondingly, the phantoms of the betrayed gods also appeared in the sky. The betrayed gods and demons, as well as the abyss behind them, together protected Alka's execution ground. No god's power could penetrate it and save Alka. It even became a space that did not belong to this world. Such a grand execution ground. Let all the humans on the defense line look confused. Chapter 572, Becoming the Cornerstone of the World. When the phantom of the god appeared at the edge of the fortress, the leaders of the 4 gods' church came to the front of the city wall. On this anti-magic wall, there are too many believers of the gods. They are the first warriors who responded to the call of the gods and flocked to it. Although they have never seen the true body of their gods, when these phantoms appeared in front of them, they knew from the bottom of their hearts that these were the existences they believed in. Most of the believers were even ready to kneel down and pray. However, opposite their gods, there were those evil gods that they had never seen before. Those betrayed gods that they had only seen in some ancient books. They could even see the leaders of those demons below. Everyone could see it. It seemed that something major had happened without their knowledge. Alka, who was hanging on the execution rack, attracted these beings. Is that Lord Alka? So, everything these days is to catch him? After the recent dispatch, most people were looking for Alka's movements and the behavior of these demons. It is basically certain that the fierce attacks in the past few days are just for Alka. To be honest, for most people, it is a little hard to understand. But it is not easy to understand why these demons are targeting Alka. Although Alka is powerful, it does not seem to be so powerful that the demons are afraid of him. They would not launch such an exaggerated attack for such a person. Only the ugly faces of the great leaders of the 4 gods' church and the expressions of those powerful forces can tell them the seriousness of the problem. He is your savior. His existence has severely suppressed our attack. He is the king of the dreamland corresponding to this place. His dreamland affects reality, making our attack ineffective. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. Someone on the demon lord side seemed to deliberately start talking about Alka's achievements. Tell everyone in the fortress about these achievements. When they heard this, most people didn't believe it at first. However, the phantoms of the 4 gods, the phantom of the evil god, and the demons gathered together were all facing this. Because this was to verify his words. The demons were instilling in the enemies in front of them how important it was that they were about to be in a deformed existence. Now, we will execute your savior in front of your god. Then fall into the embrace of the abyss. After saying that, Salence came to Alka's side on the execution rack. This special execution rack nailed Alka to the cross-shaped rack. The bright moon in the sky, like a mirror, shone in the daytime. With the appearance of this mirror-like moon, everyone remembered. It seemed that Alka was the companion of the star moon Valkyrie. The moon shone in the sky and got closer and closer to the earth. Its size and brightness were almost bigger than the sun. A shining meteor drew an arc from the sky and flew at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. Suddenly, the sound of flowing river sounded in everyone's ears, and the bells rang wildly. Dark gray and dark green fog permeated everywhere. The fog was coming. Everyone seemed to feel the shaking of their souls. In the fog, everyone seemed to see the appearance of a river. A canoe made of dead wood was moving rapidly above the river. It was heading straight towards the execution ground. And on the canoe, wearing gray and green tattered robes, holding an extremely conspicuous sickle. Bang! The shining meteor that streaked across the sky hit hard. A completely unshakable barrier appeared outside the execution ground. The figure revealed by the meteor that hit was Xia Daidi, who was wearing a silver-white shining outfit. At this time, she was also dressed like a Valkyrie. At the same time, the one who was wearing a gray-green tattered robe attacked the barrier, and slashed the sickle in her hand fiercely on the barrier. The momentum she exuded pushed her hood up. It was Lucilia's figure. "Give Alka back to me." Two roars with fury came out of the mouths of the two goddesses. Roar! Arca! On the city wall, Pororo and others who were still looking for Arca also came quickly, and then jumped off the city wall without anyone's obstruction. The huge crystal dragon beast flew straight over many of the city defense equipment on the city wall that had not been repaired yet, under an unknown force, combined to form a huge steel giant. The sound waves formed some kind of penetrating spear that could be seen by the naked eye and stabbed over. Everyone on the city wall could see it. Alka's companions were rushing towards the barrier regardless of everything. Their actions seemed to have aroused the entire battlefield. The four gods in the void, and those gods immediately used their powers. This seemed like some kind of signal. "Warriors! My god has arrived!" The archbishop roared, his whole body emitting a strong holy light, and some saints behind him rushed down the wall directly. The god of war on the other side, and those evil gods who betrayed the world. He began to suppress from a distance, resisting the power of the four gods. "What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for failure?" Hearing this voice, knowing that he could not delay any longer, Salenster did not hesitate. A huge giant sword appeared in his hand, and slashed at Alka on the cross. "No! Stop!" Zadaidi outside yelled. However, at this time, Alka suddenly raised his head and smiled. The people who had just arrived in front of the execution platform noticed Alka's smile, watching Alka wink at them. "Want to execute me? You wish, ha ha ha." Amid Alka's laughter, as the sword swung, Alka's body suddenly condensed into crystal under the chains that imprisoned his body and soul. Dang! The demon's violent sword slashed at the crystal, but it had no effect on the crystal at all. An object that seemed like a soul emerged from Alka's body, and turned into spots of light, and spread out. The crystal condensed from Alka's body, and then condensed into a crystal stone pillar that soared into the sky, and instantly broke the space shell of the execution ground. The sudden change made everyone stop in their tracks. Even the gods stopped suddenly. The crystal pillars that rose into the sky were extremely hard, and connected to the world like the indestructible Tower of Trials. With a powerful order fluctuation, it madly fluctuated around, and the abyss breath that originally permeated the front line was pushed away in an instant. The demons could almost immediately feel the strength in their bodies, which was madly decreasing. This place was becoming the territory of order. Seeing this situation, the four gods immediately took action. Their power began to transform into rays of light, flowing from the shadows outside the world, and poured into the crystal. Xia Daidi and Lucilia seemed to understand something. The threads of power poured into the crystal pillar. The figures of the gods gradually faded. The figures of the evil gods also disappeared. Salence looked at the crystal pillar rising next to him with a complicated expression. Their action was successful, but also failed in some ways. As the execution ground, they were wrapped and shattered. Their figures gradually became illusory, because the execution ground was originally forcibly transferred. The figures of these demon lords also appeared in the place where Alka was trapped before. Following the destruction on the planet, only a crystal stone seat that rose up to the sky was left, emitting brilliance. The invisible power link turned into one silk thread after another, connecting from outside the world to the crystal stone pillar. As the demon lord retreated, a large number of demons had been lurking around for a long time, and rushed over in an instant, because many humans rushed down the city wall. "Gather to me!" With a roar, these humans who rushed down the city wall began to gather into a defense line, fighting and retreating. "What's going on? These demons are so weak. Could it be that?" Everyone found that the strength of these demons had become extremely weak, much weaker than before the anti-demon wall, not to mention compared with before. Under such circumstances, with the help of Xia Daidi and others, they were able to repel the demons head-on under the city wall. These demons could not stand them at all, and did not even leave a few corpses. They slowly retreated to the edge of the city wall, and climbed up the wall with a reserve ladder. Under the suppression of siege equipment and soldiers on the city wall, the demons did not even have the strength to rush to the bottom of the city wall. The things that played a role are self-evident. The crystal stone pillar in the sky. So what is the final question? In the obsidian hall of the volcano, 8 demon lords gathered here. The tall and thin barbed devil with red skin attached to bones that seemed to have no flesh and blood asked. He only saw that Salanster was about to strike Alka with a sword, but the imagined scene did not happen. Then the current change occurred. Salanster sat on the throne, supporting his head with his hands, seemingly thinking about something, and did not answer. At this time, Farrell turned his head and looked at the demon figure made of black smoke beside him. Do you mind explaining it? I can feel it. And I saw the death of this Alka with my own eyes. He should know that he will die. So he made some contributions to the world before he died. Explain it clearly. Before he died, he burned his soul and turned his body into a huge crystal pillar. Through the changes in the body and the burning of the soul, the chaos in the area of the world's scar was forcibly suppressed. Now I can clearly feel that. Although the corresponding dream kingdom is dissipating, the power of the dream kingdom can be directly guided to the outside world through this crystal stone pillar to repair the world. Suppress the scars of the world through such a sacrificial means. Hearing this, these demons probably understood. Then didn't we still get nothing? Instead, we were suppressed even more. So we failed shamefully? Facing this manic demon, Salanster, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly spoke out. No, we succeeded. Salanster stood up. The corresponding dreamland is disappearing, the burning soul, and the crystal stone pillar will not last long. The black mist demon nodded. Yes, I believe they know that this stone pillar should only last about 10 years. By then, the dreamland, the crystal stone pillar in reality, and the light spots of those souls will all disappear. Nothing will be able to suppress us then. After hearing this, the demons probably understood. In short, Alka, under the situation of certain death, sacrificed himself to buy 10 years for the scar of this world. Okay. Just 10 years. For these demons, 10 years is indeed a very short time. Even the most impatient and reckless demons have the patience to wait. Then the demons began to shrink the offensive line, and stationed various demon camps in an area 50 kilometers away from the anti-magic wall. These demon lords also focused their attention on various places, mostly to prevent humans from continuing the current situation by some means again. To ensure that after 10 years, with the disappearance of the crystal pillars, they can conquer this world in one fell swoop. But demons are still pouring out of the cracks. The entire demon area has become an amusement park for demons to fight each other. All demon lords only carried out the most basic constraints, because this is what they are preparing for. 10 years of fighting was enough for the demons to eliminate those who were weak enough. In a quiet villa in the city behind, in the hall of this villa, Zedide and others sat in various places in the hall, acting very silent. So what does Alka's last expression mean? Jason asked. They all saw Alka in front of them, his soul burning and flying out. Let's put it this way, now that the chaos of the world scar has subsided, one of the reasons is that Alka's soul is scattered all over the scar. They also saw Alka's body turned into a crystal pillar. Normally, Alka should have died. Because they sank into the dream, they could still see. The dream kingdom was slowly dissipating. All these indicated Alka's death. But Shadow Robe, who managed the dream kingdom, was not panicking, but was studying something. And Juan, who temporarily took over Alka's responsibility to manage the dream kingdom, was still patrolling every day. It seemed that he was unaware of Alka's demise. Xian, who had a deep connection with Alka, was still heartless in the dream. These strange behaviors also indicated that Alka seemed to have hidden means that they didn't know. In addition, all this happened too suddenly. Alka didn't ask them for help. Alka didn't foresee the danger coming to him. Even until the end, they didn't know what Alka had experienced. This was too abnormal. At least if there was really a danger to his life, Alka would definitely make some preparations to let them know in the end. He was caught all of a sudden, and then sacrificed in public. He won't die like this, Zedide said. Jason nodded, and then spread his hands, and a key appeared in his hand. What is it? Simon next to him raised his head and asked. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but shift their attention. This is what Alka gave me a few days ago. He said that we would know when the time comes. Just when Alka died, it shook. Lucilia's eyes appeared with a soul like smoke. And she looked at the key. That's a crown-level treasure. Aw! At this moment, Jason suddenly thought of something. Remember before, Alka asked us if we remembered the spell to enter the Libra. Under normal circumstances, he would never ask this question, right? And asking this question means that Alka already knew something at that time. They were also prepared for the current situation. They also knew clearly that Alka had been waiting for something on the city wall for the past few years. He was reluctant to ascend to the throne. And he did not make any major changes to the front line. This was unlike him. He seemed to be waiting for some important opportunity. In addition, everything he did today. However, Alka was in danger of death at that time. So they had no mood to think about the problem at that time. Now that he calmed down and recalled Alka's performance in the past 2 or 3 years, he could see some strange clues. It is obvious that he seemed to have known his situation today. He did it on purpose. Jason frowned and said, he was once responsible for collecting intelligence. And he keenly sensed the problem. Juanlu said silently at this time. No matter what, the Virgin Mary knows more about the inside story than we do. The meaning is self-evident. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Daidi's figure became illusory and disappeared on the spot. Seeing this situation, everyone became silent again, waiting for a more definite result. Soon Xia Daidi's figure appeared in the living room again. His face was no longer silent. Instead, he nodded with a puzzled expression. Through his expression, everyone could see that Xia Daidi was still puzzled, but at least he got a relatively positive answer. Everyone roughly understood what these meant, and could only leave with doubts and expectations. It was obvious. Although they didn't know the specific situation, it seemed to be something that needed a certain degree of confidentiality. Chapter 573 The Three Gods Transaction. A strange and difficult spell came out of Jason's mouth. Jason stood there with his hands raised above his head, like a balance. To be honest, this posture inexplicably reminds me of Alka that day. He was obviously not talking about when Alka opened the door. Hearing this, Eurylius next to him whipped Jason's thigh with his tail, making a crisp sound. Hiss! You're going to kill me! Eurylius just looked at him silently, and didn't say much. Jason closed his mouth in pain. Behind the two, Pororo and others were looking at them. As Jason became serious, the door of Libra appeared in front of him. This was the second time they opened this door. Pushing the door open, everyone walked in. Standing under the Libra. This time it was no longer just one person. Instead, Eurylius and Jason stood here together. Even though they were already standing here, Jason still turned around, looked at Pororo and others behind him and said, "Why don't we roll the dice? You talk too much nonsense. Can you be faster?" Pororo said irritably. Jason said this many times along the way. But we decided to exchange for no apparent reason. It makes me feel guilty. Do you understand what I mean? It's like I owe you. It makes me feel like I've let you suffer a loss, and I have to compensate you in other places. This mentality is not good. Next time I ridicule you or do something bad to you, I will be very suspicious. Jason's inexplicable words made everyone's foreheads throb. Eurylius couldn't bear it anymore, and swung his tail again, hitting Jason's calf. This time the force seemed very strong, making Jason jump up and rub the place where he was hit. Arca didn't give this key that can be used to exchange treasures to any one of us. But to you. The consciousness is self-evident. Isn't it? Do you want to go against his will? His eyes can see things that we can't see. Julia asked from behind. Hearing this, Jason shrugged helplessly. Okay, Alka's will. It's better not to be a real will. As he said, he placed the key on one side of the scale. He began to use the spell to open the door. As the spell was chanted, the other empty side of the scale plate flashed with light. When the light dissipated, the divine essence inside immediately flew out and hit Jason and Eurylius' chests. The two of them entered the state of mastering the treasure at the same time. Then the state of mastering the treasure made the two of them float up and rotate in a corresponding circle. Seeing this situation, the people watching from behind silently stepped back, leaving enough space. However, there seemed to be nothing strange about the situation of holding the treasure. No one felt any emotion at all. Is there any change? Poro asked in confusion. Matt Lisa beside him shook her head. Julia frowned slightly. At some point, the harp appeared in her hands, and she began to gently pluck the harp to play a new song, showing it to everyone. From this song, the emotions of the crowd changed significantly. Hope appeared in their hearts, and countless positive emotions appeared. As the song ended, Jason and Eurylius also broke away from the state of grasping the treasure, and opened their eyes, looking at the expressions of the crowd. Is that so? It is hope. It is the essence of divinity that represents hope. The world needs this emotion. Everyone needs this emotion, especially now, especially at this moment. Hope, as this crown-level essence of divinity fell into the bodies of the two. Eurylius has truly become the savior dragon. This is destined. Jason also said, this divinity seems to have flowed into the world from the Crystal Dragon King after his death. Because at that time, hope was shattered, and the extinguished hope also took away the last hope of the Crystal Dragon King. Eurylius seemed to feel the trace of despair left by his ancestors in this divinity. However, he also faced the remaining hope, and finally formed the phantom of the Crystal Dragon King, pointing out some directions for the Salvation Organization at that time. Leaving behind the Sky City, let the last member write and compile a meditation method. However, this divinity cannot be shown for the time being. Anyway, another member among them has obtained all the treasures, and it is time to start the road to godhood. Then are you going to be busy too? Juanlu asked, standing by. After all, whether it is Xiaodide or Lucilia's previous experience, they are telling them that the world now desires gods. Since Alka's sacrifice, Xiaodide and Lucilia fell into a workaholic state. First, they didn't want to let their emotions show, otherwise they would definitely want to find out why Alka was like this when they were free. Second, there was really so much work for this kind of thing. Jason smiled. Haha, no, hope is not something that is always in operation, but an emotion that will appear at a critical moment. So we are not busy. This made Jason, who had been doing psychological preparation, feel very good. Everything is done. It's time to leave here. The new anti-magic wall on the front line. At this time, there are no more densely packed guards on the front line wall as before, and the number has been reduced by at least half. This also makes the originally wide wall a little empty, but there are still many guards guarding it. As the bright stars and moon in the sky disappear, the curtain of the night is torn open, revealing the bright day. The dazzling light appears in an instant, and the soldiers who have been guarding all night can't help but squint their eyes. Under the sunlight, the huge crystal stone pillar a few hundred meters in front of the city wall radiated brilliant light, illuminating the surroundings. It's time to change shifts. Another group of guards came up and exchanged with the soldiers who had been on duty all night. As the exchange progressed, the spirited soldiers knelt on one knee facing the place where the crystal was, pounded their chests with their hands, and bowed their heads to salute. This was a thank you to Alka for what he did for the scars of the world. For the world. Juanlu, who was also on duty, looked at the crystal pillar in front of him. Looking at the crystal pillar, I don't know what he was thinking, but in the eyes of the guards and people coming and going around, he was missing his companions. Next to Juanlu, Simon came over. Looking at Simon, Juanlu asked, how long can it last according to theory? If nothing unexpected happens, it should be 10 years. After 10 years, the crystal that Alka has become will be broken, and his dreamland will also dissipate. Hearing this, Juanlu nodded, and then stretched out his hand and waved it in the air. Lucilia said that the burning light of Alka's soul is wandering in the air? Simon nodded. Seeing Simon's appearance, Juanlu stared at him and suddenly said, you look worried? What happened? Hearing this, Simon looked at him, and then sighed. It's something I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. You were on duty on the city wall yesterday, so you don't know? Hearing this, Juanlu frowned and waited for Simon's next words. The wise man wants to see me. Hearing this, Juanlu's brows relaxed slightly, and he said in a strange way, shouldn't this be a good thing? Being able to face the gods he believes in. Juanlu felt that this should not be a bad thing. If it were just me, it would certainly be a good thing. But the sea god wants to see Poro, and life wants to see Julia. The three gods want to see their three believers respectively. It was not long after Alka's sacrifice. It's hard not to think of something. Hearing this, Juanlu couldn't help but frown, but he patted Simon's shoulder and said rationally, don't be so alert, maybe it's really a good thing. At least he felt that Xiaodide and Lucilia were more informed than them about this information. If it was really a bad thing, Xiaodide and Lucilia would have come down to tell them long ago. Simon nodded. He was just a little worried, or a little nervous. No believer would not be nervous. It was getting close to night. In everyone's sight, the three fell on the sofa and fell asleep. Jason, who was sitting next to them, suddenly said, Madlisa, why didn't the sea god summon you? Although their team believed in the four gods, everyone's degree of belief was different. For example, the Virgin Mary had saints, Alka, and Saint Siadeti. Although Lucilia also had a certain belief in the Virgin Mary, in fact, it was definitely different from Alka and Siadeti. For example, the church will consider Alka and Siadeti as their own people, but will not consider Lucilia as their own people. This also includes Juanlu and Jason, because they both came from the home sea. Juanlu's situation is similar to Lucilia. Jason's situation is probably between Siadeti and Lucilia. However, perhaps because of Eurylius, although they still believe in the Virgin Mary, their camp may be more inclined to Eurylius' side. The believer of life is naturally Julia, and she is also the most tortuous one. After all, Julia's faith collapsed due to some things in the middle of the journey, and she no longer believes in life. However, after experiencing some things, he understood his past and returned to the path of faith. Simon was the only believer of the wise man from the beginning to the end. There were two believers of the sea god, Pororo and Mathlisa, but their situations were different. Pororo was a storm champion warrior who had gone through trials. Even though he rarely communicated with the storm church of the sea god, but from every communication with the church, it could be seen that the members of the storm church respected Pororo. It seems that the storm champion warrior is a very high title and also has a very high status. As for Mathlisa, she has probably been a saint of the sinful clan from the beginning to the end. The church is also quite cold to her, and Mathlisa is also not willing to communicate with them. Although they are both saints, she is definitely not as good as Pororo because she is from an exiled clan. Hearing Jason talking about all sorts of things, Juanlu couldn't help but give him an elbow. Unexpectedly, Mathlisa didn't mind and smiled and said, "Although it's not polite to say this, I don't really believe in the sea god. You know, he exiled our tribe to the end of the forward channel. If not everyone in the tribe believed in the sea god, I would not have believed in him. Not to mention that she had completed the atonement mission of their tribe, killed the son of the sea god with the help of Alka and others. This made her feel that she did not owe this god anything. If it were not for Pororo's belief, she would have ignored this god a long time ago. Besides, it is questionable whether Pororo's behavior can be regarded as belief. She might as well turn to Siadeti or Lucilia. Of course, a better way is to become a god yourself." Hearing this, Jason gave Mathlisa a thumbs up. Their internal evaluation of the irritable life of the sea god has always been that way. Definitely not as good as the Virgin Mary. Even Pororo himself does not look like a believer. He never prays to the sea god, and almost never mentions the name of the sea god, and does not even understand the prayer gestures that are exclusive to the sea god. When he first came into contact with the church, he made a joke. Pororo would at most recite the name of the sea god during each sea trial. Under normal circumstances, you would not be able to tell that he was a believer of the sea god. But the sea god favored him. It seemed that he liked fighting maniacs like Pororo. The first one to wake up among the three was Pororo. When he woke up, he jumped up directly from the sofa. Then he gasped, "What's wrong with you?" Mathlisa looked at Pororo and asked, "This is not going to see the gods. It's like having a nightmare." Pororo panted a few times, then shook his body, as if stretching his muscles. "The sea god is really powerful. It seems that I can't teach him a lesson for a while," Pororo said with a smack of his mouth. Short sentence, the information content is huge. "Ah? Wait, what did you do?" Jason, who savored this sentence, couldn't help asking. "Nothing, I just asked to fight with the sea god, but obviously I didn't win," Pororo said nonchalantly. Hearing what Pororo said, everyone was stunned. Even Simon and Julia, who had just woken up, could not help but look at him with dull eyes behind his back. Just woke up and heard such exciting news. Simon looked at Pororo. "If it's you, it doesn't seem strange." Everyone agreed with this inexplicably. "I'm not a fool, I just don't like him," Pororo said. "What's the difference between what you said and what a fool said? A fool really doesn't think he is a fool?" But inexplicably, Mathlisa hugged Porolo's arm tightly, looking happy. Julia, who was watching this scene, understood something quickly, and nodded in sudden realization, but did not say it clearly. Okay. I am more concerned about what you did with the gods. There must be something going on. Otherwise, why were the three of you summoned by your respective gods at the same time?" Eurylius asked anxiously. As the granddaughter of the Crystal Dragon King, her bloodline, her inherited memory, made her not have much respect for these gods. Probably equivalent to the existence of a peer of the grandfather's generation. Respect will be respected, But how much respect do you expect her to have? That is obviously impossible. Hearing this, the three people's faces became complicated. Looking at this complicated face, Poro and others couldn't help but sit beside and wait for their answers. Julia said, "Life told me something, and gave me a crown-level treasure." Then she spread out her hands. A brown, strange gem that seemed to have mud flowing inside appeared in her hand. "Me too." Simon also spread out his hands. What appeared was also a gemstone with the appearance of a crown-level divinity. "But this divinity is not suitable for me." Poro also nodded, and a crown-level gemstone also appeared in his hand. "This one of mine is not suitable for me either." The situation this time is self-evident. Life said that this is a deal they made with Alka. Julia said silently, "What? Could it be?" This made Jason immediately guess the bad side. After all, each god gave a crown-level divinity. It is really hard for people to think positively about this situation. Julia shook her head and said, "Life's answer is more positive." Boluoluo and the other two also nodded. This made everyone's expression slightly eased. "It seems that we should go to the scale to exchange 3 crown-level treasures at once?" Chapter 574. 10 long years. The Scar of the World. The City of Stone. This city is the Scar of the World, or the largest city in the entire Infinite Sea. It was expanded from the original City of Stone. When the anti-magic wall was in danger, and the demons launched a massive attack, it began to expand. From that time on, a large amount of resources from all over the world came here. More and more resources and population, plus the pressure from the front line, made this City of Stone bigger and bigger. Finally, several adjacent cities on the side were completely integrated into one, becoming the largest city in the entire Infinite Sea. With the expansion, more than 20 years have passed since the demons launched a large-scale attack. This city, isn't it too big? A brand new ship crossed the ocean and was slowly approaching. The docking port that spread across the entire coastline was something that the members on the ship had never seen in their lives. This ship was just an ordinary ghost ship, and the name of the ship could be seen on the side of the hull. Golden Ocean. Very normal, a name that fits the style of this world very well, not conspicuous but very easy to remember. The bow of the ship looks like a normal woman holding a pearl. But on the side of the ship you can see golden crowns and wheat ears surrounding it, a bit like a ship in the style of the Church of Our Lady. Is this island the Scar of the World? A young man on the ship couldn't help but say as he looked at the island. A crew member next to him nodded. Yes, this should be the Scar of the World. What we see now, the port of call that stretches along the entire coastline, is this City of Stones. Argus, the captain, is a man who looks middle-aged, in his 30s or 40s. After sailing in this boundless sea for so long, we finally got here. It's really not easy. Okay, don't sigh here. Let's think about how to dock first. After some instructions, they finally docked the ship at a berth, got off the ship and stood on the floor of this city. So many people, so prosperous. I've been sailing in the endless sea for so long, and I've never seen such a prosperous city. Of course, there are goods from all over the world, and people from all over the world. But the overall atmosphere of this city doesn't seem to be so serious, and it's much more relaxed than the military-controlled city they imagined. It's different from what they thought. After settling down, they came to the center of the city. Are these 12 towers the legendary Trial Towers? It can't be said to be legendary, after all. We only heard about it more than 10 years ago. There are more than a dozen crew members on their entire ship, but only the captain and the deputy captain have a treasure. Only these 2 members, each of them has reached the 4th stage of strength. They came here naturally. They will undergo trials. You can see people standing on the teleportation platform to enter the trial tower, and people coming out of the trial tower. Some are happy or frustrated, and their expressions are varied. The captain and the vice captain went directly to the registration office. After a brief queue. First time? The 2 nodded. Then I must remind you, now is wartime. If you don't want to support the front line, you are temporarily not allowed to use the trial tower. This is the standard proposed in the 2nd year after the trial tower was established. After all, the trial tower was initially searched, and these forces were willing to help because it could improve the quality of the frontline troops, allowing them to better resist the demons. But as the 2nd year began, people from all over the world came to the trial tower to take over the positions of these soldiers, which was completely unacceptable, because the trial tower was also a reward for the sacrifices of the frontline soldiers, and it was a guarantee. Obviously, The two had already made plans, and nodded and signed a contract. They only need to provide support for 1 year. And then, they can use the trial tower. If they successfully pass the trial and obtain treasures, they will receive another year of support. Of course, they will not really use these people as cannon fodder, which is obviously impossible. On the edge of these 12 towers, several people are looking at these 12 trial towers. Are we acting too leisurely? Jason and his friends were strolling in the city, and suddenly said, hearing this, Eulius next to him rolled his eyes at Jason. Eulius's figure and face no longer looked like a young girl, but more like a young woman in her 20s. She became more mature. Well, if you feel bad, you can be as busy as them, Juanlu said next to him. No. No. Jason smiled and waved his hand. At this time, these people were Jason, Eulius, Juanlu and Matt Lisa. Jason said beside him, although I am a god, I don't want to be busy at all. Jason and Eulius had ascended to the throne of God a long time ago. They became a rare god with 2 positions. The core point of ascending to godhood is naturally hope. But in the system of gods, the 2 are considered the weakest, because they can only be said to be barely ascending to godhood. Their duties are naturally to bring hope and save the world. They are in the scars of the world doing various things, even if they are saving the world. If they want to truly gain powerful authority and improve their strength in the god system, they must wait until the real counterattack. It is precisely this strange thing that can only work at a critical moment. The so-called hope. Although the 2 have become gods, they are not as busy as others. Crown-level treasures are really hard to obtain, Juanlu said while walking beside him and touching his forehead. Jason nodded, without Alka's help. The difficulty of treasure hunting has indeed increased a lot. And we have to stay in the world scar. And the area we can defend is getting narrower and narrower. There is nothing we can do about it, Madlisa said beside him. At this time, Eulius held one of Madlisa's arms and asked, Aren't you always helping Porwaro? How come you have so much time to go shopping with us today? Hearing this, Madlisa supported her cheek with some sorrow, supporting her cheek with one hand, said sadly, That's because Porwaro went to fight with Poseidon again a few days ago. Obviously he didn't win. But he was not seriously injured. After I helped him deal with it, I naturally have to let him rest for a few days. Everyone understood after hearing this. It's a very normal thing. It can be heard almost every year. It seems that the sea god promised Polo that he would challenge once a year. To be honest, Jason seriously doubted that the sea god also wanted to stretch his muscles. He was very willing to accept Polo's challenge. Polo was injured, so he would put down his work temporarily to recuperate. And Madlisa would not need to assist him, so she would have time to go out for a leisurely stroll. Jason shrugged and said in confusion, You said? Julia is the voice of nature, and needs to use her voice to reconcile and repair the harmony of nature. I understand that she will be very busy. Simon, as the god of mechanical progress, preaches and builds teaching materials every day. I understand that he is very busy. Porwaro, as the god of disaster, what is he busy with every day? Is he busy causing disasters on the sea? This is not good. Since about 10 years ago, the 3 of them obtained 3 crown-level treasures from 3 gods. With the help of Libra, each of them obtained the divinity that suited them, just as they predicted at the beginning. The one who rushed out was indeed a certain personality that was suitable for them and urgently needed their busyness. As a result, when they started their journey to godhood, they were extremely busy, and they ascended to godhood while they were busy. After ascending to godhood, they naturally became busier. Of the original 9-member team, only a few of them still often gathered together to stay at the World Scar. The rest of them could only gather from time to time. There was nothing they could do before the world was repaired. Every time these new gods were busy, they could add a bit of order to the world, which could be used to suppress the World Scar and even the cracks everywhere. They are fulfilling their promises in their own ways. Although he said so, Jason still couldn't understand what Poro was busy with. Hearing Jason's words, Madlisa glanced at him. Eulius whipped him with his tail. Juanlu said on the side, I went to see him before. Although he is the god of disaster, he is trying to repair order from this aspect. What? Tell me, Jason said curiously, and rubbed his calf that was whipped. Let me tell you, Madlisa said helplessly. Although Porwaro is the god of disasters, you have to know the chaotic situation, which makes all the disasters in this world not follow the laws of nature. It is wrong, and the disaster should not occur. And Porwaro must first restore the chaotic order, and then transform the once chaotic disasters into natural disasters. Oh, I see. Wait, doesn't that overlap with Julia's? Due to the order of becoming gods. Repairing and restoring order, such delicate work was unbearable for Pororo, which led to his ascension to godhood only 5 years ago. Julia had been repairing the environment and maintaining the laws of nature for a long time. So she quickly integrated into the work, and became a god in the 2nd year after obtaining the complete treasure. She was about 3 or 4 years faster than Pororo. So Jason at that time had helped Julia complete some preliminary preparations, and had a better understanding of it. It was also repairing the environment through some natural sounds, which seemed to be not much different from Pororo's function. Mathlisa nodded. So the two of them often worked together. Besides, they were all marine creatures before, so it's easy to repair them. It's quite efficient. The few of them came to the coast without knowing it, and came to the side that was not the port, looking at the endless sea, and the ships circling above. So they must have repaired the surrounding environment first, Juanlu said. Due to the sacrifice of Alka on the front line, the pressure on the front line dropped sharply, which is why the city seems less stressful in recent years. So the demons turned their attention to the breakthrough at sea. This also led to Jason Juanlu, and his men often fighting on the sea. So they were very sensitive to the changes in the surrounding environment. Mathlisa nodded. Indeed, they were repairing the surrounding environment at first. Ah, it's the Temple of Poro. Jason suddenly seemed to see something, and said with some surprise. On the coast, there is a building that is half in the sea, like a fisherman's hut. But compared to the so-called fisherman's hut, it must be larger and more solid. But it looks very simple. The reason why Jason saw it at a glance was because there was a wild statue of a shark fishman. It was undoubtedly a temple used to worship Poro. Everyone walked past the hut and looked at it carefully. Some believers were seen fishing on a small wooden board extending to the sea. They did not go in. After all, if they went in with their identities, they would have to go through all kinds of greetings and respectful attitudes, which was too troublesome. After all, who doesn't know that they are friends of the gods? And not just one god, but friends of several new gods. Why don't you worship my temple? Jason asked Eulius after he and his companions walked through the temple. Eulius rolled his eyes when he heard this. Which god have you seen flying around overhead every day? Because of the stereotype of gods, although Jason became a god, he would attack demons on the front line and coastline whenever he had nothing to do. He looked like a very powerful warrior, not a god. Plus, no one promoted him. So naturally no one regarded him as a god yet. However, in response to Jason's words, Juanlu curled his lips in disdain. Yes, you don't have a temple, but you definitely have believers. Stop pretending. Don't those people in your crystal knights know that you are a god? I don't believe it. Uh-huh. Jason laughed at this. Everyone continued to walk forward. It was a rare opportunity to relax. So they walked at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, the sky was covered by a curtain and quickly dim. But then a bright full moon appeared. The moon was as bright as a mirror. And there were stars around it. Mathlisa looked at the sky. Sure enough, no matter how you look at it, it seems that Xiaodai is more like a god. Eulius also nodded in agreement. This is true. Then they came to the Moon Temple while walking at night. This temple can be said to be the largest church in the world except for the 4 gods. It is located on a crooked crescent mountain. Located on the top of the mountain, it is the scar of the whole world, the place closest to the moon. For this temple, people are more willing to go in. Because they are more familiar with it, the members inside are all their comrades, so they will not be too respectful to them. It makes them more acceptable. Looking at Jason and others who came over, the warriors and knights wearing silver gray or bright silver moon armor just nodded slightly. The most special feature of the temple building in front is the huge round mirror on the top. Through a special structure, it can receive the light of the moon and reflect it. So you can see this temple from a distance, because there will be a white beam of light rising into the sky, and although it is not bright, it is very conspicuous. Several people walked and talked, and entered the interior of the temple. Because the night has come for a while. The prayer at night has also ended. But what's interesting is that, there is not only a statue of Xiaodai in the temple, you can also see Alka next to it. Everyone is standing under the statue of Alka, with complicated expressions. As everyone becomes a god, they can probably understand Alka's sacrifice. Perhaps it represents some kind of conspiracy against the devil. But it is true. They haven't seen Alka for 10 years. They haven't had any conversation with Alka for 10 years. And the statue of Alka in this moon temple was erected by these believers spontaneously. At night, the believers of the moon will come here to worship Zaya deity. During the day, those who are grateful for Alka's sacrifice will come here to thank Alka. Let's go to the front line to take a look, Juanlu suddenly said. Jason also nodded. Chapter 575. The pillar shattered. Zaya deity? You've arrived. When Jason and the others jumped off the wall and came to the bottom of the crystal pillar that Alka had transformed into, they saw a figure standing next to it. The figure with a faint light flashing beside him was naturally Zaya deity. Hearing the voice behind him, Zaya deity turned around and smiled, then walked up and hugged Matlisa and Eurylius. Wait a minute, Lucilia will also be here, Zaya deity said with a smile. Obviously, she was very happy to meet several people. As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of bells and the sound of flowing river rang in everyone's ears. The mist-like souls diffused from all around. In the mist, a canoe made of dead wood sailed over, and it looked like it was sailing on the ground. Lucilia, dressed like the god of death, also emerged from the soul mist. She lifted her hood and revealed her face. The once emerald green hair turned a bit darker green, and her face became whiter than before. You are getting more and more handsome in your appearance, Jason said with some envy, looking at the vast soul fog surrounding everyone, and the land boat. To be honest, this kind of appearance is really very imposing. Hearing this, Lucilia smiled. She had carefully designed her appearance, which should be in line with the momentum of a god's appearance, but not too scary. So she chose this way. It is also more in line with her position as a deity. But why are both of you here? It's really a bit strange, Juanlu said beside him. After all, who is the busiest among them? Of course, the two are the busiest. They are busy most of the time. It is very rare to see the two of them appear next to this crystal stone pillar at the same time tonight. After hearing this, Lucilia's expression was a little gloomy. She walked forward and touched the surface of the crystal stone pillar. Because the energy of this crystal is about to be consumed, it is about to break, and the time that the demons are waiting for is coming. But it was not Lucilia who spoke. It was Simon who came out from behind the crystal. He was wearing a black, slightly luxurious scholar's robe. But what was interesting was that there were some metal structures attached to the robe. There were various metal blocks around him, floating, rotating, combining and separating. How long will it take? It can't be today, right? Jason asked in surprise. Although they all knew that the energy of the crystal that Alka had transformed into would be exhausted, it would be during this period, but they had not yet noticed the specific day. It should be that Alka or the four gods have a special structure, which makes it difficult to detect the time when the crystal pillar collapses if the strength is not enough. According to their speculation, even among the demon lords, only the strongest ones can detect the arrival of time. Among them, only those who have become gods can see it clearly. Jason and the other two who are at the bottom of the gods can only feel it vaguely. There are faint sound fluctuations around. As the sound fluctuations come, Julia's figure appears. Julia was wearing the most luxurious and bright clothes at this time, and she was dressed like a court musician. A huge and beautiful harp was always floating beside her. There was a loud bang. A thunderbolt struck them directly. With the thunder, it was naturally Porwaro. At the same time, everyone gathered together. But Porwaro was interesting. His dress was no different from before, and he even had a bandage on his body. Matlisa walked over and patted him. Shouldn't you be recovering from your injuries? Hearing this, Porwaro directly unwrapped the bandage, and the wound on it seemed to have almost healed. Look, it should be fine. Everyone gathered at this moment. The meaning was self-evident. In other words, the moment of collapse is today? Juanlu asked, looking at the crystal. Simon nodded. Yes, just after dawn, until noon, that is the origin of the collapse. Hearing this, Jason frowned. Do the people in the parliament know? Once it collapses, then they will definitely face a massive attack by demons, which may be the most difficult moment for them to attack. It may even be a decisive battle. Simon nodded. I asked. They know the specific time. However, although the crystal will collapse, the suppression of chaos will gradually fade. It will probably fade within 3 days, and the collapse of the crystal will be a signal for the upcoming gathering and decisive battle. No wonder, Juanlu murmured. As a chef, and a battlefield chef, he is more sensitive to the logistics of the entire battlefield. During this period, all kinds of supplies were basically stored everywhere. This was the most abundant supply he had ever seen in the past 10 years. The stored supplies were enough for them to fight fiercely for a whole year. Moreover, these supplies were constantly being transported, and even the number of soldiers who came to support was much greater than before. And the soldiers who had signed the contract in the trial tower before and had mastered the treasures were also slowly accumulating. There were a lot of strong people accumulated in the past 10 years, especially during this period. Some people who have completed the contract and left the scar of the world have returned one after another. Juanlu saw many familiar faces. Obviously, they are gathering troops. Some people at various nodes very smartly discovered this problem. Juanlu and the others naturally noticed it. So what is hidden in your sacrifice? Xia Daidi touched the surface of the crystal and murmured. Not just her. Everyone wants to know. Time soon came to daytime. At dawn, it just so happened that the senior officials in the parliament came to the front line to conduct inspections. Jason Zayadaidi and others also made some disguises, looking like mortals, standing on the stone tower. Are you waiting for the moment when the crystal breaks? Inside the stone tower. Not only them, there is also Greyfar. Because this is Greyfar's private living room and office. Mainly, the viewing point here is the best. You can clearly see the whole picture of the crystal. Jason nodded to Greyfar's question. 6 gods gathered in my office in one day. I have to find a way to buy it. Greyfar, who looked a little wrinkled, said with a smile. This is a little unlike him. It seems that because he is getting older, the one serious man has also learned to joke. Then you have to give me some money, Jason said with a smile. Ha ha ha. As the laughter came, the guards outside the door were a little surprised. They rarely saw their general so happy. Time passed. Simon, who had been staring at the crystal, suddenly knocked on the table. Here it comes. Hearing this, everyone immediately looked in the direction of the crystal. Crack! It was like the sound of glass breaking. This sound was unusually crisp. The strange sound even spread throughout the world scar, and everyone heard it, like a sound of breaking. The second sound that followed, only the people around the front line could hear it. The cracking sound became more and more frequent. The crystal began to be covered with cracks. The soldiers on duty on the city wall watched this scene with wide eyes. No, it's bad. The crystal is cracked. The moment his voice fell. Crack! The huge crystal stone pillar shattered. Everyone was stunned. The broken crystal turned into dots of starlight, and in an instant, the scars were all over the world. Crystal dust fell like raindrops. It was like a rain of light all over the sky. As more and more people turned their attention here, they saw the broken crystal stone pillar. Panic was spreading. I don't know when. This crystal stone pillar seemed to have become a pillar in everyone's heart. And now, the pillar collapsed and broke. The panic is spreading. The fear is growing. And the despair is growing. As hope, Jason quietly felt the waves of emotions, which were transmitted in the invisible air. And he can clearly feel the beating of these negative emotions. These negative emotions made him frown. Unconsciously, the crystal stone pillar transformed by Alka's sacrifice. Has it become so important in people's hearts? Eurylius murmured. The most difficult war is coming. Greyfar, looking at the broken light spots and the falling light spots, said. And at this time everywhere. In the obsidian hall of the crater. Salanster, who was sitting on the throne, opened his eyes. His eyes had never been so bright and energetic as today. The stone pillar is broken. He couldn't help but crack his mouth, and a wanton and ferocious smile appeared on his face. What? What are you talking about? A demon who was arguing with something below turned his head and looked at Salanster and asked. Ha ha ha. Salanster laughed loudly. He stood up very imposingly. He opened his hands and looked up at the sky. At this time, the demons also found something wrong. Looking up at the sky, they saw the raindrops with sparkling spots falling from the sky. These are not normal raindrops. They are the dust carried by the broken crystal. What is that? Salance closed his eyes, as if he was embracing the sky. It is the raindrops of victory. The stone pillars are broken. Don't you idiots feel it? The suppression is disappearing. The breath of the abyss is coming like a tsunami. Hearing this, even the reckless demons understood it. Feeling the surrounding environment. Ha ha ha. I can finally break through that damn wall and slaughter those damn humans. A lot of souls belong to my world. Fight! The demon lords below roared. This indicates that the 10-year wait is about to come to an end. The open-air obsidian hall welcomes the light of victory. I have never liked these light spots as much as today, Farrell said with a smile. This also means that his mission is almost completed. After a moment of excitement, Salence turned back to his emotions and sat on the throne. Okay, you damn fools, now is not the time to attack. The breath of the abyss will take a few days to wash away the stench of the damn order. Now everyone, go and discipline the demons under your command, retain the most strength, return to your respective territories, and prepare the long-awaited demons. We need a constant supply of demons. We will be like the waves of this sea, wave after wave, knocking down the damned wall, and sweeping across the world. Facing the leader's speech, these demons no longer care. What they care about is the upcoming battle. The breath of the abyss is sweeping. These few days are the time for them to prepare. There is enough time. All the demons, including Salence, began to leave the obsidian palace. They went to various places to lead their subordinates, who had been fighting for 10 years. It's time to point the spearhead at this world. In addition to the demons, there are also the traitorous evil gods in the sky. The god of war first opened his eyes in the astral world. The tide of chaos has begun to sweep. It's time to say goodbye to our mother. He smiled and stood up from the throne in the void. He summoned his colleagues. One god after another appeared beside him. You summoned us at this time. Is it to witness the death of my mother? Yes, the demons are about to take action. I can't wait. As one god after another arrived, until the last god was absent. Where is the moon? The god of war asked. I don't know. I don't seem to have seen her recently. Then everyone chatted with each other and explored. She actually hid? I can't find her. Hearing this, the god of war frowned. Thinking for a while, he said, forget it, don't worry about that cowardly woman. Knowing the character of the moon goddess, he was not too surprised by her absence, but he always felt that something seemed wrong. Then what? Then what? After taking a deep breath, Xiao asked in an increasingly excited voice. She didn't know who she was asking. But then what? The crystal pillar was broken. What about Alka? Shouldn't Alka come back at this time? Then where did Alka go? Seeing this situation, Julia and Matflisa looked at each other, and they hurried over. One of them supported the other and began to comfort her. But it was obvious. Their comfort was useless. At this moment, Greyfar, who seemed to be an outsider, seemed to realize that this group of people gathered not to witness the final destruction of Alka's sacrifice. But Alka's sacrifice had another hidden story. I don't know when. The figure of a doll girl who had long disappeared appeared on the desk next to her, sitting on the edge and shaking her legs. Xian? Lucilia spotted her at a glance. This was the only puppet girl who refused to serve in the Soul Palace. In the end, she followed Alka and stayed in the dream. Compared to reality, she preferred to live in the dream. She was also a puppet girl with an independent personality and the most complete self-consciousness. She had already become a real person. Her arrival at this moment also indicated that she must have brought news about Alka. Everyone could not help but gather around her. Xian, what are you doing here? Julia asked first. The girl, sitting at the table and swinging her legs, looked at everyone carefully. Of course I came to see you. Looking for us? Is there something? Xiaodai's voice was slightly trembling. The girl shook her head. I don't know, but Uncle Ingpao said so. The girl began to imitate Ingpao's movements. It's time, go to the real world to call His Majesty's companions. Remember not to play around, or His Majesty will teach you a lesson. It sounds like Xian is not reliable at all. The puppet girl shook her head and said, her face was unhappy. Hurry. Take us to the dream. Are you in such a hurry? The doll girl murmured. But she still waved her hand and dragged everyone into the dream in an instant. Looking at the people who disappeared in his room in an instant, Greyfar scratched his head. But a smile appeared on his face. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. You're so cunning. He felt happy for no reason. At a time when he shouldn't be happy. At this time, everyone sank into the dream. They came to the stone platform with Alka's throne floating in the dream. But the throne was empty. There was no Alka in sight. Chapter 576 Preparation. In Alka's dreamland. In this dreamland, there is really no big change compared to the past. Not at all like what people outside expected, the dreamland is slowly collapsing. In this country, in addition to the dream bubbles that deal with reality, there are also densely packed silver buildings. Each of these buildings is like a work of art, densely arranged. It's just that each building. There are almost no operations by the creatures in the dreamland, and the white mist that originally permeated the entire country has almost dissipated, and it is empty. The scene here is like an uninhabited wilderness. Although there are large areas of such wilderness in the dream, at least there are dream bubbles here. But this is the corresponding scar of the real world. It corresponds to the largest city in the boundless sea. But except for the piles of dream bubbles and dream buildings, there is not a single dream creature. Except for the towering furnace tower in the center. Only in the furnace tower can you see some dream creatures operating. And in the sky above this dream, there is a floating stone platform with a throne. Xia Deity and others are standing on this stone platform. In addition to these gods and powerful beings in reality, there is also Xian who brought them. Next to it is a crystal deer that is crystal clear, like a wonderful creature in a dream. 1. A black shadow is a humanoid creature made of completely black hard blocks. Shadow Robe. Shadow Robe looked at Xia Deity and others who came down, and walked over and bowed respectfully. Xia Deity and others were looking at the entire dream kingdom. This place seems different from what they thought. But it also seems a bit similar. You know, after Alka left, they hadn't come to this dreamland for a long time. Is this place really going to be ruined? It looks so desolate, Julia said. Even though Alka's existence gave them some understanding of the dreamland. They were creatures in reality after all, and didn't know much about many situations in the dreamland. Now the desolation of this dreamland seemed to be really ruined. As if Alka had really sacrificed himself. Hearing this, Impao explained very patiently. For those outsiders who can hardly see the situation in dreams, the number of dream creatures seems to determine the prosperity of a country. However, this is not the case. These dream creatures are very easy to move. Just let them move out of the dream country in batches as time goes by and then come back. And you can create a scene where the country seems to be gradually ruined. Whether it looks or feels, or the effect displayed, it is lifelike. In short, it is easy to deceive the creatures in reality, because it seems to be so logical in reality. But this is a dream. The real ruin is just like it was before. Impao was not Alka's butler before. The last person he managed was Alka's predecessor. The country in the dream, when it is truly ruined, is like a bubble that is popped and instantly dissipated. There is no such thing as slowly breaking up with the passage of time. Ingpao's words are equivalent to giving everyone the biggest reassurance at this last moment. I called you all here because His Majesty has something to entrust to you. He told me to give it to you at this time. What is it? Xia Deity asked immediately. Impao stretched out his hand, and a spherical object slowly emerged from his palm. It didn't look like a crown-level treasure at all. It was just a very beautiful crystal ball. A treasure? Or a Holy Grail level one? Simon narrowed his eyes and said. He could easily see the bottom line of this treasure. Why? Why would Alka suddenly give them a Holy Grail level treasure? Xia Deity stretched out his hands, and solemnly held the treasure in his palms. Looking at the appearance of this treasure, there is really nothing special about it. Did he say anything else? It is impossible to simply give them a treasure. Impao nodded, and continued. He said, when the outside world is in danger, when the enemy is at the gates of the city, ready to annihilate us in one fell swoop. Everyone probably understood after hearing this. It was probably 3 days later. Xia Deity melted the treasure directly into his body, and hid it inside. He nodded very solemnly. I will do it. Then I'll leave it to you. Impao bowed deeply and said. At this time, the crystal dream deer Huan walked over slowly. His voice rang directly in everyone's mind. It was the kind of ethereal, toneless voice. Or it was just pure information. Zhuanlu. Who is Zhuanlu? Huan Dang was a new creature in the dream. Even though he seemed to be in a high position in the national high school. However, due to his new body shape, it was difficult for him to express the information he wanted to express in a way that humans could understand. He didn't know who was who, even though they had existed in his dreams for a long time. After all, he was a creature in the dream, and his growth and experience made it difficult for him to distinguish. But everyone could understand. Zhuanlu walked out directly, and stood in front of everyone. Huan tilted his head and looked at him. Then he spit out a key, which was simply made of clouds and mist. The key floated directly into Ingpao's hand. Ingpao nodded, and just inserted the key into the air, and then twisted it as if opening a door. A vortex appeared in the air. Then a mirror appeared. He could see that the person in the mirror was not himself. It is a small space. There is only a small round ball inside. This small round ball looks like jade but not jade. It doesn't look like a soft thing, but it looks a bit bouncy. Ingpao handed it to Zhuanlu. Eat it, that's what your majesty said. Zhuanlu took the soft and bouncy fist-sized thing, with a confused look. What is this? This is the result of my research, Your Majesty said. If you figure it out, you can eat it. Hearing this, Juanlu frowned and looked at the thing, and pinched it to feel the rebound. Then he could only close his eyes under the gaze of everyone, open his mouth, and swallow it in one breath. The moment he swallowed it, the sphere seemed to turn into gas, and poured into his mouth. No taste? Juanlu first tasted its taste. Very professional. Then he frowned and felt it. I don't seem to feel any strange changes. After eating it, he could feel that this thing might have some changes to his physique. Just like he could strengthen his physique by eating other things. Shadow Robe came over, and then something appeared in his hand again. This time, everyone could clearly see that it was a divine essence. Looking at the strange performance inside, it was obviously a divine essence of the scepter level. However, according to their understanding, Alka should not have a divine essence of the scepter level. It should only be of the Holy Grail level. Because until Alka sacrificed himself and turned into a crystal, there were still 2 people in their team who lacked a treasure of the scepter level. The scepter level treasures that Simon and Juanlu were missing were obtained by exchanging the Holy Grail level treasures they had left in recent years. It took some effort, and they owed some small favors. But everyone was happy to owe them favors, because each of them could be considered a reserve of gods. In addition, the existence of the Trial Tower made scepter-level treasures no longer as precious as before. There was a slight tendency for Holy Grail-level treasures to overflow. But although they were puzzled, they did not ask. Here, take it, and see if your magic can be integrated into it. Juanlu nodded and held the divinity in his hand. To be honest, except for feeling that the essence of the divinity was shaking a little, there seemed to be nothing special. As the magic poured into it, Juanlu finally found something wrong. His magic had something he had never had before. He said directly, "My magic has something that I didn't have before. It's a normal phenomenon caused by what you just ate." Hearing this, Juanlu nodded and felt relieved. He did not feel anything from the thing that suddenly appeared in the magic power, but it felt a kind of familiarity. Then he felt the shaking of the divine essence in his palm. But the unknown thing in his magic power tightly wrapped around the divine essence, and entered the divine essence along with his magic power. Obviously, this divine essence was not suitable for him. He could feel the rejection from his treasure. But at least as the magic power was integrated, it would not resist as before. "This divinity is not suitable for me," Wanluo said, as he handed the essence of divinity to Ing Pao. Even if it was suitable for him, he would not use it now. He must consider taking an additional essence of divinity after ascending to godhood. This is the only way to ensure that his first authority is pure enough. This is the feeling and experience given by Xia Deity and the others. You must know that Xia Deity and Lucilia now have more than the 6 treasures in their bodies. They all have more or less other suitable treasures. Especially Xia Deity. Pororo and other gods can clearly feel the gap between themselves and Xia Deity. They can also feel the gap between themselves and Lucilia, but not as much as Xia Deity. It's not for you to master, but to see if you can let your magic power flow into it, and whether you can make it stable. "What do you mean?" Xia Dai asked. This is obviously a big game played by Alka, and this should also be a part of Alka's sacrifice. Some things cannot be said or explained. If they are said and explained, they will spread. This is the voice of illusion that entered everyone's mind. Still a toneless voice. Like a message. Everyone silently closed their mouths and stopped asking. Obviously, Alka and his men did this kind of thing. Because even the Archbishop, they really believed that Alka had sacrificed. And Xia Deity and his men, until now and before coming to the dream, were in a half-guessing mentality. They just didn't want to believe that Alka had sacrificed. In addition, various details showed that Alka must have done it on purpose. But they didn't have enough information to be sure of it. Until now. Until Alka's crystal stone was broken. But until now, they couldn't know the whole picture. It seems that they can only know it after Alka is fully recovered. The most important thing now is also the most important thing entrusted by His Majesty. Shadow Robe waved his hand. And in the furnace tower below, the fire dragon in the center began to boil, and then a long string of transparent liquid like water flew up. It turned into a huge water ball, floating above everyone's head. "Save it." Hearing this, Matt Lisa understood. The bottle-like treasure controlled the water bottle, and put the liquid above into it completely. Then Ing Pao looked at Hulu and said, "Before the time comes, you must let all the participants above stage 6 eat one. This is the same as the one you just had. They are all my research results, and are also emphasized by His Majesty. Since it was said to Zhuanlu, the means he took were self-evident. Zhuanlu nodded. He did not ask why or how. Now you leave quickly, this country will be broken and hidden, until the moment of His Majesty's return. Hearing this, everyone nodded, and then disappeared from the spot. The moment they disappeared, the whole country was like a broken mirror, and it broke into pieces of mirrors. And then it became broken mirrors floating in the area where it was at this time. It was as if the broken forever disappeared in half. The damage of the dreamland was immediately reflected in reality. The crack leading to the abyss expanded again in an instant. All the demons could feel the surging breath of the abyss gushing out like a tide. The demons laughed wildly again. This means that victory is within reach. Countless demons are gathering. Under the strong pressure of each demon lord, try to maintain stability. Although there are still occasional fights between them. But that was only among the weak demon groups. And at this time, back to the real world, back to the people in Greyfar's office, looked at each other, and couldn't help talking. How can we get those people to eat it? We also have to explain the elements that will be contained in the magic power after eating it, Zhuanlu said with some distress. Xia Daidi said beside him, first of all, the people of the church will definitely support us, and our identity is enough to guarantee us. There is not enough time to explain the current situation. So I suggest to arrange a dinner for all the 6th stage and above immediately. Set the dinner 2 days later, that is. The day before the last day, when the demons are most likely to attack. Make sure that all the 6th stage personnel who participated in the battle can come to the dinner, or even make the banquet bigger, so that all the personnel who participated in the battle can have a full meal. In the process, let the 6th stage personnel eat what needs to be prepared for them. Hearing this opinion, the others also added, and made changes. They started to discuss like this. Sitting in the corner, looking at Greyfar outside the window with a blank expression. So they didn't see me? Uncle Greyfar, what do you think? Are you still asking for my opinion? What are you talking about? In return, Greyfar's confused eyes and puzzled face. If it's a banquet, I'm in favor of it, of course. It stands to reason that the church and the parliament will also have such an arrangement. This will boost our morale, and by the way, we can have the final discussion and leadership. Finally, he still gave his own opinion, although he didn't know what the people in front of him were talking about. Okay, then it's decided. Let's start preparing, Xia Daidi said, and made a decision. Everyone immediately dispersed and began to make arrangements. Those who had become gods also had to rearrange their original things, because they had to participate in the decisive battle 3 days later. In that case, every demon lord was an opponent they needed to deal with. This was why they became gods in these years. And don't think that they were the only ones who became gods in these years. The 4 gods made sufficient preparations. They ensured that every demon lord had a god to deal with. After all, the former gods had ascended to the outside of the world to protect the world. And the gods who could participate in this war were naturally only the new gods. Chapter 577 Resurrection. The final battle is approaching. 1 day left. The final banquet has begun. The demons outside the wall are waiting for the breath of the abyss, completely pushing away the breath of order. As the breath of the abyss invades the surroundings, they will be able to exert more powerful strength here, without being suppressed too much by other worlds. The demon army is gathering precisely. Never seen such a large number of chaotic demons. There are even some orderly formations. The eyes of the evil gods, who betrayed the world, have appeared in the sky. They have already stood in their respective viewing positions. They have chosen the best position to watch this battle that determines fate. The glory of the 4 gods has fallen on the new anti-magic fortress on the front line. Everyone feels the gaze of the 4 gods. They feel unprecedented glory. They are full of vigor. A huge wine bottle of treasure level floats above the banquet. This is an internal banquet. The area of the banquet spreads across the entire logistics direction. This is a war of all-out efforts. The banquet was the last meal for all the participants. And inside the fortress, hundreds of people were gathered here. The banquet members sitting on the round tables were all famous strong men in the world. Some of them had already become famous, and some had made a name for themselves in recent years. But there was no doubt that their strength was at or above the 6th stage. And they were all going to fight on the front line, fighting for the world. And the huge wine bottles floating above their heads began to pour one cup after another of liquid into their cups. The fascinating aroma of wine floated throughout the venue. As the master of the banquet, Zhuanlu stood silently on the city wall, looking at the banquet venue below. Those wines were naturally brewed and sublimated by him. And those liquid wines were added. The liquid in each cup can meet the standard of 1 portion. For church leaders stood in the main seat. They raised the wine glasses in their hands. They chanted prayers. And the light fell into the wine glasses of everyone present. Everyone could feel that this was a blessing from the four gods. More points of light poured in. Blessings from Xiaodai, from Lucilia, from the Flower Fairy, from the Holy Blade Saint, from all the gods. These blessings, one after another, were poured into the wine glasses, making each wine glass emit brilliant light. Everyone present looked at the liquid in the wine glasses, and they understood. This was a blessing for tomorrow's battle. All gods. Blessings from the gods. The four bishops raised their cups at the same time, reciting loudly, "Let us drink this cup of blessing from the gods, and we will win. We will win." The uniform roars came out, and then triggered the feast of the soldiers outside, and the message of victory spread throughout the fortress. Spread throughout the entire defense line. The wave of sound even reached the logistics troops in the rear city. Everyone took a gulp of the brilliant liquid into their mouths, feeling the strengthening of power, feeling that unknown power flowing into their magic. But there are too many attributes that strengthen their magic, and the most important magic introduced is not noticeable at all. Looking at this scene, Juanlu finally nodded with peace of mind. Everything is waiting. When the curtain of the sky was torn open again, the bright moon disappeared in the sky. The entire anti-magic wall was covered with various large and small city defense equipment. Layer after layer of huge magic shields. Stacked on the wall. On the wall, a formation that spread across the entire defense line was formed. There are countless soldiers waiting behind the city wall, ready to exchange with their comrades at any time. Hundreds of thousands of troops spread over the hundreds of kilometers of defense line. The phantoms of gods appeared in the sky one after another. They could not descend their entities to participate in this war, but their appearance would bring spiritual comfort to all the soldiers and give them more courage. A huge anti-magic fortress facing the enemy head-on. A beam of light like the moon descended from the sky. The beam of light fell on a formation of warriors wearing silver armor. These warriors wearing silver armor had very obvious moon elements on their armor. They were the Moon Knights from the most powerful new god, the newly added Temple of the Moon. In front of their formation, in the moonlight, Xiao Daidi's fully armed figure walked out. All the knights couldn't help but exert their energy to the maximum, looking up at the goddess in front of them. Xiao Daidi was wearing silver armor that shone with white light. He did not hold any weapons, and stood empty-handed in front of him. He looked into the distance. Under the sunlight, the sound of bells rang. The spreading gray fog appeared on the city wall, leaving a vacant area on purpose. This vacant area left on purpose made the soldiers around him turn their heads and pay attention. In the diffuse gray fog, it sounded like the rushing sound of a river. One land boat after another appeared on it. The figure standing on top made the soldiers stare with wide eyes and turn their heads to the side. Standing on top were the figures of the Grim Reaper, wearing gray robes and carrying huge sickles. What a fierce battle. Even the Grim Reaper was joining in. Everyone was both afraid and happy, because even the Grim Reaper was on their side. At this moment, right in front of them, a large number of demons began to appear in their field of vision, densely spreading across the entire boundary of their field of vision. These demons had hideous faces. The powerful momentum brought billowing black smoke, which almost covered the sky. One after another huge monsters appeared in their formation. One-eyed titan, molten giant, huge vicious dog. Countless monsters that were frightening to look at appeared in groups. The number of demons had never been so dense as it was now, so frightening. The number of those demons was several times, or even dozens of times more than theirs. When the soldiers on the wall, who were responsible for defense, saw such a scene, coupled with the suppression of the negative emotions that came to their faces, the momentum of the billowing black smoke, it inevitably affected their hearts, even though the shadows of the four gods stood behind them, even though the new god stood in front of them. A huge crystal dragon, floating above their heads. Or it could be said that this was a beautiful crystal dragon god, because Jason and Eurylius had merged into one. Despair is growing, and the soil of hope is being eroded. It's okay, hope will burst out, because the real power has not yet begun to appear. In the mind, Jason's consciousness was communicating with Eurylius's consciousness. As hope, they clearly felt the hearts of these soldiers. The demon formation was still approaching. As it got closer, the mental fluctuations of the human camp became stronger. If it weren't for the gods behind and the gods in front, some people would definitely be desperate and collapse and flee. But now they are still standing there with all kinds of help, until the demon formation stopped at a distance of only a few kilometers from the city wall. in this endless wilderness. It seems to be very close. For war. The demons have no strategy. Only a blatant surprise attack. Even if it costs 10 times. One after another. Powerful figures appeared in the center of the two camps. It was the 8-headed demon lord. Feeling the absence of the abyss around here. Ah. It's like returning home. Silence floated in the air, saying with an intoxicated expression. Because their strength can basically exert 70 to 80% of that in the abyss. Even if they were 70 or 80. They could already raise their strength to the level of gods. The auras emitted by the 8 powerful demon lords in front of them were all like gods. The wild aura followed the words of Salanster, and the violent wall pushed forward to suppress it. Xia Deity and others immediately began to resist. In addition to them, there were also candidates for the gods raised by various churches during this period. The Holy Mother Camp was the Holy Blade Saint they were familiar with. The sacrifice of that powerful mortal bought you 10 years of respite. I admire him very much. Now you have no respite. It is time to face the swallowing of the abyss. This completely preserved world will be swallowed by the abyss. Give up resistance and embrace the abyss. You will all become powerful beings like me. Of course, you can also resist as much as you want. This is what we are very happy to see. Only in this way can we slaughter you wantonly. Only in this way can we extract your souls. Make delicious delicacies. And make coins for transactions. You must persevere. Silence was roaring there. And various demons were also chanting around. Their language was mixed with the surrounding abyss atmosphere, constantly disturbing everyone's emotions and spirits. It seemed that they wanted to break down their mental defenses before the fight began. Coupled with a huge demon team behind them, which had no end in sight. It seemed. It was really invincible. It's time. Suddenly, Alka's voice appeared in Xia Dai's ears. Xia Dai, who was waiting in a serious state, suddenly widened his eyes. Then, it seemed that he understood something. Without hesitation, she slowly floated up, emitting brilliant light. The pure light was like the moon, resisting the demon's emotions, cooling down all the panic. The demons such as Silence just watched this scene. They were not stupid enough to rely on a few powerful demon lords to attack the human formation in front of them. They just came to interfere, to wear down the hearts of these humans. This was a trick they always liked to use, and it was very useful. Regarding Xia Dai's action, they stepped back slightly and watched quietly. They seemed to want to see what tricks the human in front of them could use. Xia Dai raised her hands slowly, like holding the moon. In her hands appeared a holy grail-level treasure. Magical power surged out of the treasure. Quick! Stop him! The shadow-like demon who studied dreams the most shouted loudly. At this moment, many questions came up. There are always demons who find problems. He is one of them, so anxious that he even speaks in an incomprehensible demon language. After hearing this, Farrell and Salanster rushed out immediately. Boom! A thunderclap sounded. A bolt of lightning struck directly. Then the figure of Paro appeared in the air, and even wings, like a giant dragon, appeared behind him. The electric light all over his body made him collide with Salanster directly. Lucilia, who was sitting on the canoe, also turned into mist like a soul. A ball of dark green gas directly hit Farrell in front of him, and a sickle appeared in the soul and slashed down. The top fighting forces collided with each other. Obviously, they couldn't stop Xia Dai's actions. The treasure was broken and disappeared with the influx of magic power. Xia Dai slowly fell down, floated in the air, looked at the demons in front of him. The shadow-like demon said, "It's too late." The demon next to him asked, "What's going on? Is there any problem?" They were making the final attack with the confidence of winning. What problems could there be at this time? The known unstoppable Sauron and Fowler also returned to the demon team. I don't know, I just felt a fatal abnormality and a dangerous touch at that moment just now. The treasure triggered something, and that existence spread throughout the world, even in our bodies, and we have never discovered it. What? What do you mean? The demons were puzzled. No one understood. But the serious problem is that they also have this thing in their bodies. But until that moment just now, they didn't feel anything except this shadow-like demon. Only Xia Dai and his men smiled, because they heard Alka's voice. Demons, are you happy? It seems that the world has been held in your hands. Across the battlefield, Alka's voice suddenly rang out. His voice was ethereal, as if it was right beside everyone's ears, as if it was everywhere. 10 years ago, you and the gods set up a big net to capture me, to kill me completely. It seems that as long as I die, you can remove a huge obstacle, as if the road ahead is unobstructed? Things seem to be true, But is it really so? Countless points of light gathered. As the light spots gathered more and more, a figure appeared in the air. It appeared where the treasure disappeared. Then the light and shadow dissipated. Alka appeared in the air. After appearing, he took a deep breath of air. It feels so good to breathe, but it is mixed with the stench of the abyss. Alka? Alka. Are you still alive? Sia Dai. Did you resurrect him? Various exclamations came from below, from the mouths of countless people who knew Alka. This exclamation even came from the leaders of the Four Gods Church, because even they were surprised by this. Lucilia and Xiaodai rushed over and hugged Alka tightly. Alka couldn't help but smile. He hugged them, and then whispered in their ears. There are countless eyes here, pay attention to your image. The two let him go. But before letting go, they also left words in Alka's ears. Later, explain it carefully. Lucilia's voice was gentle. No matter how you explain, I will teach you a lesson. Wait for me. Xiaodai's voice was very angry. Lucilia was fine. Xiaodai's threat made Alka's neck feel a little cold. After all, as soon as he appeared, he felt that Xiaodai's strength was a bit exaggerated. He was much stronger than him. What happened? You resurrected. And then what? The breath of the abyss has overwhelmed us, Farrell said. Then he asked in confusion, you should be dead. Even the abyss has confirmed your death. He didn't understand. His goal? His mission is to kill Alka. Then he did complete the abyss. And even half of the reward was given to him. This represents the abyss. And Alka's death has been confirmed. Of course, I will die. And it must be a complete death that deceives the abyss. This is certainly not easy. Time goes back. Let the perspective silently shift to the past. More than a decade ago, Alka has just returned to the world Scar. The day he met the gods. Chapter 578. This is the plan. Alka, the main purpose of our meeting with you this time is to discuss a plan with you. A very, very important plan. The Virgin Mary looked at Alka and said. Alka nodded seriously when he heard this, and even the other gods beside him, their faces became serious. You have obtained the source of the attribute of stealing, and have the most original stealing divinity. And your other divine essences can create a perfect enough space and extension for your stealing. Have you thought about your own path to godhood? The Virgin Mary asked Alka. Alka shook his head. I just got this stolen divinity, and I haven't even mastered it completely. The path to godhood seems to be too far away from me. The path to godhood is the process of mastering divinity, but he doesn't just master divinity. The first half is to master divinity, and the second half will be to integrate divinity, and turn it into your own authority. Everyone has different combinations of divinity, and the authority they master will also be different, because you don't know where the divinity will be combined in strange places. At this time, the mother suddenly changed the subject and asked, do you want to hear our brief experience? Alka nodded. Since the four gods are willing to tell it in person, he is of course willing to listen. And he is also very interested. A long time ago in the Golden Age, because our actions angered the world, the Mother of the World took back our power, gave us the power to protect ourselves, and fell us all into mortals. Let us take back the divinity that we originally possessed on earth. In the process of taking back the divinity, let us listen to our own body and mind, find our own essence, and know what we should do. Know why we are the children of the world, and what we should do for this world. Instead of just living simply as before, and destroying the world recklessly. We started to move forward. But the catastrophe of all gods also left hidden dangers, and the hidden dangers are naturally those you know. My younger brother was one of them. Speaking of which, it was me and him who helped him get the stolen divinity. But it was obvious that this divinity was not suitable for him, and it stayed with him. The Virgin Mary suddenly smiled while saying this. Then she continued later. We went our separate ways and fought each other. Because of their meanness, we lost in the end. And my mother was willing to face death. She was heartbroken by her children's betrayal, and comforted by their children's protection. Some gods who were originally in the same camp with us also seemed to understand, and they went their separate ways after the world was destroyed, just like birds will eventually fly alone. Just then, the Virgin Mary said with a serious expression, but we are different. We not only heard the painful voice of my mother after the destruction, we also heard the sad prayers from the believers on those fragments. We regained our spirits and began to collect and piece together in an attempt to repair the world. This process was long and torturous, and we experienced a lot and lost a lot, until there were only 4 of us left, until we finished piecing together the world, until the power of the sea god and I reached the highest level. We finally had the confidence to announce our return. But we know that the world is not so easy to repair. And we have no experience. So I began to comprehend it myself. To build a new authority. Foreknowledge or revelation. Hearing this, Alka nodded. He knew this thing. From then on, I kept building this new authority. It gave me many revelations. Some useful and some useless. I gradually found the pattern and knew that there was a revelation that allowed the world I could control to move in a certain direction. This might be helpful. Until I took over your soul from my mother. You also gave me a revelation. You seemed to be an opportunity. But it was just an opportunity. I have seen too many opportunities. And I have had too many opportunities. But opportunities are just opportunities. So I let you grow freely. Only giving you the most basic protection. Letting you sail freely. Exploring the world. Until another revelation appeared in you. When you were immersed in the ocean of sorrow for the first time. The revelation was no longer an opportunity. But a possibility. The third revelation came when you completely mastered all the treasures except the crown-level treasure. This revelation made me realize that there was a corner missing from your possibility. Because a crown-level treasure that might be suitable for you was not in your mother's body. Alka understood this. And it should be about stealing. He himself also noticed through his eyes that the divinity of the crown level that suited him at that time was all in the world. If there had been no theft at that time, there would have just been one missing. The theft at that time must have been on the body of the newborn god. And the newborn god had long gone. In other words, the Holy Mother hoped that she had a perfect choice. I received a lot of revelations, including the arrival of those betrayers. So I contacted my brother again. I know his pride. And he still owes his mother. Even if he is extremely proud. He knows it in his heart. His pride made him have to repay his debt to his mother, so he came. Hearing this, Alka couldn't help asking, so this crown-level treasure is equivalent to what you gave me? The Virgin Mary looked at him and suddenly smiled and shook her head, said, No, you did it yourself. I just gave a possibility, because I let him come back. But I can't control him, and he is very disdainful to see me as his sister. Revelation is just revelation. You defeated him with your own ability, and obtained the treasure that might be suitable for you. Hearing this, Alka couldn't help asking, What about my strange friend? He was talking about the strange man who brought them a possible way to repair the world. As for him, I didn't see his revelation, because I can't see it, after all. He exists as much as I do. As I said before, he really came to you on his own, when I didn't expect it at all. This is also the opportunity and possibility you bring. Isn't it? Although the Virgin Mary's words were ambiguous and mysterious, Alka probably understood it. After all, revelation, prophecy, are probably this type of thing. The prediction of the future that he saw with his eyes is only this possibility. It is similar to making a predictive judgment through some invisible traces and information. You can use it as a reference, but you cannot take it as a criterion. And when you gather all the treasures, your possibility becomes an achievable end. The rift in the abyss, the biggest wound on the mother's body, is not so easy to solve. Various external restrictions make it impossible for us to repair the wound ourselves. But you now have enough ability. At this time, the wise man said in a calm and slightly old voice, So we made a complete prediction based on your ability and the current situation, and also made a possibility based on what can be done. In this way, I perfected and collected in secret, and got a plan. Although I couldn't repair the world once and for all, I could repair the scars that hurt my mother and let her regain her consciousness. At least it could reduce the tendency of self-destruction in her consciousness. The current situation and such a long time and energy also made her make some changes. After my mother regained consciousness, it became less difficult to perfect and repair the world. The Virgin Mary also said, I saw many revelations in this opportunity, and the chance of success is very high. But I can't see what the deeper revelation is. But this is undoubtedly a rare and real opportunity. We can only assist from the side. And you are the main implementer. Hearing this, Alka probably understood. It is obvious that he is to lead the completion of a task that the gods cannot complete. The gods provide full help from the outside. And this task is likely to bring them a huge advantage, and even awaken the world's consciousness from its slumber. Because this mission can obviously repair the biggest and widest wound. This wound has always been the most painful and difficult to heal. And the damn devouring mouth blew it open wider, making the wound deeper, and even contaminated with viruses and rotten flesh. If there is no such thing, maybe the consciousness of the world thousands of years ago may be revived. And it is hard to say that there is no God's help in this. After all, why did this dead demon, who was left with only a remnant soul, wake up again at the most critical juncture? The awakening was so coincidental, and the awakening position was so precise. And this demon was once killed by the traitorous gods. The four gods suspected that the god of war and his group of despicable villains had done something. This mission must be extremely secret, and no one can be told. Can't Xiaodai mention them? Alka asked. The Virgin shook her head. Some things will be known if they are spoken out. That is to say, we can give them a message, let them guess, let them have hope, and not be too desperate. But don't let them get a definite answer. The Virgin nodded. That's what she meant. So what's the plan? Then the four gods began to tell Alka about the plan he needed to fulfill. The original version 1 plan was to let Alka in a hidden form, in a nearly dead form, using his authority combined with the authority of the world given to him by the Virgin and others, carry out a large-scale theft of the scars of the entire world. The four gods are not eternal, but just guarding the outside world in the sky. They have been committed to studying the authority of the world, the repair of the world and those damned demons. In simple terms, it is to slowly arrange it like a sacrifice, and gradually steal the chaos of the scar of the whole world in an instant. Then, taking advantage of this opportunity, the four gods will lead their church troops to counterattack and push the demons back. At this time, even if there are many demons, their strength will be greatly reduced, and half of them are just luck. This was the strategy initially set at that time. The focus is on Alka himself and the trial towers that have been collected. But as Alka became more and more proficient in his abilities, and later in his research on the scars of the world, and the research records on the scars of the world, the authority and the devil given to him by the four gods, he seemed to have discovered more abilities that were in line with his own. After all, he was the one who controlled the divine nature of stealing. The four gods, together with Alka's own hidden authority, made it difficult for others to know the extent of Alka's abilities. The sample based on the four gods' plan was the authority of stealing that they once knew about in the Golden Age. Not at the level of authority. His courage grew. He had a deeper discussion with the four gods, and improved the plan more covertly. After a series of discussions and improvements, and after Alka finally mastered the ability and merged it into authority, the final plan took shape. Alka died. He turned into a kind of soul light point that merged into the air. These scattered souls, each of them has the power of stealing attached to them, and are protected by the authority of the world and the four gods. At the moment of his death, he would steal certain elements from the air, and replace them with fragments of his soul and body. In addition to his hidden authority, even the Abyss would not be able to detect it, because the Abyss also invaded this world. He needed to integrate into this world, so that he could devour this world at the last moment. This was the mechanism of the demon's invasion, and he would naturally be affected by the authority of the world and this hidden ability. If it was outside the world, it would definitely not work. This performance seems to be that he has suppressed the chaos in the entire environment with his own sacrifice. In fact, it is not the case. He is using this kind of subtle and silent way to integrate his rules into the bodies of every demon. Mainly those demons with strong strength are integrated. But these demons are powerful, and it is easy to find problems when they are close to gods. So they need to invade quietly. So this is a slow theft in units of 10 years. In addition, these demons, who stay in this world for longer and longer, gradually overlap with this chaotic world. The world authority granted by the Virgin Mary, plus Alka's own identity, the use of the world authority. It allows him to slowly integrate into it with this form, and his own abilities. This source comes from Alka's previous successful research on stealing the devil's divinity. This plan has another upgrade. That is to steal the divinity of these devils, and integrate it into the world, to repair the defects of the world. This may make it easier to repair the gaps in the world, making the consciousness of the world stronger, enough to wake up. But at the moment when the big net was about to be woven, Alka had not yet completed the research, but gave a route. The focus of the research fell on Shadow Robe. As long as the research was carried out normally according to the route, there should be no problem. Therefore, only after Alka woke up, would we know whether the upgraded version would be successful. And this time, the surprise came from the fact that those damn evil gods participated in the process of setting traps for Alka together with the demons. This caused the special things that Alka dispersed to be dispersed and integrated into the bodies of those gods. Because they set traps for Alka at that time, they had to let some of themselves invade this world. The Virgin Mary and the others only resisted on the surface. in order to make the play more realistic. They even provoked some foreign gods, who were already eyeing their world. This unexpected surprise, which was arranged by many parties, was also successful. Now is the time to implement the last step of the plan. Alka took a deep breath. Unexpectedly, Salent said in front, "The breath of the abyss has already permeated, and order is no longer able to resist. Accept the inevitable death anyway, and this wide wall will become your final grave." Alka looked at him, and suddenly smiled. "I have paid so much, and even let my soul really fall into death. Do you think I am doing this to defend this wall? No. What I want is to destroy the passage to the abyss once and for all, and I want you to pay the price for invading the world for thousands of years. I will keep you in this world forever, and make you the first gift and sacrifice for the awakening of the world." Alka's last voice spread throughout the scar of the world, and fell into the ears of everyone. After the voice fell, Alka suddenly raised his hands. He pulled violently. All demons felt it. All high-level demons and powerful demons above felt it. The existence from the abyss in their bodies was being stripped away. Their bodies, their souls were being fixed in this world. Their original bond with the abyss was being stolen. That would be the main link that would allow them to return to the abyss when they finally died. And now this guaranteed link was quietly taken away. Do you feel it? Now, you only have one life. It's not over yet. Without waiting for the demons to speak, Alka's figure disappeared instantly. Among the 8 demon lords in front, one of them suddenly widened his eyes. He was the weakest one. Or he was the weakest one in spirit. Reckless and violent was his synonym. He is the only one among the 8 demon lords who is truly brainless. This demon is 7 or 8 meters tall. With a violent body, he has not even had time to show his power to humans. Alka has already pierced his chest with his hand. The demon cannot even move. Because this demon is the best target for Alka to erode instinctively when he is aimlessly divided into soul fragments. He is simply restrained by Alka naturally. Alka's scattered fragments are almost instinctively, unconsciously eroding him, stealing the control in his body. As Alka hooked his finger, he flew towards Alka uncontrollably. Kval? Kval? However, there was no response. The demon came directly in front of Alka. aka reached out and directly poured it into his body. Then he took out an object fiercely. It was a red crystal with a strange color. The essence of the crown-level divinity. "You are crazy!" Salence widened his eyes and shouted at Alka. Farrell was also shocked. He probably knew why the abyss wanted this human to die. The demon lord who saw the scene instantly disappeared from the spot and appeared in the demon group behind. The anger of the abyss began to surge with the breath. Those demons almost instinctively began to charge forward and attack. Looking at the figures of the demon army coming, Alka held the crown-level divine essence that he had just snatched in his hand and laughed. He was going to start his final pre-war speech. Chapter 579 Counterattack. Everyone, did you see that? Now all of you have the opportunity to take treasures from these demons. Whatever you grab belongs to you. Now, it's time to hunt, Alka said, holding the gem high, and then threw the gem to Juanlu. Brother, it suits you, you can master it, right? Juanlu smiled while holding it. He ate it without hesitation in front of everyone. Then his whole body began to undergo powerful changes, and he exerted his strength to the extreme. The first one rushed out. Let those demons pay the price. Oh. Charge. Kill those demons, for the Virgin Mary. For the world. An impassioned roar came. Everyone seemed to be injected with chicken blood, and those demons became prey in their eyes. That was the temptation of treasure. The walking treasures were in front of them. As long as they fought hard, they could get them. It could also end the eternal war that had lasted for decades. The anti-demon war lasted for thousands of years. Hatred will be perfectly released at this moment. Even the bishops could not help but have red eyes. They saw clearly that Alka grabbed a crown-level divine essence from the demon's body. And the demon was not completely dead yet. There was more than one divinity in its body. So what about the others? What about the bodies of other demons? There is no force that does not lack crown-level treasures, and there is no force that thinks that a crown-level treasure is not worth fighting for. In the past, in order to compete for treasures of this level, forces fought each other, and it was very normal until one side was destroyed. The reason why they have not become gods yet, isn't it because they don't have the right one? The right crown, the right scepter. Now the right one is right in front of them. The road to godhood is right under their feet. The time to fight desperately. It's here. Alka looked up at Jason in the sky. Do you feel it? Brother? Surging hope, it's your turn. The reason why he killed him directly on the spot is that he was not afraid that these demons would escape. And in front of everyone, he used his voice to reflect what he did at that time in everyone's eyes. Isn't it to make everyone feel hopeful? Ha ha ha, good. The surging hope, from the moment Alka was resurrected, has been growing continuously. At this time, it has almost reached its peak. And Jason, who belongs to hope, has a strong power, which is about to break through his body. The crystal dragon god rushed to the sky in an instant. The surging hope turned into a beam of light that rushed straight into the sky, and even rushed out of the world. Roar! A deafening dragon roar. It almost spread throughout the world. It even spread to the star realm. That was the final contract. It came from the savior dragon of the Crystal Dragon clan. In the star realm, this dragon roar carried a special message to the entire star realm, and through a special channel it flowed into the ears of all those who had signed the contract. Above the sky of the battlefield, as the beam of hope penetrated the world, as the crystal dragon roar spread throughout the star realm, circles and circles of circular portals appeared in the sky. The four gods did not seem to block these portals. They did not come by their own strength, but followed the portal opened by the light of hope. Roar! Roar! The earth-shaking dragon roar came from the sky. Dragons of various colors flew out of the cave one after another. Some of them were wearing scales that looked like various metals, with mighty bodies and huge pressure. Some were wearing scales of various colors. Savior Dragon, we follow the ancient contract, and come in accordance with hope. It's these damn demons. These annoying bugs are everywhere. Although most people could not understand what these dragons were saying, they could feel that these dragons seemed to come in accordance with the roar of the Savior Dragon in the sky. Then these dragons fell like missiles, rushing into the demon camp. Artillery bombardment, various elemental attacks fell like raindrops. War was about to break out. Child, why not ascend now? The voice of the Virgin Mary reached Alka's ears. Hearing this, Alka was suspended in the air. He certainly knew that now was the best time to ascend. No matter what he thought, or what he needed at this moment, he needed to ascend to the throne of God. You are right. After saying that, Alka closed his eyes. The figure gradually became illusory. There were even disturbances around him that seemed like those in a dream. In the eyes of many people, he seemed to have disappeared. When he appeared again, he had become a god. The whole process seemed to be nothing special, even hidden in the hidden shadows. Alka also seemed to have not changed at all. But in fact, he had changed a lot. The kingdom appear. Wait until he finished speaking. The mirror fragments that originally floated in the entire dream world began to fit together, and then merged into a complete huge mirror, and the entire kingdom reappeared in the dream. One after another, teleportation mirrors leading to various places in the dream appeared throughout the country. And a large number of mist-like creatures rushed in. They were originally the people of this country. It seemed that it was arranged in advance. One after another, dream creatures emerged and began to operate the entire country. What followed was the improvement of the order of the entire real world. I seem to be able to do more. Suddenly Alka smiled. And then his eyes looked up without hesitation at the phantoms of the gods in the sky who betrayed this world. His eyes glowed with golden light, staring straight at them. A strange breath followed his eyes, spreading without hesitation towards the rebellious gods, who were interfering with the four gods. This breath aroused something in their bodies, shocking the rebellious gods. They felt the divinity in their bodies loosen up. The moment this loosening occurred, all of them disappeared one by one. Seeing the disappeared gods, Alka smiled. As these rebellious gods disappeared, the power of the four gods began to manifest in the world in a greater way. Respect the power of our gods. A powerful voice spread. Under a beam of light in the sky, an ordinary-looking female figure flew out, and wings made of golden light spread out behind her. She wore golden armor with wheat ears, and held a flaming sword. She rushed into the demon's enemies in an instant, and all the demons she met were immediately burned to ashes in the golden flames. Maniacs? Alka recognized this woman, a former agent. Afterwards, the agents of each god appeared at the sky seat. The gray-robed wise man from the Holy Machine Church, who had met him once, also appeared. As expected, these agents are now almost equivalent to gods. They can be regarded as the subordinate gods of the four gods. As reinforcements arrived one after another, as the power of the four gods became more and more manifest, the momentum of the human side became more and more brilliant. Hope condensed into a sky-wide glow. Crystal Dragon Beast, with a huge body, emitting a clean light, it crashed directly into the demon camp. From around him, layer after layer of crystals spread out to the surroundings. As the crystals spread, a crystal lotus appeared in the center. Shattered. Mixed with the frozen corpses of demons, it continued to spread around. These crystals even aggregated to form a huge crystal beast that could reach the sky, and began to wreak havoc in the demon camp. The obsidian hall in the crater. 7 demon lords, who escaped from the front line, gathered here. What should we do now? I can no longer feel the breath of the abyss. If the gift from the abyss in our bodies is taken away. He didn't dare to say anything more. The abyss is also chaotic and irritable. With such a great failure, they will definitely be crushed and become the bottom of the abyss. Salence frowned. The furious breath kept gathering on his body, and he looked more and more like a demon. We have no way out. Now, either victory or eternal death. After saying this, he grabbed the floating sawtooth sword blade beside him with one hand, spread his wide demon wings, broke through the obsidian wall in an instant, and flew directly to the distance. Looking at this scene, Valor seemed to be very clear. Victory, or eternal liberation, neither is bad. He suddenly smiled and followed behind, soaring into the sky. Following him was the dark shadow beside him. The other demons watched this scene and followed him in anger. Now they had no choice but to fight. This was their last chance. In the demon group, a disaster was raging like a storm and lightning. In the center of the disaster, Pororo was fighting violently. A huge axe with lava fell from the sky and hit him like a stream of light. Come on. The last fight. The huge demon fell in front of the axe like a meteorite. In the smoke and dust, a huge arm stretched out and grabbed the axe handle. Before he could see his appearance, he heard his violent voice. As the smoke and dust cleared, the demon who had fought with Poro with his clone and was finally killed by Poro appeared in front of him. The demon's orange-yellow eyes turned blood red. The demon's horns, which had already stretched out, were still extending and branching backwards. His muscles were bulging all over his body, and blood-red lines were spreading on his body. The bone spurs on his back were even deforming. Poro could feel it. The opponent's momentum was rising steadily, and he was fighting desperately. Come on! He roared. With the ground shaking, the wind and lightning raged. Poro rushed over like a moving disaster. Serenster rushed over first at the fastest speed, and was immediately spotted by Xiaodaidi. The anger that came from the sky hit the demon with a kick that was almost completely imperceptible, like teleportation. Like a football that was kicked, the most powerful demon lord plunged into the ground below. Seeing this demon, Xiaodaidi's anger could not be stopped at all. It's you. I remember you. Salence stared at Xiaodaidi and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, saying with a smile. He remembered the way Xiaodaidi tried desperately to smash through the cage when he executed Alka. Farrell, who followed him closely, was also intercepted by a cloud of mist that looked like a soul. The sickle that slashed down from the mist without hesitation instantly cut a wound on his body. It seemed to have hit his soul, causing Farrell to frown. The sudden pain made him scream. It's you. Damn it. Just ascended to godhood. Alka, who came late, looked at the fight between Xiaodaidi and Lucilia, and couldn't help wanting to say something. For example, let one of them be given to him. But looking at Xiaodaidi's furious look, and Lucilia's same attitude, he silently closed his mouth. It's better not to offend him at this time. In Alka's eyes, the two should be able to win. Why is he so strong after 10 years? The figure disappeared instantly. Then he appeared in front of a black shadow. You don't look like a demon at all. What are you? Arka's voice suddenly appeared. The black shadow didn't seem surprised, but stayed where it was. The black shadow wrapped around its body, was swaying like a flame. Arka. Right? Your ability is very strange, and your existence is also very strange. The abyss breath on this demon is almost unstoppable. Although the appearance has nothing to do with the demon. But demons are chaotic. This demon, however, has hardly shown the same recklessness and anger as other demons. You are also a very unique type among the demons, Alka said. Hearing this, the demon thought for a moment and said, so the dust that you turned into after your death, which scarred the entire world, still has its own consciousness, and can still remember? There was even a hint of curiosity in his voice. No. At that time, I was carrying out my affairs based on instinct, based on the last order before my death. But after I was resurrected, these instinctive experiences, what I saw and heard, will become memories in my mind. Hearing this, the demon seemed to understand this state, and nodded in sudden enlightenment. Although I don't know how you managed to turn yourself into dust that spread throughout the space, and still be able to gather again and survive. But I have to say that this is a very powerful strategy, and also a very powerful skill. It's very powerful. Even when I faced your erosion, I didn't notice it at all. I used to be like you, also a savior who wanted to save the world when the demons invaded the world. It's just that I failed. And I became a demon. But being a demon is not bad. I will not surrender. Come on. Let me see your skills. The black shadow said and rushed towards Alka. And the moment it turned around, it turned into black particles all around. Alka's figure immediately disappeared and appeared in the distance. And then he grabbed it casually. The black particles in the sky gathered into a ball in an instant. When it was about to be completely imprisoned, the particles flowed out through a gap and gathered into the shape of a demon again. Stealing? Your influence on me is still lingering in my body. It seems I can't escape death. Alka has been integrated into the air for the past 10 years, corroding almost all demons, and these powerful demons are the targets of special attention. The demon that is most difficult to resist the corrosion and is the most seriously corroded, at the time of Alka's resurrection, directly became his puppet. Although these demons in front of him have various resistances, which prevented them from becoming puppets, they are more or less influenced by Alka in their bodies. In the current situation where there is no chance to clear it, facing Alka, it is almost a natural disadvantage. Alka nodded, and suddenly stretched out his hand to grab. I can't feel the surroundings anymore. You stole my perception of the surroundings? Suddenly, as Alka slowly stole things from him, the black shadow suddenly froze in place. The black shadow on his body dissipated, revealing a humanoid demon with gray-white skin. You stole the influence and mark from the abyss on me? Can such things be stolen? It shouldn't be, unless you are stronger than the abyss, but you are far from it. Think about the process of the abyss invading the world. I see, but this state is really good, thank you. The abyss is really a terrifying thing. The gray-skinned demon opened his completely black eyes and murmured. The body was almost defenseless, already waiting for death. Alka appeared behind him, stole several shining divine essences from his body. He stole all the divine essences at once. The demon in front of him also smiled, and turned into a soul-like object on the ground, disappearing under the strong wind of the battlefield. Facing Alka now. These demons are completely at a disadvantage. As long as Alka wants, they won't even have much power to fight back. Unless they are given some time, they can eliminate the influence of Alka on them in their bodies. Failure is already inevitable. Chapter 580 Victory and Choice. On the battlefield, the advantage of the human side is getting bigger and bigger. The demons are almost out of breath. Each demon lord is stopped by the corresponding new god. There are also subordinate gods. The demons have completely fallen into disadvantage. The breath of chaos is still being pushed, and the strength of the demons is still declining. The phantoms of the four gods have disappeared on the battlefield. Their figures came to the back, around the huge crack leading to the abyss in the demon camp. Just a few minutes ago, this rift was still swallowing more demons for the frontline attack. But now, this rift seemed to be blocked by something, and it was difficult for a demon to emerge from it. The four gods were using their power to enter the inner world to block the entrance to the abyss. Although it couldn't last long. But it was enough to last until the human side's fighting power completely killed and cleaned up the demons. A demon's orange-yellow eye floated in front of Alka. Following Alka, he saw the demons that had laughed at him being killed one by one, and the divinities in their bodies being stolen one by one. Some divinities were even mastered on the spot by the warriors who successfully killed them. Suddenly, in the sky, the moon, like a mirror, appeared in the daylight. The moment it appeared, it shrank as if it fell. Now die! Bang! A deafening sound. A huge circular ripple appeared obliquely in the entire sky. The huge force caused a demon to be smashed into the ground almost as if it was teleported. The strong force caused the entire ground to sag and form a huge circular pit that spread out for about 1 kilometer, like a meteorite falling. And in the center was a deep pit. The entire ground began to vibrate violently. A large amount of smoke and dust floated in the sky. Countless demons died under the vibration of this violent force. The attacking humans could not help but stop and stabilize their bodies first. The star moon Valkyrie floated in the sky. The powerful force came from her. The crystal dragon beast, watching this scene from a distance, couldn't help but stretch out its claws and touch its neck. The huge dragon eyes looked at Alka, who was shocked and staring at this scene not far away, with a trace of pity. This power, it's too outrageous. This power is gathered, all poured into the demon's body. But even the aftermath that was emitted had such a huge impact on the surroundings. The smoke and dust dissipated. Ziadide teleported in front of Salinster. At this time, Salinster was almost dead. He stared with his eyes wide open, as if he wanted to say something. But Ziadide didn't want to pay any attention to him. He pulled out the demon sword blade stuck in the ground from the side. The blade was bent and broken, and it was almost scrapped. He picked up the sword and directly chopped off the demon's head. Then he kicked it hard. Like shooting a football. He shot the demon's head into the sky. Like a meteor. It disappeared. The body dissipated. Only a few divine essences were left floating in the air. It seemed that only now, after the torture was completely dead, Ziadide's anger was relieved. He took a few deep breaths. On the other side, Thal's body was pale and colorless, lying on the ground lifeless, like a plaster statue. His soul had long been torn into pieces and dissipated. The divinity in the body was also torn into pieces and pulled out along with the soul. All he could see was Lucilia's back as she left. The demon's pupils beside Alka were shaking crazily. Now you've seen the fate of these demons who laughed at you, and you should die too, Alka said as he grabbed his eyes and crushed them. Until the last moment, the demon's pupils were shaking crazily. Alka certainly knew what he wanted to do. He wanted to speak. He wanted to be able to vent his desire for ridicule. But how could Alka do what he wanted? He would suffocate him until his death. The war is still going on. The number of demons is almost endless. The further they advance, the crazier the demons become. These demons have almost completely lost their minds, leaving only a desire for killing and a desire to destroy. The chaotic emotions are almost disturbing the sky. This is the last order given to these demons by the Abyss after knowing the problem here. Obviously, the Abyss has known the failure of this invasion, and wants to use these demons who cannot leave, to cause the final destruction to this world. As the demons died, the chaotic emotions became more and more. This forced Alka and others to deal with the remnants of chaos in the sky. The four gods were responsible for stabilizing and blocking the cracks leading to the Abyss. The new gods were responsible for cleaning up the remnants of chaos, so as not to gather too much and cause more disasters. The war below also began to fall into a relatively long cleanup war. The corpses of the demons and the blood left behind, which was like magma, almost evaporated the entire earth. This demon territory was like entering a molten fire. The killing lasted for 7 days. As a soldier swung his sword and chopped off the last demon's head, as far as the eye could see, there was no demon standing upright. All the demons turned into corpses on the ground. These demons did not escape at all. Until the last moment. They fought madly under the influence of the Abyss. In front of them, it was a crack in the world. It was a crack leading to the Abyss, the dark abyss, as if it was the eyes of darkness staring at them. We won. Victory. Oh. Go home. You can go home now. All kinds of roars of surprise shouted out from the throats of these warriors. The joyful mood almost spread over the entire tragic land of demons. A lot was lost in this battle. The demons were almost wiped out. But the human casualties are even more shocking. The blood of demons and humans is intertwined and flowing on the land. 10,000 years have passed. I didn't expect that the mortals who once lived have become such brave warriors. An ancient dragon who came to help in accordance with the ancient contract said while sitting on the ground. I don't know what these mortals were like in the past. That's something only my grandfather and his friends know. But these humans are indeed brave warriors, that's right. The ancient contract is completed. We have fulfilled the ideals of our fathers, relieved their pain, and should let their souls rest in peace. The contract ends, farewell. A huge dragon said, and his figure disappeared like a point of light. They came here through the contract of the crystal dragon and the pillar of hope. With the victory, the hope in the sky is no longer needed. After completing the contract, they should return to their homeland. Although this place was their real homeland. As the dragon disappeared, dragons nodded in greeting. The group of volunteers, who came here for the sake of fame, began to disappear. However, there were also many dragons who were curious about this world. The world where their parents lived. And their hometown. They seemed to be preparing to stay. Alka and the others gathered together after a long time. Jason came over and hugged Alka. It's a little late, but I have to say welcome back. Haha. Thank you. I didn't expect you to be a god before me. Hearing this, Jason smiled. I have to talk to you about this. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but smile. At this time, everyone has obtained complete divinity. Alka looked at Matlisa. Didn't you find a suitable crown? Matlisa shook her head helplessly, spread out her 4 hands, and said helplessly, they are demons after all. You can't expect these demons to have any divinity suitable for me. Hearing this, Alka could only nod helplessly. Okay. But it doesn't matter. You can exchange it later. Same reason. But before that, I have one last important thing to do, Alka said, and slowly came to the side of the abyss rift. The 4 gods still stood around the rift from the 4 corners. Alka and the others came over. Xia Deity and others bowed slightly to the 4 gods. More people arrived. Various bishops. Those new gods. But it can be seen that many of them are absent. The Holy Blade Maiden, Greyfar, and the Storm Priest of the Storm Church. Some of them died in this battle, and some were seriously injured. They could not make it to this last moment. In the back, countless soldiers were cheering and celebrating, and receiving treatment. The first thing they did when they arrived was to pay their respects to the 4 gods. They all had more or less injuries of varying sizes. Looking at these scars, life waved its hand. The power of recovery burst out in their bodies, and the scars were healing rapidly. Arka, you said you have a way to solve this problem once and for all? The sea god looked at Arka and asked. Just before. Arka said so. The 4 gods wanted to seal this crack, and then slowly eliminate the breath of the abyss above. Cut off the entrance to the abyss, and then slowly repair the crack. This is the origin of the explosion that once destroyed the world. This wound is not so easy to repair. Maybe it was almost repaired 1,000 years ago, but it didn't go as planned, plus the invasion of the abyss later. The crack that was almost repaired became even more damaged. Before the wound healed, it was stabbed again and again. It was not so easy to completely repair it. Alka nodded. Under the gaze of the crowd and the gods, he opened his hand. A glass ball wrapped with an unknown object appeared in his hand. Everyone could feel through the glass that the object was spreading an extremely strong breath of the abyss. This is the abyss core that I stole from the Devourer's body when I died 10 years ago. Although I haven't done much research in the past 10 years, I know a lot about demons from my scattered soul fragments. This abyss core is highly connected to the abyss level, and I may be able to get through it. Cut off the connection between the abyss and this world at once, and drive the abyss out of this world completely, Alka said as he crushed the glass ball, and then grabbed the abyss core with his own hand. He closed his eyes while saying this. The breath of the abyss began to spread, as if being attracted and blending into the crack. Under the gaze of everyone, a large amount of abyss breath poured in, guided by some strange method of Alka. The abyss breath of the scars of the entire world seemed to be attracted, and began to gather in large quantities. It was as if this crack leading to the abyss was generating suction. The abyss was being pushed away by the breath of the abyss. Until finally Alka opened his eyes, tightly grasped the abyss core in his hand, and threw it in all at once. It was like some kind of explosion of the soul. The angry voice of the abyss appeared in everyone's ears. It firmly remembered Alka and everyone present. Apparently they had provoked a truly extraordinary existence. But it didn't matter. The abyss was always hated by everyone. The breath of the abyss began to move away. The dark color on the crack leading to the abyss began to disappear. It became a pure crack. The starry world outside can be seen from this huge crack. This is the biggest scar. As the germs and rotten flesh on the wound were removed, the whole world seemed to be rejuvenated. Life smiled and said, I can feel the joy of the world. The power of order is spreading rapidly in this area. The piled up demon corpses are rapidly turning into ashes under the spread of order. The dark land, lava volcanoes, which were stained by the breath of the demon abyss, are also quickly removed and turned into normal landforms under the arrival of order. The world seemed to be getting a new look. But it was not yet full of vitality. How wonderful. Julia stretched out her hand and looked at the changes around her, and couldn't help saying, the world before, there was no such autonomous repair mechanism. Now this is the world's autonomous repair. This comes from their work, which shows that their work has made real progress in the world. They are truly making the world better, repairing too many cracks in the world, alleviating the pain of the world. The Virgin Mary looked at the huge crack, the biggest wound on the mother's body. She said, perhaps the wound will be repaired, and the mother will be able to wake up. Hearing this, the sea god looked at him and said bluntly, it's not that easy. There are too many defects in the mother's body. Hearing this, the wise man next to him said, you seem to have forgotten that the divinity that we snatched from the demon in this battle originally belonged to the abyss. If the life above the world grasps these divinities, Perhaps the essence of divinity can be returned to the world and fill the original missing defects. Hearing this, the sea gods seem to remember such a thing. Look into the distance. Those mortals who cannot gather here, those powerful warriors have begun to gather together, exchanging their obtained divinity with each other. In just a few days, in just a moment, a large number of strong men who are only short of the crown level are being born one after another. A large amount of divine essence is connecting with the world through the links in their bodies. This is also a part of repairing the world. Maybe it is really feasible? Poseidon said with some uncertainty, looking at the crack. Alka's eyes turned into crystals like gold without knowing when. He seemed to see something. His mind could not help but recall what he had encountered in the memory of history, the phantom of the four-part god in history. Secrets can make you. Secrets can also destroy you. Just like destroying my past, it will eventually be abandoned. I just hope you don't rely too much on it. Looking at the crack in front of him, Alka suddenly had a sense of realization in his heart. Maybe it's time. Maybe now is the best time. The secret has made me what I am, and I have gradually begun to get rid of it. But I don't know when I seem to become dependent on it again. Just like Alka himself once answered. I am not good at anything, but I am very good at listening to advice. He has self-knowledge. He never thought that he could master and suppress the so-called secret. But what a powerful force it is. I can see through all the secrets, even the secrets of the future, and see through everything in the future, and find the best way for myself. What if I can master it? What if I am a more gifted being than the four-part god? After all, I am not from this world. Am I? But I still saved her with the kindness of this world. I can be regarded as a different kind of savior. When this sentence fell in Alka's heart, Alka stretched out 2 fingers without hesitation and inserted them into his eye sockets. What are you doing? Lucilia screamed. Alka's self-mutilation behavior frightened her. She immediately turned into a soul-like state, almost abandoning her body and rushing into Alka's body. She was afraid that Alka's would be affected by the breath of some demon. Ziadite also immediately surrounded Alka, looking at everyone around him vigilantly. Everyone around was stunned by Alka's sudden action. The virgin even began to sense whether the breath of the abyss affected her. Only the wise man felt something. You made a better choice at this time than I ever did, chose the best time, so decisively. You did better than me. It seems that you are not as you said. You are indeed a rational genius. The wise man murmured. Even the virgin and the sea god did not understand what he meant, and stared at him with frowns. Ziadite stared at one of the 4 gods around him with vigilance. Really? I am glad that I made the choice at this moment. Almost, just a little bit. Alka said. 2 crystal structures that looked like golden crystals and eyeballs were dug out from his eye sockets. There was no trace of blood, no trace of blood left. Alka closed his eyes, and the 2 crystal-like eyeballs appeared in his hands. The eyeballs were emitting an attractive light. That light was higher than the nobility of the crown. That light even exceeded the brilliance of authority. That was the ultimate power. Chapter 581 World Revival. Transparent, golden, strange crystal-like eyeballs. Even gods could not help but be attracted by the radiance emitted. Of course, this does not include the 2 supreme beings and the wise men who had been tempted and repeatedly cut off the temptation. Looking at the radiance emitted from the eyeball, these 2 supreme beings seemed to know something. They looked at Alka with extremely surprised eyes. The Virgin Mary also understood something in an instant. It seemed that some of the doubts she had about Alka in her mind were completely answered at this moment. All the others stared at the eyeball. The attraction was getting stronger and stronger. Wake up! A loud shout sounded like thunder in everyone's ears and minds, shaking their souls. Everyone seemed to wake up from a dream. They looked at the eyeball panting, and it still had a fatal attraction. But it seemed that something had put a layer of insurance on their souls, so that even if they were attracted fiercely, they would not lose their minds. The Virgin Mary looked at the eyeballs, and then at Alka. What is that? That is the authority of the Mother, something familiar, but it seems like an authority that has never been seen before. This is the ultimate secret. Even the Supreme Being born from this world, the Virgin Mary cannot find the existence of the past. It's just that their status allows her to discover some clues, and the connection with the doubts she once had. But the more specific and detailed things are still invisible. Only the wise man said, that is a secret, that is what I once had in ancient times. That was the source of my mother's destruction. That was the biggest mistake I made. The cause of everything. Some people seemed to understand something, some were still confused, and didn't know what it was. But the 3 gods understood it easily. Alka held the eyeballs. With force. With a click. The eyeballs broke. Some kind of power inside drifted away, under Alka's guidance, flowed into the crack. Returned to the world. Then the crack began to be covered with dense silk threads. The silk threads were still weaving crazily, like a sewing machine. Sewing and restoring the wound. Born from the world, the source of all problems. In the end, it will return to the world, repairing the biggest wound. It's very suitable, isn't it? Alka said with a smile. Except for the 4 gods, others can't understand what Alka gave up. But they know that such a tempting existence, such an instinctive temptation to life, Alka can voluntarily give it up, which is enough for them to admire. The rift is being repaired. The world is undergoing a perfect recovery. It seems that everyone feels it. Everyone gathered around and waited, watching the crack being repaired, watching the crack closing. In the ocean of world consciousness, the waves were surging. The pain seemed to be receding. The huge white mist snake entered the ocean of pain. More ancient huge dream kings were entering the ocean of pain. Our new compatriots have fallen. That's right. Yes. An amazing existence. Now, it's our turn. These extremely powerful dream lives were surging in the ocean of painful consciousness, and they began to help the world share the pain as they had done before. Now, this pain is no longer eternal accumulation. Instead, it will slowly fade away. As the pain weakens, the pain is shared. The world seems to open its eyes. Mother is awake. Beside the repaired crack. Life exclaimed. The world is waking up. The breeze seems to be floating, and the chaotic environment around is being completely suppressed. The chaos of the boundless sea is slowly returning to the right track. The sea that has been spinning and flowing forever is calming down. The islands that followed the sea and kept moving also seem to have stopped their steps. The plants swayed in the breeze. The animals and life poked their heads out from the woods. They chirped and sang. They were all cheering. Cheering for the awakening of the world. The invisible shadow was gathering in front of everyone, and the invisible surrounding object wrapped around a human-shaped object. Alka could clearly feel his heart beating, and nervous emotions began to surge into his brain. How long had it been since he felt such emotions? It was not just him. The tension seemed to be spreading. The invisible mist dissipated. A solid figure appeared. She was wearing a simple white dress. Ordinary face, long black hair. She stood there like an ordinary mother, not beautiful, not ugly, not old, not young. Peaceful and tranquil. It made people feel peaceful and at ease, as if they were down to earth. She opened her eyes. Those eyes were just like those of ordinary people. Nothing special. She turned her head and looked around. A smile appeared on the calm face. Gentle. One after another. The figures of gods appeared around. They were the beings that were originally protecting the outside world. Among them was the flower fairy. Even now, this goddess still maintained her former jumpiness. She became the first one to pounce, and hugged her mother's waist. Mother! At this time, everyone realized that this female figure was not tall enough for a normal body shape, and was 3 meters tall. The flower fairy maintained a normal body shape, like a girl, and could only reach her waist. She squatted down and hugged the flower fairy. Good child. Then she stood up and pulled her aside. She came to the side of the Virgin Mary, standing beside her and opening her arms. The Virgin Mary took 2 steps forward and gently hugged her. Then she let go. This made the world's originally gentle and calm face appear a little melancholy, like a mother who was worried that her child was too cold. Not like mother at all. Hearing this, the Virgin Mary glanced at her and silently moved away. The world just sighed and then came to the side of life, showing a smile, squatted down, and hugged life hard. It seemed that life was very pleased. Then came the sea god with a strong face. When the world came in front of him, his expression inevitably showed a trace of disgust. Facing the sea god, the world's behavior was to compulsively pull him over and hug him. TSK. The sea god felt very embarrassed. But he couldn't resist and smacked his lips. Then he was slapped hard on the head. Finally, it was the wise man. Facing the wise man, the world just thought about it distressfully, and finally touched his head. It was obvious that the wise man didn't like hugs. These 5 were once children. Alka finally understood why the gods loved and hated the mother of the world. Considering their feelings, loving them, but sometimes like an ordinary mother, not caring about their face. It was totally unlike the ordinary family affection between gods. It was just like an ordinary family. Alka knew it without looking back. The expressions of Zayadai and others behind him must have been almost unbearable. Then the world turned to look at Alka. Facing this gaze, Alka inexplicably stepped back. Although he was blind now, and his eyelids were tightly closed, for beings like them, eyes were no longer the only means of perceiving the outside world. The world slowly came to Alka. Due to his height, Alka had to slightly raise his head, facing her with his closed eyelids. The world raised his hand slightly, placed it on his face, and touched his closed eyes. What a good child. You gave me eyes that can see through secrets. I will give you eyes that are no longer blinded. The world put his hand on Alka's face, and gently pressed his eyes with his thumb. The faint light followed the surrounding environment, and gathered in Alka's eyes. Deep into his tightly closed eyelids, deep into his eye sockets. Alka could feel a spherical connection appearing in his originally empty eye sockets, and a brand new eye appeared in his eye sockets. Wait until the light fades. Alka couldn't help but frown, then blinked slightly, and opened his eyes. A pair of eyes that are no longer blinded. Can see through all lies, can see through all falsehoods, can see through all concealment. The vision of truth. Looking at Alka's eyes that had just opened, the world bent down, and then stood up again, looking at the battlefield around. Looking at the endless wilderness in the distance, the land that had just exited the chaos was dead silent. There were also those human corpses that had not been moved in time. The bodies of the demons had dissipated. What remained was the body of the warrior. The world just watched, calmly watching and unable to sense her emotions. I am not a qualified mother, she said quietly. In the distant wilderness, one after another, figures in black robes, riding on illusory canoes, disappeared with strings of souls. In 10 years, reincarnation has gradually begun to take shape. Although it is not yet perfect. I know everything you have done for me. The pain makes me unable to wake up, and sadness fills my heart. My self-destructive tendency even affects you. I'm sorry. She turned her head and looked at the Virgin Mary and other gods. You have grown up, and you have grown to the point where I am proud of you. On the contrary, I, the mother, have stayed where I am, even holding my child back. I have failed so much to let my child sacrifice for me as a parent. Perhaps I should also grow up outside the world. The awakening of the world consciousness has caused the whole world to shake. The gods outside clearly felt the awakening of their former mothers. They felt their mother's will, and felt the awakening of the sleeping consciousness. Mother has woken up. What should we do? She woke up in pain, and we are ready to let her die without a burial place again. A female god floated in the star realm, her voice trembling slightly. She thought that the passage of time would make her forget the cruel torture she had inflicted on her mother. But when her mother really woke up, she was afraid. Panic began to fill her heart. Except for her, the faces of other gods were not very good. Have we failed? Have we been defeated? Their last chance might be to go all out and deal with those demons. Those who tried to kill all the demons and close the rift. It's a pity that they will never be able to do such a thing, because they never had the idea of risking everything and dying together. From 10,000 years ago to now, their goal has always been to survive. To survive freely. To survive with power. Even the existence of Alka alone made them dare not rush into the world it will in full force. Because Alka has verified that what he can steal is not only the divinity in their bodies. In some cases, he may even be able to steal the divinity in their bodies that they have constructed themselves to keep as a retreat. Such power frightened them, and stopped them from moving forward. As for the closing of the rift, it's okay. They can open it again. They can also make another hole in their mother's body, allowing the virus to invade. Mother has awakened, let's go. She will let us go. She will let us leave with our divinity. A god said. Their mother is so doting. Even now, they all feel this way. The god of war looked at the huge and boundless world below with an ugly face. No, our mother is indecisive, and her heart is full of weakness. Otherwise, how can we destroy her? That is her nature. A kind and weak person like her should be destroyed by us ourselves. She will watch with a smile as before, waiting for her own death. Watching us kill each other in sorrow and pain. We still have a chance. He didn't want his body and mind to be taken back at any time. The best way is complete destruction. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to this point. So there is no way out. No. I've had enough. It doesn't matter if my divinity is taken back. I want to leave here. I want to leave here. Never come back. And never want to see this world again. A god made up his mind and turned around to leave. A spear instantly pierced his chest. And then another hand pierced his heart, grabbing something in his body. Leave? War does not allow deserters. Coward. Since you are leaving, then leave your divinity behind. The sudden sneak attack, and the god of war obviously knew the weakness of this god, and instantly killed him with one blow. Even the gun he used seemed to be specially made for this god. It was planned for a long time. He took away the authority in his body with lightning speed. In front of the gods, he ate the authority into his stomach. The golden blood of the god was still stained on his lips. With bloodshot eyes, he stared at the god in front of him. Now, destroy the world with me. It was no longer a discussion, but an order. Some of the gods in front of him were afraid, some were already frowning, seemingly unable to bear it. I've had enough of you. If you want to stop me, then come on. A god in black armor took out a long sword. He immediately fought with the god of war. But the reason why the god of war could lead them was not because of anything else, but because he was cruel, treacherous, and powerful enough. He quickly suppressed the god in front of him through special targeted means. What are you watching for? Let's go together. Can he kill us all? Do you still expect him to leave us alone in the end? However, his words were meaningless. Just when the spear blade was about to penetrate him, an arm gently grasped the base of the spear head, blocking the final fatal blow. In front of them appeared an ordinary female figure in white. The female god who was just panicking widened her eyes, and said in a trembling voice, Mother. Mother. Chapter 582, Each one makes a choice, and the world looked at the god of war in front of it. Looked at the children around it who betrayed it. Looked at the remains floating beside it. Looked at the passionate and crazy madman in front of it, and the parts of its own children in the madman's body. Anger, sadness, confusion. All kinds of emotions filled the world's heart. You actually ate your brothers and sisters? You actually did such a thing? The god of war, snatching divinity, killing those former brothers and sisters, turned against each other after the destruction of the world. Hearing this, the god of war widened his eyes, and then defended himself. No, they are not my brothers and sisters at all. They are just thieves who stole the power of us nobles. However, his defense was so weak, because the divinity in his body is not just those mortals who ascended to the gods, but also includes many natural gods. The world looked at her child. The first child who betrayed her. She shook her head. The actions of the god of war were completely unacceptable to her. You disappoint me so much, I made this mistake of you. Now let me erase this mistake myself, the world said, stretching out its hand. And this time, the surrounding betraying gods silently retreated to the back, not daring to intervene at all. In order to betray the world, they made a strong psychological preparation. The real betrayal of the world, destroying the world, is because the mother really did not intervene. And this time, the revived mother was obviously fed up and made up her mind. The god of war felt the great amount of divinity shaking in his body, and they were about to leave his body. No, you can't take them away again. So-called mistakes. Have I always been wrong? You deprived me of so much power. You only gave me a little authority, and then threw me down from the sky. You made me live with those ants, and I suffered humiliation there. I was unwilling. I was angry. I was so noble. It was you who made me taste the taste of humiliation, the viciousness of conspiracy, and the ugliness of the soul. And you just looked at me in the sky. You looked at me, but did nothing. Speaking of this, the god of war's face turned pale. His eyes gradually became dull, muttering, just like I used to look at those ants. In your eyes, we are nothing but ants. The world closed its eyes silently, and then opened its eyes forcibly, making itself stare at this scene. If that's the case, then resent me. I will accept all your resentment, said. The world slowly tightened its hands. One by one, the divinities flew out. These divinities that originally belonged to the world all flew out completely, red, orange, gold, flashing with light. The god of war was so resolute. None of the divinities in his body were condensed by himself. All came from plunder and the gift of the world when he was born. Until the last golden one appeared, then it silently returned to the body of the god of war. Saw the last god leave and come back. When he felt the last god return to his body, the god of war suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, it's like this again, this poor legacy again. Your pity makes me sick. I am no longer that baby, nor your child. I am your enemy. He yelled the last sentence, roaring angrily. The emotions that surged to the sky almost spread to the surroundings. It made the stars turn upside down. His spiritual power was so strong, which he had never shown before. If he wanted to, He didn't need to rob at all, and he could become a supreme being. He raised his right hand and stabbed it hard into his chest and into his soul. He pulled out the last remaining divinity. The divinity stayed in the heart. The crystal heart bathed in golden liquid and shone like a work of art. Oh, my heart is also flawless. Then he threw it hard at his mother. He turned into the stars in the sky of this starry world. This time, a supreme one died. It was quick and puzzling. It was not until his death that one after another peepers appeared in the surrounding void. Sharks came smelling blood. On the far world membrane, the four gods, the new gods, and Alka were all gathered there, watching the scene above, looking at the current situation. The flower fairy and life were about to fly upwards, but they were pressed down by the Virgin. The world took the heart thrown at it. His eyes were filled with all kinds of emotions. More and more peepers gathered around. The world looked up, looking at the peepers around him, looking at these disgusting existences. Get lost. He roared angrily, and punched the starry sky. The surrounding starry sky vibrated strongly, and a large number of stars spiraled backwards. The strong shock wave drove all the peepers back. The world silently collected the heart, and then looked at the children around him. The god who was rescued before looked at the world. The surface of his body was rippled, and the divinity flew out one by one. If you want to erase my mistake, come on. Mother, let me go. I will return all the divinity I took from here to you. Each god behaved differently, but without exception, they all flew out the divinity they took from the world one by one, and appeared in front of the world. The world watched these divinities slowly taken away, and then the figure disappeared on the spot. She seemed to have lost all interest, watching the world recede. Some gods had complicated expressions, some gods were ecstatic, and seemed to be preparing to leave. Just as they were about to turn around and leave, Alka appeared behind them. Is it you? What are you going to do? Mother has let us go, and I have returned what I took away. Mortals, don't think that you have the ability to stop us after you have been promoted to a god. Alka looked at them. I am not like the world. I have no feelings for you. Just like the sinister god of war said, you are just enemies. Even the heroic god of war, I am too disappointed with his performance just now. It turns out that he is just a giant baby. And those things you should have returned, do you think you can leave? The sins you committed against this world, the guardians who died because of you, the warriors who fought against the devil, and those warriors who were swallowed into the abyss without even their souls returning, they would not agree. Pay the price for those so-called ants who lost their lives because of you. Arca finished speaking. Behind him, Zidide, Lucilia, Meniex, Flower Fairy. Various gods appeared behind him one by one. I will never forget everything you did to me, Flower Fairy said. The combination of Jason and Eurylius also floated behind. In the inherited memory, the sins you committed against my clan, you also need to pay for them. Except for the Flower Fairy, the rest are new gods. They had no affection for these so-called traitorous gods, and wished they were all dead. The figure of the sea god also appeared in front of them. The Virgin, Life, Wise. They surrounded these traitorous gods. You can't do this. Mother has let me go. A goddess screamed. Since you think blood debts must be paid with blood, then come. A bloody battle was about to break out. In a distant place, the blue moonlight appeared. On the moon, the moon god, who had already escaped, looked at her eyes left around the boundless sea. Fortunately, I ran fast. She couldn't help but feel a little lucky. When Alka died, she found that something was wrong with Alka. Facing her mother's death, she was also sad but afraid. The feeling of having her power taken back was forever imprinted in her mind. She knew clearly how powerful her mother was. But when her mother still had the ability to recover, she was almost always paying attention to the broken world. She was also the only one among the gods whose divinity was stolen by Alka. After Alka died, the strange feeling became even stronger. However, at that time, in order to protect herself, she obviously had no intention of exposing it. She knew clearly what kind of people she was working with. When her most important moonlight divinity was stolen, the gods looked at her as if they wanted to eat her. Even if she told others about the problem she saw, she might not be able to survive. Instead, she gave all the divinity she had taken from the world to Zidide through covert means. This could quickly restore the order of the world and increase Zidide's power. She made some promises and spread some inside information. She also deceived the god of war and then disappeared. This cowardly goddess once again survived when she was dying, although she paid a huge price. But she was still equivalent to a new god, and at least she survived. As the gods who betrayed paid the price, the world began to get back on track. The chaotic endless sea began to be repaired, and a large amount of land rose from the sea. Islands were connected to each other, and the continent was formed. The endless sea was bounded, and the outer layer of the world began to appear, and the crystal wall that wrapped the world began to form a protection, and the eyes that once peeped at the world began to leave. The tiny gaps left on the world were repaired. The promoted new gods also began to work on the maintenance of world order. The strange world began to become orderly. The four seas of the gods began to connect. Are you really going to leave your mother? The world hugged the Virgin Mary without any image, and asked with a tearful expression. The Virgin Mary had a calm expression, but one could see full of helplessness in her eyes. I have grown up, I am already the Supreme Being, and I also have my own children to protect. I am going to create my own world. I should have done so long ago. As the Supreme Virgin Mary, if it were not for protecting this broken world, to revive her mother, to get her mother out of the sea of pain, she would have created her own world long ago. Do you need Mom's help? The world asked while hugging the Virgin Mary. The Virgin Mary looked at her and said solemnly, You have helped me a lot. Such as letting me learn a lot of lessons, so that I won't make the same mistake again. Ha ha ha. This sentence finally made the always irritable and serious Poseidon unable to hold back. He began to laugh wantonly, not caring about his mother's face at all, because he himself was indeed dissatisfied with this for a long time, and laughed mercilessly on the crying face of the world. The Virgin Mary smiled very gently and hugged her. Thank you, Mother. After saying that, she looked at the world and disappeared with a smile. She would take away those believers who believed in her most and were willing to leave with her, and those who left the gods. Looking at the Virgin Mary who left, the world turned around and looked at the other gods. Of course, her eyes were mainly on the three remaining gods, because it was obvious that the meaning of everyone coming together was self-evident. Are you going to leave your mother too? The sea god looked at her. It's time for me to leave too. You can't let your children protect your world. That's too embarrassing. You really don't look like a mother at all. But thank you, Mom, she said, and disappeared on the spot. Life came over and huddled the world. The wise man just bowed slightly to the world. I'm sorry for all this. No, these are just the problems left by my willfulness. This is the temple of the gods, the place where the world once knocked down the gods. Alka and the others were watching this scene from a distance, watching the four gods leave one after another. The Holy Mother and the Sea God, who have already achieved the highest level, will create their own world and take away those believers who are most loyal to them. Of course, Poro is obviously not among them. Siadai is certainly not here either. Life and the wise will leave, seeking the highest journey. As for the flower fairy, of course, she still has to stay here. To be honest, she is pitifully weak now. The world turned around and looked at these new gods. Suddenly, a brilliant smile appeared. This world, I'll leave it to you. Before everyone had time to ask, the world smiled brilliantly and turned into a point of light. Everything happened so unexpectedly, when Alka and the others had no reaction at all. The world's voice still lingered in the air. I created the gods, created my children. They made me proud, disappointed me, and made me suffer. But I don't regret it. I'm very happy to have these children. I am also very happy to have you. You have never grown up under my protection. You have always been the free-flying eagle. You even protected and saved me. You are the new possibilities of the future. Maybe you will do better than me, and I may be too cowardly. Of course, I am not leaving nor dying. I just want to be good and look at this world again seriously. The gods can also feel that the world is not dead, and this world is still active. It's just that her consciousness is scattered. She will be among all things. She will live again in this world. The sun gradually sets over the mountain. The afterglow of dusk shines on the sea, reflecting the sparkling waves on the sea, as if gold is emerging. A two-masted sailing ship stopped at the port of the island. A strange man came to the island, passing through the small town of the port. Walking on the path in the wheat field, the golden wheat field spreads out. The golden ears of wheat sway in the sunlight of dusk, making the whole island look golden. What a beautiful island! An old man, who looked a little energetic, still walked on the path in the wheat field with a cane, and came to the center of the island. In the center of the island, there was a small church of Our Lady. Surrounding it were stone tablets. There was a small hole in the stone tablet, and inside it were stones. He came to a stone tablet. The owner's name was engraved on the stone tablet, Jenna. The old man just patted the screen like a normal conversation, and said something alone. A stranger, I don't know when he came to the old man's side. Sigurd. The old man heard someone calling him, and turned his head slightly. He saw Alka's face. Although he had become more mature than before, he would not be wrong. Ah. Alka? Brother, I'm back. Alka smiled and squatted down to hug him. At the beginning of the next morning, Alka stood in front of the bed. Lying on the bed. It was Sigurd. A figure in a grey robe was walking by him with an old soul. Alka just stood there silently. Suddenly he said, "Let him and his wife enter reincarnation together. I hope they can still be together in the future." The figure in the grey robe nodded, and sat with Sigurd's soul. The canoe disappeared in the mist. Sigurd died. With his company, he was no longer alone in the end. Jenna left first, and Aunt Marcy had already left. And his son, just as he had said, had already entered the infinite sea. According to the name he mentioned, Arka remembered this person. His son is still on the scar of the world. He remembered that his nephew should have participated in the last war. Bury the body. He wanted to find the souls of his parents, the souls of the dead who occupied his body. However, these 3 souls had already been taken away by the Virgin Mary. They were the most devout believers, and left the world with the Virgin Mary. If it goes as expected, in fact, Sigurd's soul and Jenna's soul should also be taken away by the Virgin Mary in the underworld. This may be a good thing. Alka left. Went to see his father-in-law, and Siadaiti, of course. Looked at his old friends. Some have died, and some have grown old. Jason and Eurylius got married. They formed a new dragon island with the remaining dragons. Jason, a human, became the Dragon King. Juanlu became the god of food. Every kitchen has his divine light on or around it. People always pray that he can make food delicious. Simon became a complete technology geek after becoming a god. Every day he stayed in his laboratory and his kingdom of God. No one knew what he was doing. Poro and Matrisa became husband and wife gods. One is the god of disasters, the other is the god of healing. If you don't know, you would think they are enemies. Julia, maybe she has become a god, maybe the world has been repaired, and she has completely entered a life of playing bad. Every day, she either sings and dances, or teaches others to sing and dance, or sleeps lazily. Unless Alka and the others visit, she is too lazy to move. As for Lucilia, she is still busy. She is now preparing to train suitable candidates to see if they can help her relieve the pressure of reincarnation. Siadaiti has truly become the god of the moon. However, he is the god of the moon who represents military power. I don't know if there is such a thing in other worlds. The god of the moon has an authority of power, or something. The sun, which hangs eternally in the sky, has long begun to move with the sun and the moon. Dusk has long returned to the world. Alka is on this sun, because his new goal is to turn this actual sun into himself. And he will become the sun god. What? You said the god of thieves? No. Thieves are only suitable to hide in the shadow of the sun. After all, who would have thought that the sun god would have the ability to steal? On the temple of the sun, where Alka sits, in his arms sat a little girl, who looked quite similar to him. Dad, where's Mom? Mom went home. Although I can't understand it, you have gained an elder, Alka said. I can only say that this father-in-law is still strong. He can still imagine the emotions of Siadaiti when he saw that he had 5 more brothers and sisters when he came home for the first time. Now there are 6. I want to go to Mom Lucilia's place. My brother is there too. Right? Okay. Dad will take you there, Alka said, holding his daughter, and walked into the mirror, and went to the sticks through the dream. The daughter hugged him and asked, "Are you going home? Dad? Do you want to visit Dad's hometown?" His daughter nodded vigorously. Unfortunately, Alka shook his head helplessly. No. You can't go there. Maybe when you grow up. Think about it. It seems that his strange friend has found the way home.